in a vast and boundless otherworldly continent. The orc race reigns supreme, enforcing a policy of herding humans. As livestock bred in captivity, humans are subject to the orcs' whims of life and death. Lin Long, a disciple of the Taoist tradition, unexpectedly finds his soul transmigrated into this world. In this human-dominated continent, only a select few mages are deemed worthy of resisting the orcs. When the orc race mobilizes an army of millions to launch a war of extermination, Lin Long unleashes Taoist spells. Before him rage the thunderbolts of the heavens. Beneath his feet burns the samadhi, true fire. Countless Taoist techniques pour forth. As the humans, tears in their eyes, hail Lin Long as the archmage. Lin Long, hovering in the sky, scratches his head and says helplessly, "Please, how many times do I have to say it? I'm really not an archmage." Chapter 1. The Test. In the northern part of the Galan Empire, nestled within the jurisdiction of Tianshui City, lies a remote town called Luomei. Though small and far-flung, the town is surrounded by mountains and rivers, boasting enchanting scenery. At this moment, a group of young boys gathers in a spacious clearing, their eyes fixed fervently on a man dressed in white robes. Seeing that most had arrived, the white-robed man cleared his throat and said quiet, "Step forward when I call your name." "Joseph." "Here." A young boy immediately raised his hand and stepped forward. The man nodded, producing a crystal-clear orb. "Place your hand on the crystal ball. Don't think about anything, empty your mind," the white-robed man instructed gently. The boy nervously rubbed his hands together before complying. After a moment, the crystal ball remained motionless. "All right, go lift the stones over there," the man said, his tone noticeably cooler. Joseph withdrew his hand from the crystal ball, disheartened and bitter. Though young, Joseph understood all too well what he had missed. This crystal ball was a tool to test one's potential to become a mage. If it glowed, even faintly, it meant the person possessed the aptitude. Mages were the darlings of humanity, esteemed, powerful, and channel in every empire. For boys from remote towns like these, becoming a mage was the fastest way to change their status. Yet, the proportion of those who succeeded was minuscule, scarcely 1 in 1,000. Dejected, Joseph walked to the side, where 3 massive stone balls weighed 300, 500, and 1,000 gene respectively. He glanced at them and finally stopped before the 500 gene stone ball. Planting his feet firmly, he wrapped his small, tender hands around it. "Heave." Joseph strained, his face contorted with effort. "Huh." A grunt escaped his lips, but the stone ball lay motionless on the ground. "Ha ha." Joseph actually dared to challenge the 500 gene stone ball. Does he even know his own strength? He hasn't even reached level 1 warrior status. Yet he tries the 500 gene stone? How ridiculous. Some boys in the crowd sneered at Joseph. "Quiet." The white-robed man glared at the crowd disapprovingly. The chattering boys immediately fell silent. "Challenge failed. Go back." "Next." The white-robed man gently instructed the next boy to place his hand on the crystal ball. After a moment, it still didn't glow. "Go lift the stones," the man said flatly again. One by one, the boys were tested. None could make the crystal ball glow, and none could lift the 500 gene stone. A few managed the 300 gene stone, but lifting 500 gene was the benchmark for qualification. Lifting 300 gene only earned them another chance to try next year. The 3 stone balls corresponded to the strength standards of level 1, 2, and 3 warriors. Only those who met the level 2 warrior standard would have a chance to enroll in Tianshui Academy. "Curse. What kind of name is that?" The white-robed man thought to himself. "Curse. Are you here?" He called out. "Here." A young boy raised his hand and stepped forward without hesitation, placing his hand directly on the crystal ball. "Wow, Red. Curse actually made the crystal ball glow. Does that mean we have to call him mage from now on?" Grandpa, too, said he'd start as a magic apprentice first. Just like him. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The white-robed man also looked excited. Finally one. The boy named Curse stared at the red glow before him, unable to contain his joy. Though not dazzlingly bright, it illuminated most of the crystal ball. The white-robed man adopted a somewhat ingratiating tone. "Go inform your family first. The day after tomorrow, early in the morning, come with me to Tianshui Academy." Facing a future mage, the white-robed man had no choice but to show early courtesy. Curse nodded, then turned to 3 boys in the crowd, lifting his chin high. "Jenny, just you wait. Once I become a mage, we'll settle our score." "Oomph. Bring it on. Who's afraid of you?" retorted a boy in the crowd, whose stature nearly matched that of an adult. Curse shot a resentful glare at Jenny before rushing home in excitement to share the good news with his parents. Who would have thought Curse had the potential to become a mage? We'll have to steer clear of him from now on, said one of the boys beside Ginny. Don't worry, big brother. So what if he becomes a mage? Next time I see him, he'll still beat him until he's begging for mercy. Ginny grumbled discontentedly. Yenny, are you here? The white-robed man called. Here. Ginny raised his hand and stepped forward. Though he talked dismissively about Curse, he knew better than to offend a future mage. He, too, hoped the crystal ball would glow for him, but alas, it remained unresponsive. Ginny stared at the crystal ball in disappointment, muttering to himself, it doesn't make sense. If Curse can do it, why can't I? Maybe the crystal ball is broken? The white-robed man looked at Ginny amusedly and gestured for him to go lift the stones. Ginny lazily walked up to the 1000 Gene stone ball, applied a bit of force with both hands, and shouted up. The stone ball lifted into the air. Showing off, Ginny let go with one hand, holding the stone ball aloft with just the other as he looked at the white-robed man. See? Ginny is still so strong. What's the use? Can he compare to Curse in the future? Curse always used to get beaten to a pulp by Ginny. He'll definitely seek revenge later. Just you wait. The white-robed man nodded. Born with divine, strength not bad. You're accepted. Report to Tianxue Academy by September. Though not as fawning as he was with Curse, the white-robed man still spoke kindly. It was normal for a level 3 warrior to lift a 1000 Gene stone ball, but doing it one-handed and with ease could only be explained by innate extraordinary strength. Such talent would undoubtedly be highly valued at Tianxue Academy. Next, Aura, big brother, do your best. Ginny shouted encouragingly. Aura stepped forward nervously, but like Ginny, failed to make the crystal ball glow. Reluctantly, Aura walked to the side and first attempted the 1000 Gene stone ball, but failed. He then settled for the 500 Gene stone ball and managed to lift it. Qualified. The white-robed man said impassively. Wait for news later. You might be accepted, or you might not. It depends on how many spots are left. Aura hung his head in disappointment. If Big Brother can't get in, I won't go either. He'll wait another year for Big Brother, Ginny declared loudly. The white-robed man hesitated at Ginny's words. Aura's strength placed him on the borderline of acceptance, but losing a genius over this seemed unwise. After a moment's thought, the white-robed man said, All right, you're accepted too. Report to Tianxue Academy by September. Thank you, teacher. Aura's sorrow turned to joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Next, Leon, third brother. Just do your best. Don't push yourself, Aura said to his younger brother, his earlier joy fading. Little third brother, maybe you should wait a few more years before testing again. Ginny added. Behind them, a black-haired boy shook his head. Lin Long, known as Leon Soli in this world, limped forward, his eyes blazing with determination. Look, the little cripple is up for testing. You still dare call him little cripple? Aren't you afraid Jenny will beat you up? So what? Once Jenny and Aura go to Tianxue Academy to see if I don't thrash him. He's always been sly and cunning all these years. A cripple like him actually thinks he can become a mage? What a pipe dream. Chapter 2. The Path of the Tao. Lin Long approached the man, eagerly placing his hand upon the crystal orb. After a moment, the orb remained unlit. A bitter smile crept across Lin Long's face. It seemed he was destined to be no sorcerer. Without even glancing at the stone orb beside him, he departed, his heart heavy with despair. You haven't tested the stone orb yet. The man in white reminded him. Master, he doesn't even need to test it. He couldn't lift a 300-pound stone orb, someone scoffed. He wouldn't manage even 100 pounds. A nearby individual chuckled mockingly. Genie shot a fierce glare at the speaker, who promptly fell silent. Humph. Alya and Genie hurried to catch up with Lin Long, third brother. It's no matter. You're only 14. And there will be other opportunities. Alya consoled him. Brother, I'm fine. I still need to gather grass for the Baron S household. You and second brother head home first. Mother must be waiting anxiously. Very well. Remember to return home quickly once you're done. Alya's face was etched with concern. Yet he understood his third brother's nature and refrained from further urging. As he watched them walk away, a bitter expression surfaced on Lin Long's face. Having been born in this foreign land for 14 years, who could have imagined that the once promising disciple of the Tao would now be outshone by ordinary children in this realm? Lin Long's understanding of this world was limited. He knew that in this land, men generally attain the strength of a first-tier warrior after reaching adulthood, possessing the ability to lift 300 pounds. While it was not akin to his previous world where anyone could cultivate immortality, it appeared to have its own system of advancement. Perhaps due to his soul not belonging to this world, His physical capabilities were far below those of the local children. Presently, he was indeed unable to lift even a 100-pound stone orb. Lin Long sought a patch of lush grass and commenced his task of cutting it. This grass was required by the Baroness estate, which housed a magical steed said to travel 1,000 miles a day. Although there was only one such creature, it was exceedingly precious, necessitating a daily supply of fresh grass for its nourishment. Despite the seemingly simple nature of this job, countless individuals clamored for the opportunity. Fortunately, Lin Long's father served as a guard to the Baron and, being one of the few third-tier warriors in the small town, held a respectable position within the Baroness estate. It was July, and the weather was oppressively hot. Today was particularly still, and after a short while of cutting, Lin Long was drenched in sweat. After resting momentarily, he resumed wielding the sickle, channeling his pent-up frustration into the wild grass. Nearly an hour later, he finally completed the task. Lin Long bundled the grass, yielding 2 bundles, each approximately 50 pounds. He carried them to the Baroness estate in 2 trips. Although each bundle weighed only 50 pounds, Lin Long was left panting from the exertion. The steward produced 50 copper coins and handed them to Lin Long. After accepting the coins with gratitude and wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Long inquired, "Steward, what time does my father finish work today?" The steward glanced at the sky and replied, "I heard that an injured 4th-tier magical beast has appeared not far from the town." The Baron, accompanied by Lord Carlo and others, ventured beyond the town. The exact time of their return remained uncertain. However, rest assured, with the Baron present, your father shall be safe. Simply await his return at home. Situated 20 miles from the town lies a formidable mountain, notorious for its wild beasts. It was a wild creature that had previously maimed Lin Long's leg. Yet, the 4th-tier magical beast mentioned by the steward is far beyond mere beasts. It is said that magical beasts pose a significantly greater threat, possessing extraordinary strength and overwhelming might. Upon learning that his father had been dispatched by the Baron to hunt a 4th-tier magical beast, Lin Long felt a twinge of concern, though he concealed it well. After expressing his gratitude once more, he departed from the Baroness estate, limping slightly as he made his way home. Lin Long's residence was not far from the Baroness manor, as the town itself was rather small. Traversing from one end to the other took merely half an hour. Despite having lived here for 14 years, Lin Long still felt an uncanny sense of unreality as he gazed at the houses flanking him. The architectural style of this world differed markedly from that of his homeland. Most homes were constructed from yellow clay and mud, while a few were built of stone. The courtyard walls were not particularly high, and during summer nights, it was common for single men to eavesdrop at the corners, with the bolder ones even peering over the walls to comment on what they saw. Before Lin Long could reach his doorstep, he spotted his mother waiting for him. A notably large tree stood in front of their home, known in this world as the imperial leaf, which resembled the silver-leaved trees of his hometown for an autumn. Its foliage turned a brilliant gold. Beneath the tree rested a neatly placed large stone, upon which his mother sat, accompanied by a little girl playing with a wooden bird. The woman, though not breathtakingly beautiful, possessed a charm that was easy on the eyes, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Lin Long hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Mother, the stone is cold, and your health is fragile. It is unwise to sit for too long." He chided gently. "Third brother," the little girl exclaimed, swiftly leaping into his arms. This sister adored Lin Long, for he often entertained her with delightful creations unknown in this world. He affectionately ruffled her hair and guided his smiling mother back into the courtyard. In Lin Long's family, there were 4 siblings, an elder brother and sister who were twins, 2 years his senior, and a younger sister, for years his junior. "Did you see your father while you were delivering the grass?" his mother inquired. Lin Long hesitated momentarily, but responded, "I overheard the steward at the Baroness estate say that father has accompanied the Baron to hunt a magical beast, with no clear return time." Upon hearing that her father was engaged in hunting a magical beast, his sister's eyes sparkled with delight, for each time their father undertook such missions, he would return with some beastly meat, and it had been quite a while since they had savored meat. His mother also displayed a look of joy upon hearing Lin Long's words. Yet only Lin Long understood that this 4th-tier magical beast differed significantly from the first 3 tiers, as its power was said to undergo a transformative change. Although he was unaware of the vast chasm that existed between the 3rd and 4th tiers of this world, he understood that within the realm of cultivation, Even a dozen cultivators at the spirit fusion stage attempting to challenge those at the golden core stage would likely meet with disastrous failure. The small courtyard, while modest in size, was situated at the heart of a secluded town, thus occupying a limited area. At that moment, the eldest and second brother emerged from the house. Aware that mealtime had arrived, their mother instructed the three brothers to wash vegetables and rinse rice, while their younger sister was told to wait indoors. The family's rice supply was scant. There is a saying that a half-grown boy can impoverish his father, especially when there are three such boys. However, this was not the principal reason for their meager provisions. The real culprit was the exorbitant taxation imposed by the state, which could reach 50%. Fairly enough, land was allocated per capita, yet the Lin family of 6 often struggled to have enough food, subsisting on merely 2 meals a day. This dire situation was also why Lin Long worked daily, a rather lamentable circumstance. In the mortal realm, there is a saying that a single coin can thwart even the mightiest hero. Previously, he had not understood, but now it resonated deeply with him. Chapter 3. The Sky Has Fallen. Today was a day of joy, as both the eldest brother and the second brother had been accepted into the Tianshui Academy. Roland brought forth the long-stored meat of a first-tier magical beast, a long-legged magic rabbit. For those who had not tasted meat in quite a while, their mouths watered. Lin Long included. Although it was somewhat shameful, he was not as ascetic as he had been in his previous life. Ever since he had savored the flesh of magical beasts in this world, he could not help but marvel at its exquisite flavor. After a flurry of activity, dinner was finally prepared. Having taken only a few bites, Lin Long set down his chopsticks. Indeed, meals in this world were also consumed with chopsticks, a detail that pleased him. "What is the matter, Leon?" his mother inquired upon noticing his pause. Lin Long offered a gentle smile and replied, "It's nothing, mother. You and my sister should eat more. You both seem to have lost weight recently. Eldest brother and second brother, you should eat well too, as you will soon leave for Tianshui Academy, and it will be a year before you can enjoy a proper meal again. I can manage with less. You are so considerate it breaks my heart, my child," Roland said, picking up her chopsticks to offer Lin Long a generous piece of the rabbit's thigh. Bestowed by the elder, I dare not refuse. "Thank you, mother." Lin Long, known for his obedience since childhood, garnered a certain favoritism from his parents, especially after the incident when he injured his foot and the doctor proclaimed it might never heal properly. His parents' indulgence towards him only intensified. Receiving the rabbit's thigh, Lin Long cast a teasing glance at his second brother, who was seething with frustration beside him. Over the years, the two brothers had engaged in subtle rivalries. Lin Long was well aware of his second brother's feelings of resentment, as his own frailty in childhood had led their parents to shower him with attention, inadvertently overshadowing the needs of his other siblings. The eldest brother remained steady and uncompetitive, while the second brother, Jenny, directed his discontent towards Lin Long. From a young age, Jenny recognized that his younger brother belonged to the category of slime mischief makers. Throughout his life, whenever they ventured out to brawl, Jenny would return battered and bruised, while his brother emerged unscathed. Although lacking in strength, he possessed an unparalleled cunning. When faced with a crowd, his presence would be elusive, yet, when the numbers were few, no one could surpass him in delivering a sneak attack. From childhood to adulthood, the second brother had always found Lin Long to be an eyesore. However, in their clandestine contests of wit, he consistently faced defeat, winning only 1 out of 10 encounters. Each time he reflected on this, Jenny felt a pang of despair. Lin Long and the second brother delighted in their rivalry, a joy absent in their previous life. Lin Long picked up a rabbit leg and handed it to his sister, who beamed with delight and exclaimed, "Thank you, third brother. You are my favorite." Lin Long turned to the second brother, exuding pride, for today Jenny had suffered another defeat. That night, Lin Long sat atop the roof, gazing up at the luminous moon. The second brother's snoring was particularly bothersome, keeping him awake. Yet, the predominant source of his unease stemmed from concern for his father. Never before had he worried so deeply for another's safety. In his previous life, only one person had occupied his thoughts, and that was his master. Yet, as the foremost figure in the Daoist realm, he never feared for his master's well-being. In this life, however, the mere absence of his father for a single night troubled him greatly. Ola pushed the door open and took a sip of water. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of someone on the roof and, upon raising his gaze, discovered Lin Long perched there. Surprised, Ola leapt lightly onto the rooftop and asked, "What troubles you, third brother?" Can't sleep? Lin Long smiled and nodded. The second brother's snoring is unbearable. We must persuade father to build a few more rooms. I cannot bear to share a sleeping space with him any longer. Listening to the thunderous snores of the second brother, Ola chuckled as well. Are you troubled? Ola suddenly inquired, clearly having noticed Lin Long's unusual demeanor that evening. Lin Long opened his mouth, uncertain of how to express himself. Ola did not rush him. The night breeze felt significantly cooler than the day, and he reclined, waiting patiently for Lin Long to gather his thoughts. Brother, do you think I am particularly useless? Lin Long finally spoke, his eyes fixed on the moon. Ola remained silent, understanding that Lin Long had more to say. Throughout my life, I have struggled with even the simplest tasks of washing and cooking. While children my age are already hunting alongside their fathers, I am relegated to the task of mowing grass, which I can only manage through my father's assistance. I had hoped that today's test would alter my fate, yet I have failed once more. I am at a loss as to what my future holds. Am I destined to burden my parents for a lifetime? What merit do I possess that warrants such favoritism from them? Since joining this family, I have contributed nothing, merely drawing sustenance from them. Lin Long's voice faltered, and at that moment, tears streamed down his face, illuminated by the moonlight. The guilt he felt towards his family pierced him like a dagger, inflicting daily anguish. If he were indeed a mere 14-year-old boy, perhaps he would not dwell on such thoughts. Yet, having lived 2 lives, he could not escape these burdens. Ola sat up, placing her hand gently on Lin Long's shoulder, gazing at the bright moon as she began to speak. From childhood to now, you have always been the most worry-free child for your parents. Although you are not skilled in cooking or laundry, you learn quickly. Every day, you cut the grass, never allowing me or the second brother to assist you. Eldest brother understands that you possess an immense pride within you. Today's test is inconsequential. It does not determine your survival as a magician. Being an ordinary person is the reality for most individuals. As for whether you burden your parents, you ought to ask them directly. In any case, the eldest brother fears not being a lifelong burden to you. Among family, the notion of burden is non-existent. Ola patted Lin Long on the shoulder and returned to the house, leaving him in solitude. Lin Long stared blankly at the bright moon, lost in his thoughts. In the early morning, the sun rose, accompanied by the calls of unknown birds outside the courtyard. Lin Long, sporting dark circles under his eyes, silently began practicing his punches in the yard. The martial art he practiced was known as the Daoist Tai Yulong fist. Ever since he arrived in this world and could no longer perceive even a trace of spiritual energy, this was his first time engaging in martial arts. The Tai Yulong fist is a foundational technique of the Daoist outer sect. Once mastered, Lin Long estimated he could achieve the strength of a level 3 warrior, with a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In the past, he had dismissed external sect techniques, focusing solely on the pinnacle of Daoist arts. His unwavering dedication to cultivation had led him to overlook many aspects, resulting in his current inability to wield various divine abilities without spiritual energy. After his conversation with his elder brother last night, he now aspired to perfect the techniques of the Daoist outer sect, accumulating more silver to ease his parents' burdens. Who could have anticipated that the once most talented disciple of the Daoist sect now labored so diligently for the sake of wealth? The second brother was roused from his slumber by the sound of Lin Long's punches and, upon rising, teased him. Little third, practicing punches so early. What use is this soft, feeble technique? Why not soften up today and call me second brother for once? I could teach you a thing or two. Over the past decade, due to frequent bickering, Lin Long had never called him second brother, always referring to him simply as second. Ignoring his brother's incessant chatter, Lin Long continued his practice. The eldest brother was awakened by their banter, and their mother emerged from the house, her face bearing faint dark circles. Their father had not returned home all night, and though their mother did not show it, she appeared to have worried throughout the night. After breakfast, the family silently awaited the father's return, as both elder brothers had been accepted into the academy and planned to depart for Tianshui Academy in 3 days. The town was far from Tianshui City, and given that they would be walking, an early departure was necessary. The 2 brothers had decided against working these last few days, wishing to spend more time with their parents. Lin Long could have gone out to work, but he found himself lacking the motivation today. Thus, the family sat quietly in the courtyard, awaiting the father's arrival. As noon approached, a commotion outside the yard captured their attention. Despite his physical limitations, Lin Long swiftly ran out the gate, followed closely by his elder brother, second brother, and younger sister. He opened the yard gate and looked toward the source of the noise, and soon, all the brothers, in unison, exclaimed, "Father!" Not far from the entrance of their home, two individuals were seen carrying a man who was making his way towards Lin Long. The man being carried was none other than Lin Long's father, Karasoli. Hearing the cries of several children, Karas struggled to open his eyes and gazed at the approaching children, managing to muster a faint smile. His father was alive. There was no need for tears. However, after uttering a single sentence, Karas was overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body. He clenched his teeth tightly, striving to maintain his composure for the sake of the children, fearful of causing them distress. Yet, it wasn't long before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Roland, hearing the commotion, rushed outside and upon witnessing her husband's pitiful state, felt the world spin around her, and she too fainted. Mother. Lin Long hurriedly carried his mother back into the house. Chapter 4. Spiritual energy. The two men carrying Karas regarded the scene before them with a sense of pity. After placing Karas inside, they handed a portion of monster meat to the eldest, along with 20 glittering gold coins. This was the compensation from the Baron for Karas, along with some meat from a fourth-tier monster. Ola, you take care of this. The eldest brother, Ola, stood momentarily dazed, motionless. Lin Long stepped forward to accept the gold coins and the monster meat. Uncle Des, why is my father in this condition? What exactly happened? Lin Long recognized both men as they were guards from the Baron's estate, residing not far from his home and often visiting. Des appeared somewhat apprehensive, declining to answer Lin Long's questions. Instead, he handed Lin Long 50 silver coins. This is a small token from the two of us. Use it to buy some nourishing food for Karas. Should anything arise, feel free to call for me at my home. I must take my leave now. As Lin Long watched the two depart, he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. If it were merely a hunt for monsters, even if injured, the men would not display such apprehension. They could simply have told Lin Long the truth without any need for concealment. Observing the calamity that had befallen his household, Lin Long felt a surge of helplessness. Both his parents lay in the house, unaware of when they might awaken. His younger sister, frightened by the scene, was crying nearby while his second brother attempted to console her. The eldest brother, momentarily at a loss, realized they were merely children, albeit somewhat precocious, yet now devoid of direction. Eldest brother, Lin Long called out to Ola, "Please go to the town and fetch a healer to attend to our father." Upon seeing Ola regain his senses, Lin Long promptly issued his command. "Understood, third brother." Ola responded, quickly dashing out. "Second brother, please boil some hot water and prepare some rice porridge. When our parents awaken, they will need something warm to eat. I will take care of our sister." Lin Long instructed as he approached his younger sister. The second brother nodded in silence. Earlier, Uncle Des brought a piece of monster meat. "Chop some into the porridge." Lin Long reminded his second brother and then gently patted his sister's head. "Do not be afraid, no more tears. You can lie down in the room for a while. Even if the sky were to fall, your third brother will be here to support you. Be good." Lin Long's voice possessed a certain charm, prompting his sister to wipe her eyes and cease her crying. "I'm fine, third brother. I will help second brother boil the water," his little sister said, her eyes red-rimmed. Lin Long nodded in agreement. Not long after, Ola returned home with an elderly gentleman. "How is he?" Lin Long inquired anxiously, casting a worried glance at the old man. The others held their breath, equally concerned. The elder shook his head, speaking slowly, "It is not good. If my assessment is correct, he has sustained a severe injury to his heart meridian from a single blow. Fortunately, his assailant did not strike to kill, otherwise, he would already be a lifeless corpse. Your mother is fine. Her condition is merely a result of stress. Once she regains consciousness, she will need time to recuperate." Upon hearing this, the younger sister could no longer contain herself, bursting into tears. "Can my father be saved?" Lin Long ignored his sister's sobs and pressed for answers. "It is not difficult to awaken him," the elder began, yet he hesitated to continue. "But what?" The second brother, characterized by his impetuous nature, interjected. "Even if he is revived, he will be but a shell of his former self, inferior to an ordinary person," the elder finally admitted after a lengthy pause. The first and second brothers felt a wave of dizziness, as if the very heavens were collapsing upon them. Lin Long, maintaining his composure, insisted, "Let us prioritize the revival of my parents." The elder nodded, raising his arm slightly, his lips moving as a surge of green light enveloped Carlo and Roland. The luminescence lingered briefly before the elder withdrew his arm. In a short while, the patient will awaken. In the following days, ensure he consumes nourishing food. There is nothing to worry about. I shall take my leave now." Lin Long rose to escort the elder out of the courtyard. "What is the fee for your services?" The elder, perceiving Lin Long's youth and the family's recent misfortunes, felt a pang of sympathy. "Ordinarily, I charge 10 gold coins for a house call, but for you, I shall only require half." Lin Long did not engage in needless discourse. He understood that in this world, anything related to magic carries substantial value. He counted out 5 gold coins and handed them to the elder. The elder accepted the coins, his eyes reflecting regret as he remarked, "Alas, my own talent is mediocre. I possess only the strength of a magic apprentice and can assist you no further. Should you encounter a water mage of 4th rank or above in the future, their intervention may still offer a chance for your father's recovery. The root of your mother's ailment can also be treated." "You mean my mother has a root cause?" Lin Long responded, incredulous. The elder nodded. "Your mother's condition stems from an unknown injury to her foundation. Yet a mage of 4th rank or higher should be able to cure it." With that, the elder departed. Lin Long committed the elder's words to memory, although he currently had no idea where to find a mage of such caliber. Upon returning to the house, he found his parents already awake. "Father," Lin Long called softly. Although Carlo had regained consciousness, he was still racked with pain, yet he managed to force a smile. "Leon, your father is all right. What on earth happened? How did you get hurt?" Lin Long pressed. Carlo was reluctant to elaborate, simply stating that he had been clawed by a 4th rank magical beast. Noticing his father's reticence, Lin Long refrained from pressing further. The room fell into a hushed silence as Roland also awakened, gazing at her husband with silent tears. After a moment, she wiped her eyes and instructed Lin Long, "Third son, go prepare some food for your father. He must be hungry." The second brother, not waiting for Lin Long to rise, hurried to the kitchen and returned with a bowl of porridge that had been prepared earlier. After consuming a bowl of rice porridge, Carlo's complexion regained a hint of color as he gazed at his wife, his face marred with regret. He was acutely aware of the state of his own body. He understood that he would never recover to the 3rd rank, not to mention returning to the 3rd rank. He was even less likely to attain the 1st rank of a warrior. As these thoughts consumed him, tears streamed down his cheeks. Not wishing for his wife and children to witness his sorrow, he quickly turned his head away, seemingly understanding her husband's turmoil. Roland sent Lin Long and the others to have lunch. It had been a long time since the family had shared a meal. Yet the atmosphere among the 4 siblings was far from joyful. At the dining table, the brothers sat in silence, an unusual tranquility enveloping them, a stark contrast to the usual chatter of their meals together. The porridge, enriched with chunks of beast meat, was delectable, yet the brothers clearly had no appetite. Lin Long took a small sip, when suddenly, his eyes widened, and he leapt up from the table, his expression a mixture of shock and excitement. "What's the matter, third brother?" inquired the second brother, Jenny, casting a disapproving glance at Lin Long's sudden outburst. Ignoring Jenny's dissatisfaction, Lin Long hurriedly took a large mouthful of the meat porridge, savoring it with keen attention. Indeed, a trace of spiritual energy was slowly entering his body. Instinctively, Lin Long began to channel the Taoist heart method, drawing the energy within him. His lips trembled as he murmured in a dazed manner, "Spiritual energy. It truly is spiritual energy. It really is." "What did you say, third brother?" His companions looked at him with puzzled expressions. After a moment, Lin Long gradually calmed his racing heart, dismissing their curiosity as he pondered. He had consumed porridge countless times without encountering spiritual energy, and the low-level beast meat they had eaten yesterday had also lacked such vitality. Therefore, the source of this phenomenon must lie within the piece of fourth-rank beast meat. With urgency, Lin Long rushed to the kitchen, slicing off a portion of beast meat, foregoing the cooking process, and directly placing it into his mouth. A surge of spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. "Father, mother," Lin Long hurriedly approached his parents. Carlo, tears streaming down his face, had been engaged in a conversation with his wife, but upon seeing Lin Long, he quickly wiped his tears away. "What's wrong, Leon?" his mother asked, noticing the urgency in her youngest son. "Father, mother, do you know where I can purchase fourth-rank beast meat?" Lin Long's voice carried a trace of excitement. "Calm down, Leon. Why the sudden inquiry?" His mother urged him to steady his emotions. "I don't quite know how to explain this, but I intend to buy some fourth-rank beast meat." Lin Long took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Upon hearing Lin Long's declaration, His parents exchanged glances of surprise. Carlo's expression turned slightly troubled as he looked at Lin Long and said, "Indeed, it is available for purchase, but the prices are rather steep. A single fourth-rank beast may cost upwards of 100 gold coins." Carlo did not specify where to buy the fourth-rank beast meat, but first mentioned the price, implying that such an expense was far beyond their means. Understanding the implication behind his father's words, Lin Long pressed his lips together. Carlo then queried, "Leon, what do you intend to do with the fourth-rank beast meat?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Long simply uttered a single word, "Eat." Upon hearing this from the third son, both individuals furrowed their brows. Carlo addressed Lin Long, saying, "Third brother, our father's health is stable. There is no need for a fourth-tier magical beast. Such creatures are exceedingly costly, and it would be wasteful to expend them on me." Carlo, somewhat misunderstanding, assumed that Lin Long intended to procure a fourth-tier beast to hasten his recovery. After a brief period of reflection, Lin Long solemnly gazed at his parents and declared, "Father, Mother, I intend to purchase a fourth-tier magical beast for myself." Upon hearing this, Roland was about to interject, but was swiftly interrupted by Lin Long, who continued, "Father, Mother, if my estimations are correct, I can heal father." "What?" The couple exchanged incredulous looks. "You say you can heal your father?" Roland could scarcely believe her ears and pressed for clarification. Lin Long nodded, adding, "Moreover, I can also heal my own leg." The couple exchanged a silent glance, pondering the implications. After a prolonged silence, Carlo, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "Third brother, you may not fully grasp my condition." His words trailed off as Lin Long earnestly interjected, "Father, while I may not understand your body, I know myself. If my estimations are correct, I can mend your injuries." The confidence in Lin Long's voice was unmistakable. Observing Lin Long's serious demeanor, the couple fell into silence. They had never witnessed their third son exhibit such gravity. From his birth, he had caused them little concern, embodying a maturity that was typically associated with adults. It was indeed the first time they had encountered him in such a serious light. "Very well. I believe in you, Leon. Surely you have your reasons. It is the first time I have seen you this earnest. However, fourth-tier magical beasts are quite rare in our small town." Lin Long felt a tinge of helplessness. It was understandable that such creatures were uncommon in their remote locale. Yet, fortuitously, a fourth-tier magical beast was readily available at the Baroness estate. Carlo gestured for Lin Long to assist him in rising. "I will accompany you to the Baroness estate to procure that magical beast." "Father, your health?" Lin Long hesitated. "It's fine. Although I lack the prowess of a third tier, I can still manage normal movement. Besides, my current appearance will facilitate negotiations." With Lin Long's support, Carlo gradually descended to the ground. Roland rummaged through a cabinet and produced a bundle. Handing it to Lin Long, Carlo gazed at the bundle, his eyes reddening once more. This bundle, which Roland had never produced in the face of adversity, was now offered unreservedly for his sake. The pain in his heart intensified, knowing that his wife must be suffering even more. Yet, apart from this bundle, what other options did he have? Carlo stepped forward and embraced his wife, remaining silent for a long time. His wife, however, smiled and reassured him, "It's all right. After all these years, the burdens of the heart have long since dissipated. For your sake, there is nothing I would not sacrifice. This contains valuables worth at least 100 gold coins. Let us use these to acquire the fourth-tier magical beast." Though Rowling spoke lightly, she could not conceal the sorrow within her heart. Carlo's eyes were reddened, tears unconsciously streaming down his cheeks. It is often said that a man seldom weeps, yet Carlo had lost count of how many times he had cried that day, witnessing her husband in tears. His wife gently wiped his face with her hand, her voice tender as she reassured him, "It is all right. It is all right." Upon leaving their home, Lin Long carried a bundle on his left shoulder while supporting Carlo with his right hand. He quietly inquired, "Father, what is this package?" Carlo, with a wistful expression and a bitter smile, replied, "This is your mother's dowry." Lin Long felt a tumult of emotions within him, recognizing the significance of this package to his mother. From a young age, the four brothers knew that when their mother wed their father, her own father had vehemently opposed the union. Lin Long could understand his grandfather's stance. After all, who would willingly allow their daughter to marry a mere third-tier warrior? Though a third-tier warrior might be considered formidable in their small town, such individuals were commonplace in a grand city like Tianshui. At that time, their grandfather had sought a young and talented suitor for their mother, a sixth-tier warrior, merely 18 years old. Yet, their mother resolutely chose to marry their father. Despite his relentless efforts to advance in rank over the years, their father's struggle to ascend beyond third tier had proven fruitless, as sometimes hard work is rendered insignificant in the face of innate talent. Having remained stagnant at third tier for far too long, it seemed unlikely he would ever reach fourth tier. This recent injury struck a devastating blow to him. This dowry was secretly given by your grandmother. When your grandfather learned that Rolling was determined to marry me, he declared that if she dared to wed, she would no longer be his daughter. Though your mother may appear gentle, she possesses an indomitable spirit. Thus, for over a decade, she has refrained from taking you all back to your grandfather's home. Despite the hardships we have faced, we have never touched the dowry given by your grandmother. Your mother occasionally takes it out, reminiscing about the past. It is all my fault for not being capable enough to provide you with a happy life. If only I could break through to sixth tier, your mother would not have had to endure the shame of not returning to her family for so many years. Carlo lamented with self-reproach. Lin Long paused, placing a reassuring hand on his father's shoulder, and then spoke playfully. Father, sometimes being born into a good situation is a talent in itself. When I advance to sixth tier, I shall proudly bring mother back home. Carlo retorted with mock annoyance. You little rascal. Do you think reaching sixth tier is that easy? Lin Long merely smiled, remaining silent. If he truly had the ability to cultivate, what significance did sixth tier hold? Chapter 6. A turn of events. Lin Long's home was not far from the Baroness' residence, and it did not take long for them to arrive. Carlo approached the door and knocked. After a moment, it was opened. Esteemed Lord Carlo, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? The butler inquired, observing Carlo and Lin Long with surprise. Carlo nodded and asked the butler, Is Lord Liff still in? The butler replied, The Baron is currently engaged in battle with 2 fourth-tier magical beasts and is not having an easy time of it. He is now catching up on some rest. Carlo nodded in understanding, addressing the steward, Let us wait in the side chamber. There is no need to rouse the Baron, as matters are not urgent. The steward inclined his head slightly and led the two to the Baroness' side chamber. After a considerable time had passed, over an hour later, Baron Liff arrived. Somewhat tardily. The moment he entered the room, Lin Long's gaze shifted toward him. Baron Liff was of modest stature, only slightly taller than Lin Long, classifying him as of average height. His hair was somewhat disheveled, a strand falling over his forehead, giving him a rather lackluster appearance. His eyes appeared somewhat hazy, clearly still ensnared by slumber. Lin Long and Carlo rose to greet the Baron with a bow. Once their salutations were complete, the Baron seated himself in the main chair, gesturing for them to sit and converse. I am pleased to see you in good health, Carlo, Baron Liff yawned, shaking his head to shake off the remnants of sleep. I apologize for the matter regarding Sarah. Upon hearing this, Carlo stood from his chair and clasped his hands together, saying, My Lord Baron, I understand. You are not to blame. Baron Liff rubbed his eyes, striving to awaken fully, and gestured for Carlo to take his seat once more. What brings you here today? Carlo spoke with reverence. Esteemed Baron, I wish to inquire about the corpse of the Earth Splitter bear from yesterday. Is it still available? If so, do you have any intention of selling it? I would like to purchase it. Carlo was direct in his request. The Baron looked at him with surprise, then asked with a composed demeanor, May I inquire about your reasoning, Carlo? What do you intend to do with it? Carlo hesitated for a moment, glancing at his son before stating plainly, to eat. The Baron was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he realized, Dear Carlo, are you intending to use a fourth-tier magical beast for healing? My Lord Baron, you misunderstand. It is not for me, but rather for Leon. Carlo quickly clarified. The Baron turned his gaze toward Lin Long, having seen this young lad before. He could hardly fathom that Carlo was purchasing the magical beast for his son. Baron Liff furrowed his brow slightly. Carlo, while I can comprehend your intention for healing, feeding Leon such a creature is not a prudent choice. Although a fourth-tier magical beast would significantly enhance his strength, Carlo, this is a method typically employed by noble families. They specifically hunt high-tier magical beasts for their exceptional heirs to bolster their power. However, for your family, the Baron did not continue, his implications clear. Thank you for your counsel, my Lord Baron, but my mind is made up, Carlo asserted firmly. Ah, very well, Carlo. However, I must inform you that I have already sold the Earth Splitter bear to Mr. Rollet in town. You may not be aware, but his son is about to become the first mage in our small town. The Baroness' tone carried a hint of envy. Upon hearing that the Earth Splitter bear had already been sold, Lin Long felt a tightening in his chest. Moreover, from the Baroness' words, it seemed Rowlett was the father of Cursed. Reflecting on the past grievances with Cursed, Lin Long felt a headache coming on, wishing he had refrained from using underhanded tactics over the years. Carlo hurriedly addressed the Baron. My Lord Baron, Leon is in dire need of this magical beast. Might you consider selling it to us? I can discuss it with Lorelei. A look of hesitation crossed Baron Lift's face. I apologize, Carlo. I had no idea you were so in need of this creature. Otherwise, I would have certainly reserved it for you. However, having already made a commitment to another party, I cannot retract my promise. I hope you can understand. Dejected, Carlo sank into a chair, fully aware that his request placed the Baron in a difficult position. Lorelei will arrive shortly. You may speak with him directly, Baron Lift suggested. Carlo nodded helplessly, waiting in his seat. Before long, the steward approached. Sir, Mr. Lorelei has arrived. Please escort him to the storeroom. We shall join him directly, Baron Lift instructed, rising from his seat. Carlo and the Baron promptly followed. Upon their arrival at the storeroom, a burly man had just reached the entrance. Greetings, Baron Lift. I shall take the earth-shattering bear shortly. Here are 200 gold coins. Please verify, Lorelei stated. Addressing the Baron, Baron Lift smiled slightly. I naturally trust Mr. Lorelei, but a minor complication has arisen. What do you mean? Is Baron Lift no longer inclined to sell to me? Lorelei's expression darkened. Allow me to explain, Carlo interjected, sensing the Baron's intention to clarify the situation. Baron Lift nodded in agreement. Greetings, Mr. Lorelei. The matter is this. Could we possibly purchase the earth-shattering bear? Carlo's tone was filled with earnestness. I had no idea, mister. Carlo dabbled in forging. Lorelei remarked coolly, displeasure evident on his face. Carlo paused, suddenly realizing that as the sole blacksmith in town, Lorelei sought materials derived from magical beasts. Remembering this, Carlo quickly clarified, Mr. Lorelei, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We have no interest in those materials. We solely wish to acquire the bear's meat. Upon hearing this, Lorelei's demeanor softened, though he still appeared somewhat troubled. While I do not place much value on the bear's meat, my son is set to depart for the Tianshui Academy early tomorrow. I intend to prepare some fine dishes to nourish him. The fourth-tier earth-shattering bear is indeed a delicacy. Suddenly, Lin Long interjected, Uncle Lorelei, I am quite close with Cursed. Might I implore you to part with this magical beast? You could spare a piece for Cursed to enjoy. Consider it a gift from me to him. Friends must learn to share, as my mother often teaches me. Lin Long emphasized the importance of friendship earnestly. Well, very well. What is your name? Such politeness. Lorelei acquiesced. Realizing that he could not consume such a large portion of bear meat himself, a single piece would suffice. My name is Leon Sori. Please inform Cursed that I owe him a favor this time. Lin Long, relieved by Lorelei's agreement, let out a quiet sigh. Favors and all that. Friends must support one another. Baron Lift, let us proceed as such. Lorelei laughed heartily. Baron Lifu nodded and instructed his attendants to remove the materials from the magical bear, subsequently cutting off a generous piece of thigh meat to hand to Rawl. Nodding in acknowledgement to both the Baron and Carlo, Rawl departed. Upon returning home, he gazed at his son, a smile of contentment gracing his face. With his son suddenly becoming a magician, who in the town would not seek to curry favor with him. This thought filled Rawl with delight as he kindled a fire to prepare a meal. Chapter 7. The Contest of Chi. My Lord Baron, I just witnessed Mr. Rawl bestow upon you 100 gold coins. Thus, I present you with the remaining 100. Carlo promptly addressed the Baron. After a moment of contemplation, Baron Lifu replied, No need for a full 100, 70 gold coins will suffice. Hearing this price, Carlo's gaze towards the Baron brimmed with gratitude. This price was indeed a bargain. Even without the materials for crafting, the worth of the flesh from a fourth-tier magical beast far exceeded 70 gold coins. It was evident that the Baron had offered a concession due to Carlo's wounded state. Thank you, my Lord Baron. Carlo expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Lin Long handed the bundle he carried to the Baron. Observing the exquisite items within, the Baron inquired of Carlo. These splendid artifacts are clearly the work of a master craftsman. I have heard that your wife hails from a prestigious family in Tianshui City. Could this be her dowry? Carlo, slightly flushed, nodded in response, silently critiquing the Baron for his bluntness. Even if one could guess, must such truths be laid bare? Upon seeing Carlo's nod, the Baron refrained from further comment. It was evident that items crafted by a master were valuable. The Baron subtly agreed to the transaction. fully aware that these were indeed Carlo's wife's dowry. Nevertheless, business remained business, and he was prepared to accept them. At that moment, Lin Long stood up and slightly bowed, saying, "Esteemed Baron, the transaction between you and my father has concluded, and I, too, have a matter of business I wish to discuss with you." At Lin Long's words, Baron Li Fu raised an eyebrow. Carlo looked at Lin Long in surprise, tugging at his sleeve. Lin Long shook his head gently, signaling his father to allow him to finish speaking. "My lord Baron, these items are indeed my mother's dowry. She was reluctant to part with them, but chose to sell them for my sake. However, I request that you do not accept these items. In exchange, I promise to undertake 2 tasks for you free of charge in the future." Carlo, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. Was this not a blatant attempt to pull a fast one? Such an unsubstantiated promise. Surely the Baron was not foolish enough to agree. Baron Li Fu paused, slightly taken aback by Lin Long's words. Then, as if he had heard an amusing jest, he chuckled and replied, "Young man, do you realize that even if you consume this earth-rending magical bear and become a third-tier warrior like your father, what would it matter? I have never doubted the potential of youth, yet I have also witnessed too many unfortunate realities in this world. Perhaps one day you may surpass me, or perhaps you will not. I cannot place my faith in the promises you offer. Do you understand?" Lin Long nodded in agreement with the Baron's words. Yet he remained undeterred, continuing, "There is no need to rush into this decision, my lord Baron. You may wait until I have finished this magical beast before making your choice. After all, the transaction between my father and you has already come into effect. Has it not?" The Baron nodded, his gaze flickering with curiosity as he scrutinized the young lad once more. Although a significant portion of its thigh had been severed, the magical bear still weighed 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, resembling a small mountain in its presence. One could sense its ferocity and life simply by observing its size. The Baron gazed at the carcass of the magical bear and chuckled, had it not been for its encounter with that battlefield magical bull, resulting in mutual destruction. Our party would have had no choice but to flee. A 4th-tier magical beast is exceedingly difficult for us humans to defeat one-on-one when at the same tier. Unfortunately, half of the spoils have been unjustly claimed by Sila. At this thought, Baron Li Fu felt a wave of irritation. Lin Long, staring at the magical bear before him, suddenly inquired of the Baron, "My lord Baron, what accounts for the stark differences between a 4th-tier magical beast and the lower-tier beasts we commonly consume?" Hearing Lin Long's question, the Baron raised an eyebrow. "You perceive it, do you? Generally speaking, the flesh of beasts ranked 4th tier or above enhances our physical prowess. The distinction between 3rd and 4th-tier magical beasts is akin to a chasm, much like the difference between a 3rd-level and a 4th-level warrior among humans. What sets apart a 3rd-level warrior from a 4th-level warrior?" Lin Long pressed, having often heard his father speak of the Baron's strength, attributing it to his status as a 4th-level warrior. However, Lin Long had limited knowledge on the subject, making this the perfect opportunity to inquire further. Noticing Lin Long's confusion and finding it a harmless curiosity, Baron Li Fu began to explain. The most apparent difference between a 4th-level warrior and a 3rd-level warrior is that the former possesses fighting spirit. Fighting spirit? What is that? Lin Long questioned, his eyes betraying his confusion. "Allow me to illustrate. When your father is uninjured, his full-force strike can exert 1,000 pounds of power. However, should he ascend to the 4th level and acquire fighting spirit, his combat strength could multiply tenfold," the Baron stated nonchalantly. "Tenfold? That would mean a weight of 10,000 pounds. Lin Long marveled inwardly. Baron Li Fu nodded. "Precisely. Thus, the disparity between 3rd-level and 4th-level warriors resembles an insurmountable chasm. The tenfold increase in combat strength does not imply that 10 3rd-level warriors could collectively overcome a 4th-level warrior. The 1,000 pounds of force from a 3rd-level warrior striking a 4th-level warrior would be ineffective if the latter utilizes fighting spirit for defense. Therefore, even if 10 3rd-level warriors attacked a 4th-level warrior simultaneously, they would have no hope of victory, at least not until the 4th-level warrior's fighting spirit was nearly exhausted. The same principle applies to magical beasts. They undergo a metamorphosis between the 3rd and 4th tiers, akin to the emergence of fighting spirit in 4th-level warriors. Thus, consuming 4th-tier magical beasts enhances our physical constitution. Lin Long pondered this, realizing that according to the Baron, it is highly likely that 4th-tier magical beasts harbor spiritual energy within them, significantly augmenting their strength. Hence, after consuming a 4th-tier magical beast, one would feel the influx of spiritual energy. You may proceed to take it away. Do you need me to send someone to assist you? The Baron inquired, casting a glance towards Carlo. Lin Long hastened to the magical bear, slicing a small piece of meat with his knife and placing it into his mouth. Upon tasting the bear meat, it transformed into spiritual energy, which Lin Long absorbed. Indeed, it was as he suspected. All fourth-tier magical beasts possessed spiritual energy. Lin Long spoke to the Baron. I must trouble you once more, my lord. Let us roast it here. In a moment, I shall reveal my unique talents to you. After I finish, we can continue our discussion regarding the earlier transaction. Roast it here? The Baron exclaimed in surprise. Afterward, you won't be able to eat it all anyway. You'll still have to return home to digest it slowly. Lin Long merely smiled in silence and again requested the Baron's assistance in roasting the meat. The Baron instructed his butler to gather people to roast the magical bear meat, for he was curious to see what this young man was truly capable of. Time passed steadily, and within less than an hour, the bear meat was ready. Chapter 8. Foundation Establishment. Once cooked, Lin Long rushed to the meat, his hands tirelessly slicing it, while his mouth was equally busy, continuously sending piece after piece into his eager mouth. As he savored the long-missed spiritual energy, Lin Long could hardly contain the joy in his eyes, akin to a traveler in the desert who stumbles upon a verdant oasis. The Baron looked at Lin Long in astonishment. In less than a tea brewing's time, he had nearly consumed a third of the meat. It was important to note that this amounted to nearly 4,000 pounds, and he had already devoured over 1,000 pounds. Would such a copious intake of magical beast meat not cause him to burst? Watching Lin Long continue to eat voraciously, the Baron turned to Carlo with a sympathetic expression, saying, having such a ravenous son must be quite the challenge for you, Carlo. Carlo could only offer a weary smile, saying nothing more. This was the first time he had witnessed such an insatiable appetite in his third son. 1,000 pounds of meat. If he were to indulge in such a feast daily, the Baron was overly optimistic. How could he possibly afford it? Lin Long disregarded their conversation, his focus solely on the meat before him. The moment the meat entered his mouth, it transformed into strands of spiritual energy. Let it be known, it mattered not if there were 4,000 pounds or more. As long as the meat possessed spiritual energy, he could consume it in its entirety. For Lin Long, what he lacked was spiritual energy. As for any bottlenecks, he had already overcome those during his previous cultivation, rendering them non-existent. To put it frankly, as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, given enough time, he could restore himself to his previous realm of cultivation. As Lin Long consumed faster and faster, he simultaneously guided the spiritual energy to circulate around his body. When only a tenth of the bear meat remained, he finally paused his voracious swallowing. Closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged, he placed his hands on his knees, forming the mudra. As the spiritual energy within him circulated in circles, after completing 36 great cycles, a sharp crack echoed as Lin Long slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. At last, he had succeeded. He had reached the first layer of foundation establishment. Though the meditation had taken but a moment, more than an hour had passed outside. The Baron and Carlo observed Lin Long for that entire duration, neither daring to disturb him. As Lin Long opened his eyes, both individuals turned their gaze upon him. They both sensed an indescribable aura emanating from Lin Long. Although his appearance had not changed, he seemed to transcend the mundane world. His long black hair danced in the absence of wind, and his eyes sparkled like stars. A smile graced Lin Long's lips, while the leaves in the courtyard fluttered gracefully. In that moment, the world within the courtyard revolved around Lin Long. Merely by sitting there, he created an illusion of time standing still. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Long stepped forward with determination, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. As if thunder roared in the air, his eyes sparkled with joy, devoid of the previous bitterness and humility. If one were to inquire what the most significant gift of being reborn as a cultivator was for Lin Long, it would undoubtedly be the overwhelming confidence that surged within him. Just hours ago, it felt as though the sky was collapsing upon his family. Yet now Lin Long possessed the conviction to mend the heavens. With steady and powerful strides, Lin Long approached Carlo. "Excellent. Wonderful," Carlo exclaimed, his eyes glistening with tears of joy as he momentarily forgot his own injuries, overwhelmed by the delight of his son's restored vigor. Lin Long smiled at Baron Liff, saying, "My lord, let us continue our discussion regarding our transaction." Baron Liff's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he paused, addressing Lin Long. You have indeed shown me something remarkable. Yes, particularly your appetite. However, I must candidly state that such a talent would be advantageous had you been born into a prominent family. With your current abilities, while your strength may increase rapidly, you hail from a humble background where it is rare to encounter a high-tier magical beast. Moreover, consuming more does not necessarily equate to becoming stronger. Thus, this alone does not sway me. Lin Long gazed at the Baron with a hint of exasperation, inwardly criticizing. Is that all you notice? My extraordinary capacity to consume? Did I urge you to focus on that? Can you not see my ethereal demeanor, my detachment from the world? Do you not perceive my celestial bearing, reminiscent of an immortal? With a sigh, Lin Long gestured invitingly towards the Baron, a gesture that signified a challenge in this world. Luan, do not be rude, Carlo admonished, feeling a mix of disbelief and concern for his son, who seemed to have lost his senses. After all, Baron Lif was a peak-level warrior, far beyond Lin Long's capabilities. Baron Lif waved a dismissive hand at Carlo and chuckled. It's nothing. He is merely a child, unfamiliar with the world, thinking that defeating a magical beast has greatly enhanced his strength. Since you are eager, I shall ascertain whether your abilities warrant this transaction. Without further ado, Baron Lif unleashed his full might towards Lin Long. Lin Long regarded the Baron's powerful strike with a slight smile. Tensing his legs, he leapt with all his strength, raising his fist to meet the Baron's blow. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom, sending dust swirling into the air. Lin Long staggered back a step before regaining his balance, while the Baron landed lightly on the ground. Observing Lin Long, who had only retreated a single step, the Baron expressed surprise. Your strength is indeed commendable. At such a young age, you have already surpassed your father. After listening to the words of the Baron, Lin Long did not rush to counterattack but instead inquired, did you just employ battle energy? The Baron, as if hearing the grandest of jokes, erupted into hearty laughter. Battle energy? If I had unleashed my battle energy just now, you likely would not have been able to stand again. That was merely a full-force punch. I did not utilize battle energy at all. Lin Long's face bore a look of skepticism. You did not use battle energy? That punch just now had nearly 10,000 pounds of force. You clearly stated earlier that such strength could only be achieved with battle energy. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, the Baron smiled slightly and began to elucidate. Under normal circumstances, a newly promoted level 4 fighter does not differ much from a level 3 fighter. A punch would only yield about 1,000 pounds of force. As you know, the most evident characteristic of reaching level 4 is the possession of battle energy. Our bodies and battle energy are akin to a jar filled with water. If we wish to grow stronger, the jar must continually expand, and the water must fill it ever more, thus augmenting our strength. I am on the verge of entering level 5. Even without utilizing battle energy, each full-force strike of mine possesses the power of 10,000 pounds. That you could withstand it is already beyond my expectations. Lin Long nodded. After all, this was his first encounter with someone from this world, primarily focused on gathering intelligence. Unbeknownst to the Baron, although he had not employed battle energy, Lin Long had also refrained from calling upon spiritual power, instead relying solely on the strength of his body at the first level of Qi training to withstand the Baron's strike. He now had a rough understanding of the Baron's strength. Lin Long slightly parted his legs, one hand extended forward with the palm facing up, while the other hand retracted slightly, clenched into a fist. The Tai Dragon fist was now revealed for the first time to an outsider. My turn now, my lord. Be careful. The Baron, who had initially intended to withdraw, was taken aback by Lin Long's continued advance. Observing the stance Lin Long adopted, the Baron felt an unexpected sense of crisis. Tai Dragon. Before the Baron could fully comprehend, he saw Lin Long's figure appear before him in an instant. The fierce wind from the punch brushing against his face with a slight sting. In the blink of an eye, Lin Long's fist struck directly against the Baron's chest. So swift, the Baron could only think of those two words, and with no time to evade, he had no choice but to defend with all his might, never anticipating Lin Long's speed to surpass his own. With a resounding crash, the Baron was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Chapter 9. Seeking Justice. Golden Battle Energy? The Baron wore a look of astonishment. Carlo, equally surprised, gazed at his third son in disbelief. To be able to send the Baron flying over 20 meters with a single punch, if it were him, or even any newly initiated level 4 fighter. Such a feat would be impossible. Lin Long, hearing the Baron's words, appeared somewhat perplexed. You say I possess golden battle energy? The The Baron rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said, "Allow me to see once more. Just now, I only caught a fleeting glimpse of golden light. And I am not certain." Lin Long enveloped his fist with spiritual energy, a faint golden glow shimmering around it. Indeed, it was fighting spirit. Yet the golden hue puzzled the Baron, who pondered for a long time without reaching any conclusion. Lin Long retracted his energy and inquired, "I do not quite understand either. What color is your fighting spirit, my lord?" The Baron raised his arm, and instantly a layer of milky white radiance emerged. "My fighting spirit is milky white, as is that of every person on the continent, as the essence of human life. I have yet to hear of any other color for fighting spirit." Lin Long was astonished. What the Baron did not know was that had Lin Long not employed his Taoist techniques, his spiritual energy would also be milky white. What could this mean? The Baron was utterly perplexed. After much contemplation, he sighed softly and suggested, "Let us retire to the chamber to discuss further." The three returned to the side hall where the Baron took a seat, sipped water, and then, after a moment of reflection, addressed Lin Long. "I agree to your proposal, but I wish to amend the terms of our agreement. You need only promise to assist me in a particular matter." Without hesitation, Lin Long nodded, fully aware that the task the Baron would assign him was unlikely to be simple. Otherwise, the Baron would not have gone to such lengths. Yet, he was determined to secure his mother's dowry at all costs. Lin Long gazed earnestly at the Baron, preparing to hear what the task entailed. The Baron, with a nostalgic expression, began, "I, too, hail from Tianshui City, the same city as your mother. My father was an earl, and I am his legitimate heir. However, I have a younger brother, born of a concubine. This brother, from a young age, displayed talents far superior to mine. In the interest of the family, my father bequeathed the title to him before his death. I understand this. An exemplary leader will guide the family further. I harbor no resentment towards that decision. Yet, he committed the gravest of sins by inflicting harm upon my mother." As he spoke, the Baron's eyes reddened, gripping his teacup tightly. After regaining his composure, he continued, "After my father's demise, that vile woman turned against my mother, having grown weary of her commands over the years. Now that she has usurped control through her son, she sought to eliminate my mother. Perhaps due to familial opposition, she did not overtly seek my life. Yet, I knew that remaining within the family would lead to my certain demise. Thus, one day I fled. I hope that one day, you will assist me in avenging my mother by eliminating that mother and son." Upon hearing the Baroness' words, Lin Long calmly inquired, "What level of strength does your brother possess now? When I departed, he was a 6th-tier warrior, but he may have since ascended to the 7th tier. Given his remarkable talent, it is quite likely he has become an Earth Knight. The first 6 levels of warriors are classified by tier, and upon reaching the 7th, one is honored with the title of Earth Knight, while the 8th tier is known as the Sky Knight. Upon reaching the 9th level, one is bestowed with the esteemed title of Saint, known as the Paladin. Lin Long is well aware of this. According to the Baron, his brother is most likely a Knight of the Earth. Lin Long cannot help but assess his own strength. However, he is uncertain about the prowess of a 7th-level Knight of the Earth. Judging by his recent duel with the Baron, it is evident that the Baron, a peak 4th-level warrior, would surely be outmatched. The punch Lin Long delivered earlier cannot be considered a full-force strike. Were he to unleash his full power, he is confident that the Baron would be vanquished in an instant. Nevertheless, his current spiritual energy is insufficient to sustain such an all-out assault. The predicament Lin Long faces is akin to what the Baron described earlier concerning a jar and water. He can only rely on external sources to fill the jar. Its capacity is limitless, yet the water is scarce. Moreover, each use diminishes the supply, for his path to advancement diverges from that of this world. He comprehends the Baron's words. Their fighting spirit increases with their cultivation, and even after being exhausted, it will replenish after a period of recovery. In contrast, he feels like a rootless stream. Every use diminishes his essence, and excessive expenditure could lead to a decline in his realm. He cannot draw upon the world for spiritual energy replenishment. Of course, this issue is not insurmountable upon forming the golden core in the path of cultivation. Spiritual energy will be self-generated. Lin Long did not harbor such concerns in his previous life, considering the differing worlds. Just as the Baron and his peers thrived in this realm, in his past existence, even when his spiritual power was depleted, resting for a while would lead to recovery. However, in this life, he must rely on the higher-tier magical beasts of this world to replenish his energy. Therefore, he strives to minimize his usage of spiritual energy. All of this pertains to the period before reaching the golden core stage. There is an ancient adage in the cultivation realm: upon swallowing a single golden core, my fate no longer lies with heaven. These issues will be resolved upon breaking through to the golden core realm. After attaining the golden core, the consumed spiritual energy will gradually refill over time. Although one cannot elevate their realm or enlarge the golden core, one can wield their power without reservation. The first 3 stages of cultivation, chi refinement, foundation establishment, and spirit melding, serve merely as the groundwork. The true qualitative transformation occurs upon reaching the golden core stage. Lin Long pondered for a moment. Defeating a Knight of the Earth seems quite challenging for him at present, yet the future remains uncertain. After all, in his previous life, he was renowned as the fastest disciple to break through the Tao in a millennium, having reached the 8th realm of cultivation, the quest for the Tao, in his 20s. Lin Long nodded in agreement, but still addressed the Baron, requesting, "I implore you, my lord, grant me a few years." The Baron chuckled and replied, "That is only natural. Going to face death now would be no different. I only hope that one day, before I pass, you can bring that mother and child before me, so I may pay my respects to my mother. If capturing them alive proves impossible, killing them outright will suffice." Upon hearing the Baroness' words, Lin Long felt a sense of relief. "I have one more matter to discuss with you, my lord," Lin Long stated unexpectedly. "Oh, what do you wish to say?" the Baron inquired. "Who is Sarah? Did he inflict the injuries on my father?" Lin Long's demeanor was calm, yet an intense aura of hostility filled the hall. "Leon!" Carlo shouted. Heeding his father's advice, this matter was to be set aside. Carlo's expression bore a hint of melancholy. Observing his father's despondency, Lin Long resolutely shook his head. The principle of respecting one's teacher and valuing the path was ingrained in Lin Long's very being. He had never defied his father. However, this time was different. Carlo had never witnessed such obstinacy in Lin Long. He turned to Baron Liff and shook his head, a pleading look upon his face. "If I recall correctly, the mayor has a subordinate named Sarakar, who is rumored to be a 4th-tier warrior, just like the esteemed Baron." Lin Long's gaze was fixed on Baron Liff, unwavering. The Baron remained still, offering no response. "Leon," Carlo's voice suddenly rose. "I shall say this once more. Let it be. Do you understand?" Lin Long dared not meet his father's gaze. He understood that his father feared the identity of their opponent. Whether it was due to the latter's status as a 4th-tier warrior or as a subordinate of the town's mayor, both of which were not to be trifled with. Carlo's tone was calm, devoid of any bitterness. "Leon, you will understand in time. We must learn to accept our fate. This matter shall be put to rest. Given their status, they will not trouble us. One must learn to accept one's destiny." His words encapsulated a profound sorrow. "Father," Lin Long ventured cautiously, "had it not been for today's demon bear incident, I believe I too would have accepted my fate." Carlo looked at his third son, puzzled by the implications of his words. "However, since fate has granted me a chance to tread the path of cultivation once more, I shall defy destiny in this lifetime. In Taoism, we speak of fate. I believe I share an unfulfilled connection with that Sarakar." With that, Lin Long turned to Baron Liff, beseeching, "Baron, I kindly ask you to look after my father. I will return shortly." Lin Long then turned and strode out of the Baron's residence without glancing back at Carlo. "Leon, where are you going?" "Stop!" Carlo shouted. "Enough! Carlo, I comprehend your concerns, but you seem to underestimate your son. To be honest, during our recent confrontation, I felt a sense of life and death crisis, something I have never experienced even against Sarakar. So let us await in silence." Baron Liff restrained Carlo, pressing him back into his seat. "Baron, is what you say true?" Carlo inquired, incredulous. Could it be that his third son possessed 5th-tier strength, capable of invoking such a sense of peril in the Baron? Lin Long exited the Baron's estate, heading straight towards the town hall. The town hall, centrally located, comprised a front courtyard and a rear courtyard. The former served as the mayor's office, while the latter was the mayor's residence. Upon reaching the entrance of the front courtyard, Lin Long was intercepted by 2 individuals. "Where did this little brat come from? Go away. This is not a place for you." "I am here to reason," Lin Long replied sharply. "Ha ha, a mere child attempting to reason?" Scram. The 2 men attempted to expel Lin Long. However, before they could lay a hand on him, Lin Long's figure had already appeared within the entrance. "Halt! Take another step forward, and we shall not be courteous." As the 2 individuals observed Lin Long's figure abruptly vanish, They found themselves in a state of perplexity. However, upon a fleeting glance, they noticed Lin Long had already entered, and disregarding their bewilderment, they raised their voices in anger. Paying no heed to the two, Lin Long took a deep breath and proclaimed with a voice that resonated like thunder. I have come today to accuse Celerical of injuring my father's heart pulse. I implore the esteemed mayor to seek justice. He repeated this thrice, his voice echoing like a tempest. Not only the mayor's office, but also a majority of the townsfolk heard his declaration. Did you hear? Someone is accusing Celeric of assault. You just learned of this? It is said that Carasoli had his heart pulse shattered by him, and fortunately, the old healer assisted in his recovery. Otherwise, he would not have survived. Alas, Celeric has long held dominion over this town. What good will it do to report him? He and the mayor are in cahoots. Indeed, and he is a fourth-level warrior. Once he unleashes his fury, who can subdue him? Lin Long remained oblivious to the murmurs outside, patiently awaiting his moment. The two at the entrance dared not dismiss him, for just moments ago, Lin Long's voice had struck their ears like a thunderclap, leaving them in a stupor. Chapter 10. The Kill. After a brief interval, Lin Long observed two men emerging within the office. One was tall and emaciated, likely in his 40s, with a gaze as menacing as a predator's. The other was a portly elder, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, whose smile resembled that of a cunning fox. He regarded Lin Long with a congenial demeanor, asking, "Child, what troubles you?" By this time, a considerable number of townsfolk had gathered outside the office, each craning their necks to peer within. Esteemed mayor, this man shattered my father's heart pulse. I have come today to seek an explanation. Lin Long directed a fierce glare at the gaunt man, instantly identifying him as the one who had harmed his father. With a smile, the mayor replied, "Child, one must be cautious with words. You claim he harmed your father. Do you possess any witnesses?" Lin Long chuckled lightly and nodded. "Of course, there are witnesses." "Oh, where are they?" The mayor expressed surprise, not expecting anyone in the town to dare testify against Celeric. Lin Long pointed at the gaunt man, stating, "Is he not right here? Just ask him." The mayor's smile deepened, internally pondering, is this child truly a fool, directly confronting the perpetrator? When has a criminal ever admitted to their wrongdoing? Nevertheless, he turned to Celeric, inquiring, "Celeric, he claims you injured his father. Is that true?" The gaunt man replied with a smirk, "Indeed, it was I who struck him." "What?" The mayor questioned his own hearing, staring intently at Celeric, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Are you certain? Think carefully before you respond." The mayor was utterly speechless. Even if he indeed had committed the act, one should not so readily confess in front of such a crowd. Celeric, bewildered, found his inner thoughts escaping his lips. When the mayor inquired once more, he initially prepared to deny the accusation, only to blurt out, "Indeed, it was I who struck him." At that moment, to assert dominance over the beast, I exerted some force, and coincidentally, Karos was near the creature, so I made an example of him. What in the world? A sudden shock coursed through Sarah's heart. Although he spoke nothing but the truth, the crux of the matter was that he had no intention of acknowledging it. What on earth was happening? At this moment, the mayor's countenance darkened as well. This affair could have been easily brushed aside had Sarah chosen silence, for there was no evidence or witnesses to implicate him. Yet now, he had unwittingly confessed. The mayor felt a surge of irritation, pondering whether he had been too lenient with Sarah in the past. The crowd erupted in outrage. Shameless. Not only did he seize the magical beast, but he also resorted to intimidation, nearly resulting in a fatality. We hope the mayor will punish the culprit severely. Punish the culprit. Punish the culprit. The townsfolk, filled with righteous indignation, could hardly believe that the perpetrator had the audacity to admit his guilt, openly flouting the law. The mayor's expression had grown so grim it seemed he could weep. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly. "As night has fallen, we shall discuss this matter further tomorrow." Lin Long chuckled, casting a glance at the clouds on the horizon. It was summer, and the night descended late. The mayor's blatant favoritism towards the culprit would surely invite censure. Lin Long's tone remained calm, yet his eyes blazed with fury. The mayor, now shedding his hypocritical faade, reiterated, "I have said we will deliberate on this matter tomorrow." Lin Long, unwavering, retorted, "If this issue cannot be resolved today, I fear you may not see tomorrow." His words sent a shiver through the mayor. "How dare you threaten me?" Sarah shouted fiercely. The mayor, now alert, narrowed his eyes, his voice icily cold. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Long nodded. "You may interpret it that way." The mayor, incredulous, replied, "Very well. Seize him." Instantly, a dozen men surged forward, encircling Lin Long. Sarah, with an air of arrogance, glared at Lin Long and smirked. "Boy, some truths are futile to acknowledge. I was the one who injured your worthless father. What can you do about it?" Lin Long smiled. "Acknowledgement is all that matters." With a flicker of cold light in his eyes, Lin Long raised his right hand, and a radiant orb of golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The men, having received the mayor's command, charged forth. Each of them was at least a second-level warrior, with several among them being third-level. Their combined assault was formidable. Lin Long remained unfazed, lifting his index finger skyward. Then, with a subtle bend of his finger, he commanded, "Go." The onlookers beheld as the luminous orb transformed into a cascade of golden light. And with a mere gesture from Lin Long, the dozen men were sent flying through the air. Lin Long did not spare a glance at the fallen figures. His gaze fixated on Sarah, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sarah stepped forward, regarding Lin Long with grave intensity. He believed it impossible to defeat more than a dozen opponents in a single strike. Unperturbed by Sarah's vigilant demeanor, Lin Long gradually lifted his head to gaze at the clouds above, speaking almost to himself. "In truth, from the very beginning, I never anticipated that the culprit would be brought to justice. After all, I have lived here for a full 14 years. Mayor, what sort of character do you possess? Who is unaware of your nature? But what if you could uphold the laws of the empire? Then I might have reason to spare your life. After all, as Taoism teaches, heaven has a benevolent nature." He turned to the mayor. "Wouldn't you agree, esteemed mayor? But for now, let us accompany him to his demise." Sarah had never encountered such an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from another individual. He fixated on Lin Long, feeling a twinge of regret at that moment. For the sake of a mere half of a fourth-tier magical beast, it was hardly worth it. Yet, there was no room for regret now. He steeled himself against the rising tide of fear, exerting force in secret with his arms. In an instant, Sarah soared into the air, intent on striking first. Mountain-crushing fist. He bellowed, his body shooting like a sharp arrow towards Lin Long, his fists aglow with a rich, milky-white radiance. The force of his punch was so intense that it forced the onlookers to squint their eyes, but Lin Long stood unfazed. Indifferent to the gust of wind produced by Sarah's attack, he simply allowed the blows to land upon him with disinterest. With a sharp clang, a clear sound resonated throughout the arena. Sarah shook his numbed arms, disbelief etched across his features. It was important to note that the mountain-crushing fist was a technique he had painstakingly mastered, yet it had been so effortlessly countered by his opponent. His eyes widened in horror as he regarded Lin Long, who was enveloped in a golden light, hesitating to make another move. Lin Long intertwined his index and middle fingers, and all the golden light around him surged forth into the air before him. "You struck my father once. I shall repay you in kind." Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? The brilliant golden light transformed into a multitude of golden fists filling the sky. As Sarah beheld the dense assembly of golden fists, his face turned ashen. "Did you not say you would only return one punch?" In the face of imminent peril, Sarah's bravado faltered, and he timidly uttered, "You want one punch? Very well." The myriad golden fists swiftly converged, coalescing into a colossal golden fist that shone brilliantly, looming above the town hall. The gathered crowd hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, Sarah found himself rendered speechless. He could scarcely fathom how he might survive the impending blow. Wait a moment." The mayor, drenched in sweat, hurriedly exclaimed, "I am willing to punish Sarah and provide justice for your father. Please, cease your attack." The mayor gazed at the giant fist above him, terror-stricken. "It is too late. One must always be accountable for their actions, do they not?" Lin Long replied, mocking the mayor. "Do you realize that killing a town mayor is a grave offense? If you kill me, you shall not live either." The mayor yelled hoarsely. "Save those words for later." Lin Long dismissed him, unwilling to endure any further prattle. "Go." The enormous fist, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon the town hall like a meteor, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. The earth trembled, and debris flew in all directions. The mayor's residence, both front and back, was obliterated in an instant. A thick cloud of smoke lingered for some time before gradually dissipating, revealing the mangled remains of Sarah and the mayor, now unrecognizable except by their garments. Chapter 11. Dawn breaks. Baron Liff had just raised a glass of water when his hand trembled unexpectedly. having felt a tremendous force emanating from the direction of the town hall. Just as he was trying to comprehend the situation, a frantic servant rushed in. "It's terrible. My lord, what has happened to cause such alarm?" Leon. The servant, breathless and clearly having exerted himself excessively, managed to utter only half of his message. "What has happened to Leon?" Carlo quickly rose, his face etched with concern. "Leon has killed Surla and the mayor, and the town hall has been utterly ravaged." The servant finally completed his sentence after a brief moment of composure. Baron Liff had an expression of astonishment. He had assumed that Leon could at most inflict injury, never expecting him to have taken Surla's life. Meanwhile, Carlo stood speechless, grappling with the shocking realization that the two most formidable fighters in the town, the fourth-level warrior Surla Cao, had been slain by his own son. Before the two could fully digest this shocking news, Lin Long returned. He knocked on the Baron's door and requested the butler to summon his father. Carlo and Baron Liff hurried outside. Upon seeing Lin Long unscathed, Carlo exhaled in relief. However, when he noticed that Lin Long was carrying half a beast, he found himself at a loss for words to express his current emotions. Baron Liff furrowed his brow and locked eyes with Lin Long, eventually exclaiming with mild frustration, "You certainly know how to present me with a dilemma, young Leon." Lin Long understood the Baron's implication. In the Galan Empire, the mayor wielded unparalleled authority in the small town, governing it single-handedly. Today, Lin Long had committed a grave offense by killing the mayor, an act that could cost him his head, as slaying a government official was a capital crime. As a noble of the empire, Baron Liff was obligated to report this incident. After all, it had occurred in broad daylight, making it impossible to conceal. Lin Long, however, seemed indifferent to the gravity of the situation. He led the Baron aside for a whispered conversation, leaving Carlo in the dark about their exchange, until he finally witnessed Baron Liff nodding in resignation. As dusk settled, Lin Long, his face beaming with joy, declared, "Come, father. Today we feast." Carlo's lips moved hesitantly before he slowly uttered two words, "Home." Upon returning home, Lin Long was greeted by his mother, Roland, whose smile radiated warmth. His younger sister eagerly rushed to him, inspecting his legs with unrestrained curiosity. The family displayed expressions of happiness, marking it as a rare good fortune in an otherwise tumultuous day. Roland quickly cast a glance at Lin Long, silently inquiring about his father's injuries. Yet, Lin Long did not respond directly. Instead, he announced, "Eldest brother, second brother, please wash the meat of the Rift Land bowl. We shall have a whole roast today." "All of it?" the eldest brother inquired, though his gaze shifted toward their mother. In matters of significance, they deferred to their father's decisions, while minor issues were left to their mother. Naturally, the matter at hand was not of great import. Roland hesitated, as their family had never indulged in such lavish feasts before. "Roast it all. You are about to advance to level 3. Eat more, it will be beneficial." Their father leaned heavily against the stone bed, and Lin Long offered to assist him, but Carlo declined the offer. The eldest and second brothers, hearing this, eagerly began to prepare the bull meat. The feast was substantial, prompting even the younger sister to join in the efforts. In no time, only Lin Long and his parents remained in the room. Roland helped her husband settle, her gaze never straying from Lin Long, observing his mother's anxious expression. Lin Long reassured her, "Do not worry, mother. Father's injuries can be healed." "Really?" Roland exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. "Hiss." Carlo winced under the strain inflicted by his wife, drawing in a sharp breath. Lin Long, no longer withholding, instructed Carlo to lie flat. Then, with his fingers poised, he pressed gently on his father's forehead. A thread of spiritual energy flowed from Lin Long's fingertips into Carlo's body. Lin Long concentrated intently, guiding the energy through his father's meridians, as waves of spiritual essence continually mended Carlo's damaged pathways. Time slipped by, and beads of perspiration began to form on Lin Long's brow. After a while, he finally withdrew his hands, accepting the cloth from his mother to wipe away his sweat, and with a faint smile, declared, "It is done." "Well done, Leon." Roland's eyes glistened with tears. Had it not been for her third son, she could hardly fathom what the future would hold. For the family, it should not be so arduous. "Let your father rest. Tomorrow he shall awaken as a lively spirit." Lin Long teased. "If your father hears that, you'll be in for a beating." His mother chuckled through her tears. "Come, mother. I can already smell the fragrant roast of demon beef. Let us dine." Lin Long exclaimed, leading her outside. Upon learning that Leon had cured their father, The family was filled with joy, though they remained oblivious to how the youngest son had achieved such a feat and did not press further. The eldest son gave Lin Long a thumbs up. "Well done, little brother." The youngest sister eagerly offered her substantial piece of beef to Lin Long, exclaiming, "Here, big brother. Eat." Lin Long took a bite, savoring the exquisite flavor. Today, the second brother, unusually silent, refrained from their usual banter, and Lin Long lacked the inclination to engage in playful rivalry. The family joyfully feasted upon the beef. Eventually, with the exception of Lin Long, the others could eat no more. To their astonishment, Lin Long devoured nearly 1,000 pounds of demon beef, leaving his siblings speechless. "Little brother, I am at a loss for words," remarked the eldest. The second brother stared wide-eyed at Lin Long. "How can he eat so much?" The youngest sister clapped her hands in delight. In a cozy home on the outskirts of town, the family of Lori surveyed the abundant feast laid out before them, a smile of contentment gracing their faces. Before all the dishes had been served, the youngest son eagerly seized a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious. Father, what kind of meat is this?" Relishing the flavor, he took another bite. Although their family was relatively well off in the town, a feast of this magnitude, entirely composed of meat, was a rare occurrence, usually reserved for festive occasions. Lori, observing his son's blissful expression, chuckled, "This is meat from the fourth-tier earth-shatter demon bear. How do you find it? Tasty, isn't it?" The youngest nodded vigorously. "If you find it delectable, then indulge. This meat is courtesy of your good friend Leon. Be sure to reciprocate the gesture when the opportunity arises. Do not underestimate him merely because he will soon be a mage," Lori advised. "Father, who did you say?" The youngest son's hand froze midair, questioning whether he had misheard. "Leon, of course. By chance, I encountered him at Baron Liff's residence today. He mentioned he was a good friend of yours, hence I entrusted the Earth-Shatter demon bear to him, and he gifted us a substantial portion of meat." Lori explained the circumstances to his son. "What is the matter, son? You appear somewhat disheartened." "It's nothing, father. Let us eat," the youngest son replied through gritted teeth, a look of resignation on his face. It seemed that their father had been deceived by Leon, believing them to be good friends. "You have encountered a close friend who greeted you with a playful gesture. However, he did not disclose the truth to his father, Leon, so you must prepare yourself." Cursing, he took a hearty bite of meat. Chapter 12. The Beast Mountain at midnight. A cool breeze swept through the air. Lin Long found himself wide awake, lying on the rooftop with one leg crossed over the other, hands propping his head as he gazed at the luminous moonlight, lost in thought. Having slain the mayor of the town, he could only expect a life on the run. Fortunately, Baron Lifu had promised to delay reporting the incident for 5 days, granting him a few more days to spend with his family. Could he remain? Likely not. He could easily defeat a level 4 warrior. But what if an opponent of level 5 or 6 appeared? Yet, where could he flee? His mother's health was deteriorating. Creak. The door to his parents' room stirred, and Lin Long quickly glanced down, his figure flashing. "Father, you're awake. How do you feel?" Carlos stretched his body, feeling much better. "Thank you, Leon. Your mother has informed me." Lin Long presented the meat he had set aside for his father. "Please eat, father. I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Carlo inquired as he began to eat. "Father, after elder brother and second brother leave home, I intend to venture to the Beast Mountain." Lin Long revealed his thoughts. He had learned from the Baron that the Beast Mountain was teeming with magical beasts, a splendid place to enhance one's strength. Carlo's expression shifted with concern. He had heard of the Beast Mountain, notorious for its perilous nature, where countless souls had met their end, never to return. "Third son, you are still young. The Beast Mountain is not suitable for you. It is rife with malevolence and danger, filled with those who would kill for treasure." Lin Long understood his father's apprehension. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly broached an unrelated topic. "Father, over the past couple of years, I have noticed that Mother's health is declining. Please, tell me the truth. Did she suffer a severe injury in her youth?" Carlo was taken aback. How did his third son come to know this? Observing Lin Long's earnest expression, he nodded but refrained from elaborating. Seeing his father's affirmation, Lin Long spoke earnestly. "That is why I fear time is against us. Father, my current strength is insufficient to cure Mother, and I worry she may not endure until I reach the Golden Core stage. Trust me, I shall be fine. Mother's illness cannot be delayed. Father." The final word resounded with weight. Although Carlo did not comprehend what the Golden Core stage entailed, he grasped the essence of Lin Long's words, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. These burdens should have been borne by the father. Yet it was the son who shouldered them. It was the father's inadequacy. Isn't it better to have a good son than anything else? Lin Long jested playfully. Oh, you. Carlo chuckled warmly. Upon receiving his father's consent, Lin Long exhaled in relief and eagerly pleaded, "You must assist me with the pressures concerning mother." Carlo playfully tapped Lin Long on the head, acknowledging, "I understand, you little rascal. You never used to cause such worry." A smile crept across Lin Long's lips. On the following morning, the family gathered for breakfast when Roland suddenly noticed that many residents of the small town were casting admiring glances in their direction. "How peculiar," Roland remarked to Carlo. Neither Lin Long nor Carlo responded. Suddenly, the eldest son turned to Carlo and said, "Father, since you have a day off today, could you enlighten us about the Tianshui Academy?" Baron Li Fu had granted their father a few days of leave to recuperate. "As you are set to attend Tianshui Academy tomorrow, I shall share what I know, though most of it is gleaned from the Baron. The specifics must be discovered by you yourselves." The elder and second brothers nodded in agreement, while Lin Long listened attentively. "You are aware that our gallant empire reveres the sky, partly because it nurtures the renowned sky magic eagles, and partly due to the collective aspiration of its people towards the heavens. The Gallant Empire comprises 5 major cities. Besides the royal capital, Gallant City, the other 4 formidable cities are Tianshui City, Tianlai City, Tianhui City, and Tianfeng City. Unlike our modest town, which houses only a few thousand families, each of these principal cities boasts a population of millions." Carlo took a sip of water and continued. "Tianshui Academy is one of the 5 prestigious academies in the Gallant Empire, and within a radius of 3,000 miles. Any youth aged 12 to 16 may apply for admission. This represents a rare opportunity for ordinary individuals to alter their destinies. It is said that students from Tianshui Academy are granted placements at Gallant Academy, while the Holy Cathedral annually recruits several gifted students from the 4 great empires to join its ranks. Those who become students of the Holy Academy typically ascend to the role of city enforcers upon graduation. If any of you 4 can achieve that status, I dare say I would awaken from dreams with a smile. Once you enter the academy, strive to advance to level 4 as swiftly as possible. For the entry point to Gallant Academy is that level. Your father will no longer have the chance. It is up to you." At this, a hint of melancholy crossed their father's face. Although his wounds had healed, he remained unable to break through to level 4. Roland gently patted her husband's shoulder, offering comfort. "You've done wonderfully already. Rest assured, we will surely break through to level 4 soon." The eldest and second brothers spoke in unison. The second brother then turned to Lin Long. "Why are you so quiet? You, too, must strive to break through to level 4 and fulfill father's wish." Lin Long responded leisurely. "What is there to say? Too bad you weren't there when I defeated a level 4 warrior." Today, the family had not ventured out, so they were unaware of Lin Long's affairs. "How can you boast so?" The second brother clearly doubted. "Care to test it?" Lin Long arched an eyebrow. "Bring it on." Another day passed as Lin Long accompanied his parents to bid farewell to his elder brothers. Tianshui City lay to the west of the small town, and the 2 brothers would need to walk for a considerable distance, traversing several towns to arrive by the end of August. As the school opening ceremony was set for early September, their parents gazed longingly at the departing brothers, their hearts heavy. Yet, the fledglings must learn to soar alone. The mother handed each of the 2 brothers 50 silver coins, 5 gold coins, and a handful of assorted copper coins. This undoubtedly constitutes a substantial sum. Thanks to the Baroness' compensation of 20 gold coins, 5 coins were expended on my father's treatment, leaving us with 15. Indeed, the principle of frugality applies universally. The 2 brothers clutched their bundle tightly, for they had never before held such a considerable amount of money in their possession. The Tianshui Academy, not to mention the 5 esteemed academies of the empire, provides all meals and lodging. Exceptional students can even earn money to assist their families. Their mother had urged them repeatedly, instructing them to exchange the gold coins for silver upon reaching the grand city. In this realm, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, and a single silver coin can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. The elder brother and the second sibling were both embarking on their first journey away from home. The elder gazed at their parents, then affectionately ruffled the hair of his younger sister, assuring her, "Fear not, dear parents, I shall take good care of my younger brother. And you, the third, must look after our parents." Lin Long nodded at his elder brother, concealing the bitterness that lingered at the corners of his mouth. The second sibling, sporting dark circles under his eyes, turned to his younger sister and said, "Be well behaved at home, little sister. When I return, I shall bring you delightful treats." He then shot Lin Long a smirk, promising, "Next time we meet, I shall repay you." Lin Long chuckled at his brother, replying, "You know, little brother, despite my hunger over the years, I have steadfastly refrained from consuming duck meat. My resolve is unyielding." Laughter erupted from their younger sister, and even their parents joined in the merriment. As the two brothers departed, Lin Long trudged back home with a heavy heart. Once inside, he beheld his mother bustling about, momentarily at a loss for words. It was then that Carlo called his wife over and recounted the events of that fateful day. From the moment he was injured by Sarah to Lin Long's confrontation with Sarah and the mayor, relaying every detail without omission. "And where do you intend to go, my poor child?" asked Roland, her eyes glistening with tears. "I plan to venture to the Beast Mountains," Lin Long replied honestly. "Are you aware of the peril that the Beast Mountains entail? The high-level magical beasts are countless, and even someone of the Baroness caliber cannot guarantee survival. But the true danger lies not with the beasts, but with humans. The area is rife with bandits and fugitives. How can a mere child hope to contend with such threats?" Roland's face was streaked with tears. "Mother, have you forgotten? I, too, am a fugitive now." Lin Long jested. Yet, Roland could not muster a smile at his humor. Lin Long stepped forward to wipe away the tears from his mother's face, then knelt on both knees, speaking softly. "Mother, whether faced with perilous beasts or human brigands, I vow to you that I shall remain safe. Is it absolutely necessary?" Roland gazed at her son, who had always been so mature for his age. She understood that once Lin Long had set his mind on something, it would be difficult to dissuade him. Even if she could persuade him, where could he possibly go? "It is imperative," Lin Long affirmed, his gaze steady upon his mother. He refrained from disclosing that his concern for her health was what drove him to the Beast Mountains. Had he revealed this reason, he knew she would fiercely oppose his journey. "Rise, the ground is cold," Roland spoke gently. 2 days later, outside the town, Lin Long, with a fully packed burden on his back, cheerfully addressed his parents, saying, "Father, Mother, there is no need to see me off. During my absence, please take care of your health." Luo Lin nodded, her eyes reddened, her voice hoarse as she replied, "I do not know when I will return." Observing his mother's sorrowful expression, Lin Long felt a pang in his heart, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, asserting, "I will return as soon as possible." Of course, Lin Long himself was unaware of when this soon would actually be. Just as Carlo was about to speak, Lin Long suddenly grew tense and turned his gaze toward the distance. 2 individuals clad in white were swiftly approaching the town and soon stood before Lin Long. "You are Leon Sori," one of them stated, holding up a portrait with an unfriendly demeanor. "Indeed, may I inquire what brings you here?" Lin Long, on high alert, regarded the two in white. Arguing was futile, and recognizing the likeness of himself in the portrait, he chose to admit it candidly. "You are accused of assassinating the mayor of Luome town and one of his subordinates. Do you confess?" The white-clad individual continued. "There are extenuating circumstances. I hope you will consider this," Lin Long attempted to explain. "Sella attacked my father first, yet the mayor disregarded imperial law and sheltered him," he asserted. "I ask you only this, did you kill him or not? Do you confess?" The white-clad man, visibly impatient, spoke with emphasis. "Huh." Lin Long let out a light laugh. Ceasing his defense, he understood that arguing was in vain at this moment. "Yes, I did kill him. Come with us back to Tianshui City for punishment." One of them hurled a chain, binding Lin Long's hands. He made no attempt to resist. "Sirs, please show mercy. This is all my fault. I am willing to take my son as punishment." Carlo quickly stepped forward to plead. "Father," Lin Long softly called, halting his father. "Sirs, may I have a few words with my parents?" The 2 white-clad men nodded. "Hurry." Lin Long leaned close to his father's ear and whispered, "Father, do not worry. You and Mother go home first. Do not let her suffer any further. They may not necessarily be my match." With that, Lin Long earnestly bowed 3 times to his parents. "Roland, let us go," Carlo insisted, pulling his wife, who struggled with all her might. "Do not hinder the child," Carlo said helplessly. Roland finally settled down, reluctantly returning to the town. "Where are you taking me, sirs?" Lin Long inquired as the 2 in white led him eastward for nearly 20 miles. "I have already stated, we are taking you back to Tianshui City for punishment," the previously speaking white-clad man replied flatly. What kind of punishment? Lin Long's tone fell, fear creeping into his voice. For the assassination of a town mayor. The death penalty is highly probable. However, there is also the possibility of exile to the Orc Valley. I apologize, sirs, but I do not wish to die just yet. Nor do I desire to go to the Orc Valley. Lin Long replied with a smile, exerting slight force, causing the iron chain to snap into 2 pieces in an instant. Are you seeking death? Know that we have the authority to kill fugitives. Return the chains now. And I can act as if nothing has happened. One of the white-clad men said sternly. Lin Long shook his head with a smile. As I said, I do not wish to die just yet, and you two alone cannot kill me. Arrogant. Another figure clad in white, displaying evident impatience, leaped into the air, brandishing a colossal sword high above his head, a fierce wind accompanying his swift advance. Lin Long dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. A layer of golden radiance enveloped his iron chains instantly. The clash of metal reverberated throughout the expanse. Lin Long's form was sent hurtling backward through the air for dozens of meters. Before he could regain his footing, the other assailant's massive sword had already arrived. The blade glimmered with a chilling brilliance, its power unparalleled. With no other option, Lin Long was compelled to hurl the iron chains as a means of defense. Desperately seeking a moment to breathe, the resounding thud of impact revealed that the chains offered no delay to the onslaught. Blood spewed from Lin Long's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. I warned you to don the iron chains, yet you chose to ignore me. Now, prepare to meet your demise. The white-clad man proclaimed coldly. Coughing violently, Lin Long expelled more blood, astonished by the formidable strength of his adversary. Undoubtedly, he was beyond the 5th level. He could very well be at the 6th or even 7th level. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Long, despite the dire circumstances, maintained an air of composure. He brought his 2 fingers together, summoning a glimmer of golden light at his fingertips, which subsequently grew in size. With a brilliant explosion, a golden sphere erupted, dazzling in its luminosity, casting a golden hue for 100 meters in every direction. The 2 figures in white instinctively closed their eyes. When they reopened them, Lin Long had vanished without a trace. Where did he go? He can't have run far. I refuse to believe he can outpace our Earth Knights. One of them declared with a frosty demeanor. Moments later, the 2 reconvened, bewildered. By the heavens, we have meticulously searched a 10-mile radius, and he truly escaped. If we return, we will be the subject of their ridicule. Curse it. Keep searching. I refuse to accept that he has genuinely eluded us, the other growled in frustration. 20 miles away, Lin Long emerged from the earth, spitting out dirt. It had been a long time since he had employed the 5 elements Great Escape, and he inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of soil. Among the 36 techniques of the Tiangang, Lin Long was particularly adept at earth escape. Taking advantage of the moment when the 2 were blinded by the golden light, he utilized the earth escape technique and traversed over 20 miles in one breath. Sensing that only half of his spiritual energy remained, Lin Long felt a tinge of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The 5 elements Great Escape was indeed a tremendous drain on spiritual energy. Having covered just over 20 miles, he found that if he ventured any farther, he would deplete his reserves entirely. Observing that the area was uninhabited, Lin Long gently waved his hand, instantly transforming his appearance to that of his previous life. Such a skill was as commonplace for a cultivator as daily chores. He then changed into a fresh set of clothes he had brought from home. Even if the 2 men found him now, they would undoubtedly fail to recognize him. Disregarding thoughts of those 2, Lin Long continued southward at a pace neither hurried nor slow. The lush crops flanking the road lifted his spirits slightly. It was July, and the weather had yet to become oppressive. A gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill. After several hours of travel, the verdant fields gave way to wild grasses, accompanied by an array of unfamiliar flowers. Suddenly, Lin Long felt a sharp prickling sensation, as though he were being watched by a predator. It was highly likely that the 2 men in white were covertly observing him. Maintaining an expression of calm, he pressed onward, confident that they would not recognize him. After walking another 300 to 500 meters, the 2 figures in white finally revealed themselves, approaching him directly, their eyes scrutinizing Lin Long intently. Chapter 14. Crescent Town. With a hint of wariness, Lin Long advanced cautiously, though it was merely the sort of vigilance one adopts upon encountering strangers in the wilderness. As their figures converged, a man clad in white suddenly exclaimed, "Lin sorry." Lin Long, without raising his gaze, continued his forward march. Wasn't it so? The two men in white exchanged disappointed sighs. They had been pursuing him for quite some time, yet he seemed to vanish into thin air. Let us issue a nationwide wanted notice. He poses a significant threat. One proposed. The other nodded in agreement, endorsing this course of action. Daring not to glance back, Lin Long trudged onward for a considerable stretch, feeling the sharp pangs in his body dissipate, which allowed him to exhale in relief. He journeyed southward, and by late evening, upon encountering lush green crops once again, he discerned that a village must lie ahead. Indeed, when the sun fully set, Lin Long arrived at a quaint little town, marked by a stout log at its entrance, upon which was affixed a wooden sign inscribed with the words Crescent Town. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Long realized there was but a single inn in the town. The place was modest and bore a striking resemblance to his own hometown. Upon entering the inn, a staff member glanced up and, upon noticing the youth, warmly inquired, "Young traveler, at this late hour, do you seek accommodation?" Lin Long nodded in response. Seeing his assent, the staff member's enthusiasm grew. "Our establishment offers exquisite cuisine at reasonable prices. Would you be interested?" Lin Long felt a flicker of temptation and subsequently asked, "What are the prices?" "For lodging, it is 10 silver coins for a single person per night, and meals vary depending on your selection, ranging from 20 to 50 silver coins," replied the staff member. Lin Long found himself somewhat speechless. He pondered whether this was a ripoff. Not only was the lodging exorbitant, but the meals were even more so. 50 silver coins would suffice for 3 months' worth of sustenance. His father earned merely 3 silver coins a day, yet here, a single night's stay demanded 10. However, as there was no alternative inn in the town, Lin Long hesitated, contemplating whether to brave the night outdoors. It was July, after all, and even the nights were not particularly cold. With this thought, he turned and declared, "I shall not stay," preparing to leave. The staff member's expression soured. He had not anticipated losing a certain sale. Given the town's remoteness, few travelers sought lodging, so every potential patron was a welcome opportunity. Yet, he was taken aback that such a young boy would dare to spend the night alone outside. He hurriedly exclaimed, "Wait, you must understand. We are the only inn in town. This place is quite isolated, and the nights can be perilous. There are often rogues who commit heinous acts. Seeing as you are but a child, I'll reduce the price to 9 silver coins. What do you say?" Lin Long, upon hearing this, merely scoffed. In such a secluded area, what sort of rogues could there be? Did they think his youth made him easy to deceive? Ignoring the staff member, he pushed open the door and exited the inn. Once outside, he surveyed his surroundings. A large tree stood lush and green. Lin Long nimbly leaped onto its branches, placing his bundle beneath his head and lying flat. The moon shone brightly amidst scattered stars, accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs. Lin Long tossed and turned, utterly unable to find slumber. On this first night, he found himself reminiscing about the stone bed back home. When had he become so particular? He chuckled to himself. In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to roughing it and had never felt this way before. The following morning, Lin Long rose early, shouldered his bag, and wandered around the quaint town until he stumbled upon a stall selling breakfast. The stall owner was an elderly man, with a head full of white hair, a stooped posture, and emaciated limbs. He looked at Lin Long and inquired, "Child, what would you like to eat?" "A bowl of plain noodles will suffice," replied Lin Long, finding a spot to sit quietly as he awaited his meal. Suddenly, he perked up his ears, catching snippets of conversation nearby. With his heightened senses from the first level of chi refinement, he discerned 100 gold coins. Intrigued, Lin Long rose and approached the 2 gossiping women, asking, "Excuse me, I just heard you mention 100 gold coins. What is this about?" The 2 inquisitive ladies, seeing a handsome youth before them, lowered their guard and divulged, "Young man, you may not know this, but the mayor has been missing for 3 days. His family is in a frenzy, and notices have been posted everywhere. Anyone with information will be rewarded with 10 gold coins, and if someone can find the mayor directly, they will receive 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins. I've never seen such a fortune in my life." Upon hearing this, Lin Long's expression shifted, and he promptly inquired about the location of the mayor's residence. "Child, do you possess information about the mayor?" the 2 women asked, their expressions tinged with caution. Sensing their wariness, Lin Long explained, "No, you misunderstand. The mayor's family owes my father some wages, and he has sent me to collect them." The 2 women relaxed upon hearing this, and with righteous indignation, one remarked, "They are a pack of ungrateful wretches." Be cautious in your dealings. Their family is not easy to confront. Lin Long thanked them with a smile. Realizing their fear of him possessing news about the mayor indicated the latter's dubious reputation in the town. After finishing his noodles, Lin Long followed the directions given by the women and arrived at the mayor's doorstep. He knocked gently on the door. After a brief moment, it creaked open, revealing an irritable figure who scowled. "What do you want, child? Is there something for your elders?" Disregarding the man's impatience, Lin Long asked, "I heard that anyone with news about the mayor would receive 10 gold coins. Is that true? Do you have information about the mayor?" The door opener's tone shifted, revealing a hint of excitement. Lin Long nodded. "Quick, come in." The man ushered Lin Long into the parlor, and shortly thereafter, 2 individuals rushed in, a man and a woman. The woman, appearing ageless yet estimated to be in her 40s or 50s, and the man, likely in his 30s, approached Lin Long with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Questioning, "We hear you have leads on my father?" Rather than responding directly, Lin Long bluntly queried, "I have heard that finding the mayor will yield a reward of 100 gold coins. Is that true?" He fixed his gaze intently on the man. The man's expression grew uneasy, yet he nodded, affirming, "Indeed. If you can help me locate my father, the reward is assured." Lin Long acknowledged him with a nod. "Ready to proceed. I can locate the individual. However, it requires a sacrifice on your part. Procure a bowl and fill it with half a bowl of blood. Then present it to me." The man did not move but spoke to Lin Long with a stern tone. "Young man, should you find my father, a reward shall be granted. Yet, if you fail and mock me, do not expect my leniency." Lin Long shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Observing this, the man wasted no time and instructed a servant to fetch a bowl. He then swiftly drew a knife from his possession and made a cut on his hand. Drip by drip, within moments, the bowl was filled with blood. "Is this sufficient?" Lin Long nodded at the bowl brimming with fresh blood, then turned his back to the 2 men. He formed a spell with his hands and began to chant incantations. Before long, the blood began to bubble and dissipate within the bowl, and a crimson butterfly danced gracefully in the air, visible solely to Lin Long. This was a variant of the 1,000-mile tracking technique utilized by the Taoist sect, particularly effective for locating direct relatives. Lin Long silently commanded the butterfly to proceed. The blood-red butterfly fluttered towards the door, with Lin Long following its flight path at a measured pace. Observing the direction in which the butterfly soared, a look of confusion crossed Lin Long's face. Why was the butterfly not flying out, but rather circling continuously within the mayor's small courtyard? Could it be that the mayor resided within his own home? Just as Lin Long pondered this, the butterfly twisted and turned before finally landing upon a man. Lin Long's expression grew even more perplexed. He raised his hand towards the man where the butterfly had settled and inquired, "Who is he?" Carlo, displaying impatience, replied, "He is our steward." "Why do you ask?" Lin Long gazed at the woman, who appeared somewhat unnerved under his scrutiny. The woman, her tone sharp and commanding, declared, "Quickly locate our master. You seem nothing more than a charlatan. Someone come." Several servants emerged, casting hostile glances at Lin Long. He hastily waved his hands, asserting, "Do not fret, I shall find him. The mayor has but one son." Carlo nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Long placed his hand on his forehead, utterly exasperated. How could he possibly search for someone if the man was not even the mayor's son? Lin Long yearned to tell him, "I am here to find a person, not to seek out your biological father." Chapter 15, Celebrating with Wine and Facing Punishment. Yet, there was little alternative at the moment. He instructed the man to procure the item the mayor interacted with most frequently. The man, showing signs of irritation, ordered a servant to hand over the pen his father used for writing to Lin Long. With a frigid tone, the man said to Lin Long, "My patience is not boundless." Lin Long, unfazed by the man's demeanor, accepted the pen and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. There was no other choice. He had to revert to the most primitive method, as his physical energy was insufficient to sustain other spells. Fortunately, Lin Long's senses were extraordinarily acute at this moment. As long as the mayor remained in this small town, he could discern the mayor's location from the scent. With his eyes tightly shut, Lin Long maximized his sensory perception. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and declared, "I have found him. Follow me." Lin Long strode towards the exit, with Carlo signaling for the servants to follow. In a matter of moments, Lin Long arrived at the entrance of a tailor's shop accompanied by a few others. "This is the place," he declared, halting in his tracks. Carlo gestured for his servants to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" If you keep banging like that, you'll break the door. And can you afford to pay for it? The door was opened by a man in his 40s, who initially scolded the servants with impatience. However, upon seeing the leading figure, a sycophantic smile spread across his face. Master Carlo, what brings you here? Carlo remained silent, uttering only a single word, search. Several servants rushed inside, searching the premises, and after a brief moment, they shook their heads at Carlo. Carlo glared at Lin Long with fiery eyes. Kid, do you truly wish for death? Lin Long furrowed his brow and surveyed the courtyard, taking a moment to sniff the air. His gaze then fixated on a well in the yard, and he pointed towards it. The servants hurried over to investigate. Shortly after, a gasp echoed through the air. Master Carlo, it's the Lord. A few servants were busy retrieving a corpse from the well. Carlo stared impassively at the tailor's shop owner, pointing at his father's lifeless body as he demanded, "Give me an explanation." The tailor's shop owner felt as if the world had spun out of control. He never anticipated that a corpse would be hidden in his well, especially that of the town's mayor. The thought of having drunk from that well in recent days made him nauseous, and he bent over to retch. Carlo's expression grew impatient. Seize him. Several servants drew their blades, preparing to apprehend the tailor's shop owner. At that moment, the owner, disregarding his discomfort, exclaimed, "Master Carlo, I am wronged. I do not know why the mayor's body is in my well. I truly had no idea. Please, Master Carlo, see reason. If you do not know, then you might as well die. My father's corpse has appeared in your home. Since you are unaware, you shall join him in death," Carlo replied coldly. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck the tailor's shop owner, and he pointed at Lin Long. It was him, Master Carlo. It must be him. Otherwise, how could he have found this well? The servants slowly nodded in agreement with the tailor's assertion. Carlo pondered for a moment, acknowledging that Lin Long leading them to discover his father's body was indeed suspicious. Moreover, now that the body had been found, it served Carlo's interests perfectly, as he could avoid paying the 100 gold coins. With this thought, Carlo turned to Lin Long and asked, "How did you know my father's body was here? Did you conspire with the tailor's shop owner to dispose of my father in the well?" Lin Long replied in a calm tone, "If I were the murderer, why would I lead you to find your father? Would it not be simpler to allow him to die and be done with it?" "Perhaps it was for that 100 gold coins," the tailor's shop owner interjected loudly. "Master Carlo, in my view, he must have killed the mayor. You know that I have always had a good relationship with the mayor. Why would I harm him without reason?" Carlo nodded and waved his hand dismissively, addressing Lin Long. "Regardless of whether it was you or not, you must return home with me to clarify this matter. If you are innocent, your name will be cleared." Lin Long patiently explained, "I possess a naturally keen sense of smell. If you doubt me, feel free to conduct an experiment. Moreover, your accusation of murder is ludicrous. I only arrived in this town yesterday. Judging by the state of the corpse, it is evident that the death occurred prior to my arrival. How could I have had the time to commit such a crime?" However, Carlo was unwilling to entertain Lin Long's defense. The truth would be revealed under duress. "Seize them both," he commanded, and several subordinates swiftly surrounded Lin Long. "What a deceitful individual," Lin Long retorted with a bitter laugh. Ignoring the subordinates, he raised his arm, fingers slightly splayed, and muttered to himself, invoking the Taoist star-plucking technique. Waves of energy emanated from his hand, rendering the surrounding air eerily still. The star-plucking technique does not belong to any of the 36 heavenly techniques or the 72 earthly arts, yet it possesses immense power. It is said that the Taoist ancestor once used this technique to pluck stars from the sky. Carlo felt an overwhelming force propelling his body uncontrollably towards Lin Long. And despite his desperate struggles, it was futile. Lin Long firmly grasped Carlo by the throat, although he was somewhat shorter. Carlo felt as helpless as a chick in his grip, utterly unable to retaliate. Carlo summoned all his fighting spirit, but before it could coalesce, it disintegrated instantly. A chill surging through his mind. Fear enveloped him. The atmosphere grew silent. The subordinates hesitated, well aware that Carlo was a level 4 warrior, the strongest in the town. Yet he was now firmly held by this mere youth. Lin Long tightened his grip, observing Carlo's reddening face with indifference. "I have explained the reasoning to you, yet you chose to ignore it. Thus, I must adopt a different approach. Can you comprehend now?" Carlo nodded laboriously, stammering, "I was blind and foolish. I hope you will show mercy and spare me." Upon hearing Carlo's plea, Lin Long forcefully threw him to the ground. Carlo struggled to rise. His gaze filled with terror as he regarded the young man before him. He quickly adjusted his demeanor, forcing a smile. Had you introduced yourself? This misunderstanding could have been avoided. He believed that someone so young yet powerful must hail from a prestigious family, perhaps even an heir. Realizing this, Carlo resigned himself to his misfortune. Lin Long, disinterested in explanations, saw the situation as unrelated to his status. Why should one bully the weak and cower before the strong? What nonsensical principle was this? He curtly instructed Carlo, "Have someone fetch the gold. Quickly, I need my mother to bring me those 100 gold coins." Carlo hastily relayed the message to his subordinates. It was 100, but now it is not. It totals 1,000 gold coins, of which 900 are your ransom. Lin Long's expression remained cold. This is beyond my means. I implore you to show mercy, esteemed sir, Carlo lamented, his eyes darting with desperation. Missing 100 coins? I'll take one of your arms. If it's 200, I'll sever both. 400, and your limbs shall be forfeited. Should you fail to produce even a single coin, well, your head shall be forfeit as well, Lin Long stated indifferently. Upon hearing his words, Carlo's mind raced with anxiety. No longer daring to delay, he instructed his servants to procure funds from his mother. Chapter 16. The murderer. Before long, several servants returned, bearing a chest. Carlo opened it to reveal it brimmed with gold coins. However, Lin Long found himself in a predicament. Lacking a storage bag, he couldn't very well carry the chest himself. Observing Lin Long's expression, Carlo's demeanor shifted, and he hastily inquired, "Do you not possess a space ring?" "A space ring? What is that?" Lin Long asked, his ignorance evident. Carlo quickly realized that Lin Long must not belong to a prominent family, for otherwise, he would surely be familiar with such an item. Yet, he dared not act rashly. Knowing he was no match for Lin Long. A space ring is a magical storage device crafted from spatial stones, varying in internal capacity. Given the high value of spatial stones, each ring commands a significant price. I happen to possess a low-grade space ring. Would it suffice to exchange for 500 coins? Carlo proposed. Lin Long nodded in agreement. Although he had never seen a space ring, he surmised it functioned similarly to a storage bag. He understood that the ring was unlikely worth 500 coins, but he could not carry the chest to the Monster Mountain range. Seeing Lin Long acquiesce, Carlo's expression brightened, and he promptly removed the ring from his finger, handing it to Lin Long. Space rings are primarily utilized for commercial storage, with a mere thought. You can store items within, Carlo explained. Lin Long grasped the space ring and, upon focusing his consciousness, confirmed his suspicions. The internal space was approximately 100 cubic units. He then touched the chest, and, with another mental sweep, half of the coins vanished. Afterward, Lin Long regarded Carlo with a hint of amusement. Your family possesses quite a treasure trove. It is noteworthy that Baron Lift's expenditure of 100 coins is considered substantial. In this remote town, the mayor boasts a stash of 1,000 coins and possesses such a space ring. Upon hearing Lin Long's remarks, Carlo dared not respond further, merely forcing a smile. Lin Long chose not to prolong the conversation. He glanced at the corpse before turning to leave. As he departed, Carlo's eyes glimmered with malice. Yet he refrained from provoking Lin Long further. Instead, he directed his resentment toward the tailor shop owner, ordering his immediate execution. Carlo instructed several servants to stand guard outside, then slowly approached his father's body. As he rifled through the remains, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He unearthed a small seal inscribed with the characters King Lion. Clutching the seal, a smile finally graced his lips. He had searched diligently for this treasure. He summoned his servants to carry the body back for cremation. The unfortunate tailor shop owner's fate went unnoticed by all. After Lin Long's departure, he did not choose to leave the town immediately, but instead returned to the noodle stall where he had dined that morning. The meal time had already passed, leaving only the elderly man alone to tidy up the surroundings. With a puzzled expression, he looked at Lin Long and inquired, "Youngster, it is not yet noon. Are you already hungry?" Lin Long shook his head. He had just emerged from a tailor's shop where he discovered a corpse in the well. It was my first encounter with a dead body, and feeling somewhat unwell, I sought a moment's respite here and a sip of water. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, the old man's pupils dilated, and he instinctively halted his movements, casting a wary glance at Lin Long, remaining silent. Observing the old man's demeanor, Lin Long felt no fear and softly continued, "I cannot explain why, but the moment I laid eyes on the corpse, I vaguely envisioned your likeness. Oh, I misspoke. It was not only you, but I also glimpsed 9 other distinct figures." The old man, upon hearing Lin Long's revelation, could no longer control himself and collapsed to the ground with a thud. His lips trembled as he stammered, "I killed the mayor. You may take me to collect the reward. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Lin Long assisted the elderly man, helping him to a chair, and then clarified, "I am merely tasked with locating the body, not apprehending the culprit. My curiosity lies in understanding why you all sought the mayor's life. Of course, whether you choose to share this with me is entirely up to you. After I finish this cup of water, I shall depart from the town." The old man scrutinized Lin Long, assuring himself that the youth had no intentions of capturing him, and rose to pour a cup of water for Lin Long. A look of nostalgia graced the old man's face as he began to speak. "I am called Aaron. My late wife departed early, but fortunately, I have a daughter who has been my companion. 3 years ago, she had just turned 14. Do not be deceived by my current appearance. In my youth, I was one of the few handsome men in the town." Lin Long raised an eyebrow at the old man, who, undeterred by the scrutiny, continued, "My daughter inherited my looks, and many suitors came to court her, including the mayor's family. If it were merely the mayor's son, I might have reluctantly agreed. For despite their tyrannical ways, they possessed significant influence and power, ensuring my daughter's future would be secure. However, it was the mayor himself who took a liking to her. At his age, how could I possibly push my daughter into a pit of fire? I was vehemently opposed. Little did I know that the beast would resort to despicable means to capture my daughter. At that time, she was working in the tailor's shop, and the mayor, along with the shop owner, falsely accused her of stealing his expensive gown and had her arrested. I was not even permitted to see her, and eventually, I was informed that due to the substantial amount involved, she had been transported to Tianshui City for processing. I immediately journeyed to Tianshui City, but I could not catch a glimpse of my daughter. Later, they told me she succumbed to the torments of imprisonment and took her own life. I was expelled without even seeing her remains. The other 9 individuals share similar plights. My poor daughter." As he spoke, the old man wept bitterly. Once the old man had regained some composure, Lin Long gently interjected, "In truth, it may be a blessing that you did not witness your daughter's corpse. She might still be alive. If she had truly perished, they would not have denied you the chance to see her. It is only if she remains alive that such a situation would be plausible." "Really? Is that true?" the old man asked with palpable excitement. Lin Long nodded affirmatively. The elderly man, filled with emotion, rose to his feet, only to sit back down in despair as a thought crossed his mind. Yet, what can an old fool like me accomplish? 3 years ago, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of her. Lin Long gazed at the man with compassion and sighed heavily, reflecting on his own curiosity that had driven him to inquire. Slowly, he spoke, "If an opportunity arises in the future, I will venture to Tianshui City to assist you in your search." "Really?" the old man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, a hint of embarrassment washed over him. "But I have no reward to offer you. All my possessions amount to 52 silver coins and over 400 copper coins. I can give them all to you." The old man's gaze was filled with hope as he looked at Lin Long. Lin Long finished the water in his bowl and smiled. "You have already compensated me. I cannot drink your water for free. However, let us agree on this. I cannot guarantee when I will travel to Tianshui City, or if I shall ever go. But I promise that should I go, I will do everything in my power to help you find your daughter." The old man bore no resentment towards Lin Long. The offer of assistance was a tremendous kindness. "I require a drop of your blood," Lin Long stated. Without further ado, the old man, albeit perplexed, drew a knife and made a small cut on his hand. "Is this sufficient?" he asked, fearful it might not be enough. The blade had bitten deeper than intended, blood gushing forth. Lin Long nodded, dipping his index finger into the crimson fluid and pressing it to his forehead. The blood vanished into his brow in an instant. Chapter 17. The dockside gang. Lin Long departed from Xinyue town, continuing his journey southward, sleeping under the stars each night. Though he possessed 500 gold coins, he maintained his usual frugality. The lodging prices in the towns he passed were exorbitant, so he continued to sleep on the ground, finding a certain freedom in his travels. After traversing for over 10 days, Lin Long arrived at a larger town than those he had previously encountered. Encircled by earthen walls, the town bore the name Shalu Town prominently displayed at its center, beneath a dilapidated wooden gate. Lin Long had no doubt that the gate would crumble before a mere touch of his hand. Entering the town, there was no need to queue. Lin Long circled the town, gradually understanding why it was larger than others. The Jialan Empire is traversed by 2 major rivers, the Tianshui and the Dijue. Here, the Dijue branches off, known as the Shalu River, and the bustling dock was alive with individuals loading and unloading goods, indicating a thriving waterway trade. After days of arduous travel, despite the aura of vitality surrounding him, Lin Long felt weary and sought the comfort of an inn to wash away the fatigue. As he entered the town, his eyes caught a notice posted on a wall. Curiosity piqued, he approached it. Seeking skilled individuals, generous rewards await. Interested parties may consult with the dockside gang. The phrase generous rewards dominated the notice, suggesting a pressing need for skilled recruits. Lin Long pondered for a moment, deciding to set aside this matter for now, prioritizing the need to find suitable lodging. Compared to other towns, the number of inns in Shalu Town has noticeably increased. Lin Long chose a rather appealing inn and pushed the door open. A staff member approached to greet him. "Are you here to dine or to stay?" "To stay." "How much for a night?" The staff member smiled warmly and replied, "Not expensive. It's 10 silver coins for a night." Although Lin Long had 500 gold coins from Carlo, he still felt a pang of regret. Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it and rented a room. After enjoying a comfortable hot bath, Lin Long felt refreshed and descended to explore the town. Due to the presence of a dock, the town was bustling with merchants coming and going, making the streets unusually lively. Lin Long found a restaurant, selected a spot, and sat down. "What do you recommend, boss?" The owner, a middle-aged man with a somewhat corpulent figure and a bushy beard, smiled at Lin Long. "You must be a traveler, right? Here in Shalu River, we have a type of fish known as Shalu fish. Its flavor is exquisite, with tender white meat. Previous guests have praised it highly. It's a unique delicacy of our Shalu town. Would you care to try it?" Lin Long felt somewhat tempted and inquired, "What is the price?" 50 silver coins for one, approximately 34 pounds. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to indulge, bolstered by the 500 gold coins, and ordered one despite the cost. Not long after, the staff brought out the fish. Its presentation was splendid, and a fragrant aroma wafted towards Lin Long. Upon tasting it, he found the flavor delightful and the texture rich, more delectable than even beast meat. After devouring one whole fish, he surprisingly felt only half full. He contemplated ordering another, but upon reflecting on its price, he decided against it. After his meal, Lin Long called the owner over and inquired, "Sir, upon entering the city, I noticed a notice stating that the dock gang is recruiting skilled individuals. Do you know the reason behind this?" The owner looked at Lin Long and replied with a smile, "You must be a traveler. Are you unaware of the dock gangs in other places?" Lin Long shook his head. The owner, grinning, continued, "Let me enlighten you. The dock gang is the largest faction in Shalu Town. They monopolize all the docks, and any incoming foreign vessels wishing to dock must pay in gold coins. This gang operates semi-officially, often backed by the Empire's officials. It is said that the current leader is the brother-in-law of the former town mayor. Just last month, a new mayor was appointed here. The previous mayor, I hear, has been reassigned to Luoxue City as an enforcer. The new mayor has his eyes set on the dock gang's lucrative operations." The owner animatedly recounted to Lin Long that while the new mayor wishes to seize control of the docks, he cannot directly confront the dock gang, as the entire town relies on the docks for sustenance. Mishandling this could jeopardize the livelihoods of the townsfolk, leading to his downfall as mayor. Although he cannot engage in covert maneuvers, he can openly contest for power, as there has always been a rule regarding docks. The stronger party may challenge the docks. Is the dock gang recruiting skilled individuals solely for the purpose of seizing the docks? Lin Long inquired. "You are quite astute," the young man replied. "But there are indeed rules governing dock seizures. Firstly, one must ensure adequate manpower. After taking control of the docks, you must swiftly assume command without interruption, even with the emergence of new docks. Secondly, there are quotas for participants in the dock seizure. In previous years, clashes involved hundreds of fighters, but the Empire, witnessing the heavy casualties, issued a directive. Each side may only send 10 warriors. Any transgression of this rule will provoke intervention from the Empire." Upon hearing this, Lin Long gained insight into the matter's intricacies. He then posed a question to the boss, somewhat puzzled. "If they cannot gather enough personnel, can they simply postpone the fight?" The boss chuckled. "How could that be possible? In 3 days, the designated day for the dock seizure will arrive. If the dock gang fails to assemble their forces by then, they will have no choice but to send some weaker fighters into battle." At this moment, the boss leaned in mysteriously and remarked to Lin Long, "However, I have heard a whisper that the dock gang has successfully recruited some formidable fighters. Rumor has it that there are 5th-level warriors among them. In our humble locality, a 5th-level fighter is indeed a significant figure. Lin Long perked up his ears, noting the surrounding discussions, and jokingly asked, "Which side do you hope will triumph, uncle?" Without hesitation, the boss replied, "Is that even a question? Who in Shalu Town wouldn't wish for the current dock gang to prevail? The newly appointed town mayor, huh?" The uncle cast a disdainful glance. Lin Long nodded, having overheard the patrons around him fervently debating the strengths of both sides. However, one sentiment was unanimous. Everyone hoped for the victory of the dock gang. After a brief exchange with the boss, Lin Long expressed his gratitude and prepared to take a stroll around the dock gang. Such urgent funds command a higher price. Chapter 18. A display of talent at this moment. Within the dock gang's assembly hall, the atmosphere was unusually raucous. In the center of the hall sat a man with his eyes closed, exuding a calm yet imposing presence. Upon hearing the tumult below, Gil opened his eyes and bellowed, "Enough! Silence!" Instantly, the room fell silent, everyone turning their gaze towards him. A bald man beside Gil spoke up, "Brother-in-law, are you saying we must relinquish 50% of our profits to that old fellow?" Gil glanced at his bald brother-in-law, exasperated. This is his message relayed through a confidant. "I recently conducted a background check on him. His connections are quite significant. He is said to be involved with a steward from the Duke's estate." "Just a steward from a Duke's estate? You are the enforcer of Waterfall City, personally selected by Lord Merlin. Why not appeal to Lord Merlin? You fool. How could your sister have such a dim-witted brother? Lord Merlin is a personage of great stature. He would not concern himself with such trifles. While it is true that I am the enforcer of Waterfall City, if he is adamant about not giving me any consideration, there is little I can do. After all, this territory does not fall under Waterfall's jurisdiction, and I am powerless in this matter. Then are we to simply cede him this 50% profit?" The bald man, Gu Wei, spoke with reluctance. "What else can we do? If this battle at the docks ignites, we are bound to lose. I've heard that the Overseer has dispatched 7 level 5 warriors. How can we possibly triumph?" Jill's tone was somewhat disheartened. Upon hearing this, Gu Wei too felt a wave of despair. The opponent approached brazenly to confront them, and if they were to lose, they would have no choice but to pack up and leave. Considering the circumstances, conceding 50% of the profits seemed indeed the most prudent course of action. At that moment, a cloud of gloom enveloped the hall, as if a great weight pressed upon their chests, rendering them breathless. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard within the silence. "Is it true that you are recruiting skilled fighters here? Are you still seeking?" The crowd turned to see a youth, strikingly handsome and endowed with a graceful demeanor, smiling warmly at them. 34 recruits, 34, the bald man exclaimed, leaping to his feet in excitement. However, upon realizing the newcomer was merely a boy, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him and dejectedly sat back down. The crowd, upon recognizing the youth, could not help but chuckle bitterly. What business does this child have here? He hasn't even grown a full beard yet, claiming to be a master? Someone scoffed. Lin Long, unfazed by the jibes, maintained his composure and gazed steadily at the crowd. "Well, are you not recruiting?" At this moment, Jill lifted his gaze and scrutinized Lin Long, feeling the ethereal aura emanating from him. He tentatively inquired, "Young sir, what is your rank?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Long replied, "I am a peak level 4 warrior." Hiss. The crowd was taken aback, astonished that this young lad was already on the verge of level 5. Jill regarded Lin Long with surprise, but ultimately shook his head. "It's futile. Old 4, kindly escort this young man out." "Wait," Lin Long interjected swiftly. "If I heard correctly, you mentioned it's futile? May I ask, do they have an Earth Knight among them?" At this, the room erupted in laughter. An Earth Knight is a figure of great stature, light years away from our modest dockside skirmish. Such individuals would never involve themselves in our trifling affairs. Lin Long pressed further. "So, does that mean the opposing side possesses level 6 warriors?" Jill, taken aback by the inquiry, hesitated before responding, "No. If the intelligence is accurate, the strongest among them is merely level 5. Hearing this, Lin Long declared, "Then let me give it a try. I should be able to contend with a level 5 warrior, barring any unforeseen circumstances." Jill, deep in thought, mused, "Although there are no level 6 warriors, 7 out of their 10 members are level 5, whereas we only have 3 level 5 warriors on our side. The odds are decidedly against us." Upon hearing this, Lin Long wore an expression of helplessness and posed an unrelated question. "Do you have any magical beasts here? Perhaps above level 4? Puzzled by Lin Long's query, Jill nonetheless replied, Of course, why do you ask? How many? Lin Long's eyes sparkled with anticipation. On his journey, he had not encountered a single level 4 magical beast for sale. We have 7 or 8 level 4 magical beasts and 3 level 5 magical beasts. Jill responded, slightly displeased that Lin Long had not answered his previous question. With a smile adorning his face, Lin Long fixed his gaze on Jill and inquired, if I were to eliminate those 4 fifth-tier warriors, how much would you offer me? At that moment, the laughter of the crowd ceased, and they stared at Lin Long in astonishment, intrigued by the prowess this young man claimed to possess. Daring to assert he could vanquish the 4 fifth-tier warriors without fear of repercussions, Jill refrained from providing a direct answer, instead emphasizing, young man. Our endeavors at the wharf are not akin to ordinary sparring. They can lead to fatal consequences. Lin Long nodded calmly, indicating his understanding. The onlookers gazed at him in trepidation, their doubts about the youth's capabilities dissipating, for no one would jest with their own life at stake. Hearing the conversation between Lin Long and Jill, Gregor straightened his posture, holding his breath and casting a glance at his brother-in-law. After a brief exchange between the two, Jill gradually raised a hand, stating, 5,000 gold coins. Should you indeed dispatch those 4 fifth-tier warriors, this sum shall be yours. Isn't 5,000 gold coins a bit excessive, boss? One of the subordinates interjected. Indeed, boss, we only earn over 10,000 gold coins a year. Half of that seems rather steep. Silence. The bald man bellowed. The new town mayor demands 50% annually, while the sum offered to the young man is a one-time deal. Can't you grasp this? Anyone who dares to question my brother-in-law again shall face my wrath. The subordinates fell silent, cowed by his authority. Jill turned to Lin Long and added, however, I must insist that this payment is contingent upon your assistance in securing our victory. Upon hearing the offer of 5,000 gold coins, Lin Long felt a rare surge of excitement. Valuing a 4th-tier magical beast at 100 gold coins meant this fortune could procure 50 such creatures, enough to facilitate his breakthrough into foundational cultivation. He had not anticipated that such a modest guild could disperse such a substantial amount. Clearly, the wharf business was flourishing. Lin Long nodded in agreement, saying, no problem. The two men, thrilled by his acquiescence, eagerly asked, what should we call you? Just Lin Long will suffice. He opted to retain the name from his previous life rather than revealing his identity in this new world. His brother-in-law Gregor looked at Lin Long with hopeful anticipation and inquired, could you perhaps demonstrate your abilities? We are rather uncertain otherwise. Lin Long's expression darkened. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, leaving no reserves for a display. Yet, considering the presence of nearly 10 magical beasts, he lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down. Crack! Accompanied by Lin Long's voice, the onlookers felt a jolt of dread. The floor of the conference hall fractured like a spider's web. The fissures extended from the floor to the walls and ceiling, and in an instant, the once orderly hall lay in ruins. The gathered crowd staggered, struggling to maintain their balance. Suddenly, they experienced a loss of equilibrium, as the floor had subsided by half a meter. Lin Long unleashed the remaining spiritual energy in one breath, and the resulting power was undeniably formidable. Within the dilapidated council hall, the onlookers hastily sprang to their feet, each casting terrified glances at Lin Long, who, with a mere stamp of his foot, had wrought such devastation. The two leaders exchanged a knowing glance, suppressing their elation. They did not reproach Lin Long. After all, a council hall could be rebuilt. Lin Long addressed the two. Are you satisfied? If not, I can demonstrate further. Jill quickly waved his hands in a gesture of restraint, saying, that's enough. Fourth, please take young Master Lin to rest. Arrange a fine room for him. As for today's events, should anyone dare to utter a word, they shall face the consequences as per the guild's regulations. Jill's gaze was stern as he looked at the gathered crowd. Chapter 19. Overwhelming power. Lin Long spoke to Jill. I will take those magical beasts. Simply deduct the cost from the 5,000 gold coins. Jill turned to his brother-in-law, Greg. Greg appeared somewhat troubled, replying, this matter is complicated. Those beasts were pre-ordered by a buyer, and I have already collected the payment. Perhaps young Master Lin could wait a while longer? If high-tier magical beasts become available, I can certainly arrange for a few to be obtained, and the cost will be on my account. Lin Long would not acquiesce, devoid of spiritual energy. He was no different from an ordinary person, perhaps even weaker than a first-level warrior. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the bald man, for me, it is about augmenting my strength. For you, It could increase your odds by 50%. The bald man glanced at his brother-in-law, signaling Jill to make a decision. After a period of deliberation, Jill nodded. With the agreement secured, Lin Long addressed them. Please send someone to roast those magical beasts for me. I have quite the appetite. The bald man signaled to Forth to ensure proper arrangements were made. Once Forth escorted Lin Long away, Greg turned to Jill. Brother-in-law, what does this man mean? 10 magical beasts are far too much for one person. Could he simply be trying to take advantage? Jill shot a glance at his brother-in-law. You witnessed that last strike. He is undoubtedly above the 5th level. Moreover, he stated that the cost would be deducted from his remuneration. In truth, those magical beasts combined are worth less than 4,000 gold coins. Letting him consume them is no issue. I understand, brother-in-law. The bald man rubbed his hands together in excitement. Let us see how the competition unfolds in 2 days. We have no choice but to place our trust in him. After consuming several high-tier magical beasts, Lin Long found himself tantalizingly close to breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement. He felt exhilarated, astonished at the abundance of spiritual energy within the 5th level beasts, and as he sensed the surging power within him, Lin Long radiated vitality. The following morning in Shalu town, at the mayor's residence, a servant hurriedly approached. Mayor, we have received word from our people that Jill has recruited a young man who, it is said, could destroy the council hall with just a gentle stamp of his foot. The mayor, still in bed, sprang to his feet upon hearing the servant's words. He disregarded breakfast and hurried to his master bedroom, knocking on the door. Lord Owls, I have urgent matters to discuss. Come in. The mayor entered to find an ageless elder reclining between 2 fair-skinned women. The mayor lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the 2 women, even though they were his wife and daughter. The elderly man sat up. Despite his advanced age, his physique remained erect, with beautifully contoured muscles that exuded strength. His sharp eyes fixed upon the mayor. Mel, what misfortune has disturbed my pleasant slumber? Upon hearing his voice, Mayor Mel bowed his head even lower. Esteemed Lord Owls, I received word this morning that a youth has been recruited over there, approximately 12 or 13 years of age. His precise capabilities remain unknown, yet he managed to devastate a hall with a mere stomp. I feared there might be unforeseen consequences, hence my visit to inform you. The elderly man placed his hand upon the woman, pondering for a moment before continuing. I estimate he possesses the strength of a peak 5th level warrior. It is indeed strange. How could such a figure emerge from this remote locale? Upon hearing the old man suggest the youth might indeed be a peak 5th level, Mel hastily replied, doesn't that pose a threat to our plans? The elder shook his head with a derisive smile, merely an unforeseen variable. However, it matters not. Even if a peak 5th level warrior arrives, they truly believe we are merely 7 5th levels? Besides, when I arrived, Lord Khan bestowed upon me an item that would ensure even a 6th level warrior meets their demise. The elder chuckled darkly, increasing the pressure of his grip on the woman, causing her to wince in pain. He then cast a glance at Mayor Mel, who, understanding the unspoken cue, discreetly exited the room and closed the door behind him. Hearing the sounds from within, Mel clenched his fists before reluctantly departing. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On a brisk morning, Lin Long was awakened early by a messenger from the bald man. He followed the guide to a grand hall, where 8 men, all male, were already assembled. Among them were 5 4th level warriors and 3 5th level warriors. The gazes directed at Lin Long were laced with curiosity. Jill, what is the meaning of this? Where did this young upstart come from? Someone inquired aloud. Seeing Lin Long's arrival, Jill hastily stood, grasping Lin Long's hand to introduce him. This young man is your teammate. I hope that today each of you will assist me in securing victory in this battle. The expressions of the men shifted, and one spoke with displeasure. Jill, we are here on your account, but do you take our lives so lightly? We agreed to fight for you, yet we refuse to walk into death's embrace. How can a mere child take the field? You must provide us an explanation today. Jill, awkwardly glancing at Lin Long, realized that due to the confidentiality of their mission, these individuals were unaware of Lin Long's true strength. He hurriedly approached the group and whispered an explanation. After hearing Jill's words, one of the 3 5th level warriors proclaimed loudly, Jill, let us lay our cards on the table. If you wish to stake everything on this boy, so be it. However, we are entrusting our lives to you. He must fight first. If he can indeed eliminate the opposing 5th level warriors, then we will join the fray. If not, do not blame us for withdrawing our support. We do not wish to perish needlessly. Jill quickly turned to Lin Long, his eyes filled with pleading. Lin Long nodded and replied, "No problem." Upon hearing Lin Long's agreement, the three individuals raised their eyebrows in surprise. They had not anticipated that this young lad would actually acquiesce. With this development, they chose not to voice any further remarks. Consequently, the group set forth towards the battleground of the dock fight. The venue was expansive, situated in the heart of the town, covering several thousand square meters, with grandstands capable of accommodating thousands. At that moment, the stands were already filled to capacity, for the dock fight had long been the most esteemed event in this quaint town, notorious for its brutality and bloodshed. A significant aspect of its allure was that admission was free. By the time Lin Long and his companions arrived, Mayor Mel's entourage had already gathered. Observing the tardy arrival of Gil and his associates, Mel could not resist mocking. "I thought you had lost your nerve. I hear you have recruited a young master. Where is he? Allow me to see him." At these words, Gil's heart sank. He had not anticipated that he could keep it from his own team, but not from the opposing side. Lin Long's gaze sharpened as he assessed the 10 individuals behind Mel. Among them were 9 men and 1 woman, distinctly divided into 2 factions. The woman led one group, flanked by 2 others, all clad in black. The remaining 7 were led by the elder owls, accompanied by 6 young men in their 30s, each wielding a massive sword. To Lin Long's astonishment, the energy signatures revealed that the 10 were not merely comparable, but rather equal in strength. There were not just 7, but 10 5th-level warriors. Upon witnessing the opposing 10, the 3 5th-level warriors recruited by Gil instantly paled. Stammering, one of them glanced at Gil and said, "My apologies, Gil. But we do not wish to face certain death. It is evident that they possess 10 5th-level fighters. The disparity in strength is too great. Here is your money back. Farewell." After returning their fees to Gil, they promptly departed. The remaining 4th-level warriors, upon realizing the opposing team was entirely composed of 5th-level fighters, hastily returned their money and followed suit. No one desired to gamble with their lives. Gil felt a pang of bitterness. He had not expected the opposing team to consist of 10 5th-level warriors. How could they possibly secure victory? Mel's group observed this scene and immediately taunted, "Gil, why not concede outright? It appears you are left with just a mere boy. How do you expect to win?" The audience in the stands echoed their disbelief, shocked to witness such an imbalance in this year's dock fight, a one-sided domination. The bald man and his brother-in-law buried their heads deeply, seemingly resigned to their fate. Just as they were about to concede, a voice whispered in their ears, "I can help you win for a mere 10,000 gold coins. Is that too much?" Gil suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Long, speechless. "What's the matter? Is it too expensive?" Lin Long turned to Gil and inquired. "And no, it's not expensive. Do you truly believe you can win?" Gil's eyes widened in disbelief, while Gui also thought Lin Long was jesting. Chapter 20. The water sword technique. Lin Long took a few steps forward, addressing the 10 adversaries with a resonant voice. "Daoist, Lin Long, I implore you to bestow upon me your guidance." Owls gazed at Lin Long, whose demeanor exuded elegance and grace, furrowing his brow. He had not expected that only one remained on the opposing side, yet this young man displayed such audacity. Moreover, a Taoist? What force is this? He had never heard of it before. Recalling Lord Khan's admonition from the moment of departure, he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications in their plan and inquired of Lin Long, "Might I ask from whence you hail?" Lin Long, momentarily taken aback, responded graciously, "From the north." Owls felt a sense of futility within, for they were already at the southern periphery of the Galan Empire, where most factions originated from the north, including themselves. Observing Lin Long's reluctance to divulge further, he patiently continued, "I wonder how much the Dock Guild has compensated you. If you are amenable, we would be willing to offer the same." If it could be avoided, he truly did not wish to engage in combat with this enigmatic youth. Lin Long glanced at the anxious Gouet and Jier, a smile breaking across his face as he remarked, "A gentleman values his word. A promise is worth 1,000 gold pieces." Al's countenance darkened. Ignoring pleasantries would lead to consequences. "Then let us begin. Ken, you shall go first." One of the men stepped forward, approaching the arena. "Go, young master. You must defeat them. You absolutely cannot lose." The majority of spectators rallied in support of Lin Long. Ken had already discerned that this youth was no ordinary opponent. A single individual daring to challenge their 10 was a clear indication of formidable strength. Yet the extent of that strength remained a mystery. He dared not be careless and immediately unleashed his maximum power. Holding a colossal sword, Nearly 3 feet long and 5 fingers wide, Qin unleashed a resounding battle cry as the sword became enveloped in his fighting spirit. With the sword in hand, Qin's aura surged as he leapt into the air, bringing the blade down with tremendous force aimed at Lin Long. The speed of the giant sword was astonishing, and its power immense. As a level 5 warrior, his strength was beyond measure. The sheer force seemed to tear through the surrounding air. With a thunderous crack, it descended upon Lin Long. Lin Long remained unperturbed, aware that this was his true first battle in this foreign realm. His previous skirmish with Baron Lif was merely a light exchange, and he could effortlessly dispatch someone of Carlo's nascent level for prowess. Calmly observing Qin's thunderous strike, Lin Long merely raised his hand. Arise! A golden fist materialized from thin air, expanding dramatically in the wind until it reached several yards in size. Under the brilliant golden light, it struck fiercely against Qin's colossal sword. A tremendous sound resonated, and the tremendous forces collided violently in the air, stirring up clouds of dust and debris in the arena. The onlookers were astonished, witnessing the sheer magnitude of their initial clash. To think that even a tentative encounter could yield such power, Qin was forced back several steps, while Lin Long stood resolutely in place, undeterred. Qin regarded Lin Long coldly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Lin Long had not budged an inch, igniting a surge of excitement in Jie and Gowei. It was evident to all that Lin Long had gained the upper hand in their earlier exchange. Maintaining his composure, Qin declared, Heavenly Water Sword Technique, First Form, Spring Tide. With a sharp exclamation, Qin's sword radiated brilliance once more, waves of power rippling through the air. The space around them expanded like ripples upon water, akin to the might of a great ocean wave. With a powerful roar, Qin unleashed his tremendous force, directing his blade toward Lin Long. This is the swordsmanship of Tianshui Academy. It is said that the Academy's techniques comprise 4 formidable forms, and I am astonished to discover that my opponent hails from Tianshui Academy. Among the audience, some recognized Qin's swordplay. Jill furrowed his brow. He was certainly aware of Tianshui Academy and had heard that the first form wielded an unparalleled offensive power, akin to the pressure of the ocean. Sensing his opponent's momentum, Lin Long softly uttered, Transform. With his right hand forming a seal, his golden fist opened, summoning a colossal golden hand that spiraled above his head. As Qin swung his great sword, the golden hand collided forcefully with it, producing a deafening sound accompanied by blinding brilliance that swept across the surroundings. In midair, the golden hand dissipated into a stream of light, while Qin was once again knocked back several paces. Gasping, Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though the world was spinning before he finally regained his composure. Lin Long refrained from launching an immediate assault, allowing his adversary a moment to stabilize. Outside the arena, owls fixed a grim gaze on Lin Long, troubled by the unfamiliar tactics displayed before him. Qin, noticing Lin Long's reluctance to capitalize on his advantage, raised his great sword as a sign of respect. Your golden fist has been shattered. Let us see how you will confront my next move. Despite his bloodied visage, Qin wore a smug expression. He then summoned an even greater vigor, proclaiming loudly, Beware. Tianshui swordsmanship, 4th form. Seeing Qin's renewed intensity, Lin Long smirked with intrigue, pondering who declared that his technique could only be employed once. Rise. Once more, the golden fist materialized in the eyes of the onlookers, but this time, as Lin Long formed seals with both hands, multiple golden fists emerged, encircling Qin. Go. Lin Long gestured toward Qin, and dozens of golden fists, enveloped in a cascade of golden light, descended upon him. The multitude of colossal fists obscured the sky. Beneath their weight, despair flickered across Qin's face. He had yet to unleash the 4th form, and could only evade and desperately resist. Ultimately, he could not withstand the onslaught of fists, and with a resounding thud, Qin's body crashed to the ground. Witnessing Qin's fall, the audience erupted with enthusiasm. Lin Long gazed impassively at his fallen opponent, a hint of surprise flickering in his expression. So weak, he mused, the speed and reaction are rather mediocre. Moreover, the technique is ordinary, aside from a robust aura and slightly greater strength. There appear to be no other methods, at least none evident now. Lin Long silently assessed, considering that if this opponent was indeed a level 5 warrior, he was disappointingly feeble, especially given that he himself was at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. He felt the need to observe further. Who will step up next? Lin Long's voice brimmed with confidence. Owls turned to a figure beside him, who approached Lin Long and said, "Jean, please enlighten me." The man wasted no words. Unlike Ken, Jean launched into action with all his might. Tianshui swordsmanship, 4th form, winter burial. With that, the great sword in Jin's hand radiated brilliance as an aura of extreme cold enveloped the arena. Lin Long's expression paled slightly, feeling the chilling temperature surrounding him. He recognized that Jean was employing the 4th form that Ken had not utilized. This time, Lin Long did not intend to intervene. Rather, he was eager to witness his opponent's capabilities. The spectators outside felt a chilling cold. Many instinctively tightened their clothing. Jill, her voice laced with tension, remarked, "Lin is far too careless. The 4th form of the Tianshui sword technique is not easily withstood." Jean observed that Lin Long did not hinder him, sneering coldly. "The foolish shall inevitably pay for their folly." Jean leapt high, his massive sword gleaming white, its tip directed towards Lin Long Dai. As he thrust the sword forward, the temperature around plummeted, the air around them crystallizing into icy shards that floated in the atmosphere. Unlike the exaggerated momentum of the first strike, this sword's aura was more subdued, yet the accompanying essence dulled Lin Long's thoughts and slowed his body, leaving him unable to evade. Witnessing Lin Long seemingly frozen in place, a glimmer of delight crossed Jin's face, his strength unwavering. Owls observed the unfolding scene with a smile, while Jill and her companion displayed expressions of despair. Chapter 21. Dawn, Heaven and Earth, the mysterious sect, the root of all energies. Cultivate through countless tribulations to attain my divine powers. Within and beyond the 3 realms, the Tao stands supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my being. A profound voice resonated throughout the arena. Boom! The sharp sound echoed, a tremendous residual force sweeping across the venue like a blade of wind. The onlookers were forced to shield their eyes from the gust. Moments later, they beheld Jin's pallid visage as his sword pierced Lin Long's chest, only to be halted by a shimmering barrier of golden light. No matter how fiercely Jin exerted himself, he could not breach that luminous shield. Lin Long smiled at Jin and said, "Your strength is commendable. You almost shattered my golden light." Before Jin could react, Lin Long seized the massive sword. With a surge of might, the sword slipped from Jin's grasp, clattering to the ground with a resounding thud. Golden light radiated from Lin Long's leg as he delivered a powerful kick to Jin's abdomen. Bang! Jin's body soared into the air before crashing down. As Jin attempted to rise, Lin Long's figure suddenly appeared before him, with one foot planted firmly on Jin's chest and the massive sword poised at his throat. Lin Long declared, "Move, and you shall perish." The voice, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell, compelled Jin to cease his struggles. Slowly, he turned his head away, murmuring, "I concede." With a soft whoosh, Jin's sword was driven into the ground nearby. Lin Long gazed quietly at the two, refraining from further conversation. It appeared they truly had no other means. Both individuals were singular in their tactics. Lin Long drew a comparison between the two, arriving at a conclusion. Owl's expression darkened like water. This time, he did not hastily send someone forward, but instead turned to observe the 3 figures in black. The leading woman in the group regarded Lin Long, sensing the challenge he posed, yet she nodded in acknowledgement to one of her companions. The cloaked figure, with their face obscured beneath the hood, strode purposefully towards Lin Long. Lin Long nodded in acknowledgement, just as he was about to speak. He saw a shadow darting towards him. What incredible speed! The audience barely registered a blink before the cloaked figure was upon Lin Long. A glint of cold light flashed before Lin Long's throat. That was close. Lin Long could not help but exclaim. The spectators then beheld the cloaked figure brandishing a dagger that shimmered with an icy gleam. Upon witnessing his initial strike fail, the cloaked figure remained undeterred, planting a single foot on the ground and charging once more towards Lin Long. The shadowy assassin transformed into a fleeting wisp, his speed surpassing that of before by a notable margin. Truly, he embodied the prowess of an assassin from the Dawn organization, and such velocity could be deemed unparalleled among those of the 5th tier. Owls remarked, observing the black-clad figure in the arena. Upon hearing Owl's exclamation, the female assassin's face contorted into a sneer. A gasp rippled through the crowd as the assassin pressed his dagger against Lin Long's throat. "You have lost," he declared coldly. A flicker of golden light shimmered upon the blade. Lin Long, smiling at the assassin before him, remarked, "Impressive speed. As for strength, it leaves much to be desired." The assassin furrowed his brow, applying more pressure with the dagger. The sharp, piercing sound of metal scraping echoed throughout the arena, yet no matter how forcefully the assassin pressed, he could not breach the golden aura. Suddenly, the figure began to somersault backward, vanishing from sight. Where did he go all of a sudden? A voice cried from the crowd. It's the shadow assassination technique. They are members of the Dawn organization. Gil exclaimed, gazing at the vanished assassin in astonishment. The bald man, Greg, turned to his brother-in-law with a puzzled expression. Brother-in-law, what is the Dawn organization? Gil, his gaze fixed on Lin Long standing resolutely, replied with a grim expression. The Dawn is the most formidable mercenary organization on this continent, with each mercenary possessing extraordinary strength. It is said that their leader is of paladin caliber. A paladin? Greg gasped in horror. Gil nodded, continuing. They are known as the continent's premier mercenary legion precisely because of their shadow assassination technique, which is elusive and virtually impossible to defend against. Then Lin is in grave danger. Greg voiced his concern. Gil offered no response, equally anxious as he watched the scene unfold. Surveying the surroundings and finding no trace of the assassin, Lin Long could not help but exclaim, "This is a rather troublesome manifestation of some dark cult's magic." Suddenly, a series of metallic clangs resonated as Lin Long's body became enveloped in golden light, rippling waves emanating from him. The assassin reappeared, now wielding a dagger in each hand. A palpable aura of danger enveloping the arena. He hesitated to strike, for Lin Long's radiant golden aura posed a significant challenge. Having launched dozens of consecutive attacks that were thwarted by the golden light, he found himself in uncharted territory. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, disappearing once again from sight. I refuse to be bested. The cacophony of metallic clashes continued, the crowd unable to see the assassin's form, but only hearing the relentless sounds of impact. The spectators were captivated by this bizarre spectacle. Lin Long stood, enveloped in golden light, remaining still amidst the chaos. At that moment, a keen observer shouted, "His golden light is developing cracks." As time elapsed, more spectators noticed the fissures, which grew increasingly larger until they spread across his entire form, resembling a spider's web. A truly masterful technique, concentrating the energy solely at the tip of the dagger, each strike deftly penetrating the surface, an impeccable control of one's martial energy, Lin Long mused, disregarding the imminent shattering of his golden light, filled with admiration. With a sharp crack akin to the shattering of glass, the golden aura surrounding Lin Long fractured at that moment. The cloaked figure, observing the dissipating golden light, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Had the golden light remained intact, he would have exhausted all his fighting energy. It was the final strike. The dark-clad man tightened his grip on the dagger, channeling all his remaining power. This time he revealed himself, moving with a velocity akin to the wind. Witnessing his emergence, along with the disintegration of Lin Long's golden light, the onlookers anticipated the outcome of the duel. Azel cast a mocking glance at Lin Long and declared, "In this final blow, there is no victor or vanquished. Only life and death. In your next life, keep your eyes peeled. Not everyone is worthy of your ire." At that moment, the tavern owner, positioned in the audience, shouted encouragement to Lin Long, "Young man, give it your all. If you win, I shall treat you to free fish." Upon hearing the owner's words, Lin Long's eyes brightened. Ignoring the approaching dark figure, he turned to the owner and replied, "You must not go back on your word." The crowd, witnessing Lin Long's disregard for his perilous situation as he conversed with the proprietor, could only shake their heads in disbelief. Seeing Lin Long's nonchalance infuriated the dark-clad man, who roared, "Die!" He transformed into a fleeting shadow, moving so swiftly that the spectators could scarcely follow, and thrust his dagger into Lin Long's chest. To the astonishment of the crowd, however, much like before, flecks of golden light enveloped Lin Long's body once more. With a smile, Lin Long raised 2 fingers and proclaimed, "2 layers. My golden light still has 2 layers. I wonder if your energy can withstand it?" The dark-clad man turned pale at these words. Having expended all his energy in that final attack, he found himself devoid of strength. "I concede." He helplessly raised his hand in surrender. "Excellent job, young man. Once the match concludes, come to the Fat Uncle Tavern. All food and drink will be on the house." The rotund proprietor called out exuberantly. Lin Long smiled back at the owner, appreciating the clever advertisement. Returning to the woman's side, the dark-clad man began to speak, but was interrupted by a dismissive gesture from her. Another cloaked figure remarked, "Sister, I will shatter the remaining 2 layers of his golden light and leave the rest to you." The woman nodded in silence. Seeing her acquiescence, the dark-clad man approached Lin Long, brandishing a dagger in each hand. Without affording Lin Long a chance to speak, he vanished from sight. Chapter 22. Thunder in the palm. Realizing the opponent's intentions, Lin Long smirked wickedly, his golden light enveloping him once more. A cacophony of sounds reverberated throughout the arena. As anticipated, Lin Long's golden aura shattered, only to re-emerge. Just as the golden light hovered on the brink of destruction again, the dark-clad man decisively conceded and exited the arena. The woman in black observed Lin Long from outside the arena, compelled to admit that he was the most enigmatic youth she had ever encountered. Though he appeared younger than herself, his strength was formidable. Slowly, she approached Lin Long, not hurrying to strike. Lin Long scrutinized her with curiosity, sensing a faint yet ominous aura emanating from her. The woman gradually removed her hood, revealing an exquisite visage. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes captivated the audience, leaving many inexplicably inclined to root for her triumph. Though she was a beauty, her visage retained a hint of youthful innocence. She appeared to be only a year or 2 older than Lin Long, likely around 15 or 16 years of age. The woman directed her gaze at Lin Long and said, "Thank you for sparing the lives of those 2. In return, I shall not take yours." Her voice was ethereal and melodious, captivating the attention of several onlookers, who gazed at her with unabashed admiration. Upon hearing her words, Lin Long chuckled and shrugged. To him, this was merely a contest. He was unfamiliar with his opponents, and there was no deep-seated enmity. After all, Taoism does not condone senseless slaughter. Thus, he refrained from lethal force. The initial threats were merely tactics to compel surrender. As for the woman's offer of clemency, Lin Long regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes. Although the 2 men clad in black were remarkably swift, their attacks remained overly predictable. Their control over their combat energy was commendable, yet insufficient to secure victory against him. The black-clad woman, observing Lin Long's amused expression, spoke again. "I perceive that your golden aura extends beyond 30%, or perhaps it cannot be quantified by mere layers. Am I correct?" Lin Long acknowledged her insight with a thoughtful, "Oh," and then inquired, "I am surprised you discerned that. Why then? Did you allow your subordinates to attempt to breach my golden aura?" The woman scrutinized Lin Long intently before replying, "Oh, it was merely to ascertain whether you possess any other techniques." Lin Long's gaze sharpened as he asked, "So, you believe you can indeed shatter my golden aura?" At this, the black-clad woman smiled. "Be cautious," she warned. In an instant, she vanished from sight, reappearing before Lin Long. With a swift kick, she struck fiercely at his chest. Lin Long's body was propelled through the air, helplessly tumbling. Yet, her assault was far from over. She soared in the air, unleashing a barrage of punches akin to a tempest. As Lin Long spun helplessly, he endured her relentless strikes for a full quarter of an hour before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The golden aura dissipated into the ether. Azar, observing the black-clad woman, expressed his astonishment. How can this be the speed of a mere 5th-level warrior? The crowd below gasped at the sight of the fallen Lin Long, taken aback by the extraordinary prowess of the woman. "Come on, get up, young man. Don't give up." The audience silently urged Lin Long, revealing that many still supported him. The black-clad woman regarded the prostrate Lin Long and stated, "I understand that breaching your golden aura is no simple feat, yet every technique relies on combat energy for sustenance. All I require is a relentless assault, and you will find it impossible to maintain your golden aura. Would you not agree?" Coughing softly, Lin Long gradually rose to his feet, rubbing his chest as he nodded. "Though I wield spiritual energy rather than combat energy, the outcome remains the same." He looked at the woman with admiration and remarked, "Your speed and strength are truly remarkable. I have much to learn from you." The woman clad in black raised her head with confidence, aware that her speed, if she were to ascend to the sacred tier, would place her among its elite. This was not mere arrogance, but rather a belief instilled in her by her leader, providing her with the grounds for her pride in her swiftness. Lin Long pondered for a moment, then lamented, "Had you been the last to take the stage, I believe we would have engaged in a more exhilarating contest. Unfortunately, there are still so many behind you, compelling me to conclude swiftly. My apologies." The glimmer of regret was evident in Lin Long's eyes. With 5 opponents still remaining, he could only reserve his energy for a rapid resolution. With that, Lin Long formed a hand seal and spoke with remarkable speed. The jade purity initiates the true talisman's decree, merging the dual energies of the cosmos into one. The five thunders shall converge and roar with the might of Huang Ning, transforming into a tempest of lightning and thunder, summoned forth at the sound of my call. With a command, he declared, "Thunder." The golden light enveloping Lin Long dissipated, replaced by a brilliant white radiance that flowed ceaselessly around him. Standing amidst the arena, he emanated an indescribable pressure, invoking a primal reverence for celestial might deep within the souls of all present. As they beheld Lin Long clad in resplendent white armor, the woman in black could no longer maintain her mirth, her demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance. In an instant, Lin Long's figure flickered, and before the spectators could even react, the deafening crack of sonic booms reverberated through the arena. Lin Long had already materialized within the woman's line of sight. How could this speed be possible? The woman's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Long's swiftness surpassed her own. Such velocity was beyond the reach of a mere fifth-tier warrior. Reacting instinctively, she bent and shifted to the right, narrowly evading the impact of Lin Long's palm. "You are far too slow now." A calm voice resonated behind her. Before she could regain her balance, a silver-white light surged from Lin Long's palm, emanating a piercing, thunderous sound, as if the surrounding air possessed its own sentience. Retreating from the brilliance of his aura, the woman had no time to dodge, and Lin Long's palm struck her squarely in the chest. Palm lightning. A wretched scream escaped her lips. Although the force behind the strike was not overwhelming, she was horrified to find her body completely paralyzed, engulfed in excruciating pain. Attempting to summon her fighting spirit to resist, she realized she could not sense even a trace of it. In but a fleeting moment, she crumpled to the ground, having failed to unleash her shadow assassination technique before succumbing. This was precisely Lin Long's intention. Had she managed to employ her technique, the expenditure of his energy would have been significant. A one-on-one engagement would have been preferable, but alas. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, each seeking understanding from the others. They were mystified as to how the previously dominant woman in black had fallen so swiftly. Struggling, the woman lifted her head to gaze at Lin Long and queried intermittently, "Is this the power of lightning?" Noticing that she could still speak, Lin Long felt a twinge of surprise. It was well known that those struck by palm lightning experienced the sensation of being seared by countless bolts. Although he was only at the 5th level of energy refinement and could not unleash the full might of the Five Thunder technique, the experience was undoubtedly agonizing. Lin Long nodded toward her and replied, "Palm lightning." Chapter 23. Wrath unleashed. With a bitter smile, Quan Quan realized that her defeat was not entirely unjust. Her most proud speed appeared as mere child's play before her opponent, who seemed to handle the situation with effortless grace, leaving her unaware of the multitude of skills yet to be unveiled. Turning to Lin Long, she uttered, "Kill me." Lin Long was momentarily taken aback. "Kill me," the woman reiterated. Observing her unwavering desire for death, Lin Long found himself at a loss for words. The woman trembled, attempting to rise, but after much struggle, she ultimately failed to stand. Watching her persistent efforts, Lin Long sighed, "Is it really necessary?" The woman remained silent, stubbornly attempting to rise again and again. Reluctantly, Lin Long approached her, and with a swift motion, struck her, rendering her unconscious. He cast an annoyed glance at the two men in black. "What are you dawdling for? Shouldn't you carry her away?" The two men stepped forward, their expressions a mixture of complexity as they regarded Lin Long. "Thank you for showing mercy. This is for you." One of them handed Lin Long a black card. "What is this?" Lin Long inquired, examining the card, which bore the word Dawn on one side and the number 96 on the reverse. "Forgive me for not being able to explain further at this moment. We hope to discuss this with you once your battle concludes," the man in black replied. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Long nodded, instructing the two to meet him at the Fat Uncle Tavern the following morning. The two men noted his words and carefully lifted the woman in black before departing. As the three in black exited, Lin Long redirected his attention to Owls and the others. He gestured for them to proceed. However, after a prolonged wait, no one stepped forward. The audience began to voice their displeasure with boos. Owls, with a grave expression, turned to Lin Long and slowly spoke, "Young man, if you cease your efforts now, I am willing to offer you 100,000 gold." "What?" Lord Owls, Mayor Mel exclaimed in astonishment. Owls fixed a stern gaze upon Mayor Mel, who, under the weight of Owl's scrutiny, lowered his head, and refrained from further comment. Jill furrowed his brow, glancing at Lin Long, yet remained speechless. He found the offered sum beyond his means, and was perplexed as to why owls would dare to propose such a sum. It was well known that even if they triumphed, it would only secure a 3-year occupancy. After 3 years, should there be others vying for the dock, they would need to compete anew. Furthermore, the profits of their dock guild amounted to just over 30,000 gold coins during those 3 years. Owl's offer of 100,000 was exceedingly suspicious. Lin Long resolutely shook his head at Owls. Do you find it insufficient? Owls questioned. Lin Long continued to shake his head. Then what is your reason? Lin Long replied. I have already articulated my reasoning. A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 gold. Nonsense. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money. If you find it inadequate, state your figure. Lin Long cast a disdainful glance at Owls, pointing towards the audience. Owls was perplexed by his implication. Lin Long seemed to be speaking to himself. When I first entered the town, I not only noticed the recruitment information from the Dock Guild, but also saw an entire page filled with the word support beneath it. Owls looked at Lin Long with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, urging him to continue. Certainly, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that alongside this recruitment notice, numerous missing person posters have been displayed. A cursory glance reveals that most pertain to lost children from their families. How does this concern me? What relevance does it hold to this competition? Owls inquired with perplexity. Lin Long regarded Owls and the mayor of Myers standing beside him. I must ask, he thundered, why does the highest law enforcer of a small town neglect to assist its citizens in searching for their missing children, yet chooses to engage in this contest for the dock? What kind of rationale is this? Owls, coming to a sudden realization, remarked, so you are concerned for the children of some commoners. If you wish to find those children, once this matter is settled, I shall have the mayor dispatch someone to search. How does that sound? Lin Long burst into hearty laughter, nearly shedding tears from his mirth, but soon subdued his amusement, casting a disapproving gaze at the incomprehensible Owls. Your own responsibilities have become a bargaining chip. Now I understand why, during my meals, I overheard others cursing the mayor. Were I in their position, I would join in. Humph. The mayor of Meyer let out a heavy snort beside Owls. Lin Long, losing interest in further discourse, turned to Owls and declared, Come, let me test your prowess. I sense a danger in you that surpasses even that of the woman in black. Owls, observing Lin Long's calm demeanor, furrowed his brow deeper. Yet, with Lin Long seemingly impervious to his attempts, he resolved to continue the contest. Nika, you go. Strive to wear down his fighting spirit through continuous engagement. He cannot have much energy left. Whoever defeats him shall receive a reward of 10,000 gold coins. As the saying goes, a generous reward shall surely summon brave souls. Nika, with resolute determination, advanced toward Lin Long. Noticing that Owls refrained from entering the fray himself and instead sent forth another subordinate, Lin Long's eyes glimmered with mockery, once more underestimating Owls. Before Nika could launch an attack, Lin Long took the initiative, radiant white light swirling around him. Nika, observing Lin Long's formidable presence, concentrated fully. Standing in the arena heightened his awareness of Lin Long's pressure. Heavenly Water Sword Technique, second form, Summer Rain. Nika's colossal sword shimmered with a milky hue, the surrounding air instantly becoming humid, enveloping him in a haze that rendered his figure indistinct. He chose not to attack, but instead raised his massive sword defensively. It was said that the first and fourth forms of the Heavenly Water Sword Technique were renowned for their offensive prowess, while the second form, Summer Rain, and the third form, Autumn Water, were celebrated for their defensive capabilities, anticipating that his opponent aimed to deplete Lin Long's energy. Gil, observing from the sidelines, voiced his concern. Meanwhile, Nika's younger brother paid no heed to his brother-in-law's words, fixated intently on the duel. Lin Long's gaze sharpened as he locked onto Nika, discerning his defensive posture. A grin spread across Lin Long's face as his figure vanished in an instant. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the arena, and the spectators caught a glimpse of a figure crashing heavily to the ground amidst the haze. Nika trembled, his colossal sword lying motionless 3 meters away from him. Lin Long gradually emerged from the obscured arena, first glancing at the fallen Nika to ascertain his lack of combat capability, before casting a scornful look at Owls. On what grounds do you believe that a war of attrition will be effective against me? Had I not wished for a swift resolution, I could have exhausted all of you here. The brazen words echoed throughout the arena, leaving the audience in shock. Lin Long, who had maintained a demeanor of grace and composure since the onset of the battle, now felt a surge of anger ignited by his opponent's recent remarks. The son of a lowly peasant? Huh. Such words uttered by the mouth of a town leader. By that logic, he too could be deemed a child of the underprivileged. And today he would raise his voice for them. With a cold gaze fixed upon his adversaries and thunderous energy crackling in his palms, Lin Long bellowed, "Come forth and meet your demise." Al's complexion darkened as he glared at Lin Long, gritting his teeth. "Do not assume I am deceived by your bluster. No one possesses the chi necessary to sustain such intense combat, unless you are a level 7 Earth Knight. Orin, step up. Wear him down." Another challenger entered the arena. But before he could even wield his sword, Lin Long's spectral figure materialized, and with a resounding thud, the battle was over in an instant. He paid no heed to the fallen Orin, nor did he further provoke Al's. He merely stood in silence, awaiting his next opponent. Lin Long felt a twinge of disappointment regarding the combat prowess in this world. Could he truly overpower the level 5 warriors with merely his chi refinement stage? Surely, should he transcend to the spirit realm, he would be unstoppable. These level 5 warriors relied solely on brute strength and speed, devoid of any true combat skill. Their techniques were laughably inadequate. The shadow elimination technique was barely passable, and if his intuition served him right, it involved some rudimentary spatial manipulation. As Lin Long pondered these thoughts, another challenger approached the arena. Without lifting his gaze, he heard the familiar sound of an explosive impact followed by a pained scream. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, expressing their excitement and delight. Although they had initially supported Lin Long due to the town leader's influence, they had not anticipated such remarkable strength from one so young. Now, their admiration was genuine and profound. Al's looked toward the last remaining fighter beside him, who bore a look of resignation. Nevertheless, the command was firm, and he stepped into the arena. Predictably, in mere moments, he too lay prostrate on the ground. Lin Long turned his attention to Al's, remaining silent. An unspoken pressure permeated the air. Chapter 24. The storm approaches. Al's, drenched in sweat, could only grit his teeth and step into the arena. He gazed at Lin Long, who appeared unfazed, and once again attempted to negotiate. "Young man, if you concede now, I shall grant you 100,000 gold coins, not a single piece less, and you will also gain the friendship of Duke Raquel." Lin Long's expression shifted slightly. Duke Raquel? Seeing Lin Long's flicker of interest, Al's face brightened, and he quickly continued, "Indeed, he is one of the 4 great dukes of the empire. The lord of Tianshui City, Duke Raquel. Should you concede now, you will earn his friendship, a coveted opportunity that many would envy." "Not interested," Lin Long replied nonchalantly. "You." Al seethed with anger. "Do not mistake my offer for weakness. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you?" Lin Long nodded gravely. "That is indeed the case. What can you do to me?" Seeing Lin Long's earnest demeanor, Al's face flushed with rage as he exclaimed, "If that is your stance, then do not blame me for what follows." The brilliance of pure white light danced, and Lin Long chose not to engage in further verbal sparring. In the face of Lin Long's enigmatic methods, Alzi remained unperturbed as he retrieved an ancient, weathered scroll from his bosom. Before the scroll was even unfurled, the air around them pulsated with an exhilarating energy. Jairus' expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Mel, you are violating the rules." Mayor Mel responded with composure. "The imperial regulations state that one cannot summon a mage to participate in combat, yet they do not prohibit the use of magical artifacts. Thus, this is not a breach of the rules." "You." Jair hesitated, unable to continue his verbal assault, for Mel's assertion held truth. The Empire indeed did not ban the use of magical items, which were exorbitantly priced and deemed impractical in a skirmish. Therefore, he had not anticipated that the opponent would so recklessly pursue victory at such a cost. Alzi cast a final glance at Lin Long, his tone indifferent. "Surrender now, and I may spare your life. Should I activate the magical scroll, it will be too late for you to concede." Until the last moment, he was reluctant to expend such a valuable item. The magical scroll, forged from the totality of a mage's power, possessed staggering might. Lin Long remained taciturn, gesturing for Alzi to proceed. "Humph. If you seek death, I shall oblige," Alzi declared with fury as the magical scroll unfurled slowly. As it did, a tempest erupted in the arena. The sky darkened ominously, and the wild currents of air sent gasps of terror rippling through the audience, each spectator's eyes wide with astonishment. A colossal image began to materialize in the arena, surrounded by vibrant elemental spirits of wind. Alzi gazed at the gigantic figure, a look of reverence crossing his features. Before deriding Lin Long, let me ensure your demise is clear. This is a 5th-tier spell, Storm's Arrival. Not even the mightiest of Earth Knights could survive this strike. You shall repent in your next life. Lin Long's expression grew grave as he concentrated intently on the towering image. Invisible blades of wind began to swirl around the arena, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks. The radiant white light surrounding Lin Long dimmed, replaced by a resplendent golden hue. Countless wind blades clashed against the golden light, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance, the ferocious blast creating a powerful gust that left the audience unable to open their eyes. Those closest suffered cuts upon their faces. In mere moments, Lin Long's golden aura shattered, a mere prelude to what was to come. The onlookers beheld the colossal figure, resembling a woman, nay, a goddess, the goddess of wind. Her visage was solemn, eyes tightly shut, her majestic form swirling with tempestuous winds. Suddenly, the winds in the arena ceased. Despite the stillness, Lin Long remained vigilant. The air's wind elements began to stir violently. The goddess's closed eyes slowly opened. Wind, she intoned, her lips moving as an ancient language resonated. As her words fell, the sky darkened with dense clouds, and the entire world was enveloped in shadows. Accompanied by her tempest, the surroundings erupted into chaos. As violent winds surged towards Lin Long, he marveled at the immense power that still resided within this realm. He could not afford to be careless. The force of this strike was akin to that of a powerful cultivator at the Golden Core stage, employing the 9 Palace escape and the Bagua-S unanchored movement. He concealed himself in the void. Mastering the arts demanded one to forget their form, for the heavens and earth are mere illusions, while the essence of existence is genuine. Transformations ensue, revealing profound connections to the divine. The great escape of the 5 elements, Earth escape. Beneath the storm, Lin Long's figure swiftly became ethereal. The goddess's tempest engulfed the arena, its colossal might roaring like a fearsome beast. In the eye of the storm, onlookers witnessed Lin Long's form being shredded by the hurricane, with no trace of blood left behind, utterly obliterated by the winds. As the tempest persisted, a delicate fissure appeared on the ground, rapidly spreading forth. The terrain fracturing like a shattered mirror, a tapestry of cracks weaving through the arena, rendering it in ruins. Beneath the surface, Lin Long observed the overwhelming power of the storm, again forming seals with his hands. Escape, escape, escape. He desperately sought to conceal himself further below. The storm raged on for quite some time before it gradually dissipated. As the tempest subsided, Gil and the others hastily gazed upon the arena. It was over. Gil collapsed onto the ground. Though Als was also at the heart of the storm, he emerged unscathed, surveying the devastated arena. And upon noticing the absence of that detestable figure, a smile of delight spread across his face. The sensation of annihilating a genius was truly exhilarating. He closed his eyes, savoring his triumph. With only Als remaining in the arena, the audience on the platform displayed expressions of regret. Some lamented, indeed. The mage is the favored child of this world. Magic is simply terrifying. Many nodded in agreement. I acknowledge this power. If you had but one more scroll, I would concede. A faint voice echoed as Lin Long's figure materialized from the ethereal. At that moment, he appeared tattered and disheveled, no longer exuding an otherworldly grace. You. Al stammered in fear upon seeing Lin Long reappear. It seems he has run out of options. Lin Long, unhurried, steadied the chaotic energies within him. He had not anticipated the 5th-tier magic to possess such terrifying might. Even with his immediate use of Earth escape, he was still left in such a state. Gazing at Lin Long, who stood still and did not attack, Al shifted from concern to elation. Truly impressive to survive under 5th-tier magic. Yet, judging by your appearance, your fighting spirit must be nearly depleted, while I remain at my prime. Shall we end this here? Admit defeat, and I shall spare you. Al's tone dripped with arrogance. Chapter 25. The invitation of Don. Lin Long scoffed at Al's. So now your confidence has returned? Indeed, my fighting spirit is waning. But defeating you is hardly a strenuous endeavor. Humph, a stubborn duck. Al's, gripping his massive sword, realized he must not grant Lin Long any time to recover. With a flourish, the giant sword surged towards Lin Long with ferocity. Lin Long did not even flinch, slowly raising his right hand, which shimmered with a bluish-white light. An enigmatic aura enveloping the arena. The Daoist star-plucking hand. In midair, Owls felt an overwhelming force drawing him uncontrollably towards Lin Long. At this critical moment, he plunged his colossal sword into the ground, strenuously resisting the pull. Sensing the immense resistance, Lin Long sighed softly, muttering to himself, "Indeed, it is not so easy to conclude this." As he felt the attraction gradually dissipating, Owls grinned menacingly, declaring, "You possess quite a few tricks, but without any fighting spirit. What can you use to triumph over me?" With that, he raised his sword once more, aiming to strike Lin Long. Lin Long, acutely aware that his internal energy was nearly depleted, felt a sense of helplessness. The confrontation with that fifth-tier spell had drained him of the spirit energy he had painstakingly accumulated. Regret gnawed at him for entering this battle. Yet he had no time for contemplation. The massive sword was already upon him, its blade glimmering ominously like a soul-reaping specter. Golden light emerged from his hand. But with his energy nearly exhausted, it was a mere thread in thickness. A slender golden thread lashed out at the enormous sword. Clang! Upon contact, the force was evenly matched. Lin Long remained unfazed as the golden thread unexpectedly elongated, resembling a golden serpent as it coiled around the massive sword, swiftly ensnaring Owls. Observing Owls tightly bound, Lin Long took a deep breath. Owls exerted all his strength to struggle, but could not break free from the golden light. Lin Long advised the incessantly writhing Owls, "Cease your struggles. Though the golden light is but a thread, it is unbreakable." As Owls realized he could not escape the golden thread, his gaze turned ferocious. His eyes bulged with intensity, his complexion flushed with rage. A piercing scream erupted from Owl's mouth, as his muscles expanded explosively, his entire form turning crimson, growing in size. Crack! The golden thread began to fray under the strain, and the enlarged Owls looked down upon Lin Long with a frenzied glare in his blood-red eyes. The colossal sword returned to his grasp, instantly transforming into a blood-red hue. Radiating fury, with a thunderous roar, Owl swung the blood-red sword, delivering a devastating blow that sliced through the air above Lin Long. The speed and power surged drastically. This as Gil watched in disbelief from the sidelines. "What's wrong, brother-in-law? Do you recognize this technique?" Grui inquired urgently. "I must have misjudged. It resembles the orc race's innate divine ability, berserk and bloodlust." Gil responded, though uncertainty lingered. Lin Long narrowed his eyes, leaping backward just in time to narrowly evade the blood-red blade. Owls, with his eyes ablaze in crimson, resembled a frenzied beast as he lifted the blood-red sword once again, swinging it ferociously towards Lin Long. Lin Long sighed inwardly. In Owl's current state, he could only strike a decisive blow, for if he delayed any longer, defeat was inevitable. Resolving this in his mind, Lin Long leapt lightly into the air, channeling every last ounce of his remaining energy. He pointed his middle finger at Owl's forehead, exclaiming, "Vajra Demon Suppression Finger." A colossal golden fist materialized from thin air, slowly opening its palm, with the middle finger extending forward. As the finger stretched out, a spinning golden bagua emerged in the void before him. Demon Suppression. As Lin Long roared, a colossal golden finger pierced through the hexagram, bearing an earth-shattering power, and heavily struck the center of Owl's forehead. With a thud, the blood-red giant sword clattered to the ground, and the once furious Owlsy now stood motionless at the center of the arena. Without even glancing at Owlsy, Lin Long staggered towards Gil and the others. With a crash, Owlsy collapsed, devoid of life. "Lord Owlsy." Mayor Mel rushed to Owlsy's side, but no matter what he did, he could not awaken a lifeless man. "You there, halt." Lin Long turned to Mel, his demeanor calm as he inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Do you have any idea what you have done?" He was a man of the Duke of Raquel's household. "You," Mel stammered, his finger trembling towards Lin Long, his emotions in turmoil, unable to complete his sentence. "If memory serves me right, this battle was one of life and death," Lin Long replied nonchalantly. "You wretched boy, how dare you compare your life to that of Lord Owlsy? Prepare for the endless retribution from the Duke's household." Mel shouted hoarsely, "I am Lin Long, always at your service." With that, Lin Long turned and departed. Gil and his companion stood before Lin Long, rendered speechless with excitement. Noticing their demeanor, Lin Long teased, "What? Are you contemplating a debt?" The two regained their composure, and the bald man gave Lin Long a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, you jest. Let us return to the guild, old four." arrange a feast immediately. Today, the guild is on holiday. Everyone, drink to your heart's content. The guild members, upon hearing this, erupted in exuberance. The following day, Lin Long arose quite late, the sun nearly overhead by the time he finally got out of bed. This battle had taken a tremendous toll on him. His spiritual energy was depleted, and his physical strength was severely drained, thus warranting his late slumber. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Gil and his companion, Lin Long made his way to the tavern owned by the portly uncle. Upon entering, his gaze quickly fell upon 3 women clad in black, seated in a corner. The women, upon noticing Lin Long's arrival, turned pale and averted their eyes. "Is that not Brother Lin? Feel free to order. It's all on the owner." The tavern was bustling with patrons who, upon seeing Lin Long, eagerly greeted him. The more extroverted among them even jested about the owner. The portly uncle, upon hearing the commotion and spotting Lin Long, chuckled. "Brother Lin has arrived. What would you like to eat?" And to celebrate Brother Lin's victory, all purchases today are at a 20% discount. The portly uncle bellowed. "What a generous owner." "Bravo!" exclaimed the patrons. "You should have seen Mayor Mel's ashen face yesterday. It's quite the spectacle. I heard he sacrificed his own family to align with the Duke's household, only to lose both the lady and the battle." After ordering a sandfish, Lin Long made his way to the table of the women in black. "Apologies for my tardiness." "Not at all. We have just arrived," one of the black-clad men replied promptly. As Lin Long took his seat, he observed the woman who dared not meet his gaze, and shifted his attention to the 2 men in black, his eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. After exchanging glances, one of the men in black said, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Michael, and this is my brother, Michael. Our elder sister, Sherry, is beside us." Lin Long nodded and inquired, "What brings you here?" Michael glanced at his sister, who remained silent, prompting him to speak. "We would like to invite you to join Dawn." Michael was straightforward. Lin Long maintained his composure and pondered for a moment, asking, "What are the benefits?" Michael was taken aback, as he did not expect Lin Long to inquire solely about the advantages rather than the reasons behind their invitation. This left him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Sherry turned to Lin Long and replied, "There are no benefits, only dangers. The choice to join is entirely yours." "Dear sister." The 2 brothers exchanged incredulous glances at their elder sibling. Lin Long rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Then I shall refrain from dining with you and seek a solitary table. After all, the boss isn't treating me for free." Chapter 26. Joining upon hearing these words, Lin Long stood to leave, but Michael quickly grasped his arm. "There are benefits." "Indeed. How could there be none?" Once Lin Long was compelled to sit again, Michael continued, "Brother Lin, you are aware that our Dawn is the foremost mercenary group on the continent, renowned for our shadow assassination techniques. By joining us, you would receive free instruction in these skills." Lin Long chuckled lightly. Noticing his reaction, Michael felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Lin Long looked down upon their shadow assassination techniques. He hurriedly added, "Of course, that's not all. As the leading mercenary group, our remuneration is quite substantial." Lin Long interrupted, "I have no interest in killing." He had learned from Gil the previous day what kind of organization Dawn was, a veritable paradise for assassins. Michael, appearing somewhat helpless, replied, "Brother Lin, do we strike you as individuals who revel in killing?" Lin Long nodded decisively. Michael fell silent, while Michael, after observing his brother's prolonged silence, spoke up, "Brother Lin, we do indeed accept some assassination tasks, but rest assured, those are individuals who deserve their fate. You will come to understand this in time." Seeing Lin Long's demeanor soften, Michael continued, "Moreover, if you prefer to avoid assassination tasks, you may engage in missions akin to the one you undertook yesterday, which do not require killing." "What was the remuneration for that kind of task?" Lin Long inquired curiously about the payment for the 3 of them. "The 3 of us together earned a total of 5,000 gold coins." Michael interjected, "Are the 3 of you truly worth 5,000 gold coins?" Lin Long questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Michael was left speechless, staring blankly for a moment. Clearing his throat, Michael nodded awkwardly and, in a conspiratorial tone, added, "In addition to this, there is another significant advantage. Our Dawn possesses an extensive network of intelligence. Whatever information you seek, as long as you have sufficient points, you can acquire it." Lin Long contemplated this for a short while. Indeed, this aspect was rather enticing. Just as he was deep in thought, the boss arrived, bringing a platter of fish. The aroma of the fish lingered. Yet this specimen was noticeably larger than the one he had previously consumed, weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds. Lin Long nodded and smiled at the portly uncle, showing appreciation for his thoughtfulness. The uncle waved his hand in acknowledgement. As they dined and engaged in conversation, Lin Long turned to the woman in black and said, "Now, let us discuss why you have chosen me." Just as Maihul was about to speak, Lin Long interrupted. "I wish to hear her thoughts." His gaze narrowed at Sherry, his tone leaving no room for dissent. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Sherry slowly began, "You can likely surmise the reason. It is undoubtedly due to your formidable prowess." She paused briefly before continuing. "Despite your youth, your abilities surpass mine by a considerable margin. Few on this continent can claim such a distinction, excluding those sorcerers." Lin Long rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. After a lengthy silence, he finally replied, "Apart from the third point which piques my interest, the others fail to persuade me. My apologies. How can you be like this?" Sherry exclaimed with a hint of annoyance. But Lin Long continued to savor the delectable dishes before him, ignoring her. Sherry, her beautiful eyes shimmering, exchanged a glance with Maihul and his brother. The two brothers, their faces marked with despair, reluctantly stood up and, with a thud, fell to Lin Long's sides, pleading, "Please, Brother Lin, save us." Their youthful faces were streaked with tears. The surrounding diners observed this scene with curiosity. Lin Long, somewhat at a loss, helped the two to their feet, stating, "A man should not kneel so easily." With tears in his eyes, Maihul choked out, "To be honest, Brother Lin, our organization has a rule. If we fail a mission, we can only atone with our lives. Unless," he abruptly halted, "unless we can persuade the target to join our organization. Otherwise, we face certain death," his brother Mikhail added, continuing where Maihul left off. Maihul nodded in agreement. Lin Long regarded the three with a look of pity, asking, "If that is the case, what relevance does it have to me?" The trio appeared perplexed, and after a long pause, Mikhail rolled his eyes and said, "Brother Lin, do you not abhor killing? If we perish, it would be by your hand." Lin Long was speechless. He gazed at them and, with a mischievous smile, slowly raised 3 fingers, declaring, 3,000 gold coins. "And I shall agree to join Dawn." "You are being unreasonable. The Dawn organization is not one that just anyone can join. How many talented youths have found the door shut to them? You would demand 3,000 gold coins from us." Sherry replied, her anger palpable. "If not, so be it." Lin Long responded nonchalantly. "At most, 2,000. Sherry bit her lip in frustration. "Agreed," Lin Long affirmed. Upon exiting the tavern, the trio led Lin Long to the doorstep of Mayor Mel. Lin Long inquired with curiosity, "What brings us here?" Sherry replied curtly, "For the money." Maihul explained. 5,000 gold coins were paid in advance. The remainder is to be settled upon completion. "Brother Lin, please wait outside. I fear you might be turned away if you enter." Lin Long nodded awkwardly and vanished into the shadows. The three knocked on the door, and shortly after, Mayor Mel himself came to greet them. "We are here to collect the remaining portion of our reward, and we shall not impose upon your time, esteemed Mayor," Maihul said with a smile. Mayor Mel's countenance bore a bitter expression as he spoke. "Could this matter be postponed for a while? Lord Al's has perished in my jurisdiction, and there are numerous affairs that require my attention. I kindly ask for your understanding. Naturally, the deceased deserves utmost respect." Maihul concurred, then shifted the conversation. "However, Mayor Mel, you are aware that our Dawn organization possesses certain unique methods regarding overdue commissions. You may choose not to pay, simply state your refusal, and we shall turn and leave immediately. After all, we are not professional debt collectors. But should that group come?" Maihul left the thought hanging. Mel's complexion turned pale, as if a realization struck him. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately complied and provided the remaining gold coins. "Thank you, Mayor Mel. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out." Maihul graciously accepted the payment, and the trio departed from the mayor's residence. Upon their exit, Lin Long waved at them. "That's 2,000 gold coins," Sherry remarked with irritation. With a flick of his hand, Lin Long stored the coins in his spatial ring. "Then you shall be one of us at Dawn, at level 96. Sherry stated coldly. "What purpose does that level serve? And why am I ranked above you from the start?" Lin Long inquired. "In our organization, your rank determines your status. Certain intelligence and missions can only be accessed upon reaching a specific rank. Your level will increase with your contribution to the organization, earning you points. Each rank accommodates a certain number of members. As for your higher rank, you surpassed me to join the organization, thus placing you one tier above me. Sherry explained with great detail. After a pause, she thoughtfully added, you could actually submit your lightning technique to the organization. It would surely yield a substantial number of points. Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at Sherry. What are you implying? You. Sherry's face turned crimson. Cough, cough. The Myhol brothers erupted into laughter. It had been a long time since they had witnessed their sister in such a predicament. Humph. Sherry huffed, clearly intrigued by Lin Long's lightning abilities. Are there any corpses of fourth-tier magical beasts within the organization? Lin Long suddenly inquired. Humph. Sherry turned her head away, refusing to answer. Evidently still miffed by their earlier exchange, Lin Long glanced helplessly at the Myhol brothers. Mikhail, observing his sister, smiled gently. There are indeed corpses of magical beasts within the organization, though they are seldom sought after, with most residing in Waterfall City. For specific point requirements, you may check at our stronghold. Each city has its own. Mikhail explained how to locate the Dawn stronghold to Lin Long outside Shalu town. Lin Long bid farewell to the trio and set off alone towards Waterfall City. Observing Lin Long's direction of travel, Myhol pondered aloud. Is Lin Gu truly walking to Waterfall City? Mikhail contemplated. That seems unlikely. The journey from Waterfall City to Shalu town is far from short, and on foot. It would take at least 10 days or more. Myhol questioned, but there is no teleportation array in that direction. The quickest route to Waterfall City is the Imperial Eagle Hub not far to the east. I believe Lin Gu should make his way on foot. Never mind him. Sherry spoke, glancing at the distant figure of Lin Long. In a hurry, she retrieved a feather from her spatial ring. The feather was as white as jade, shimmering with a soft glow, and waves of spatial energy rippled outward. Sherry tossed the white feather into the air, the spatial fluctuations intensifying as she waited patiently. Little circle. It has been a while. A male voice resonated through the space, steady yet tinged with affection. Boss. From now on, call me Sherry, not by my childhood nickname. She replied somewhat displeased, though a smile soon graced her face. I've missed you dearly, boss. Even if you miss me, you must not waste such a precious swan feather. Little Sherry, you wouldn't know the value of hard-earned resources unless you were in charge. The Myhol brothers exchanged glances, thinking that their leader was as verbose as ever. Stop. Stop, stop, boss. There's something urgent. Sherry, feeling a bit exasperated by her leader's rambling, sought to redirect his attention. Oh, what is so urgent? The man indeed ceased his chatter, adopting a serious tone. Sherry chuckled. Boss, I have discovered a super genius, and I have already managed to recruit him. Her voice brimmed with excitement. A super genius? How does he compare to Raylan? The man inquired with curiosity. Raylan joined Dawn less than half a year ago, skyrocketing from level 93 to 51. He is referred to as the Rookie King within Dawn. He cannot compare. Raylan is no match. Even if I were to join forces with him, it would be futile. I believe that among the younger generation, aside from those mages, no one could surpass him. Sherry's eyes sparkled, her tone unconsciously laced with pride. Moreover, he is incredibly mysterious, employing techniques I have never even heard of. He is stronger than Raylan. The man's curiosity was piqued. Sherry nodded and continued. He possesses a lightning technique, and once unleashed, his speed is beyond my reach. Upon striking an opponent, it leaves them completely paralyzed and unable to move. Is that so? The man pondered. After a moment he asked, what is his name? His name is Lin Long. Lin Long, you say? Once I finish my current tasks, I shall meet this super genius you speak of. By the way, you mentioned you tricked him into joining? The man asked, intrigued. Sherry's cheeks flushed slightly. I did not deceive him. It was the Myhol brothers who told him that if he did not join Dawn, the three of us would face execution. The Myhol brothers rolled their eyes in unison, thinking, if we had not deceived him, it would have been us facing death. The man chuckled, suggesting, in the future, for such geniuses, we should employ similar tactics. By any means necessary, we must ensure they join us. Well done, little Sherry. The Myhol brothers sighed, acknowledging that the apple does not fall far from the tree. Ultimately, they cannot fault the eldest sister. After all, their leader is of this character. After crossing the Shalu River, when Lin Long arrived at the city of Falling Water, it was already mid-August. The city of Falling Water is vast. Situated at the confluence of the Galan Empire and the Jechin Empire, jointly administered by both nations. Due to its proximity to the foot of the Beast Mountain, merely 100 miles to the south, the city boasts a well-developed transportation network and thriving commerce. The four city gates, towering high, stand vigilant against the threat of wild beasts. Beneath the gates, a constant stream of people flows, forming a lengthy queue. Lin Long surveys the ancient and desolate city of Luoshui, nestled among the mountains, and feels as if he has returned to a past life. Although it is mid-August, the summer in Luoshui is not oppressive. The crowd orderly submits to the entry inspections. Observing the sluggish procession, Lin Long muses, is the scrutiny in Luoshui excessively rigorous? Is entering the city truly such a hassle? Is it your first time here, young man? A voice beside him interjects, having overheard Lin Long's complaint. Lin Long nods at the speaker, a middle-aged man in his 30s whose weathered face belies his age. The man explains, the inspections in Luoshui have always been stringent, as the throngs often include accomplices of bandits seeking information. However, today's measures are indeed more stringent than usual, which is rather peculiar. He mutters the last part to himself. Suddenly, the crowd stirs with excitement. Look up, someone exclaims in astonishment. Lin Long raises his gaze to see three figures suspended in midair. In the center stands a young woman clad in white, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. Flanking her are two individuals dressed in red, their faces obscured beneath hoods, rendering their identities a mystery. A gleaming emblem adorns the chest of the red-clad figure. Those with discerning eyes recognize the emblem, and gasps of awe and fervor ripple through the crowd. It is the red-robed Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral. We bow before you. Great Archbishop, we have seen you. Like dumplings in boiling water, the surrounding throng collapses to their knees. Lin Long watches the trio above, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Once, he too reveled in the reverence of mortals. Now, his identity transformed, he finds himself in the position of the common man, gazing up in deference. Only by standing here can one truly comprehend the thoughts and feelings of the masses. Yet, not everyone kneels. Lin Long and a few others remain standing. The red-robed archbishop casts a sweeping glance over the crowd, and an oppressive force descends upon Lin Long and the other defiant souls. One by one, those who had previously stood firm succumb to the pressure, falling to their knees. Battling the overwhelming weight, Lin Long grits his teeth, summoning all his strength to remain upright. Resolute against the urge to bow, the archbishop's gaze narrows as it lands upon Lin Long, who stands out like a crane among chickens. His discontent is palpable, and he murmurs, "Kneel." An even greater force bears down upon Lin Long. We, as cultivators, do not kneel to heaven or earth. Why should I bow to you? Lin Long's heart roars defiantly. He then leans forward, his body resembling the shape of a character, and collapses to the ground. The archbishop, noting Lin Long's refusal to kneel, dismisses him and strides through the city gate. The young man beside the archbishop glances at Lin Long with intrigue. An interesting youth. Feeling the pressure dissipate, Lin Long rose and brushed off the dust. Such a glance held immense power, at least indicative of an immortal realm's strength, Lin Long mused. At this moment, everyone else also stood up. Brother, why go to such lengths? The middle-aged man addressed Lin Long, clearly having witnessed the preceding scene. Lin Long shook his head, offering no explanation. As the two conversed, several enforcers surrounded them, their gazes hostile as they fixed their eyes on Lin Long. Come here, one of them commanded. Pointing at Lin Long reluctantly, Lin Long stepped forward, only to be escorted by the enforcers to the city gate. They conducted a thorough inspection, meticulously comparing him to the wanted criminals depicted in their records. The scrutiny was far more intense than in previous instances. Lin Long's gaze shifted, realizing that not only he, but also others who had refrained from kneeling at the time were brought in for inspection. Arrest him, and take this one as well. He is a member of the Ghost Fire Mercenary Corps. Apprehend him. The cries of anger echoed nearby. Among the group, most were robbers and thieves. With only a scant few escaping unscathed, Lin Long felt quite confident in his current appearance. After all, even two formidable Earth Knights had failed to recognize him. So he calmly accepted the search. After a thorough examination, the enforcers found no prior offenses against Lin Long. Noticing his youth, they ultimately allowed him entry into the city. Lin Long exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the timely inspection. Otherwise, he would have faced an indefinite wait to enter the city. The roads of Waterfall City were exceptionally wide, with a main street leading directly to the Lord's Mansion, which was centrally located, with four major roads branching out towards the east, south, west, and north gates. Vendors lined the streets, and perhaps due to the proximity to the Beast Mountain Range, Waterfall City was home to a multitude of blacksmith shops. It was common to see individuals carrying unidentified beast parts entering and exiting these establishments. Not only were there numerous blacksmiths, but the inns and taverns were also countless. Lin Long had a clear objective, heading straight for the Dawn stronghold. Now devoid of spiritual energy, he intended to rest in Waterfall City for a while before venturing into the Beast Mountain range. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Spanning approximately 100,000 square kilometers, Waterfall City housed the Dawn stronghold not far from the Lord's mansion, making it easy to locate. Lin Long was quite taken aback. He had assumed that a mercenary organization like Dawn would hide its stronghold, but it was unexpectedly situated in the heart of Waterfall City. Moreover, he noticed individuals frequently entering and exiting the stronghold. The facade of the stronghold was neither particularly large nor small, estimated to cover over 1,000 square feet. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wall adorned with an array of task listings. To the left was a consultation desk, where several young women patiently answered inquiries. To the right stood a series of roll cabinets, in front of which a few women were busily engaged. Notably, an elderly man with graying whiskers reclined in a lounge chair, his eyes lightly closed, an aged fan resting quietly on his chest. Lin Long cast a glance at him before shifting his focus towards the consultation desk. "How may I assist you?" A melodious voice from a young lady reached Lin Long's ears. "I would like to inquire, is this the stronghold of the Dawn organization?" Lin Long asked, somewhat uncertain. "Indeed it is. How may I be of assistance?" The young lady replied playfully. Upon hearing the name of the Dawn base, Lin Long's doubts dissipated, and he inquired, "May I ask if the organization possesses the corpses of fourth-tier magical beasts? Or perhaps those of even higher tiers? You wish to exchange for the remains of high-tier magical beasts, do you not?" Lin Long nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. The rewards exchange can be found to your right," came the reply. "Ah, thank you." Lin Long hurried to the right side, being a newcomer unfamiliar with the rules. "Excuse me, does the organization have the corpses of high-tier magical beasts?" he politely asked. "Are you inquiring about complete corpses, or merely the edible portions?" "The edible parts. Please hold on a moment. Let me check. We currently have 10 corpses of 4th-tier magical beasts and 1 of 5th tier. Would you like to make an exchange? How does one go about that?" A 4th-tier magical beast's corpse requires 20 points, while the 5th tier demands 200 points. "Simply hand me your black card," the young woman replied amicably. Lin Long then produced the black card gifted to him by Quan Quan and handed it to her. "Level 96, Lin Long," she noted, placing his card on an unfamiliar machine. After a brief moment, she suddenly remarked, "You have just joined our Dawn, haven't you?" Lin Long nodded. "I apologize, Lin Long, but you will need to complete some organizational tasks first. Only after accumulating 20 points may you exchange for the corpses." Lin Long felt a twinge of embarrassment as he accepted his black card back from the girl. "You are Lin Long," a voice called suddenly from behind him. Turning around, he encountered a youth of about 15 or 16 years who approached him. The boy had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with well-defined features, clad in a striking red armor that mirrored the hue of his hair. Despite his youth, he bore the stature of a grown man. At that moment, his gaze bore into Lin Long as he repeated, "You are Lin Long?" Sensing the hostility from the newcomer, Lin Long nodded cautiously. "Yes, that's me." Before he could finish his sentence, the young man launched a punch directly at Lin Long's face. Lin Long's eyes widened, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself from the blow. With a resounding impact, Lin Long was sent flying. Midair, he felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall, which brought his body to a halt. Before he could regain his footing, the assailant delivered a powerful kick that struck Lin Long's shoulder with tremendous force. The boy's strength rivaled that of Quan Quan, forcing Lin Long to kneel, desperately preventing himself from falling. "Humph, uninteresting," the young man abruptly ceased his assault, muttering to himself, "Is this the so-called super genius Quan Quan spoke of? Is this the extent of his abilities?" With that, he turned his back on the kneeling Lin Long and departed. At that moment, many members gathered in the central hall, selecting tasks, turned their heads to witness the commotion. "It's Laren. Why has he suddenly attacked a stranger? Who provoked this tempestuous lion?" The assault came swiftly, as did its cessation. Lin Long remained momentarily dazed, perplexed by the sudden aggression and the equally sudden retreat. However, since he had been provoked, he could not simply swallow his pride. Lin Long called out to the departing Laren, "Halt." As Raylan prepared to depart, he heard Lin Long's voice and turned to raise an eyebrow. "Is there something amiss? Why do you attack me?" Lin Long replied coldly, A friend informed me that you are stronger than I, and I could not resist testing my mettle. However, Raylan's words trailed off. Yet the disdain in his eyes spoke volumes. Could it be Sherry? Lin Long pondered deeply, and after a moment, his eyes sparkled as he addressed Raylan. Dare you wait until I have dined before we engage in combat? This remark elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Did he truly believe that a mere meal would embolden him against Raylan? Raylan chuckled, sensing that Lin Long might be slightly unhinged, and he intended to waste no more time. Preparing to leave. Are you afraid? If I encounter Sherry again, I shall have a thorough conversation regarding the company you keep, friends who only strike when one is famished. Upon hearing this, Raylan halted, emitting a cold snort. Very well, since you seek a fight, I shall wait until you have eaten, and we shall see what you are capable of. I currently have no funds. You must treat me. Lin Long retorted with a hint of mischief. What? Raylan bellowed. You want me to treat you? Lin Long nodded. Indeed, you shall treat me, and then the matter of your earlier ambush will be rendered moot. There are precisely 11 high-tier magical beasts here. I shall eat, and then we shall fight. The crowd gasped, regarding Lin Long as if he were unhinged. Raylan, do not engage with him. He is merely being obstinate. Little one, do you know who he is? He is the newly crowned king of our organization, Raylan, currently ranked 51st. Raylan is on the verge of advancing to level 6. What do you possess to contend with him? Perhaps I should entertain you instead, the crowd jeered. Raylan glanced at Lin Long, a smug smile adorning his face. So now you recognize who I am. Do you still wish to battle me? Are you afraid? Lin Long replied with calm indifference. Very well. I shall see what makes you so special. Praise to the heavens by Sherry. Raylan, fuming, approached the exchange counter. I wish to redeem a high-tier magical beast. Make that 11. Lin Long interjected. Can you even consume that much? Raylan scoffed. Are you afraid that if I am satiated, you shall be unable to defeat me? You, Raylan, taken aback by Lin Long's retort, turned to the staff and instructed, redeem as he says. He handed over his black card. Chapter 29. The fierce battle. The young woman turned to find a roll cabinet and retrieved a ring from within. A flash of silver light revealed 10 fourth-tier magical beasts and 1 fifth-tier magical beast upon the ground. These were the red-eyed demon rabbits, known for their social nature, making their capture quite challenging. Each red-eyed demon rabbit was significantly smaller than the magical bulls and bears Lin Long had previously consumed, roughly 5 times the size of an ordinary rabbit. There is a restaurant nearby where you may choose to have them prepared. I shall await your return for our duel. Raylan stated coolly. Lin Long nodded, feeling a surge of fondness for Raylan. Somewhat foolish, yet possessing a commendable character, he mused. Before long, Lin Long re-entered the Dawn stronghold, his power restored to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Although the flesh of the magical rabbit is relatively scarce, the total amount of spiritual energy it possesses is by no means inferior to that of the magical cow and magical bear previously consumed. The moment Lin Long returned, Laren stood up, and the crowd in the hall turned their attention to Lin Long, their expressions revealing a mix of intrigue and amusement. Unexpectedly, this young man did not flee. Did he intend to return to seek punishment instead? Youth is often bound by pride, enduring suffering for the sake of appearance. The discussions in the hall were fervent, and the gazes directed at Lin Long were akin to those reserved for a fool. Laren looked at Lin Long and chuckled. Have you had your fill now? I trust you won't concoct any more excuses in defeat? Half full, Lin Long replied. You. Laren was left speechless. I hope your strength matches your arrogance. Shall we commence? Listening to the murmurs of the members of Dawn, Lin Long's face broke into a mischievous grin. Upon hearing Laren's words, Lin Long waved his hand dismissively. He approached the center of the hall, turned to face Laren, and said, If we were to compete in such a manner, it would be rather mundane. What do you propose? Laren inquired with a hint of confusion. Lin Long smiled slightly, addressing the assembly, and continued, During my duel with Laren, you all may participate as well. Do you doubt my ability to defeat him? Then, dare you wager a stake? What is there to fear? How shall we wager, young man? The voices of the crowd were spirited and enthusiastic. Since we are all members of Dawn, we shall wager points. If you believe Laren will triumph, place your bets over there. If you believe I will win, wager on my side. I will not take advantage of Laren. Let the ratio be 1-to-1. Young man, if I recall correctly, you possess not a single point. What will you wager against us? Someone in the crowd immediately challenged. Just because I had none before does not mean I lack them now. Lin Long slowly approached the elderly man with white hair. At that moment, The elder had regained consciousness and was observing Lin Long with great interest. Lin Long leaned close to the elder's ear and whispered a few words. After listening to Lin Long, the elder nodded expressionlessly. Seeing the elder nod, Lin Long let out a sigh of relief and returned to the crowd, declaring, "I currently possess 5,000 points. The elder can attest to this." The gray-bearded elder nodded slowly. Upon witnessing this, the crowd felt reassured. "You may wager freely, but do not exceed 5,000 points. After all, that is all I possess. Should I lose and lack sufficient points to compensate you, do not hold it against me," Lin Long stated, his confidence wavering. "I wager 50. I wager 100. I wager 200. The elder observed the scene with a smile, remarking on the lively atmosphere. He slowly rose to his feet and directed the staff on either side to pause their work temporarily to assist in tallying the points each member wagered. After a moment, the results were in. Those betting on Laren's victory amassed a staggering 7,000 points, while the wagers on Lin Long's success totaled less than 2,000 points. Most members scoffed, mocking those foolish enough to bet on the young boy. "I wager 5,000 points on this young man. Record my bet." The elder produced his black card, pointing at Lin Long. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How could the elder dare to place his bet on that young lad? Hearing the elder's words, Lin Long felt a surge of urgency and hurriedly approached him, whispering in his ear, "Please, just 1,000 points will suffice. Allow the young man to earn some points as well. If you wager all 5,000, he will be left with nothing." The elder, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Long, replied with a smile, "4,000. Lin Long shook his head and countered, 2,000. Just as the elder was about to speak, Lin Long quickly interjected, 2,005. "Let us split it evenly, or I shall deliberately lose." The elder paused, a smile creeping across his face as he nodded in agreement. The onlookers were bewildered, unaware of the exchange between the two, yet noticing Lin Long's crestfallen expression. They began to ponder if this young man was indeed an underdog. Otherwise, why would the elder bet on his victory? Regret washed over them as they questioned their allegiances. But the decision was made, and retreating was no longer an option. Ultimately, Lin Long received 4,500 points in wagers, while 7,000 points were placed on Lei Luan's success. Once bets were settled, the crowd retreated to the corners, leaving the arena for Lin Long and Lei Luan. Lin Long inquired, "Are we to fight here?" "Indeed," came the response. "This arena is protected by a magical array set by a grand magician. Even at full strength, neither of you will damage the communal facilities within this hall, so you may unleash your full potential without restraint." Nodding in understanding, Lin Long prepared himself. At this moment, Lei Luan, growing impatient, swiftly appeared before Lin Long with a sudden flash. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Long's face. Yet, Lin Long remained unperturbed, extending a golden hand, which then transformed into a fist that collided with Lei Luan's own. A resounding boom echoed as gusts of wind swirled, dissipating into ripples in the air. Both combatants staggered back a step, with Lei Luan's expression shifting to one of astonishment. The Lin Long before him was now a stark contrast to the one he had encountered moments prior. The observers gasped at Lin Long's ability to withstand Lei Luan's strike. Could it be that this lad truly had not eaten enough? Someone murmured, "Do you really believe such nonsense?" "It's highly likely he was just holding back," came the retort. As the two fighters regained their footing, those supporting Lei Luan felt a pang of anxiety, fearing their points would be lost. Lei Luan, with a foolish expression, asked, "Were you really not full before?" With a smile, Lin Long replied, "I told you, I'm only half satisfied now. However, that is more than sufficient to deal with you." "Such arrogance!" Lei Luan shouted, launching a sweeping kick aimed at Lin Long's lower body. Lin Long pivoted on one foot, executing a spinning kick that met Lei Luan's strike with a dazzling clash. The sound of their legs colliding was even louder than before. Remarkably, Lin Long did not retreat an inch, while Lei Luan found himself stepping back 2 paces. "Well done, young one. Keep it up," shouted a member of the crowd, clearly in support of Lin Long. It was evident that these were the individuals betting on his victory. After all, no one was foolish enough to challenge Lei Luan without possessing the requisite strength. Otherwise, who would willingly march to their demise? Raylan took 2 steps back, steadying himself, his expression devoid of any disappointment, only curiosity as he scrutinized Lin Long. "Is this the golden light technique that Circle spoke of? Indeed impressive." In a flash, Raylan vanished from the center of the arena, his presence entirely erased, the shadow elimination technique. This lad has caused quite the trouble. He has just joined the organization and is not yet adept in this technique. The onlookers were aware of the formidable nature of this martial art and regarded Lin Long with a twinge of regret. Suddenly, Lin Long clenched his right fist, striking forcefully at the empty air before him. Boom. Ryland's figure materialized from midair, astonished as he regarded Lin Long, only to vanish once more. Lin Long remained composed, having swiftly teleported 2 steps to his right at the very moment Ryland disappeared. He then turned and unleashed another punch in a seamless motion. Ryland reappeared behind him, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Can you see me? Did Sherry not inform you? The shadow elimination technique is utterly futile before me." "What? She didn't tell me at all." Ryland's countenance turned awkward. "I can't blame Sherry. After all, I didn't inform her either." Lin Long smiled shyly. Chapter 30. The Path of 3,000 Techniques. Ryland's figure became visible once more. Since the shadow elimination technique proved ineffective, he ceased his concealment. "Sherry mentioned that you possess an even more formidable thunder technique. Why not employ it?" Ryland no longer underestimated Lin Long, yet he retained confidence in his own abilities. "Then let us see if you are worthy of witnessing it," Lin Long retorted with pride. Ryland said nothing further, standing in the center as his aura surged higher and higher. Boom. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, a dazzling blue glow shrouding Ryland's entire being. Arcs of electricity occasionally flickering around him. Feeling the surging power within, a smile graced Ryland's lips. "This is a thunder technique I fortuitously acquired not long ago. I never anticipated it would be used against you first. Be cautious." With that, Ryland appeared before Lin Long with unparalleled speed, delivering a punch accompanied by a column of blue energy, imbued with astonishing destructive force, striking Lin Long's body. Bang! Before Lin Long could react, he was sent flying, crashing violently to the ground. Ryland regarded him like a blue war god. "Do you now have the right to witness this?" Lin Long rose, his expression grave. He hadn't anticipated the sheer power and speed of the opponent's attack. Fortunately, he had activated the golden light spell in time, avoiding severe injury. Watching the flickering golden light, Lin Long adjusted his technique and retracted the energy. His gaze shifted, a radiant white light emanating from his body, drawing curious glances from the onlookers outside the arena. Is this the thunder technique he spoke of? Suddenly, Lin Long's aura transformed, a powerful wave of energy erupting around him, like thunder descending from the heavens, fierce and imposing. At this moment, Lin Long's demeanor no longer exuded gentle elegance. He resembled a decisive harbinger of death. "Now this is interesting." Ryland grinned widely, launching another punch at Lin Long, the blue energy column reappearing, thicker than before, its might distorting the very air around it. "Humph." Lin Long's expression was stern, unwavering as he raised his hand to deliver a punch. A brilliant white light erupted, though not as immense as the blue light. Its power was equally astonishing. The 2 beams of light, one white and one blue, collided in the void, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds that resonated throughout the arena. Neither could gain the upper hand, and ultimately, both lights dissipated into the air. Silver light suddenly appeared in Lin Long's palm, and with a resounding boom, his figure materialized directly above Laren. "Palm of thunder," Laren bellowed. "Come forth with all your might." At that moment, countless bolts of lightning danced around his arms. He clasped his palms together and raised them high above his head, then forcefully swung them downward. Crack! The space seemed to freeze as the 2 exerted their full strength in combat. The white and blue lights resembled 2 colossal orbs, colliding with an aura of world-destroying ferocity. The spectators in the hall held their breath, captivated by the clash of these titans. No one dared to mock Lin Long any longer, and even fewer were bold enough to guarantee Laren's victory. Lin Long's displayed prowess had far exceeded their expectations. Boom! A blinding light enveloped the arena, followed by a tremendous explosion that sent ripples through the spatial barrier, which took a while to settle into calmness. The crowd turned their gaze to the center of the arena, where Lin Long sat on the ground, slightly out of breath, while Laren stood tall and proud in the middle. Those who had bet on Laren's victory erupted in cheers, while those who had wagered on Lin Long's success wore glum expressions. "If it weren't for this armor I possess, who could say who would emerge victorious?" Laren scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. The spectators' eyes were drawn to Laren's armor, rumored to be forged from the hide of a 6th-tier magical beast, the Fire Cloud Demon Rhinoceros, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even a 7th-tier Earth Knight would find it challenging to breach his defenses. The little ghost's defeat is not unjust, Lin Long remarked, glancing at Laren with a smirk. You speak as if you have already won. Lin Long rose to his feet, taking a deep breath. Regardless of external factors, whatever you possess becomes part of your strength. I, Lin Long, shall not underestimate you for this. Upon uttering these words, Lin Long's thoughts drifted to the realm of cultivation. Is individual strength paramount in the cultivation world? Indeed. Yet, it is not the only aspect that matters. Many may lack exceptional innate talent, but wield an abundance of magical artifacts, capable of crushing you with them. That too is their strength. Thus, Lin Long held no disdain towards Laren for his 6th-tier armor. Laren bowed slightly, expressing his apologies. Regardless of the outcome, I acknowledge your spirit, Lin Long. I have decided to count you as a friend. Lin Long waved his hand dismissively. I haven't finished speaking. Since you possess a 6th-tier magical beast armor, is it unreasonable for me to crush you with 3,000 techniques? His expression turned serious. Laren stood in stunned silence. 3,000 techniques? Gasps echoed from the crowd. How is that possible? The average person treasures even a single technique. How could he possibly have 3,000? Do you think it's possible? Murmurs spread through the audience. No way. No way. At this moment, everyone watched Lin Long with rapt attention. Laren snapped back to reality and, observing Lin Long's earnest demeanor, chuckled nervously. You're joking, right? Lin Long smiled broadly, confirming that it was indeed a jest. Phew, I thought to myself, how could anyone possess 3,000 techniques? The members collectively sighed in relief. There were not 3,000, but rather over 2,700 techniques. As a Taoist, Lin Long, I humbly seek your guidance. Lin Long clasped his fists, exuding a formidable aura. What? The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief moment, the fallen Lei Lun could not conceal his astonishment. He had not anticipated that a youth, 2 years his junior, could be so formidable. Before Lin Long could unleash the purported 3,000 techniques, he had only employed a handful, and Lei Lun found himself helplessly on the receiving end of the assault. It was at that moment he comprehended what Shelley had meant. Despite their combined efforts, they were no match for Lin Long. He now longed to see Shelley, to inquire earnestly who had instilled in her the audacity to challenge Lin Long alongside him. Meanwhile, an elderly man observed Lin Long with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Typically serene, he now trembled, fists clenched tightly, murmuring to himself, "There is hope. There is hope." The members, disregarding their own scores, surrounded Lin Long, clamoring to learn from him, each hoping to acquire a technique. All of you get lost. A bunch of little rascals. The elder bellowed, then turned to Lin Long. Come with me. Lin Long followed the elder into a secluded room. The elder appeared somewhat flustered as he gestured. Please, have a seat. Lin Long chose a spot and curiously scrutinized the elder. The elder first handed Lin Long his black card, stating that the points from the earlier match had been transferred. 5,000 points in total. Lin Long's eyes gleamed as he remarked, "Did we not agree on half for each? Consider my share a greeting gift. Points hold little significance for me now." The elder gazed at Lin Long with warmth. "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Lin Long." "Ah, yes, how could I forget? Lin Long, what a splendid name." The elder seemed somewhat distracted. "In what way is it splendid?" Lin Long inquired with a cheerful demeanor. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing the elder's distracted state, Lin Long chuckled. "If you have something to say, please feel free to express it." Chapter 31. The Elder of Imprisonment. Seeing Lin Long's forthright character, the elder decided to be candid. "I am at the 9th level of Dawn, and they call me the Elder of Imprisonment. I brought you here to inquire, does young Lin truly possess over 2,000 techniques?" The Elder of Imprisonment stared intently at Lin Long, his heartbeat quickening. Lin Long felt somewhat awkward. Indeed, the claim of over 2,700 techniques was true. Yet with his current cultivation, he could scarcely utilize 90% of them. After all, he was merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Oh, no, that was incorrect. Following his battle with Lei Lun, he was left with only the strength of the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Although he could not employ the vast majority of the techniques, he felt he had not spoken falsely. Thus, he nodded, seeing Lin Long's affirmation. The Elder of Imprisonment was overwhelmed with excitement. He steadied his emotions and nervously spoke. "Might I request that you share some of your techniques? You may name your price for the points." Upon hearing this, Lin Long's expression turned conflicted. After a moment's thought, he suddenly asked, Elder of Imprisonment, logically speaking. With an organization as vast as Dawn, you should not be lacking in martial arts. Why do you wish for me to submit my techniques? The Elder Chiu cast a glance at Lin Long, his tone tinged with bitterness. Young friend, you may not realize that it is not a lack of techniques within our Dawn organization. The four great empires and their myriad factions are all in want of such skills. You might still be unaware of the scarcity of these techniques. Take our Dawn, for instance. The number of techniques we can proudly present is exceedingly limited. Although, at my level, techniques have ceased to hold significance for me. The lower-tier members do not possess the multitude of options that you do. The techniques available to our human race are far too few, far too few. Lin Long pondered for a long moment before shaking his head apologetically. I am sorry, Elder Chiu. Upon hearing Lin Long's refusal, Chiu's countenance paled. Yet he persisted with a question. Over 2,000 techniques. I do not seek them all. Even a few with lesser lethality would suffice. My pursuit of these techniques is not for my own gain. At my level, they have become obsolete. This is for the benefit of our entire human race. Still, Lin Long shook his head. Even one would do. Chiu's disappointment was palpable. I apologize, Elder Chiu. In the Taoist teachings, we emphasize that the law should not be lightly imparted, and the Tao should not be easily transmitted. Thus, although there are many techniques, they can only be shared with those who are destined for them. I hope for your understanding. Lin Long explained helplessly. Chiu's expression fluctuated, and a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. The atmosphere in the small room turned ominous. Lin Long felt a chill run down his spine. With his current cultivation at the second level of Qi refinement, if Chiu truly intended to harm him, he would stand no chance of resistance. However, the murderous intent did not linger long before dissipating entirely. Ultimately, Chiu sighed and shook his head. Very well, very well. He slumped into his chair, his expression pained. He could comprehend Lin Long's stance. After all, no one would readily hand over their techniques. He had contemplated forcibly taking them. But how could he bring himself to harm a mere child of 14 or 15? Moreover, Lin Long was a member of his own organization. It would be unreasonable to rob one of his own. With a wave of his hand, Chiu signaled for Lin Long to leave. Lin Long had not expected the elder to restrain his murderous intent. Had Chiu truly intended to seize the techniques by force, Lin Long would have been willing to relinquish a few, for he possessed more than just Taoist techniques. This was precisely why he felt confident in employing Taoist arts without fear of theft. But since Chiu had refrained from acting on his strength, perhaps a discussion could be had. Lin Long looked at Chiu, a serene smile gracing his lips. Elder Chiu, do not be hasty in sending me away. Since this is a transaction, surely I must hear your offer? Chiu frowned. But did you not say that the over 2,000 techniques cannot be casually imparted? What use is it to hear your offer? Lin Long maintained his cheerful demeanor. Indeed, the 2,000 techniques cannot be easily shared. But I possess a technique that does not belong to my sect which I am willing to offer. I simply wonder how many points it might be worth. Really? Chiu exclaimed, rising with excitement. Lin Long nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Chiu's eyes glimmered with contemplation before he inquired, what is its power like? In terms of defense, it is slightly inferior to my golden light spell. In terms of offensive capabilities, it is not lacking. However, a mischievous grin spread across Lin Long's face. This technique has one drawback. What drawback? Chiu's heart raced. He feared that if the limitations were too great, the technique's utility would diminish significantly. Before mastering the technique, one must not approach the fairer sex. Once one succumbs to the allure of women, all efforts may be in vain. Lin Long chuckled softly. Huh. The elder prisoner exhaled slowly. He had assumed it was something of great significance. Child, you underestimate the worth of this technique. It's not merely that one must avoid the company of women before achieving mastery. It is certainly impossible to live a life devoid of such encounters. Lin Long rolled his eyes, perhaps sensing a glimmer of hope. The elder prisoner jested. Having witnessed the brilliance of Lin Long's golden spell, the elder prisoner could foresee the formidable power of this technique. At this moment, he hesitated to speak, contemplating for a long while before stating, 20,000 points. How does that sound? This is already the price of an earth-grade technique. Lin Long felt a stir within, but refrained from hastily agreeing. I have little understanding of the organization's points, and I am unaware of the rank of this earth-grade technique. Might I request the elder prisoner to clarify? The elder prisoner nodded, explaining, the points within the organization can indeed be exchanged for gold coins. For instance, if you desire a 4th-tier magical beast, it costs 20 points. However, if a member submits a 4th-tier magical beast, they only receive 10 points, though there are additional task rewards. Some shops sell 4th-tier magical beasts, generally priced around 100 gold coins. Thus, you may comprehend that these 20,000 points equate to 200,000 gold coins. The elder prisoner poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Long, who promptly rose to accept it with both hands. Within our organization, there exists a ranking system. I noticed you are at level 96. To advance a single level requires 10,000 points. That is equivalent to 100,000 gold coins. Only by elevating your rank can you access greater intelligence and resources. As for techniques, they are categorized into 3 tiers: heaven, earth, and man, with divine grade techniques above them. For example, the foundational techniques of the 4 great academies of Jialan are predominantly of the human level, as our human race possesses very few techniques. The elder prisoner's tone grew somewhat melancholic as he spoke, trailing off as he awaited Lin Long's decision. In other words, if I submit an earth-grade technique, I can rise 2 tiers. Would submitting 50 techniques not place me at the top of the rankings? Lin Long mused aloud. Indeed, leave this matter to me. The elder prisoner quickly responded to Lin Long's musings. Lin Long was taken aback. The elder prisoner was jesting. This technique was a fortuitous find, and since I possess no others, I consent to the 20,000 points. Please procure a pen and paper so that I may inscribe it for you. Moments later, the elder prisoner gazed joyfully at the cover of the mighty Vajra palm. With everything settled, the elder prisoner handed Lin Long a black card, which accounted for a total of 25,000 points, including those earned through wagering. Upon receiving the black card, Lin Long inquired, "Elder prisoner, aside from 4th and 5th tier magical beasts, are there any other high-tier magical beast corpses within the organization?" The elder prisoner had someone check and, after a brief moment, replied, "You arrived at an inopportune time. We recently dispatched a batch of high-tier magical beast corpses. Today's batch is from submissions made just 2 days ago." Lin Long felt a tinge of disappointment. Observing Lin Long's dejected demeanor, the elder prisoner cautioned, "Child, you are still young. Rapidly enhancing your strength may not be beneficial." Within the organization, many exchange magical beast corpses to hasten their growth. Yet such swift elevation often places one at a disadvantage in battles against opponents of the same rank. It is far more beneficial to engage in earnest cultivation than to indulge in petty rivalry. You are indeed a promising seedling, and I wish to preserve your foundation. Lin Long nodded in understanding. He could not divulge the true reason to the old prisoner, yet he cherished this goodwill in his heart. Chapter 32. News of the dragon. As Lin Long emerged, Laren immediately approached him, casually draping an arm over Lin Long's shoulder with a jovial smile. "This is your first time in Falling Water City, isn't it? Allow me to show you around. I am well acquainted with every nook and cranny of this place." With that, Laren led Lin Long out of the base. Lin Long did not mind Laren's familiarity, so he did not refuse. As he was in need of a guide, the streets were bustling with life, and Laren navigated through the throngs. "Remember this blacksmith's shop. If you ever wish to forge weapons or armor, this is the place to come. They possess the finest craftsmanship in Falling Water City. Of course, it has its drawbacks, as many seek their services, which may result in longer wait times." Observing the craftsman vigorously wielding a heavy hammer, Lin Long expressed his astonishment. "Are they not of the human race? Have you never seen the dwarves?" Laren replied, showcasing a hint of pride. The blacksmith's shop was filled with diminutive figures, each standing less than a meter tall. Despite their stature, they were brimming with explosive muscle, skillfully swinging the hefty hammers with a resounding clang that echoed throughout the shop. Lin Long shook his head. It was indeed his first encounter with the dwarves. Noticing Lin Long's bewilderment, Laren took the opportunity to enlighten him. "Our continent is home to more than just humans and dwarves. We also have elves, dragons, and orcs." His tone shifted slightly as he mentioned the orcs. Lin Long's eyes narrowed, oblivious to Laren's discomfort, his thoughts solely consumed by the mention of dragons. "Laren, do you mean to say there are dragons in this world?" Lin Long's voice trembled slightly. Indeed, the dragon race resides on a deserted island, the exact location known to very few. They are immensely powerful and elusive. It is said that they possess level 7 strength from the moment they are born. Only level 7? Lin Long felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. If they were truly akin to the dragons of his past life, their strength could not possibly be so feeble. Laren looked at Lin Long incredulously, somewhat exasperated. Not level 7 Earth Knights, but level 7 Archmages. If wizards are the darlings of humanity, then the dragons are the favored ones of magic. They are capable of wielding formidable spells from birth. And most dragons achieve the strength of level 9 Archmages upon maturity. Lin Long's uncertainty returned. If they indeed held the power of Archmages, it was certainly plausible. He had witnessed the might of magic, but remained unaware of the true extent of a level 7 Archmage's capabilities. Suddenly, Laren leaned closer to Lin Long's ear and whispered, "It is said that a dragon has recently appeared in the Beast Mountain range, and it is an immature dragon. The heightened scrutiny in Falling Water City is related to this. You must have noticed today, the Holy Church was mobilized, along with the Church's Saintus and 2 cardinal bishops. Not only that, the second prince of the Galan royal family and the third prince of Jechen have also arrived." Lin Long inquired with confusion, "Are they here to hunt the dragon?" Raylan chuckled lightly, "Impossible. The dragon clan is scarce in numbers. Anyone daring to hunt them would face relentless vengeance. No force can withstand the wrath of the dragon race. I've heard tales of a renowned mercenary group that inadvertently slew a dragon years ago, and as a result, the dragon clan was furious. In a single night, a multitude of dragons descended upon them, and that mercenary group simply vanished without a trace. What could they possibly intend if not to hunt dragons?" Lin Long pondered, perplexed. "To tame them. While hunting them is out of the question, if one could earn the favor of the dragon clan and successfully tame a dragon. Just imagine the prestige that would bring. Can dragons truly be tamed?" Lin Long inquired. "Not exactly taming," Raylan clarified. "The dragons occasionally choose powerful humans as companions. For instance, the vice pope of the Holy Church, Daoist, is a dragon knight, bonded with a level 9 fire dragon. Thus, becoming a dragon knight is the aspiration of many across this continent," Raylan said dreamily. Lin Long contemplated. "But one must possess considerable strength to achieve that, right?" "Oh, you are mistaken. Legend has it that the dragon clan will initiate trials for the worthy, regardless of one's strength. Anyone who encounters a dragon has a chance. This presents an irresistible temptation for ordinary people. Just think, the mere sight of a dragon could elevate one from an ordinary individual to the mightiest on the continent. No one can resist such a lure." Lin Long scrutinized Raylan curiously. "You seem well informed, Raylan. Where do you acquire such intelligence?" Raylan proudly lifted his chin. "This little informant of Waterfall City title isn't just for show. I rank 51st, so it's only natural I gather more information." Suddenly, Lin Long recalled something and addressed Raylan. "By the way, I owe you those beast points. I was unaware that the dawn points were so valuable. Please forgive me." Upon hearing Lin Long's words, Raylan instinctively tightened the arm draped around Lin Long's neck. "Do you look down on your brother? My family is affluent. I hardly need those few hundred points. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. 400 points equate to 4,000 gold coins. To me, that is no trivial gift. At the previous rate of 50 copper coins a day, it would take me an eternity to amass that amount." Lin Long began to respond, but was interrupted by Raylan. "If you acknowledge me as a friend, you will accept it," Raylan insisted, his expression earnest. Seeing Raylan's seriousness, Lin Long sighed. "Is your family truly that wealthy?" With a grin, Raylan replied, "Indeed. Otherwise, do you think I reached level 51 by mere chance? It took me 6 months to achieve that. Surely it wasn't all from completing tasks." Lin Long was taken aback. What else could it be? "Why, through spending. You know it costs 10,000 points to level up, which amounts to 100,000 gold coins. I've invested several 100,000 gold coins to level up swiftly," Raylan boisterously declared. "Is that even possible?" Lin Long expressed his surprise. "Once you reach the first 50 levels, that method no longer suffices. You must earn genuine task points to advance. Moreover, the tasks become increasingly challenging, yielding fewer points. Raylan, I wish to purchase some 4th-tier magical beasts. Which shop has an ample supply?" Lin Long inquired. Raylan gazed curiously at Lin Long, pondering the 2 most prominent merchant associations in Falling Water City, the Jialan Chamber of Commerce and the Jiachuan Chamber of Commerce. There are more magical beasts involved. But do enlighten me, why procure so many beast carcasses? Pray, do not tell me that your current prowess relies solely on consuming these beasts." Lin Long nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Ryland's expression turned anxious, and he hastily advised, "Allow me to offer you a piece of counsel. Refrain from consuming magical beasts excessively. Relying solely on them to enhance your strength will narrow your path in the future." Lin Long replied with a smile, "I am well aware." With a sigh of resignation, Lin led Lin Long to the entrance of a shop, where a clerk was vocally enticing passersby. The sign above read Jialan Chamber of Commerce. Coincidentally, across the street, another clerk was calling out, with the sign displaying Jiachuan Chamber of Commerce. The competition between Jialan and Jiachuan was particularly fierce, as both enjoyed the backing of the empire. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Naturally, this rivalry proved advantageous for us customers. With that, Lin escorted Lin Long inside the Jialan Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 33. Tianhe Tavern. Inside the establishment, a multitude of customers crowded the space, and the array of goods dazzled Lin Long, most of which were unfamiliar to him. Let us ascend to the second floor, where it is somewhat less crowded. The magical beasts on this floor are primarily of the fourth tier and below. Lin guided Lin Long upstairs, where indeed, the number of patrons diminished significantly, though still considerable in comparison to the first floor. Upon arriving on the second floor, a clerk promptly approached them. Esteemed guests, are you looking to purchase or sell items? Lin Long inquired. Do you have any magical beast carcasses of the fourth tier or higher for sale? Certainly. Our store offers not only fourth tier magical beasts, but also fifth and sixth tier ones. How many do you wish to procure? The clerk replied with enthusiasm. A considerable quantity. Lin Long succinctly stated. The clerk's eyes brightened. Please follow me. Leading them to a quieter area, the clerk said, kindly wait a moment while I check our inventory of magical beast carcasses. After a brief interval, the clerk resumed, greetings. Esteemed guest. Currently, we have 30 fourth tier magical beasts, 12 fifth tier ones, and 3 sixth tier ones available. How many would you like? What are the respective prices? Lin Long inquired. As was his custom, would you prefer complete carcasses or just the edible portions? The clerk clarified, as the price for complete carcasses would be higher. The edible portions will suffice. Fourth tier beasts are priced at 100 gold coins each, fifth tier at 1,000, and sixth tier at 5,000 gold coins each. The clerk patiently elucidated. Lin Long contemplated, realizing that he possessed just over 10,000 gold coins in his spatial ring. The magical beasts consumed at the Harbor Guild had not been deducted from his commission by Gil. However, 10,000 coins would not suffice to acquire them all unless he exchanged some dawn points for additional gold. Noticing Lin Long's silence, Lin suddenly addressed the clerk. Could you provide a bundled price? Are you considering purchasing all of them? If so, I can offer a 10% discount. The total would be 27,000 gold coins. The clerk's heart raced. Securing this deal would earn him a commission of 270 gold coins. He could hardly contain his excitement. Very well, proceed with the arrangements. With a grand gesture, Lin produced a spatial ring before the attentive shopkeeper. An exquisite piece indeed. Clearly, the shopkeeper possessed a discerning eye. For working in such a prominent commercial establishment necessitates keen perception. Lin nodded, swiftly storing all the magical beasts within the confines of the ring. I shall proceed to settle the payment now. Lin Long intercepted him, a serious expression adorning his face. Allow me to procure some gold from the organization. You need not spend your own. Upon witnessing Lin Long's earnest demeanor, Lin immediately grasped his intent. He jestingly replied, I am merely advancing the funds for you. Otherwise, the back and forth would be a waste of time. We still need to visit the Jiachuan Chamber of Commerce shortly. I will cover the expenses now, and you may reimburse me tomorrow. He smirked. Even if your family is affluent, it would be imprudent to expend all your resources on me, especially since you are not my spouse. Lin Long chuckled, get lost. Yet, with Lin's words standing firm, Lin Long ceased his objections. The Jiachuan Chamber of Commerce operated with commendable efficiency. It was not long before the shopkeeper returned with the ring in hand. Please inspect, esteemed guest. Lin took a moment to assess, nodding in satisfaction. He tossed the ring to Lin Long. This spatial ring is now yours. I noticed you were still using a lower tier one. Its limited capacity is rather impractical. You must accept this. It is of negligible value. Lin Long accepted the ring this time without protest. The two then ventured to the Jiachuan Chamber of Commerce once more, where they found the establishment bustling with patrons. Upon explaining their purpose, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Might you return tomorrow? Why is that? Lin Long inquired, perplexed. Our high-tier magical beasts have been reserved by the Luo Shui family. We can resume normal sales only after their event concludes tomorrow. I apologize for the inconvenience. What is the Luo Shui family? Lin Long asked, turning to Lin for clarification. The largest tavern in Luo Shui City, Lin responded, realization dawning upon him. Tomorrow. The Luo Shui family will compete against the Tiana Tavern for the title of the premier tavern in Luo Shui City. Let us wait another day. I shall take you to enjoy a complimentary meal. They will not require many high-tier magical beasts for the competition. 4 or 5 should suffice. Laren's eyes sparkled with excitement as he smacked his lips. Complimentary? Lin Long's eyes gleamed as well. It may not be entirely free, but it will undoubtedly offer exceptional value. Tomorrow's competition will be a showcase of influence, allowing all of Luo Shui City's populace to partake in the feast, with each person contributing merely 20 gold coins, regardless of how much they consume. As Laren and Lin Long exited the Jechin Chamber of Commerce, they strolled leisurely along the roadside. Are all the ingredients sourced from high-tier magical beasts? Lin Long paused, his expression charged with enthusiasm. Observing Lin Long's fervor, Laren, though somewhat bewildered, replied, "Indeed. Such competitions occur only once every 3 years. The victor shall claim the title of the foremost tavern in Luo Shui City, and naturally, the finest ingredients will be utilized. None would dare to compromise at such a crucial time." Lin Long suddenly turned to Laren with utmost seriousness. "You must take me there tomorrow." Laren chuckled at Lin Long's earnestness. "Look at how excited you are. Is it merely to save some coin? With your slight frame, how much could you possibly eat?" Lin Long smiled shyly to himself, contemplating the prospect of saving some money. Such a grand tavern should surely not face bankruptcy. Lei Luan arranged for Lin Long to have a room at the inn where he was staying. The two were not far apart. Early the next morning, Lei Luan called Lin Long awake. After Lin Long freshened up, the two set off toward the 2 prominent taverns. Upon their arrival, they found the venue teeming with people. The Luo Shui family and the Tian He Tavern were situated in the heart of Luo Shui City, just a stone's throw from the Lord's mansion. At this moment, both taverns had already set up their stalls, with hundreds of large pots and chefs prepared to serve. The tavern masters eyed each other with palpable rivalry. A moment later, a clear voice announced the arrival of the city lord. The crowd parted to form a pathway as a burly middle-aged man walked forward steadily. The townsfolk murmured greetings upon recognizing the lord. The 2 tavern owners quickly rose to bow before him. The lord nodded and took a seat in the viewing platform, though not in the main position. Exchanging glances, the master of the Luo Shui family inquired of the lord, "Your Excellency, will there be any distinguished guests attending today?" The lord nodded and replied, "The 2 red-robed archbishops of the Holy Cathedral and the Saintess have expressed interest in your contest. They will arrive shortly." The tavern owners' faces flushed with excitement, as this presented a grand opportunity for them. The arrival of prominent figures from the Holy Cathedral would undoubtedly elevate their status. The crowd buzzed with anticipation at the news of the Holy Cathedral's attendance. Chapter 34. The Saintess Before long, 3 figures descended from the sky, gracefully landing in the central arena. The city lord hastily rose, familiar with both the Saintess and the archbishops, and the surrounding populace busied themselves with respectful bows. Lin Long's gaze was fixed on yesterday's red-robed archbishop, his expression devoid of emotion. Lei Luan, on the other hand, looked up at the trio from the Holy Cathedral, his attention particularly drawn to the Saintess, a smile of infatuation gracing his features. "Little Whale is as lovely as ever," he remarked. "Little Whale?" Lin Long raised an eyebrow. Lei Luan hurriedly covered Lin Long's mouth, saying, "Call her Liana from now on. She dislikes being addressed by her nickname. Are you fond of her?" Lin Long teased. At this, Lei Luan's face turned crimson. "In no way," he stammered. Lin Long shot him a knowing look. "If you like her, go after her. You wouldn't understand." Lei Luan's eyes fell, reflecting his despondence. Lin Long observed the Saintess, who sat elegantly in the main position. Her silver hair framed her face, exuding both grace and femininity, her piercing gaze seeming to see into the hearts of those around her. Her long legs were flawless, and as she sat quietly, an air of nobility naturally emanated from her. Lin Long turned to Lei Luan and said, "There is nothing to misunderstand. It's merely that you feel her status is too lofty. I assent to it." Lei Luan remained silent, clearly acknowledging Lin Long's insight. Lin Long, with a playful tone, remarked, "Aren't you from a wealthy background? Why not give it a try?" Lei Luan placed his hand on Lin Long's forehead, exclaiming, "You're not sick, are you?" As the conversation turned whimsical, one must remember that the 4 great empires are required to pay tribute to the Holy Church each year. "Do you truly believe my family's wealth can rival that? Is it so vast?" Lin Long murmured. "What if we were to abduct her? A ransom of 100,000 gold coins would hardly be excessive, would it? If you could defeat the 2 cardinal bishops by her side, I would wholeheartedly agree. However, can you not broaden your perspective? If one dares to kidnap her, wouldn't it be fitting to demand at least 10 million gold coins? Amid their banter, the three individuals had already taken their seats. The saintly maiden cast her beautiful gaze towards the city lord, who nodded slightly and turned to the two innkeepers, promptly stating, "Let us commence." The two innkeepers, filled with excitement, nodded in agreement and composed themselves before descending from the stage. The innkeeper from the Luo Shui establishment addressed the audience below with a respectful bow and cheerfully announced, "Over the years, I have been greatly honored by your patronage. Today marks the occasion of our triannual culinary competition. This time, the challenge will once again take place at the Tiana Tavern, a venue familiar to all, as I have faced defeat here for 9 consecutive years." Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd. Once the mirth subsided, the innkeeper continued, "I believe this year will be no exception. Now, as we have some new travelers in Luo Shui City, allow me to briefly explain the rules of this competition. During the contest, participants need only pay 20 gold coins to partake fully. You may dine wherever you please and consume as much as you desire. However, after dining, the trays must remain within the respective taverns. The winner will be determined by the number of trays collected post-competition. These are the rules. Let the contest begin. Those wishing to participate may queue over there to pay." Lin Long and Lei Luan stood in line together. The competition venue was expansive, capable of accommodating thousands for a communal feast. Hundreds of large pots were simultaneously ignited, filling the air with the sounds of clanging utensils, the shouts of chefs, and the appreciative murmurs of the crowd, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lin Long and Lei Luan awaited their food near the Tiana Tavern. "Why not head over to the Luo Shui establishment? I hear their flavors are superior," Lei Luan remarked as he wiped the chair before sitting down. Lin Long shook his head and replied, "There are too many people over there. Besides, I am not overly concerned with the taste. After all, there will be no additional charges. Why not enjoy what is offered?" With a mysterious smile, Lin Long evaded the question. Seeing this, Lei Luan resignedly chose to remain at the Tiana Tavern. After a brief moment, the tantalizing aroma of the food wafted through the air. Lin Long, growing impatient, hurried forward to retrieve 2 large platters. Lei Luan, balancing one in each hand, returned with 2 substantial dishes as well. Limited to 100. The Scarlet Wood Koi is available on a first-come, first-served basis. A staff member at the Tiana Tavern shouted. Lei Luan exclaimed, "The Tiana Tavern has truly pulled out all the stops this time." Lin Long, savoring his meal, inquired, "What do you mean?" The fish on his plate, known as the Scarlet Wood Koi, is one of the rare, edible high-tier magical beasts, renowned not only for its exquisite flavor, but also as the perfect contender for this competition. The competition stipulates that each portion of food must weigh no less than 2 pounds. The Akaji Koi, precisely weighing 2 pounds each, although devoid of any offensive or defensive attributes, serves solely as sustenance. Nevertheless, its price rivals that of standard 4th-tier magical beasts. Those well acquainted with the Akaji Koi hurriedly flocked to the Tiana Tavern, for only 100 were available, and tardiness would mean loss. Observing the throng of people surging forward, Lin Long swiftly stuffed 2 fish into his mouth and turned to fetch more food, this time acquiring 4 large platters. Laren, not to be outdone, emulated Lin Long and also took 4 substantial platters. However, after consuming 2 fish, Laren ceased eating. "You can have them all," Lin Long mumbled with a mouthful of food. "Why aren't you eating?" Laren, observing Lin Long's state, smiled wryly. "Try to eat less. I mentioned yesterday that overeating magical beasts is detrimental." Lin Long nodded vigorously, yet his chewing did not pause. He proceeded to claim Laren's 4 fish, relishing them with delight. To Lin Long, this represented wealth, with each fish valued at 100 gold coins. At this moment, he had consumed 10, amounting to 1,000 gold coins. He could enhance his cultivation without spending a single coin, and it was all prepared for him. Such fortuitous circumstances are rare indeed. It was regrettable that the competition occurred every 3 years. Had it been monthly, Lin Long was confident he could restore a significant portion of his cultivation within a year. "Shopkeeper, over at Tianhe, they've prepared 100 Akaji Koi, and the crowd has rushed there." A worried attendant informed the shopkeeper, Luo Shui. "What is the rush?" The shopkeeper scoffed, eyeing the Tianhe Tavern with derision. After all these years, they still haven't learned. Do they believe that such trivial favors can shift the tide? If they truly had the capability, they should present thousands of Akaji Koi, and I would gladly relinquish the title of the premier tavern in Luo Shui City. With that, The shopkeeper turned and commanded, "Dispatch orders. This time, Qinglong Wakshu is limited to 20 portions." Have the staff shouted out vigorously. An attendant, puzzled, asked, "Shopkeeper, previous competitions offered hundreds of portions of Qinglong Wakshu. 1T limiting it to 20B before he could finish." The shopkeeper interrupted, "Follow my instructions." "Who is in charge here, you or I?" "Understood." The attendant dared not argue further. Qinglong Wakshu, limited to 20 portions. Qinglong Wakshu, limited to 20 portions. The staff at Luo Shui began to call out loudly. What are they shouting over there? A patron wondered. It seems to be something about Qinglong Wakshu being limited to 20 portions. What? A diner, unable to finish his akaji koi, rushed back to Luo Shui. 1 person, 10 people, 100 people. Thousands hurried back towards Luo Shui. Observing the sparse crowd at Tianhe, Lin Long inquired, "What is Qinglong Wakshu?" "The signature dish of the Luo Shui Tavern. It usually costs 300 gold coins for a single serving." Laren replied, smacking his lips. "Unfortunately, with only 20 portions available, I won't bother queuing for it." Lin Long then rose and once again fetched several large platters of meat, devouring them hastily. The crowd at Tianhe had thinned considerably, as most were aware they would not secure any and thus refrained from joining the commotion. After a moment, Lin Long rose once more. "Shopkeeper, the crowd has dispersed." The shopkeeper's expression darkened at Tianhe, unable to fathom that the opposing side merely reduced the quantity of the Qinglong Wakshu, causing the hard-won patrons to return to their own. Qinglong Wakshu, how on earth is it made?" The shopkeeper felt a sense of helplessness. "Shopkeeper, bring me 10 plates of meat. I desire the flesh of the red-eyed demon rabbit." A voice, ethereal and clear, resonated through the air. The shopkeeper looked up to see a young boy gazing eagerly at him. "Bring the boy 10 plates of red-eyed demon rabbit meat." The shopkeeper managed to smile. A moment later, "Shopkeeper, another 10 plates." Upon seeing Lin Long once again, the shopkeeper was astonished, knowing that each plate weighed a substantial 2 pounds. 10 plates amounted to 20 pounds. The shopkeeper pondered how this child could consume so much, lamenting that eating alone would not bring back the crowd. "Shopkeeper, let us have 50 plates. I see you have few patrons, just give them all to me." The shopkeeper looked up to find Lin Long before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. You can't be serious? If you're out, I can always go elsewhere." Lin Long, at a loss for words, regarded the shopkeeper with bemusement. "Why yes. Quickly bring the young master 50 plates." The shopkeeper finally regained his composure, observing Lin Long feasting heartily. Leiluan found himself at a loss for words. "Lin Long, you," he stuttered, not knowing how to respond. Lin Long, unfazed by Leiluan's feelings, swept through the food on his plates like a tempest. "Shopkeeper, bring me another 50 plates." Yes. Quickly serve the young master, you incompetent fools." The shopkeeper exclaimed with fervor. "Bring 100 plates directly." "Shopkeeper, whatever you have, just bring it." As he noticed most of the crowd gravitating towards him, the attendant from Luo Shui couldn't help but admire the shopkeeper's skill. "Tianhe Tavern, what could they possibly compare with us?" the attendant boasted, but suddenly his countenance paled, and he hurried to the shopkeeper's side, exclaiming in horror, "Shopkeeper, look across." The Luo Shui shopkeeper, somewhat impatient, admonished, "Calm down. You need to temper your temperament." He then turned his gaze towards Tianhe Tavern. "How is this even possible?" the shopkeeper cried out. Before him, the plates at Tianhe Tavern had piled up like a small mountain, and they continued to rise inexorably. "This is impossible. They must be cheating," the Luo Shui shopkeeper vociferously contested. "Go inquire with the overseers." To prevent any foul play, only empty plates were allowed, with 10 overseers on each side. After a brief interval, the attendant returned, his face clouded with worry. "Shopkeeper, all 10 overseers declared there was no cheating. The diners are indeed consuming the food." "How could this be?" The shopkeeper, incredulous, summoned an attendant and whispered a few instructions in his ear. "Hurry." In the spectators' area, the saintess savored the Qinglong Wakshu, her expression one of pure delight. "Qinglong Wakshu truly lives up to its name," she mused. Suddenly, she heard the astonished murmurs of nearby spectators, curious about the commotion, and quickly shifted her gaze to the center of the arena, gazing at the towering plates at the Tianhe restaurant. She turned to a cardinal in red beside her and inquired, "Uncle David, what is happening here?" "There's a lad over at the Tianhe restaurant who possesses an extraordinary appetite," the cardinal replied, astonishment etched upon his face. "Uncle David, I am already 16 years old. Not a child anymore. No one can consume such a vast quantity of food alone." The maiden rolled her eyes in exasperation. The world is vast and full of wonders. It is indeed my first encounter with someone so gluttonous. David squinted his small eyes, expressing his amazement. At that moment, the manager of the Tianhe restaurant was beaming with delight as he surveyed the mountainous plates before him, feeling the sweet taste of victory tantalizingly close. If he could claim the title of the foremost tavern, then today's investment would seem trivial. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the manager. Why hasn't he, the young master, been served meat? You blind fools. Manager, there's no more meat. A distressed attendant replied. What? Nearly 100 fourth-tier magical beasts have been consumed? The manager's expression was one of disbelief. The attendant nodded helplessly. Go buy some. Hurry up, the manager commanded. Anxiety etched on his face. After a brief period, the attendant rushed back, panting. Manager, there's none left. I've inquired at every shop, and they all said they were just bought by the Luo Shui family. What shall we do? The Tianhe manager was momentarily dumbfounded. The attendant, gazing at the towering plates, uncertainly remarked, we already have so many plates. We should be able to win, right? At that moment, the Tianhe manager felt a pang of uncertainty. Based on past experiences, if all the ingredients had been consumed, they should win this competition, yet a lingering worry gnawed at him. Manager, are there really no ingredients left? Lin Long yawned, having been seated for so long that he felt slightly fatigued from eating. However, feeling the spirit energy flowing within him, Lin Long was eager to continue feasting. His cultivation had reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Indeed, there are no ingredients left. If the young master still wishes to eat, I can have my staff prepare some meat from 3rd-tier magical beasts. The taste will not be significantly inferior, the Tianhe manager replied courteously. Then I shall pass. I will dine at the establishment across the street, Lin Long announced as he rose to stretch his limbs, pulling Laren along to enjoy another meal. After all, he had paid for it, so there was no sense of shame. Upon hearing Lin Long's intention to leave for the other restaurant, the Tianhe manager quickly grasped his arm. Young master, may we discuss a proposition? Lin Long wore an expression of knowing anticipation. He had already surmised the manager's intentions when he was pulled back. Nevertheless, he played along, saying, Pray, tell me. The manager's face displayed a pleading expression. If you agree not to go to the other establishment, I can offer you 5,000 gold coins as a reward. Laren stared in astonishment at the manager, feeling as though his worldview was shattering. Not only was he being invited to dine for free, but he was also being offered 5,000 gold coins afterward? Of course, having paid 20 gold coins, it wasn't precisely a free meal. Lin Long fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. 8,000. The Tianhe manager bit his lip, stating firmly. At this point, Laren was left utterly speechless. Lin Long nodded. No need for 8,000. 5,000 will suffice. The proprietor of Tianhe instantly beamed with joy, exclaiming, What a noble young man. Observing the proprietor's radiant smile, Lin Long cautioned, Proprietor, I fear that with only these dishes before you, victory may elude you. At that moment, a waiter from Tianhe restaurant abruptly pointed towards the opposite side, stammering in disbelief. The proprietor turned to see what had captured the attention of his staff, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. The crowd had realized that Tianhe restaurant had exhausted its supply of ingredients and had flocked to the Luo Shui restaurant, which was now experiencing a surge in patronage. The proprietor of Tianhe quickly grasped the situation, recognizing that in previous years, the crowd had been more evenly split. But now a staggering 90% had shifted to the other side. Even if each individual did not possess the same appetite as Lin Long, sheer numbers would prevail. The thought of the opposing restaurant having cleared out the 4th-tier magical beast sent the Tianhe proprietor into a faint. The proprietor of Luo Shui looked upon his fainted rival with a smirk of derision. Most of the 4th-tier magical beasts in Luo Shui City had been acquired by him, totaling over 50, aside from those bought by the Jechin Commerce Association. What could the Tianhe proprietor possibly do to win? Watching the Tianhe proprietor succumb to unconsciousness, Lin Long sighed, waving his hand gently, allowing the proprietor to slowly regain consciousness. Defeated once more, murmured the Tianhe proprietor, his eyes vacant. Not necessarily a lost cause. Lin Long kindly reminded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You could procure some higher-tier magical beasts. I can still consume them. Alas, all the 4th-tier magical beasts in Luo Shui City have been bought by others. We were simply too late. The Tianhe proprietor seemed resigned to his fate, collapsing once more. Actually, I still possess a few high-tier magical beasts. Would you be interested in purchasing them? Lin Long inquired with a grin, reminiscent of a cunning little fox. Really? How many do you have? The Tianhe proprietor quickly sat up, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. 34th tier magical beasts, 12 5th-tier magical beasts, and 3 6th-tier magical beasts. Lin Long replied nonchalantly. The proprietor gasped in astonishment, taken aback by the boy's impressive inventory. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "Very well. I shall purchase 34th-tier magical beasts. Name your price." Hearing the proprietor's intention to buy only the 4th-tier beasts, Lin Long felt no irritation. While he had hoped for a complete purchase, he understood the nature of commerce and the importance of not forcing the matter. Although he could compel the transaction, it would sour their relationship and disrupt the balance of give and take. With a smile, Lin Long stated, "I shall not take advantage of you. Let us settle on the market price of 100 gold coins each." At this moment, Laren, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. As if he had stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities. Selling to the proprietor, having him process the beasts, and then receiving a complimentary meal? What an extraordinary maneuver. Excellent. The proprietor of Tianhe nodded eagerly. Lin Long promptly transferred all the 4th-tier magical beasts from his spatial ring to the Tianhe proprietor. "Let us continue our work." The proprietor of Tianhe gestured confidently. "Proprietor, trouble is brewing. Over there, they seem to have procured 20 to 34th-tier magical beasts and are now preparing to cook." A frantic waiter reported. "How is that possible? Did I not instruct you to procure all the 4th-tier magical beasts in the vicinity?" The shopkeeper Luo Shui exclaimed angrily. The assistant, his face awash with grievance, replied, "I did acquire them all, enlisting several individuals for the task, yet I am entirely unaware of where they sourced them." Sighing, he conceded, "Well, dwelling on this is futile. We must now rely on sheer numbers. It is truly perplexing. Where could they have found such a monstrosity? How can a single person consume so much?" It was evident that the shopkeeper had already discerned that their opponent had consumed nearly 1,000 beings alone. Once the 34th-tier magical beasts were also depleted, the shopkeeper Tianhe gazed at the steadily increasing number of plates on the opposing side, gritting his teeth. "Young sir, I have also procured those 12 5th-tier magical beasts." Lin Long pondered for a moment. 500 gold coins each. The shopkeeper Tianhe looked at Lin Long in confusion, while his companion Laren tugged at Lin Long, fully aware that 5th-tier magical beasts typically cost 1,000 gold coins each. Now they were being offered at half price. "However, I have one stipulation. If you agree, I shall sell. If not, then so be it. Please, state your condition. Once sold, they are solely for my consumption. No one else may partake." Lin Long replied nonchalantly. The shopkeeper Tianhe, initially intending to attract the opposing crowd with the 5th-tier magical beasts, found himself wavering upon hearing Lin Long's terms. Noticing the shopkeeper's prolonged contemplation, Lin Long provided his analysis. There are hardly any 4th-tier magical beasts left on the opposing side. The Jialan and Jiachuan guilds have exhausted their supply, and how many can the smaller shops possibly gather? Thus, it is highly probable that these final 12 5th-tier magical beasts will determine the outcome of this competition. The shopkeeper Tianhe managed a wry smile, hoping Lin Long's assessment was accurate. "Very well, as you say, 500 each. Consider them purchased." "Shopkeeper, it seems the opposing side has somehow acquired 12 magical beasts, and they appear to be 5th tier." The assistant, drenched in sweat, exclaimed. "What?" The shopkeeper Luo Shui leaped from his seat, hastily turning to observe the other side. Has that old fool lost his mind? Upon witnessing the 12 5th-tier magical beasts, the owner Luo Shui slumped back into his chair, resigned to fate. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of any viable strategy. Lin Long merely burped contentedly, and a ripple of energy surged in the air above him. The 12 5th-tier magical beasts, alongside an unquantifiable number of 4th-tier beasts, elevated Lin Long's cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement. He was but a step away from establishing his foundation. As one approaches the pinnacle of cultivation, the ascent becomes increasingly arduous. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized before Lin Long, their expressions tinged with curiosity as they scrutinized him. Laren, observing the trio, felt a twinge of anxiety mixed with a flicker of delight. "Liana, it has been quite some time. Is there anything I can assist you with?" The saintess turned her gaze towards the visibly tense Laren. "Long time no see, Laren. We have come to seek him." Her eyes shifted to Lin Long, meeting their gaze. Lin Long spoke in a flat tone. "Is there something you require?" Sensing the distance in Lin Long's tone, the saintess quickly clarified. Most who disrespect the Holy Church are merely ruthless criminals, which is why Uncle Yifeng acted as he did yesterday. I hope you can understand. Lin Long remained noncommittal. In truth, he had observed yesterday that the majority of individuals had been apprehended, at which moment he understood the intentions of the red-robed archbishop. Yet, what did this have to do with him? He was, after all, an innocent. Sensing that Lin Long's resentment had not dissipated, the saintess refrained from further explanation and inquired earnestly, "Are you of the dragon lineage?" Lin Long remained silent, merely gazing at the saintess as if she were a fool. Suddenly, Laren comprehended why Liana had posed such a question. After all, only a colossal dragon could consume such vast quantities of sustenance. He turned to Lin Long and whispered, "You cannot truly be of the dragon clan, can you?" Lin Long shot him a sidelong glance. "Two simpletons." Lin Long then addressed the saintess, stating, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He felt that the proprietor of Tianhe would likely not purchase the 6th-tier magical beasts in his possession. The outcome of this contest would probably see Tianhe emerging victorious. With that, Lin Long disregarded the crowd and strode away. Upon witnessing his departure, Laren hastily remarked to Liana, "Do not take it to heart. He is simply this way, appearing cold and aloof. Yet he is quite easy to get along with. Are you well acquainted with him?" The saintess gazed at Lin Long's receding figure, her brows furrowing involuntarily. No one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. "One cannot say we are well acquainted, but rather, we are very familiar, having known each other since childhood. Our bond is undeniable." Laren patted his chest, his pride evident. "Liana, we shall converse further on another occasion. This is his first visit to Falling Water City, and I fear he may lose his way." With a wave to Liana, Laren hurried after Lin Long. "How come I was unaware that we had known each other since childhood?" Lin Long shot Laren an annoyed glance. Laren chuckled, choosing not to respond. Chapter 37. The Flying Thieves Guild. By the time the two returned to the inn, dusk was approaching. After parting ways with Laren, Lin Long sat cross-legged on his bed, consolidating the spiritual energy within him. If all went according to plan, after consuming 3 6th-tier magical beasts, he would establish his foundation. Once his foundation was laid, he would venture to the Beast Mountain range and hasten his ascension to the Golden Core realm. Lin Long contemplated silently. The following morning, after freshening up, Lin Long and Laren made their way to the Tianhe Tavern. The tavern had narrowly triumphed in the previous day's competition, thus securing its status as the premier establishment in Falling Water City. Upon their arrival, Lin Long could not help but marvel at the fact that the reputation of the foremost tavern in Falling Water City was indeed formidable. Upon noticing their entrance, the proprietor of Tianhe hurriedly came to greet them. Lin Long smiled and said, "Congratulations, proprietor. I have heard that Tianhe Tavern is now the leading establishment in Falling Water City. Congratulations." The proprietor beamed with delight, quickly responding, "This is all thanks to you, young sir. At long last, my aspirations have been realized. Please, follow me. I have reserved a private room for you both." The private room was simple yet exuded elegance. The dining table was crafted from imperial leaf wood, polished to a brilliant sheen. Surrounding the table were 4 chairs, and a vase of flowers adorned the table's surface. The violet blooms lent a touch of warmth to the room. The proprietor produced 20,000 gold coins and handed them to Lin Long. "This is your reward from yesterday, along with the funds for purchasing the magical beasts." Lin Long instructed Laren to accept the money and turned to the proprietor, saying, "By the way, I have one more request." "Speak, young sir." "Could I trouble the esteemed proprietor to assist in processing these 3 6th-tier magical beasts?" "It is no trouble at all. Someone, please take these 3 magical beasts for processing and bring along a fine jug of wine." The proprietor shouted towards the outside, and after raising a toast of wine, he returned to his tasks, overwhelmed by the sheer number of patrons and a shortage of hands. Among the 3 6th-tier magical beasts, Raylin had consumed but a morsel, while the remainder was wholly digested by Lin Long. "Here are 7,000 gold coins. Please accept them." Lin Long earnestly addressed Raylin, with a resigned glance. Raylin ultimately accepted the coins. Suddenly, Lin Long, with a grave demeanor, said to Raylin, "I need a favor. From this moment on, do not allow anyone to disturb me." Sensing the seriousness in Lin Long's words, Raylin nodded, remaining vigilant without further inquiry. Lin Long sat cross-legged in his chair, closing his eyes tightly. Raylin stared intently at Lin Long's shut eyes, perplexed by his intentions. An enigmatic aura enveloped the room. After a considerable time, Lin Long's closed eyes fluttered open, a flash of golden light vanishing in an instant. Raylan gazed at Lin Long with disdain, questioning, "What is this? It appears so unkempt and emits such an unpleasant odor." Lin Long waved his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the black impurities expelled after his advancement to the Foundation establishment realm through the window. Observing Lin Long's increasingly ethereal demeanor, Raylan exclaimed, "You've broken through?" Lin Long nodded with a smile, and then remarked, "I am preparing to set off for the magical Beast Mountain range. Would you care to join me?" "Of course. I have heard that this morning, the whales have already departed. Yet, I wonder about the accuracy of such news. Typically, the movements of the dragon clan are elusive and unpredictable. It is peculiar that tidings have emerged so early this time." Lin Long rose, undeterred by the news. Seeing the dragons would indeed be splendid, as he merely wished to compare the dragons of the two realms, regardless of whether or not the dragons appeared. His course to the magical Beast Mountain range remained unchanged. After bidding farewell to the proprietor of the Tianhe Inn, the two made their way directly to the southern gate of Luoshui City. Much like the day they first entered the city, the southern gate was met with a long queue, albeit for those entering, while the scrutiny for those exiting was far less stringent. The magical Beast Mountain range lies at the border between the Jialan and Jiaxing empires, stretching for 100,000 miles, perpetually shrouded in mist. The mountains are abundant with lush vegetation, countless in number. Lin Long and Raylan set forth from the southern gate, with merely 300 miles separating them from the foothills of the magical Beast Mountain range. The path of 300 miles was fraught with mud and stones, flanked by towering mountains. Lin Long and Raylan strolled leisurely along the road, unhurried in their journey. "This 300 miles is no easy trek," Raylan lamented. "Is there a saying?" Lin Long inquired, puzzled. Raylan nodded, then flashed a smile, adding, "However, for us brothers, it poses no significant challenge." Noting Lin Long's confusion, Raylan continued, "In this 300 miles southward, numerous factions, bandit groups, mercenary bands, and desperate fugitives abound, as they have long made this place their lair. Due to its remote location, they act with remarkable audacity. Generally speaking, those heading to the magical Beast Mountain range do not attract their attention. If encountered, they will usually let them pass unhindered. Their objective was to target those returning from the Warcraft Mountains, for those high-tier magical beasts were treasures in themselves." As the two advanced halfway, Lin Long sensed that someone was covertly observing them. However, they faced no immediate danger. Of course, the same could not be said for their unseen observer. Suddenly, Lin Long halted, sniffing the air, and cautioned Laren, "There's a scent of blood." Upon hearing this, Laren's expression turned vigilant. They proceeded several hundred meters further, the stench of blood growing increasingly pungent. Before them lay a massive corpse of a fourth-tier magical beast, lifeless on the ground, evidently deceased for some time. Beside the beast's carcass stood a man and a woman, besieged by a group of attackers. "You truly intend to annihilate us after we have delivered the fourth-tier magical beast to you?" The woman, desperately evading the assailants, inquired with a face full of despair. In the blink of an eye, the man was silenced by a fatal blow. "My dear, who said we seek to wipe you out? If we truly desired your demise, do you think you could survive this long?" sneered the leader of the assailants. "Simply lay down your weapon, and we shall not harm you." The woman's countenance hardened. She understood that if she were to fall into their clutches, escape would be futile. With her hands tightly gripping her sword, she fixed a fierce gaze upon her attackers. "Stubbornness is indeed a pity. Finish her," lamented the leader. Just as the assailants prepared to conclude the woman's fate, Lin Long and Laren emerged onto the scene. Lin Long approached the group slowly, and from a distance of several paces, he addressed the leader with a resonant voice. "How about a deal? Hand over the fourth-tier magical beast, and I will not interfere." The leader, scrutinizing the youthful duo, erupted into laughter. "Where did these little brats come from? Trying to rob your grandfather? While I'm in a good mood, I suggest you scram, or else don't blame me for being unkind." The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Lin Long shook his head and turned to the beleaguered woman, softly proposing, "Shall we strike a bargain? Give me the fourth-tier magical beast, and I shall eliminate them for you." The woman, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained her composure and nodded in agreement. "Laren, I will retrieve the beast. You handle them," Lin Long declared, not glancing back. Laren's gaze hardened as he focused on the leader, brandishing his mighty sword with a fierce shout. "I am his sworn brother. Do you wish to play the part of his grandfather? You'd best consult with the giant sword in my hand first. Screams echoed in response. Unfazed by the commotion, Lin Long approached the beast's corpse, a flash of silver illuminating the air as the fourth-tier magical beast was swiftly stored within his spatial ring. Turning back, he found the battle had concluded, the leader now adorned with a sword at his throat, desperately pleading, "Grandfather, please. I was blind to your greatness. Spare me." Now you recognize who the real grandfather is? Where was your awareness before? Are you the leader of this group? Laren inquired loudly, striking the man's face with the giant sword. The man shook his head hastily, declaring, "I am but a humble follower. Our leader is named Cole Fei, the renowned creator of the Sky Thief Guild." "Are you a member of the Sky Thief Guild?" Raylan's eyes narrowed, fixing his gaze intently on the man. "Indeed. Do you know our leader?" the man asked with hopeful anticipation. "Ha!" Raylan laughed heartily. "Is this not akin to floods overwhelming the Dragon King's temple?" With that, he shifted the massive sword away from the man's neck. Chapter 38. The demon-breaking arrow. Raylan helped the man to his feet, his expression filled with regret as he spoke. "A few years ago, I was ambushed and gravely injured here. Fortunately, it was Cole Fei who came to my aid. I have long sought an opportunity to repay him, yet I could never find him. Today, fate has smiled upon me. I hope you will take me to him to express my gratitude." The man's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing this, and he nodded eagerly. "Truly, there is always a path for the desperate. But what about her?" He gestured towards a nearby woman. "Let her go. If you fancy a woman, when we next enter the city, the ladies of Tianxiang Garden will be at your beck and call, as a token of my brotherly apology." Raylan said sternly to the woman, "Why do you not leave at once?" The woman, feeling the weight of his words, hurriedly took her leave. "Allow me to introduce you. This is my good brother, Lin Long. I apologize for any offense earlier. I hope you can forgive us," Raylan said, gesturing towards Lin Long. Lin Long looked at Raylan with confusion, but still clasped his fists in greeting towards the man. Raylan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Long, who immediately comprehended the unspoken message. It is of no consequence at all. One does not truly know another without some conflict. "Come, allow me to escort you to our leader," the man said, waving his hand dismissively, warmly inviting Lin Long and Raylan. "What is the situation?" Lin Long whispered quietly, taking advantage of the man's distraction. "We've caught a big fish. The Sky Thief Guild has quite a reputation for task points within their ranks. Though they call themselves thieves, they are more akin to cunning rabbits. Previously, someone accepted a task and barely touched their quarry. When I arrived, I took on this task as a gamble, never expecting to encounter one of their members here. Luck truly is inescapable when it arrives," Raylan replied softly, wary of drawing the man's attention. The man led them through a winding path, and after a short while, they arrived at a concealed mountain's base. He called out loudly, 3, 7, 9, 11. The road begins from the horizon." He then quietly explained to Raylan, "This is our guild's secret code, which changes daily. Anyone who does not know the code will be shot to pieces by our people." With a rustling sound, several members of the guild emerged from the woods. Upon seeing Lin Long and Raylan, their expressions soured, yet they suppressed their irritation, inquiring, "Old 8, who are these individuals?" The man quickly replied, "Sixth brother. This person claims to have been saved by the boss in this vicinity a few years ago. Today, by chance, he encountered me and came to repay his debt." Upon hearing this, Old 6 lowered his guard and smiled. "If they are friends, then let us ascend the mountain together." Old 7, "Go inform the boss that we have guests." Yes. Once they reached the mountain, dozens of individuals brandishing bows and crossbows aligned themselves before Lin Long and Raylan, the tips of their arrows glimmering ominously with a chilling light. Old 8 and Old 6, along with their companions, formed a tight encirclement around Lin Long and his companion. "Who are you two? What brings you here?" One stepped forward from the crowd, gazing intently at Lin Long with a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "Brother Carefei, don't you remember me? A few years ago, you saved my life, and today I have come to repay that debt." Seeing Carefei in person, Laren's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly spoke. "Ha ha!" Laughter erupted from the crowd, for everyone knew the infamous ruthless leader of the Flying Thief Guild, who was notorious for his mercilessness and bloodshed. How could he possibly save anyone? Carefei waved his hand, silencing his followers instantly. He fixed his gaze on Laren, his tone turning stern. "I will give you one last chance. Who exactly are you two, and what is your purpose in seeking me?" Noticing the disbelief in their eyes, Laren shrugged. It seemed old 8 had sensed something amiss early on and had been playing along with him, but it mattered not. They had found their lair, and their mission was accomplished. With that thought in mind, Laren declared loudly, "I am Laren of Dawn." After a brief silence, Lin Long remained silent, prompting Laren to glance at him. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" Lin Long shot him a look, thinking how childish it was to announce oneself. They were enemies. What was the point of such pleasantries? Shoot. Carefei, upon realizing that these two were from the Dawn organization, immediately commanded, "Fire." Dozens of arrows were drawn and unleashed in a spectacular display, a torrential rain of arrows aimed at the two, while old 8 and his companions had already dispersed. Lin Long raised his hand and waved forward, golden light spreading throughout the mountains. In an instant, a colossal golden wall materialized before them. The sounds of clashing echoed, resembling the mournful cries of the arrows. In mere moments, the deluge of arrows was halted by the golden barrier, with arrows littering the ground. Laren gave Lin Long a thumbs up, acknowledging that had he been the one to fend off the arrows, it would not have been so effortless. Observing the first wave of assault so easily thwarted, Carefei furrowed his brow and shouted, "Switch to the demon-breaking arrows." "Brother, is it really necessary to use them so soon?" One of his companions lamented. Carefei shot him a glare. "The methods of our opponents are peculiar. Follow my orders." "Here it comes again," Laren warned, glancing at the renewed onslaught of arrows. Unfazed, Lin Long waved his hand once more, and the golden wall reappeared. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact reverberated through the air, but this time, the collisions were notably louder. The confrontation lasted only a moment before the golden wall disintegrated into a cascade of golden light, while the remaining arrows surged toward Lin Long and Laren. "Good." Carefei shouted triumphantly as he witnessed the arrows piercing through the strange golden barrier. Laren cleaved several arrows with his great sword, catching a glimpse of the glinting tips and suddenly realizing, they're demon-breaking arrows. "Lin Long, be careful." Lin Long, walking leisurely while dodging the arrows, showed no sign of panic. At that moment, he even had the leisure to ask Laren, "What exactly are demon-breaking arrows?" Laren succinctly replied, "Weapons crafted from the components of high-tier magical beasts. Their destructive power far surpasses that of ordinary arrows by dozens of times." Upon hearing this, Lin Long's eyes gleamed with excitement, disregarding the situation at hand. "Is it valuable?" he inquired. Laren, momentarily speechless, replied, "Of course it is valuable. A single arrow is worth 1 gold coin. But is this really the time to be concerned about that?" Lin Long only registered the first half of Laren's statement, automatically dismissing the latter. As he dodged arrows, he focused his mind, gathering all the fallen magic-dispelling arrows into his spatial ring. "Boss, look." Someone pointed at Lin Long Cultivation. Seeing that the precious magic-dispelling arrows he had purchased with great expense were being collected by Lin Long, flushed with rage. "You're courting death. Keep firing arrows. Kill him. He can't take the magic-dispelling arrows with him." Cultivation snarled viciously. A sharp sound sliced through the air as an arrow grazed Lin Long's skin. He turned to see Laren had accidentally been wounded. "Are you all right?" Lin Long asked. "I'm fine, just a scratch," Laren replied, panting. "But this won't do. You cover me while I rush to eliminate the archers." "Hold on," Lin Long called out to Laren. "Watch my steps." Chapter 39, 5 Thunder Heart Technique. As arrows rained down, Lin Long moved with an elegance that was both carefree and composed. He deftly avoided each arrow that sought to strike him, as if he were a solitary figure gliding through a sea of foes, unperturbed by the chaos surrounding him. Lin Long's voice resonated in Laren's mind, and as he observed Lin Long's fluid movements, a spark of understanding ignited within him. He began to mimic Lin Long's actions. Although initially clumsy and grazed by a few arrows, Laren gradually grew more adept, his dodging steps increasingly mirroring Lin Long's grace. Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at Laren, a smile gracing his lips. It was commendable that Laren grasped the fundamentals in such a brief span of time. His talent was indeed remarkable. With Laren now initiated, Lin Long turned his attention back to collecting the magic-dispelling arrows, well aware that each arrow represented a month's wages for his father. He reveled in this pursuit. Meanwhile, dozens of archers stood agape, bewildered by how these two could remain so composed amidst the deluge of arrows. One even began to clean the battlefield, an action typically reserved for after the battle's conclusion. "Brother, we should stop the archers. Continuing this way only hands them more spoils." One of Calfei's companions said gravely. Calfei nodded solemnly and waved his hand, signaling his men to lower their bows. With the archers ceasing their fire, Laren felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had just begun to master this technique and was now interrupted. Lin Long also felt a sense of regret, but, considering their adversaries were entrenched in their stronghold, he dismissed his disappointment. Can we consider this matter settled? The magic dispelling arrows earlier can serve as a token of our acquaintance. What do you think? A voice boomed from the individual who had just urged Calfei to halt. Laren turned to Lin Long, surprised by the superior quality of the opponent's weaponry. Had it not been for Lin Long, he would have been compelled to concede. Lin Long, intrigued, asked, "Who are you?" "Brothers, you flatter me. Just call me the deputy leader." The man replied, his voice resonating with authority. Lin Long nodded and remarked, "So it is the second in command. If you wish for me to desist, it is not impossible, but you must understand that all negotiations are predicated on a balance of power. Do you believe that you possess the qualifications to negotiate with us?" The second in command's gaze shifted, and his tone suddenly turned resolute. "Do not assume we are intimidated. We have thousands of demon-slaying arrows and hundreds of magical arrows, along with over 50 brothers. We simply do not wish to be enemies of Dawn. Are magical arrows more formidable than demon-slaying ones?" Lin Long inquired of Laren. Laren, his expression grave, nodded. "I did not expect them to possess magical arrows. If indeed they have hundreds, it may be prudent for us to retreat." He whispered. "Such power?" Lin Long exclaimed, his expression shifting. "They must be worth a fortune." Laren's demeanor turned serious. "A single magical arrow is valued at hundreds of gold coins, possessing terrifying might. Each is imbued with magic by a sorcerer. If hundreds are unleashed simultaneously, their power would undoubtedly rival that of 4th or 5th tier magic. If a volley of arrows were to be fired, the destruction could compare to 6th or 7th tier magic." Lin Long, too, ceased to jest, recalling the terrifying power of Alzi's magical scroll, which indeed posed a significant threat to him. Even if he had confidence in evasion, Laren would not be so fortunate. Suddenly, Lin Long smiled and declared, "I do not believe you possess such a multitude of magical arrows." The second in command waved his hand, and dozens of subordinates drew their bows, each arrow shimmering with magical brilliance. They were indeed magical arrows. Laren felt a chill run down his spine, a primal instinct warning him of danger. Gazing at the adversaries, each wielding a magical arrow, Lin Long was compelled to ponder deeply. After a moment, Lin Long resignedly stated, "Let this matter be settled, but in light of your recent aggression towards my 2 brothers, we require 200 high-tier magical beasts as compensation." "Humph, you are audaciously demanding. Not only do we lack 200 high-tier magical beasts, but even if we had them, we would not part with them. We would rather perish together." The second in command replied defiantly. "Then I shall see how you intend to perish together." Lin Long bellowed. "Laren, you should depart. Their magical arrows may not pose a threat to me." With a furious shout, brilliant white light coalesced in his palm, crackling ominously. The members of the rogue group looked on in terror as Lin Long's magical arrows stood perfectly straight. Wait. We only have 34th tier magical beasts." The second in command exclaimed anxiously. "Add 10 5th tier magical beasts." Lin Long replied evenly, his earlier wrath dissipating. As the second in command prepared to speak again, Lin Long roared, "We would rather perish together." Content with the outcome, Lin Long, Laren, and the second in command departed. Witnessing their departure, Calfei hastily inquired, "Second brother, had we unleashed the magical arrows just now, they may not have escaped unscathed." The second in command shook his head. "Brother, did you not notice?" The younger man remained completely unperturbed throughout. "If the magical arrows could not kill them, we might all have been doomed today. I dare not gamble." "There is no need to gamble. Wealth can always be regained." Corf nodded, then turned to his subordinate with a fierce voice. "Bring old 8 out and execute him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss today. Please spare me, big brother. I never anticipated the enemy would be so formidable. Spare me, big brother." Old 8 pleaded, his face pale. A piercing scream echoed through the air. "It was unfortunate. I did not expect the enemy to be so well-armed and powerful. It seems I will need to find some allies to accomplish this task," Lin Long remarked as he and Leiluin walked several hundred meters away. "What is there to lament?" "It was only a matter of time," Lin Long replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Leiluin smiled, acknowledging the truth in his words. Suddenly recalling something, Leiluin turned to Lin Long with a serious expression and said, Thank you for earlier, Lin Long. But didn't you say that the way should not be casually imparted? Lin Long smiled warmly. Who said you are not fated with the way? Lei Luan looked puzzled, scratching his head. How am I fated with the way? I don't even know what the way is. Lin Long's smile deepened, exuding a sense of arrogance as he replied. To be fated with me is to be fated with the way. Lei Luan playfully draped an arm around the grinning Lin Long, saying, Then how about teaching me that thunder technique of yours? Lin Long shot him a glance. When did you become so thick-skinned? Lei Luan fell silent, merely grinning foolishly at Lin Long. Here, Lin Long said irritably. Lei Luan quickly caught a book that flew towards him from the air. 5 Thunder Heavenly Heart Technique. The 5 characters were neatly arranged, exuding an indescribable charm of the way. Did you really give it to me? Lei Luan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Long. He had merely mentioned it casually and did not genuinely wish to receive it. Yet Lin Long had unceremoniously bestowed it upon him. Don't want it? Then I'll take it back. Lin Long exclaimed as he reached to reclaim it. Lei Luan quickly cradled the technique in his arms, his curiosity piqued. What grade is this skill? I don't know, but I suspect it should be divine grade. Lin Long replied lightly. Divine grade? Lei Luan stammered, gripping it tighter, fearful of having it taken away by Lin Long. Lin Long looked at Lei Luan, who was clearly benefiting yet playing coy. Thanks, Lin Long. I will remember this favor. Lei Luan said softly. Lin Long waved his hand dismissively. No need for such sentimentality. It is true that the way should not be lightly transmitted, yet it must not be withheld either. Lei Luan pondered for a moment before carefully stating, I only have over 100,000 gold coins. Lin Long raised his hand to interrupt him, his tone slightly displeased. I give you this technique because you are indeed fated with my Daoist lineage, and I consider us friends. A gift among friends does not require ulterior motives. However, if you insist on offering me money, I can only view it as a transaction. Are you sure? Lei Luan asked, raising his hand to his chest and solemnly tapping 3 times. By the heavens above, today I, Lei Luan, pledge to become sworn brothers with Lin Long, seeking not to share the same life, but to face death together. Before Lei Luan could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Long, who looked at him with exasperation and said, Big brother, just consider it a plea. Spare me. Vows cannot be made lightly. Not to mention, I am likely to live for several millennia, and should you perish prematurely, would I then be expected to accompany you in death? How audacious of you to even think such a thing. A 9th-tier saint can scarcely live for 200 or 300 years, and yet you dare to aspire to a millennium. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, Lei Luan displayed a look of disdain. As Lei Luan perused the martial arts texts while walking, Lin Long frequently offered explanations beside him. The Beast Mountain range in September appears shrouded in mystery and danger from a distance. The mountains are cloaked in ancient trees, obscuring the sky, with mist swirling around and peculiar stones standing defiantly. The peaks rise in a harmonious array, revealing layers upon layers of grandeur. As evening approached, Lin Long and Lei Luan arrived at a small, nameless town at the foot of the mountain. This town emerged gradually as hunters flocked to the Beast Mountain range. Some constructed rudimentary shelters, followed by taverns, inns, and other establishments catering to the needs of visitors. Most patrons are reckless, often indulging in extravagance before ascending the mountain, as they are uncertain of what tomorrow may bring. Likewise, those returning from their hunts often seek relaxation and respite here. The two entered a tavern, which appeared quite antiquated, lacking even a sign, with the words food and lodging scrawled on a dilapidated door. Upon their entrance, all eyes converged on them. Lei Luan was unfazed by this attention, while Lin Long surveyed the modest establishment, noting the absence of vacant tables. Fortunately, 2 patrons were just leaving, allowing Lin Long and Lei Luan to hastily take their seats and order some food. As they settled in, just as their meal had yet to arrive, a loud voice pierced the air with mockery. Anyone dares to venture into the Beast Mountain range these days, even those yet to grow their first hair, simply seeking death. A burly man with a thick beard, seated near the entrance, was the source of this derision, laughing boisterously with his companions. His words instantly offended a significant portion of the tavern's patrons. At the table to Lin Long's left sat 4 individuals clad in white armor, 3 men and 1 woman. Each bore a gleaming badge upon their armor, inscribed with the words Tianshui, sparkling like stars. All 4 frowned in unison, with the woman almost rising to confront the man, only to be restrained by her companions. They were from Tianshui Academy. It is said that the four major academies routinely issue tasks related to the Beast Mountain range, encouraging their students who have ascended to the fourth tier of warriors to venture forth for training. Lei Luan whispered to Lin Long, who cast a glance at the group. Recognizing Tianshui Academy, this recollection prompted Lin Long to think of his elder brother and second brother, both currently at the academy, wondering how they were faring. To the right of Lin Long sat a young man adorned in a black robe intricately embroidered with gold, depicting an eagle in flight. Initially engrossed in his drink, he halted mid-sip upon hearing the disparaging remarks. Flanking him were two companions, one on each side, their hands instinctively resting on their weapons, their eyes glinting with a chilling malice. The burly man at the table was swiftly silenced by his companion, who, with a look of apology, addressed the gathering. Please excuse us, my friend has indulged a bit too much in drink. If he has inadvertently offended anyone, I sincerely apologize on his behalf. The companion repeatedly clasped his fists in apology, acutely aware that those who dared to venture into the Beast Mountain range were not to be trifled with. At that moment, he regretted bringing his friend along. The two guards, seeing their master continue to drink, lowered their hands that had been poised on their weapons. The food in the small town was reasonably priced, comparable to that of Waterfall City, as most visitors carried spatial rings. If the prices were set too high, they would lose many customers. Soon, the dishes for Lin Long and his companion arrived, but just as they were about to partake, the tavern door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. Three robust men, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, strode in, each brandishing a massive cleaver. The blade stained a deep crimson, droplets of blood trickling to the floor. The raucous atmosphere within the tavern fell into an abrupt silence. The trio surveyed the room with sinister smiles, and the leader politely addressed the patrons. Greetings, esteemed guests. My brothers and I have encountered some misfortune and find ourselves devoid of coin. We humbly request your generosity. Those with money, please lend us some. Those without, kindly procure some elsewhere. We seek only wealth, not blood. However, should we fail to receive the necessary funds, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Before he could finish, a glimmer of silver flashed, and a severed arm lay on the ground. The drunken man from earlier now writhed in anguish. Such swiftness of the blade. The display rendered most of the onlookers hesitant to act, for none who entered the Beast Mountain range were below the rank of a level 4 warrior, and yet, in a single move, one had lost an arm. Clearly, the assailants had no intention of murder. Otherwise, the fallen limb would not have been all that was left behind. I apologize, my younger brother has a rather volatile temperament. But should anyone wish to test him, do not hesitate to speak up, the leader said, his tone laced with a chilling calm that left the crowd in trepidation. I shall test your swordsmanship, a man declared, his voice filled with anger. But a companion immediately restrained him, saying, Vincent, you have just reached level 5. It is not worth the risk. Ignoring the warning, Vincent brandished a massive sword, declaring, I shall see how skillful you truly are. Before Vincent could utter another word, he felt an involuntary movement of his mouth, and his vision began to fade. With a thud, his head rolled away, coming to a stop some distance from his body. Who else wishes to try? The leader inquired, his gaze narrowing as he surveyed the crowd. Chapter 41. The price of life. The onlookers were rendered mute, realizing that a level 5 warrior had not even seen the opponent's blade before meeting his demise. The leader approached Vincent's lifeless form, squatting to remove the ring from his finger, and then looked up at the others with a smile. Since there are no objections, let us settle the matter. We ask for a mere 100 gold coins from each of you. The crowd, filled with helplessness, gradually surrendered their gold coins to the man. Fortunately, most of those who frequented the Monster Mountain could still muster 100 gold coins, with only a few unable to meet the requirement, quickly seeking to borrow from their companions. When the three approached Lin Long's side, Lin Long and Laren were calmly enjoying their meal, while the man in black focused intently on his drink, seemingly indifferent to the trio's presence, as if everything around him was of no consequence. The trio first reached the side of the Tianshui Academy, where one of the 4 students rose angrily, slamming the table and exclaiming, We have no money to give you. The leader replied in a flat tone, As I stated, if you lack funds, then borrow some. 100 gold coins per person, not a single coin less. The enraged student retorted, We are students of Tianshui Academy. Do you truly dare to offend us? As if they had heard a most amusing joke, the trio burst into laughter. Once their mirth subsided, the leader's expression darkened as he said, Do you think my brothers and I have fallen to this plight without reason? Students from your 4 academies have met their demise by our blades. If not 100, then at least 80. I shall reiterate my demand. Pay up swiftly. Should you fail to produce the funds, do not blame us for our ruthless nature. The second thug had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His countenance twisted with malice as he glared at the 4 students. The students exchanged uncertain glances, momentarily at a loss. After all, they were still young. And faced with such merciless brigands, they dared not resist. They managed to gather a little over 190 gold coins to hand over to the assailants. The leader examined the coins, grinning. Today, my brothers and I are in a good mood. Even with 200 gold coins, we can spare 2 lives. As for the others, if you cannot borrow the remainder, I cannot help you. The 4 students looked around the crowd with pleading eyes. But the onlookers notably avoided their gaze. The people here, aside from the academy students' training, were primarily hunters seeking to slay monsters for profit. So none would lend them money without cause. Despair washed over the students' faces. Among the 3 thugs, the second remained expressionless. In a swift motion, his blade flashed toward the female student. He favored targeting women over men, relishing the sight of their once beautiful faces contorted with anguish. Karina felt a searing pain on her face. Even before the blade reached her, her body froze in fear. The sword techniques she had learned in the academy were utterly useless against such ruthless criminals. Faced with death, she instinctively closed her eyes. Suddenly, a sound echoed in her ears, yet she felt no injury. She quickly opened her eyes to find a boy, younger than herself, standing beside her. Though only a profile view, it could not conceal his striking features. As her gaze shifted forward, she witnessed the thug's blade being pinched by 2 golden fingers, unable to be drawn away, regardless of his efforts. The man in the black robe paused his drinking, intrigued as he observed Lin Long's golden fingers. The expressions of the 3 thugs shifted dramatically, their demeanor growing exceedingly grave. Lin Long smiled gently, releasing his great sword, and said, I will cover their gold coins, along with the contributions from my 2 brothers. That totals 600 gold coins, am I correct? The leader's expression fluctuated between anxiety and contemplation, ultimately responding in a deep voice, Young man, despite your tender age, your prowess is remarkable. In light of this, let us forego the payment from your group. Upon hearing this, Lin Long immediately shook his head, asserting, how can the price of life be dismissed so casually? Wouldn't you agree? The leader felt a twinge of unease. Despite the youth's age, his strength was formidable. It was known that his younger brother's swift blade had caught many off guard. Yet this youth had effortlessly trapped it between 2 fingers. Lin Long handed over the 600 gold coins, while Laren looked on in confusion. The adversaries had just declared they would not demand payment, yet Lin Long insisted on giving them the coins, which was uncharacteristic of him. After completing the transaction, Lin Long sat down and resumed his meal. Several students from the Tianshui Academy promptly expressed their gratitude to him. The 3 ruffians, though somewhat bewildered, accepted the gold. Casting glances at the cloaked man who was drinking nearby, along with his 2 bodyguards, the 3rd man subtly shook his head at the leader, who nodded in acknowledgement. Unwilling to provoke further conflict, after accepting Lin Long's payment, they departed. Witnessing the trio's retreat without robbing the cloaked figure, Lin Long felt a pang of regret. Did you really let them go just like that? This is not your usual style, Laren remarked, puzzled. What style do you think I possess? Lin Long continued to enjoy his meal, not wasting a single morsel. Laren teased, what style? Who could forget the one who consistently picked up arrows from the Flying Thieves Guild? The total couldn't even amount to 600 gold coins. How could you so easily part with that much? Do you really think I am so avaricious? Lin Long retorted, somewhat irritated. Isn't it true? With a huff, Lin Long slammed his bowl onto the table, rising abruptly and striding towards the exit. Where are you going? Laren inquired, observing Lin Long's sudden fury. If we don't pursue them now, they will escape, Lin Long replied tersely. I knew it, Laren murmured, then stood to follow. The moon hung high in the sky. Although it was night, it was not pitch black. 3rd brother, what was that little brat's intention? The 3 ruffians hurriedly fled under the cover of darkness. There are 2 interpretations, the 3rd man pondered. One is that, despite their strength, they lack the confidence to confront all 3 of us, hence opting to spare their wealth to avoid disaster. And the second? The 2nd man pressed. With a furrowed brow, the 3rd man contemplated deeply before responding. If the 2nd theory holds true, we may be in trouble. It is likely that they will not let us go, regardless of the amount we pay. They are confident they can reclaim it. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed, indicating that not all were dim-witted. One among them possessed a keen mind. In the darkness, Lin Long's figure slowly emerged before the three, who instantly felt as if they were facing a formidable adversary. The third man stepped forward, his demeanor wary, and clasped his fists towards Lin Long, saying, "I can somewhat guess your intentions, young man. Please state your price. We are willing to leave behind a sum for our lives." Lin Long raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Clever. Since that is the case, I shall not make it difficult for the three of you. Each shall pay 10,000 gold coins." "Humph. You are asking for far too much. We do not possess such a sum." The second brother retorted angrily. Lin Long's expression remained unchanged. "If you lack the funds, then borrow them. Not a single coin can be spared." Chapter 42. Jialanqin. The three brothers felt a surge of indignation. This was precisely what they had just said to the students of the Water Academy, and now it was being thrown back at them by Lin Long. The third brother whispered, "We have collected over 2,000 gold coins in total. We will hand them over to you. So please, allow us to leave." Lin Long, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "Very well. As I am in a good mood today, I shall accept 2,000 coins as if they were 10,000. You owe me another 20,000, not a single coin less. The money we have is all we possess. We cannot simply give it to this brat." The second brother said in a hushed tone, "Brother, this brat has no intention of letting us go. There is no need to converse further. I truly do not believe this child can handle the three of us." The eldest brother concurred. The sum of 30,000 gold coins was no small matter. It represented their entire fortune. The third brother nodded slightly, his voice nearly a whisper. "Eldest brother, second brother, I will present the money to him. And at that moment of distraction, we shall strike together, ensuring a swift and decisive victory." Both the eldest and second brother nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with a frenzied, killing intent. For years, they had been the ones robbing others. Never had anyone dared to rob them. The third brother adjusted his expression to appear more pitiful and said to Lin Long, "Young sir, we truly cannot produce 30,000 gold coins. We only have a little over 27,000. Would that suffice?" Lin Long smiled nonchalantly. "Very well. As it happens, I am in a generous mood today. We shall settle on 30,000. Hand over the money, and I shall release you three. I keep my promises," he added with a playful grin. With bitter expressions, the three brothers removed their spatial rings and handed them over to Lin Long. Just as he raised his hand to accept the rings, the third brother shouted in fury. Now, three great blades suddenly appeared in the air, their edges gleaming menacingly under the moonlight, encircling Lin Long on both sides and in front. Die! In that moment, the three brothers unleashed their most formidable attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding echoes reverberated through the night. Under the moonlight, Lin Long shone with golden light, and the three colossal blades halted perilously close to his form. Are these three at level 6? In my chi refining stage, I might truly be no match. As Lin Long sensed the ferocity of their assault, he began to strategize. Seeing their attack fail, the three exchanged glances and simultaneously gripped their blades, striking upward once more with renewed ferocity against the golden aura. Crack, crack. The protective golden light shattered, and Lin Long gazed at the trio in astonishment. He had not anticipated their swordsmanship to be of such caliber, and what was more, their ability to execute a combined attack had multiplied their power manifold. With the golden light dispelled, the three brothers exchanged glances of delight, and without granting Lin Long a moment to recover, they leapt into the air together, ready to execute the three talents killing formation. Three individuals simultaneously shouted, their large blades raised high above their heads, the cold glint of the blades shimmering in the air. The third brother gazed at Lin Long at the center, a fierce expression etched upon his face, for it was known that the three brothers, having fortuitously acquired this celestial-level martial art, had previously employed the three talents killing formation to vanquish a 7th-level Earth Knight. The three gleaming blades surged forth in an instant, their icy radiance blinding. Boom! The mightiest strike from the trio caused the earth to shatter, dust and debris swirling in the air. Eldest brother, that fellow has vanished. The second brother anxiously scanned the surroundings, to which the eldest brother replied uncertainly, "Could he have been reduced to dust? Impossible." The third brother shook his head, asserting, if he possessed only such strength, he would not dare to seek death. Crackle! What was that sound? The second brother peered around, exclaiming in sudden realization, "What is that?" The eldest and second brothers turned simultaneously to behold a dazzling light illuminating the night like day, as thunder crackled around Lin Long, sizzling ominously. The flickering bolts of lightning instilled a sense of dread in their hearts. Lin Long cast a ghostly smile at the three, resembling a harbinger of death. With the might of thunder, he swiftly charged towards them, leaving behind a stunning trail of light in the air, akin to two colossal dragons. The eldest and second brothers' pupils widened as they perceived the electric flash. Lin Long's figure appeared before them in an instant. Instinctively, they raised their blades to defend. But it was too slow. Lin Long's languid voice echoed in their ears. "Ah!" The eldest and second brothers clutched their heads, wailing in agony, their cries echoing far across the desolate ground, until they finally collapsed, lifeless. After a brief moment, their lamentations ceased. Lin Long regarded the terrified third brother and calmly explained, "You see, I am not particularly fond of taking lives. However, you must understand, the number of souls lost at your hands is too great. Thus, I believe sparing you would be contrary to my moral compass. Therefore, I kindly ask you to join your brothers on their journey." "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you understand? We have only taken a handful of lives, not hundreds." The third brother cried in despair. Lin Long, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his nose. Realizing that there was no turning back now that he had taken action, he looked at the tear-streaked face of the third brother and remarked, "Hence, one must truly refrain from boasting." With a ghostly swiftness, Lin Long vanished, and with a soft thud, the third brother slowly fell. Lin Long did not slay him. In the moment of his disappearance, the third brother took his own life with his blade. Lin Long retrieved the spatial rings from the fallen brothers, scanning their contents with a thought. To his surprise, the resources accumulated to over 20,000 gold coins, but regrettably, there were no beast carcasses. It seemed they had targeted only gold, neglecting the magical beasts. Lin Long raised his hand and conjured a fireball to incinerate the remains. It was not merely obliteration. It could be termed as a fiery ascension. At least, he had managed to attend to their final rites, and surely the brothers would remember his kindness below. Lin Long mused. At that moment, Laren emerged from the side, astonished as he addressed Lin Long. "You can even wield fireball magic? Could it be that you are a mage?" "This." Lin Long raised his palm, and a sphere of flame ignited within it. Raylan observed for a considerable time, then shook his head uncertainly and remarked, "It feels strikingly different from a wizard's magic. How peculiar." Lin Long extinguished the flames in his hand and raised his gaze towards a colossal tree, more specifically, towards a figure perched upon it. "Are you planning to continue lurking there, my lord?" The individual atop the tree was none other than the enigmatic man clad in black from the tavern. He held a jug of wine, taking occasional sips. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, the man chuckled lightly, gracefully descending to the ground. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Long and Raylan. It was highly probable that he was the second prince of the Galan royal family. Raylan whispered to Lin Long, his expression tinged with caution. "Indeed, he recognizes me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Galan Shun, a fourth-grade intermediate mage." The black-clad man cast a surprised glance at Raylan, and with a flick of his hand, the jug vanished. Chapter 43. The dragon Ryland's countenance grew grave, uncertain of the second prince's intentions. Observing Ryland's serious demeanor, Lin Long inquired curiously, "Do you know him?" "Why the tension?" Raylan remained fixated on Galan Chin's every movement, quietly elucidating to Lin Long, "He is the second prince of the Galan Empire, the most likely candidate for the imperial succession. I have heard that he secured his claim through a series of ruthless actions. His mother was merely a lowly palace maid, and he was born out of an unfortunate incident. It is said that he endured a harsh childhood, and after becoming a mage, he exacted a merciless revenge on those who tormented him in his youth. He is exceedingly bloodthirsty. We should exercise caution." Lin Long suddenly chuckled. "I have never engaged with a mage before." Raylan promptly covered Lin Long's mouth. A mage is not to be compared with those few ruffians, even if he is merely a fourth-grade intermediate mage. Lin Long impatiently brushed Ryland's hand away, gazing at Galan Chun with intrigue. He had often heard that mages were the favored ones of this land, and he was finally witnessing one in person. "Shall we test our mettle?" Galan Chun smiled gently, appearing remarkably elegant and austere under the moonlight, quite contrary to the rumors. Lin Long was engulfed by a surge of battle intent. He sensed the immense danger posed by his opponent, and the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. It felt almost a pity not to engage in combat with such a prodigy for the first time on this continent. Sensing Lin Long's fervor for battle, Raylan quickly urged, "Lin Long, we must not fight this battle. We cannot afford to provoke him. Is it solely because he is the second prince?" Lin Long retorted, "It is not merely his princely status, but rather that he is a mage. You do not comprehend. Mages hold a transcendent position on this continent. Regardless of victory or defeat, this battle would yield no advantage for you." Raylan spoke rapidly. Lin Long lowered his head in thought for a moment, the fervor for battle ebbing away like a receding tide. Noticing Lin Long's waning combat spirit, a hint of disdain appeared on Galinshen's face. "I expected you to be different from others, yet you turn out to be a coward. What? Are you afraid to strike against a mage?" Lin Long had no intention of explaining. The retreat of his battle intent was not due to Galinshen's status as a mage, but rather the sudden realization that engaging in battle would severely hinder his own cultivation, thus putting the attainment of the Golden Core realm further out of reach. If he were alone, it would be one thing. He would eventually reach the Golden Core realm, but his mother's illness could not be delayed. As Lin Long displayed no intention of combat, Jiao Lanshun twirled in his hand, producing a wine jar once more, and took a hearty swig. Slightly intoxicated as he exclaimed, "What a bore! What a bore! Let us drink! Let us drink! Ha ha! Fortunately, you heeded my warning. That man is clearly a madman." Lei Luan felt a twinge of apprehension. Watching Jiao Lanshun, who had already moved far away, Lin Long chose not to respond. It was now midnight, and Lin Long intended to spend the night resting in a tree, yet Lei Luan was adamant, pulling Lin Long back to the small town. The two found lodging at an inn, with Lei Luan covering the expenses. The following morning, the pair formally ventured into the Beast Mountain range. The paths within the mountainous terrain were numerous, each leading to different regions inhabited by various beasts. They traversed a winding trail, where the outskirts of the range were teeming with first, second, and third-tier beasts, killable, yet not to be recklessly hunted. Although the Empire had no explicit regulations, travelers discreetly adhered to this unwritten rule. Lei Luan, displaying his familiarity with the area, provided Lin Long with several precautions regarding the Beast Mountain range. After nearly 2 hours of walking, they finally reached the territory of the fourth-tier beasts. The fourth-tier beasts began to exhibit domain characteristics, no longer resembling their lower-tier counterparts. Just as Lin Long was about to consult Lei Luan, a deafening roar reverberated throughout the Beast Mountain range. The beasts within the vicinity prostrated themselves, trembling in fear, as if instinctively aware of the sound's authority, akin to subjects before their king. In the realm of fourth-tier beasts where Lin Long stood, the majority quaked in place like their weaker brethren. Lei Luan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's the dragon's roar. The great dragon has truly appeared. Quick! We must not allow others to arrive first." In an instant, Lei Luan vanished, utilizing his fighting spirit to hasten his pace. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Long decided to follow. The fourth-tier beasts they had encountered in Waterfall City had shown slow spiritual growth, far inferior to that of sixth-tier beasts. The higher the beast's tier, the greater the spiritual energy it possessed. If Lin Long had initially planned to hunt fourth-tier beasts, he now resolved to target sixth and seventh-tier creatures. The two hastened toward the direction of the dragon's roar with remarkable speed. The colossal roar echoed once more through the mountains, and the sky above the Beast Mountain range turned a vivid crimson. "Damn humans, do you intend to breach the covenant?" The furious roar surged like a tsunami, capable of stirring the very essence of existence. A century prior, Vice Pope Daiso had forged a covenant with the Dragon Clan, stipulating that humans and dragons coexist harmoniously and refrain from mutual harm. Moreover, in times of human peril, the Dragon Clan was obliged to offer aid. The Dragon Clan even dispatched a formidable ally to partner with Vice Pope Daiso. "Damn it, someone has arrived before us." Lei Luan quickened his pace even more, and the two pressed on, swiftly reaching the region of fifth-tier beasts, where Lin Long cast a thoughtful glance with his peripheral vision. In the depths of the Beast Mountains, the presence of magical beasts has dwindled significantly, with each creature reigning over a territory spanning thousands of miles. At this moment, a colossal figure hovers in the air, casting an imposing shadow that captivates the heart and mind. Before this majestic entity stand 3 figures, the revered saintess of the church and 2 cardinals clad in crimson. To the left of the gigantic creature, a man in a black robe, Galanshun, stands atop a massive tree, his gaze fixed intently upon the airborne behemoth. His eyes ablaze with fervor. To his astonishment, it is indeed a dragon. This journey has not been in vain, he muses inwardly. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air grows closer, and three silhouettes swiftly approach. Galen Shun, observing the figures, scoffs derisively, Jia Chen Feng, as a level 6 warrior. What audacity propels you to this place? As the three figures reveal themselves, Jia Chen Feng fixes his dark gaze upon Galen Chen atop the tree, his expression grim. What is this? Is entry to the Beast Mountains restricted solely to the Galen royal family? Are we, the Jia Chen, forbidden from entering? Galen Chen bursts into laughter. That is not my intention at all. I merely heard that the offspring of the late Emperor Jia Chen have dwindled, with only 3 sons remaining. If one were to perish here, I fear their bodies might not withstand the burden. His demeanor turns icy, his tone laced with a murderous intent. It is evident to the discerning eye that his opinion of Jia Chen Feng is far from favorable. Jia Chen Feng's countenance darkens. He is well aware of Galen Chen's notorious reputation, having even turned against his own younger brother. Below the dragon, various factions gather, all drawn by the allure of the dragon, each unwilling to miss the chance for fame. Many others linger in the shadows, observing without revealing their presence. The atmosphere in the Beast Mountains grows tense. Chapter 44. Disappointment. The saintess casts a disdainful glance at Jia Chen Feng, though she quickly conceals it. Turning her attention back to the colossal being before her, she speaks with reverence, esteemed elder. Before she can continue, the creature's voice resonates like thunder. You may call me Australitoniguitus. After a prolonged pause, the saintess gathers her thoughts and responds, Honorable Australitoniguitus, I come with no ill intent. I hope you will accompany me back to the holy city. Uncle Deus has not spoken of you for some time, and is quite concerned. Deceivers. Your kind is filled with cunning tricksters. Have you not inquired of Deus about what he has done to Aunt Tira? The dragon's articulate words reverberate, its expression vividly reflecting disdain at the mention of Deus. The saintess feels a pang of embarrassment. She would never dare to ask what transpired. Nevertheless, she persists, regardless. I implore you to visit the holy city. The dragon clan has been silent for nearly a century, and the current circumstances are more dire than ever. We require your people's assistance. What concern is the safety of the human race to us, the dragon clan? No matter your pleas, I shall not accompany you. If you possess true courage, take my lifeless body back with you. The dragon roars, shaking the very heavens. Before the saintess can utter another word, 2 swift sounds of air slicing through the atmosphere suddenly erupt behind the dragon. The dragon maintained its stoic demeanor, not even turning its head, as its tail swept through the air, sending a fierce gust of wind that knocked 2 dark arrows away. How dare you, insignificant humans, defy the dragonkin? The colossal roar, imbued with profound rage, echoed through the skies. As a creature born to reign, the audacity of feeble humans ignited its wrath. The clouds above hastily dispersed, as if even they sensed the looming terror. The dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that cascaded down like a rain of fire, brilliant yet perilous. The 7th-tier dragon language spell, True Crimson Flame. Witnessing the fiery deluge, the saintess displayed a fleeting look of resignation. Out of the corner of her eye, she glimpsed 2 figures cloaked in black, standing ominously in the air behind the dragon, agents of the Dark Inquisition. Cursed be it. The saintess furrowed her delicate brows and turned to her companion, the cardinal in crimson robes, with a tone of exasperation. I must trouble you, Uncle Li Feng. With a smile, the cardinal nodded and spoke softly. Distant goddess of water, heed the prayers of your devoted follower. Gather the water elementals from the realms to shield us from harm. His voice possessed an ethereal quality, merging seamlessly with the very essence of nature. As the fiery rain fell around the trio, a protective veil of water formed, rendering the flames harmless despite their formidable power. Cardinal Yifeng, observing the spectacle with a relaxed demeanor, remarked, After all, it is merely an immature dragon. If a 9th-tier dragon were to descend, we would not so easily withstand it. Meanwhile, behind Galen Shun, his 2 guards struggled to unleash their battle energy, attempting to counter the fiery onslaught. Galen Shun stood resolutely beneath the rain of fire, gazing up at the dragon. Noticing that his subordinates were faltering, he summoned a staff adorned with a resplendent crystal at its tip. As he subtly moved his lips, the crystal radiated a blinding light, drawing forth water elementals from the sky. His guards remained vigilant, acutely aware that their master, Galanchun, bore an expression of unease. After all, Galanchun was merely a fourth-tier mage. The might of the dragon was still far beyond his grasp. At the same time, Jia Qinfeng, protected by the two guards, observed Galanchun with keen interest, surprised that his adversary's protectors were not mages. Truly, audacity accompanies talent. With narrowed eyes, Jia Qinfeng regarded Galanchun, his gaze shimmering with lethal intent. The two enigmatic figures in black merely hovered silently in the air, dispersing any falling fire with a swift motion of their hands. Galanchun's complexion grew pale. It was arduous to withstand the torrential firestorm with his own strength. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. Was the dragon's power truly so limited? Clutching a magical scroll, he hesitated, realizing the dragon's flames were not as overwhelming as he had anticipated, thus refraining from unleashing the scroll's power. Quick, flee! The dragon is enraged. The feeble crowd, witnessing the fiery rain, scurried to evade the onslaught. Those caught unawares found themselves struck by the flames, leaving behind charred remains. Lin Long and Laren abruptly halted, gazing at the distant rain of fire. A sense of trepidation enveloped Laren, for he did not believe he could survive the inferno. Having arrived at this juncture, not to pay a visit would surely render this life a regret. Lin Long's silhouette pressed onward. Lei Luan paused only for a moment before following in Lin Long's footsteps. After all, he had a powerful ally to rely on. What was there to fear? Observing Lin Long's retreating figure, Lei Luan silently bolstered his resolve. By the time Lin Long and he reached their destination, the two crimson-robed archbishops and the enigmatic figures clad in black had already vanished. Surveying the ravaged landscape, a desolate expanse of scorched earth, Lei Luan could not help but gasp in astonishment. Lin Long arrived at the site and immediately fixed his gaze upon the colossal dragon of this realm. This world's dragon was immense, floating serenely in midair like a majestic mountain. With its wings fully unfurled, it resembled an ancient beast baring its fangs, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Its azure scales shone remarkably under the sunlight. Upon comparison, Lin Long noted similarities between the dragons of both worlds, such as their razor-sharp claws and the tough scales that enveloped their bodies. Yet, a sense of disappointment lingered within Lin Long. This was not the legendary Eastern dragon. Though the dragon of this realm appeared fierce, its imposing presence paled in comparison to the divine dragon of his past life. Diverting his gaze from the dragon, Lin Long scanned his surroundings. The ground was a barren wasteland, and the once mighty trees had been reduced to charred remnants by the fiery rain. Among the ruins stood Galanchun, his complexion ashen yet composed as he regarded the dragon before him. Nearby, the saintly maiden hovered gracefully in midair, her delicate lips moving as she engaged the dragon in conversation. The dragon, exhibiting signs of impatience, turned its head aside. Having witnessed the dragon of this realm, Lin Long felt a twinge of disappointment, yet it did not dampen his spirits. After all, he had come to transcend the Golden Core realm, and observing the dragon was merely a supplementary endeavor. He turned to Lei Luan and inquired, "I am preparing to hunt magical beasts. Will you remain here or accompany me?" Lei Luan found himself in a dilemma, contemplating for a long moment. Just as he was about to respond, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 45. The Eastern Divine Dragon. A dazzling blade of light descended upon the dragon with tremendous force, causing it to emit a pained roar as it was struck down to the ground. The impact sent a cloud of dust swirling, creating a massive crater in the center of the arena. "Who dares?" Liana exclaimed, her voice sharp with indignation. In the air, a figure gradually emerged, cloaked in black, with a mask obscuring their face. Their eyes glinted with a menacing and cruel aura. The figure first glanced at the dragon nestled within the crater, then turned their gaze toward the two seventh-tier archmages standing behind Jia Qinfeng. With a mere look, two beams of tangible light erupted, striking the archmages with brutal force. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. "It's a saint-level being." The two archmages gasped in horror. Without waiting for Jia Qinfeng to react, they seized him, their lips parting slightly. "O god of spatial magic, heed my call." In an instant, a magical array materialized beneath their feet, radiating a brilliant light, and the three figures vanished from the battlefield. The cloaked figure regarded the fleeing trio with indifference. Even he could not hinder the escape of two archmages skilled in spatial magic. The man in black turned to Liana and rasped, "I recognize you. You are her daughter. I shall spare your life today. You may leave." His gaze swept over Lin Long, Lei Luan, and Jia Lanchun, a frigid intensity in his eyes. However, since the rest of you have seen me, you shall remain. A tangible beam of light reappeared in the arena, this time directed towards Lin Long and his companion. As the awe-inspiring beam hurtled towards him, Lin Long felt a tightening in his chest, yet he composed himself. How are you progressing with the 5 Thunder Heart technique? He inquired of Lei Luan, his words tumbling out with urgency. It's only been a short while. I haven't even grasped the fundamentals. Lei Luan replied with a pained expression. In frustration, Lin Long kicked Lei Luan far away, cursing, if you know that, then don't hinder me. With an expression of utmost seriousness, Lin Long formed hand seals, invoking the 9 palace escape and the 8 trigrams, utilizing the void to conceal himself with the 5 elements escape technique. Let me vanish. In that instant, as the beam approached, Lin Long's figure reemerged beneath the ground. Fortunately, having previously evaded an attack using a magical scroll, he had devised a strategy in advance. Simultaneously, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a casual strike from his opponent would possess such formidable power, rivaling that of a transcendent being. Lin Long descended several hundred meters before the searing sensation behind him dissipated. Although he was acutely aware that he was no match for the man in black, he steeled himself to return to the surface, as he did not believe Lei Luan could withstand a blow from their adversary. Seeing Lin Long reappear after vanishing, the man in black was taken aback. He had assumed Lin Long had perished below. Why return to court death after having escaped? He asked, his tone icy. Lin Long glanced at Lei Luan, whom he had just kicked away, and refrained from responding. His return meant that the earth escape technique was likely no longer an option, considering the opponent was of the 9th tier. Nevertheless, Lin Long remained undeterred. At that moment, the saint pointed at Lei Luan and addressed the man in black. He is my friend, and I intend to take him with me. Upon hearing this, Lei Luan was overwhelmed with an indescribable emotion. He had not expected Liana to come to his aid in such perilous circumstances, and he dared not contemplate further. Lin Long, you must flee. With Liana protecting me, I will be safe, he shouted. The man in black furrowed his brow, neither agreeing nor refusing. From a distance, Zhao Lanshan observed in silence, feeling somewhat exasperated. So, it seems I am to be the only one to perish here? Why is no one coming to my aid? Yet, ever the proud warrior. He gazed at the man in black with fierce determination. What of the sacred tier? Zhao Lanshan thought, as he took a hearty swig of liquor and began to chant. Spirits of water, heed my call. 4th tier magic, ice crystal technique. His staff shimmered with brilliance as the water spirits swiftly coalesced, manifesting into thousands of icy spears suspended in the air. In an instant, the spears transformed into glistening ice projectiles, hurtling towards the man in black with incredible speed. Each imbued with an essence so frigid it seemed poised to freeze the very fabric of space. The man in black raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. So, you wield ice magic. With a few more decades, you might become an extraordinary figure. However, for now, you merely overestimate your capabilities. He lifted his arm, tracing a downward arc with his index finger. The arc gradually expanded, enveloping the hundreds of crystalline spears. As they struck the arc, they met with no resistance, silently shattering and dissipating, while the arc slowly contracted, reducing the thousands of ice spears to mere remnants. Lin Long gazed at the distant Galanshun, who still had the courage to retaliate, and a sense of admiration welled up within him. It is known that in any realm, the strong often prey upon the weak. People typically bow low before the mighty, and those who dare to resist are few and far between. He recalled a saying, the ant attempts to shake the tree, commendable, yet foolish. Witnessing Galanshun's imminent defeat ignited a fierce resolve within Lin Long. For the sake of his mother, he should flee, yet for the sake of his friend, he could not retreat. He ceased to ponder whether he would survive this day, nor did he think of Raylin or his parents. All he desired now was to fight. Lin Long called out to Raylin, do you have a sword? Raylin, perplexed by Lin Long's intentions, nonetheless tossed the massive sword in his grasp towards him. Grasping the sword with one hand, Lin Long's demeanor transformed dramatically. In this realm, for reasons unknown, the great sword was predominant, and it felt awkward in his grip. With one hand holding the sword, and the other gently smoothing its blade, he spoke softly, in the realm between heaven and earth, there exists a sword's brilliance. Only I, the 3 purities, entomb the world. With a single sword thrust, the dragon bows its head. A magnificent sword light erupted, soaring from below, akin to a divine dragon. Howling in a celestial roar, the ancient voice from the east reverberated, shaking the very ground. The brilliance of the sword manifested as a tangible divine dragon, ascending with overwhelming might. The dragon's eyes locked onto the figure clad in black above, devoid of emotion, captivating the heart and soul. The world seemed to fall into a profound silence, as even the heavens held their breath in the presence of the dragon's might. The man in black wore a serious expression. The corporeal dragon exuded an indescribable aura of oppression, especially when their eyes met. He felt the weight of heaven's authority pressing down upon him, reminding him of his own frailty. He dared not dismiss this threat lightly. His entire aura surged forth. Stabilize. He bellowed, as his fighting spirit coalesced into a colossal black head, darkening the sky. The massive visage obscured the sun, emanating an eerie power that instilled fear. Its maw agape, descending to suppress its foe. Chapter 46. Dawn's emissary, the divine dragon, and the black head collided violently, and for a moment, neither could claim victory. Beside them, Galen Shun watched in disbelief. Just yesterday, he had presumed that this young man lacked the courage to face him, only to discover today that his strength was far greater than anticipated. The saintly maiden, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Lin Long, was equally astonished. It was known that he was a ninth-tier warrior, a true pinnacle of human strength. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air, as if the corporeal dragon had been torn asunder. A faint, sorrowful wail resonated throughout the cosmos. The fragmented divine dragon transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the air. The man in black observed the unknown creature vanishing and sighed in relief. Although the opponent's attack appeared formidable, it was, after all, not of the ninth tier. He scrutinized the somewhat unsteady Lin Long, his gaze shifting between uncertainty and calculation. After a moment, he spoke slowly. "Are you willing to become my disciple?" Jia Lanshin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the confrontation suddenly turn into an offer for apprenticeship? The saintess also displayed a hint of concern. Should this young prodigy join the Dark Church, it would not bode well for her. Laren lifted his gaze towards Lin Long, his expression one of worry. He was uncertain whether to encourage Lin Long or to dissuade him. Agreeing would undoubtedly ensure survival, yet the Dark Church was a common enemy of humanity. But to refuse. Laren's face was contorted in contemplation. Ha! Ahem. Hearing the man's words, Lin Long suddenly erupted into laughter, but in the midst of his mirth, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the blood, he fixed a murderous glare upon the man in black. The man, assuming Lin Long had not heard him, raised his voice slightly. "Are you willing to become my disciple?" Lin Long gritted his teeth, his fists clenched unconsciously. And with a voice akin to a vengeful spirit from the abyss, he retorted, "You are worthy." The man's face turned ashen, and he scoffed, "Not worthy? Understand that there are but a handful of ninth-tier practitioners on the entire continent. Would it not be an honor to be my disciple and stand at the pinnacle among thousands?" Lin Long, seething with anger, declared, "In the Taoist tradition, for millennia, countless prodigies have emerged. Who gives you the audacity to seek me as your disciple?" Deeply proud of his identity as a disciple of the Tao, he could not contain his fury at the suggestion of abandoning his path. The man remained expressionless, his tone cold yet tinged with regret. What a pity. Lin Long tightened his grip on his enormous sword, which instantly turned a deep black, as if the very essence of malevolence had awakened. The atmosphere grew eerily still, shrouded in a sinister aura. Coughing, Lin Long felt blood continuously flowing from his mouth. At his current level of cultivation, wielding the Taoist heavenly cracking sword was still too taxing. This technique comprised 9 swords, each corresponding to a different realm. Lin Long had already broken through to the foundation establishment stage and could wield the second sword. However, after employing the 5 elements great escape technique, his strength had plummeted back to the foundation establishment stage, leaving him with the power of merely the Qi refining stage. Having drawn upon the first sword, his internal energy was nearly depleted. Forcing out the second sword now would result in catastrophic backlash. Just as Lin Long was about to unleash the second sword, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The man raised his hand gently, causing Lin Long's massive sword to fall from his grasp. Lin Long regarded the newcomer with vigilance. The man possessed commendable strength and an even better temperament. No wonder Sherry spoke so highly of you. You must not continue fighting, otherwise you risk injuring your foundation. And the ninth tier is not something you can contend with at this moment, the man said with a light chuckle. Lin Long, it's the boss. Laren exclaimed joyfully to Lin Long uncle. The saintess greeted the man with a smile, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. So, you are the leader of Dawn? Hearing the voice of Laren, Lin Long lowered his guard. Indeed, the man smiled warmly, his grin as refreshing as a spring breeze. He raised his hand with a deft motion, bringing Lin Long before Laren, then glanced at the man in black with a cold demeanor, saying, Old ghost. Let us engage in a bit of amusement. The black-clad figure gazed at the man with a grave expression. The name of the Dawn leader was known to all. In an instant, the leaders soared into the air, their figures ascending higher and higher. Lin Long looked up, but their altitude had surpassed his line of sight. He leaned against Laren, feeling utterly drained. The figure of the saint descended from the sky, observing Lin Long in silence, lost in thought. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from the giant pit. Lin Long glanced upward and beheld the colossal dragon emerging from the depths, its massive wings flapping. However, its condition was far from ideal. A deep wound marred its chest as it sluggishly approached Lin Long and the others. It seemed that the man in black had not claimed the dragon's life. Laren gazed at the dragon with delight, his eyes sparkling. After all, one bearing the name of a dragon must possess formidable vitality. Lin Long felt a flutter of unease as he watched the dragon approach. He could not discern whether it was friend or foe. With his spiritual energy nearly depleted, he felt ill-equipped to confront the dragon, even though it appeared to be in a compromised state. Liana took a half-step forward and addressed the dragon, saying, Esteemed elder, these two are my friends. I implore you not to harm them. Lin Long shot her a sidelong glance, questioning when he had ever become her friend. Yet he refrained from arguing, given the precarious situation. Please call me Osaratoni Guatus, Liana said, resigned to repeat herself. Elder Osaratoni Guatus, do not harm their lives. The dragon did not respond to the saint's plea. Its massive form gradually descended, wings folding, each step leaving deep imprints on the earth as it approached the group. Its gaze fixed on Lin Long. Anyone familiar with the dragon would notice a hint of tension in its demeanor. Liana was taken aback by the scene. What could the elder possibly wish to convey? Surprisingly, the dragon did not emphasize its name. It nodded its enormous head, its lantern-like eyes fixated on Lin Long. What is your name? A voice ancient and resonant emerged from the dragon's mouth. Lin Long's eyes widened, his heart racing as he opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. The saint, equally exasperated, interjected, Elder, please communicate in our human tongue. We cannot comprehend the dragon language. The dragon appeared somewhat disheartened. It had indeed inquired in dragon speech, but evidently, these individuals could not understand. With a hint of disappointment, it asked in human language, What is your name? Lin Long locked eyes with the dragon, and at that moment, he felt a rare flicker of apprehension mixed with anticipation as he gazed upon its immense form. He replied, enunciating each syllable, My name is Lin Long. Raylin and Liana looked at Lin Long in astonishment. Lin Long, you can actually speak Draconic? Chapter 47. The Hero's Trial. Raylin stammered, glancing at Lin Long, pondering how many secrets his friend truly concealed. Liana's face also displayed a look of shock, followed by excitement as she exclaimed, This is indeed Draconic. At that moment, the giant dragon before them seemed most incredulous. It hesitantly inquired in Draconic once more. Can you truly understand what I am saying? Lin Long met its disbelieving gaze and slowly nodded. The dragon, still in disbelief, chuckled nervously. You must only know a few simple phrases in Draconic to deceive me, right? Lin Long raised an eyebrow, contemplating the dragon's intent. The dragon appeared to discern Lin Long's confusion and began to speak. Over a century ago, a fellow named Daisol learned a few basic phrases of Draconic from an unknown source. He managed to deceive our dragon clan, leading us to sign a pact with humans. Subsequently, Aunt Tila discovered during her dealings with him that he could only utter two sentences. Hello and my name is Daisol. Feeling cheated, Aunt Tila promptly returned to inform our clan leader. This is why our dragon tribe has remained hidden for 100 years. That Daisol was a grand deceiver. The dragon roared in fury, releasing the pent-up frustration within. Lin Long nodded in agreement, silently cursing the man named Daisol. How audacious to fool a clan of dragons with mere phrases in a foreign tongue. Indeed, the so-called Draconic was the language Lin Long had spoken in his previous life. Though the connection between the two languages eluded him, he felt an exhilarating thrill. He wondered if someone from his world had inadvertently arrived here and taught the dragons to speak in Eastern tongues. He pondered whether the two realms could truly be traversed freely. When he gained strength, could he also find a way back to his original world? Lost in thought, Lin Long contemplated numerous possibilities. After a while, the dragon ceased its roaring, gazing at Lin Long, who seemed somewhat entranced, and slowly stated, "Thus, I must confirm whether you genuinely possess the ability to speak our language." Upon hearing these words, Lin Long snapped back to reality and inquired, "Why does your clan seek humans who can speak Draconic? It is the mission of our dragon kin for millennia. If you ask me why, I cannot say. It has simply been passed down through generations of clan leaders, instructing us to seek out those who can communicate in our tongue." Seeing that the dragon could not provide a clear reason, Lin Long ceased his questioning. "What do you require me to do to prove it? Should I recite a tongue twister for you?" Perplexed by the term tongue twister, the dragon asked, "What is that?" Lin Long rolled his eyes, opting not to explain. "Are you truly expecting me to recite a tongue twister?" The dragon, having realized that communication with Lin Long was effortless, began to trust him. It opened its mouth wide, murmuring something softly, and in a flash of light, the colossal figure of the dragon gradually shrank until it stood at the height of a human. Lin Long raised an eyebrow, astonished by this transformation that resembled the mystical powers of a shapeshifter. Upon hearing Lin Long's words, the dragon nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Indeed, even the smallest details of the wish-granting powers were known. The holy maiden, Lin Long, gazed in astonishment at the now diminutive dragon. Her mouth agape. The shrunken dragon lifted a claw to its head, conjuring a pulsating green orb that danced in its grasp before slowly extending it towards Lin Long. "What is this?" Lin Long inquired, scrutinizing the vibrant sphere, sensing an overwhelming vitality emanating from within. This orb represented the dragon clan's trial of valor. Should one succeed in this challenge, they would forge a bond with the dragon kin, marking the second such trial in a century. You would become the second dragon rider in 100 years. Liana stood nearby, her expression filled with envy as she beheld the orb. Lin Long regarded the dragon before him, remaining motionless as he earnestly questioned, "What benefits do I gain from this? I never expressed a desire to become a dragon rider." Leylon was taken aback, wishing to voice her frustration. How could Lin Long turn down such an opportunity when countless souls across the continent yearned to become dragon riders? The dragon's gaze turned icy, its voice resonating like thunder. "Do you comprehend how many dream of this trial? And now, it lies before you, yet you dare to refuse?" Lin Long cast a sidelong glance at the dragon, unfazed by its frigid demeanor, choosing not to respond, which rendered the atmosphere silent. The holy maiden approached Lin Long from behind, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, "Becoming a dragon rider not only grants you an additional ally in battle, but it also allows you to share in the dragon's vitality. Remember, the dragon clan possesses immense life force. Each member can live for millennia." Upon hearing Liana's words, the dragon did not dispute them, for she spoke truthfully. If a bond were formed with a human, their lives would indeed be intertwined. While this posed a potential disadvantage for the long-lived dragons, it was a tradition upheld for millennia, one that could not be disregarded. Lin Long felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed each person sought to exploit him in some manner. Sharing life? Even if he never attained immortality, merely reaching the realm of celestial observation would grant him a lifespan of thousands of years. Why should he willingly share his life force? Determined in his resolve, Lin Long thought, "Let the dragon riders choose whomever they wish." The dragon, observing Lin Long's continued indifference, felt a surge of irritation but, bound by tradition, spoke once more. "It is not solely about sharing life. Our clan possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. In battle, as long as you avoid fatal injuries, you will recover swiftly. Furthermore, once we become partners, the sky shall be yours to traverse. Though I currently possess only 7th tier strength, with the passage of time, I shall surely ascend to the saintly tier. With a saintly companion, you need only rejoice." The dragon raised its head with an air of arrogance, a hint of exasperation in its tone. Lin Long contemplated the dragon's words. Indeed, becoming a partner of the dragon clan presented only one disadvantage: sharing life. However, given the dragon's formidable vitality, this drawback seemed negligible. As for the other aspects, aside from rapid recovery, there was little else to entice him. Yet, the absence of significant detriments remained a factor to consider. Moreover, the opponent is of the 7th rank, allowing for a swift restoration of one's capabilities. Contemplating this, Lin Long inquired, "What must I do?" Upon hearing Lin Long's words, the dragon felt a sigh of relief within. "You merely need to place your hand upon the luminous orb." Lin Long nodded in agreement and placed his hand upon the orb. In an instant, he felt his consciousness being drawn into a realm. Within this domain, 10 dragons loomed majestically, each exuding a formidable aura. Among them was Osiritanigavtos, the one who had guided him here. The ancient tongue of dragons resonated within the space. "Challenger, select one dragon to undertake the trial, and you shall possess the same rank as the chosen dragon. Commence." The notion of sharing a rank piqued Lin Long's interest, raising his brows. Chapter 48, The Second Dragon Knight of a Century. The trials faced by the brave are indeed formidable, for it is exceedingly arduous for a human of the same rank to conquer a dragon. With their razor-sharp claws, robust defenses, remarkable vitality, and the devastating might of dragonic magic, attack, defense, recovery, each aspect is astonishing, rendering them true warriors of versatility. Yet, Lin Long was not disheartened. "Then it shall be you, Osiritanigavtos." Upon realizing that he would share a rank with the dragon, Lin Long smirked, for they would be companions henceforth, and he intended to establish his dominance. After making his selection, Lin Long felt a surge of power within, rapidly ascending to the 7th rank. As he assessed his newfound strength, he was somewhat taken aback. Although he had not yet formed a golden core nor transcended into a nascent soul, his overall prowess was unmistakably equivalent to that of a nascent soul in the realm of cultivation. The 10 realms of cultivation comprise the initial 3, Qi training, foundation establishment, and spirit integration. The middle 3, golden core, nascent soul, and divine soul, and the final 3, immortality, seeking the Tao, and ascension to the celestial realm. Though he had yet to form a nascent soul, his strength was undeniably that of the nascent soul stage. Lin Long murmured to himself, reminiscing, "Ah, it is strength I have not felt in ages." Gazing at the dragon before him, still unaware of the impending events, Lin Long beckoned with a finger. "Roar!" Osiritanigavtos bellowed in anger, for it was the first time a human had so underestimated it. The colossal creature lunged towards Lin Long with fierce intent. Raylin watched back and forth between Lin Long and the dragon. "What is taking so long to begin?" Liana, encountering such a situation for the first time, curiously observed Lin Long and the dragon. However, in but a fleeting moment, Lin Long withdrew his hand from the radiant orb, a smile gracing his lips. "It is already concluded." "What? So swiftly?" "It felt like the blink of an eye." Raylin exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Long patted the dragon and explained to Raylin, "The flow of time within the trial differs from that of the outside. What seems an instant externally has spanned a considerable duration within." "Did you succeed?" Liana gazed at Lin Long with eager anticipation, her heart fervently wishing for his triumph. Only by Lin Long becoming a dragon knight could humanity rekindle its fellowship with the dragons. The dragon, regaining its composure, looked at Lin Long with a flattering smile. "Boss, from now on, you are my elder brother. Wherever you point, I shall follow." Lin Long chuckled softly and affectionately patted the dragon's head. The dragon eagerly inclined its head towards Lin Long, relishing the gentle caress. Upon witnessing this scene, both Laren and the Saintess were left in a state of disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, at a loss for words. They could not fathom why the dragon was so obsequious towards Lin Long. However, it dawned upon them that Lin Long had become the 2nd dragon rider in a century on the continent. Liana shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. She raised her gaze towards Lin Long, who stood beside the dragon. "Lin Long, we must return to the holy city. Now that the situation is clear, the human race needs to renegotiate a pact with the dragon race. Shall we set off at once?" Lin Long remained motionless, continuing to caress the dragon. In this otherworldly space, Lin Long had come to realize that although Shao Qing was over 200 years old, such an age was still considered youthful among the ancient dragons. Lin Long had named the dragon Shao Qing, as the original name seemed rather cumbersome. Initially, Shao Qing had disagreed with this name, but after Lin Long's persuasion, it grew quite fond of it. The Saintess, noticing Lin Long's inaction, looked on in confusion. "Lin Long, our time is of the essence. This matter is of utmost importance to humanity, and I sincerely hope you will accompany me to the holy city. I implore you." Liana's tone was notably humble. Lin Long shrugged, I cannot make that decision. You must discuss it with her. He gestured towards Xiaoqing. The dragon appeared to revel in Lin Long's touch, blissfully closing its eyes. I shall heed the boss. If the boss agrees to sign, then we shall sign. If the boss disagrees, it signifies that our entire dragon race is opposed. Lin Long regarded Xiaoqing with approval, discreetly giving a thumbs up. Liana felt somewhat exasperated. Yet she understood that Lin Long was subtly playing tricks. What exactly do you intend to do, Lin Long? Do you not comprehend how vital this pact is for us humans? It could save countless lives. How can you be so heartless? At this point, Liana's voice grew impassioned, tears glimmering in her eyes. She could not fathom why the saintess constantly spoke of humanity, yet upon seeing the sorrow in her eyes, Lin Long felt a twinge of awkwardness and decided to be forthright. It is not impossible for me to assist, but I have conditions. Laren placed a hand on his forehead, knowing that with Lin Long's character, he had no interest in anything that did not benefit him. However, torn between his brother and the woman he admired, he chose to remain silent, gazing into the distance. Just then, he noticed Jialanchen slowly departing with the aid of guards, casting a lingering glance at Lin Long, his eyes brimming with combativeness. What do you desire in return? Liana asked curtly. How can this man be so self-serving? He demands something in return for aiding humanity. She silently lamented. Lin Long withdrew his hand from the dragon's head and raised 2 fingers. 2 conditions. First, I have a friend named Leon Sori, a resident of Luomei town, who is currently labeled a wanted criminal. I hope you can clear his name. Second, I require all the corpses of high-level magical beasts from the Holy City. Are these requests too much to ask? Liana did not respond immediately but cautiously inquired, why has your friend become a wanted criminal? Lin Long succinctly recounted the events to the saintess. I can assist you with the first request, but I cannot take responsibility for the second. Please wait a moment while I inquire. Liana turned away, discreetly retrieving a feather from her spatial ring. A man's figure materialized. Liana engaged in quiet conversation with him. After a brief interval, Liana returned, her tone unvarnished as she stated, We have reached an agreement. We shall exchange all the beast corpses from the Holy City. You must not attempt any deceit. Xiaoqing, accompany the saintess back to the Holy City to formalize the pact and bring the magical beasts along. Lin Long leaned toward Xiaoqing's ear, whispering, Make haste and return swiftly, and take care. I am completely drained of spiritual energy and can only rely on you now. Xiaoqing nodded, unfurling her wings as her form gradually expanded. Climb aboard. My speed will be swifter. Liana wasted no time and leapt onto Xiaoqing's back. A resounding dragon roar echoed as Xiaoqing and Liana vanished into the horizon. Raylin gazed at the disappearing duo and turned to Lin Long, asking, Why does that colossal dragon heed your commands so readily? It was tamed through love, Lin Long replied with a smile. Do you expect me to believe that? Raylin shot Lin Long a skeptical glare. Lin Long refrained from elaborating, lost in recollections of the trials of the brave, suddenly breaking into laughter. If one person were to dominate another, the latter might mutter some curses under their breath. There is a saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the impoverished youth. However, if one were to witness their ancestors, much like themselves, being subdued, they might quietly suppress their thoughts. And should they observe a multitude of ancestors and elders uniting to no avail, all being soundly defeated, such thoughts would vanish without a trace. Much like Xiaoqing. Even if given several more chances, she would not dare to challenge Lin Long again. She would forever remember the pitiful sight of 9 ancestors, tears streaming down their faces, kneeling together and pleading for Lin Long to retract his powers. Chapter 49. The Dark Church. Lin Long surveyed the surroundings, finding the area utterly devoid of life. Addressing Raylin, he said, I am currently in a state of considerable weakness. I will need your assistance in hunting down a few magical beasts to replenish my strength. No need to concern yourself with any inconvenience. I shall hunt a few 6th-tier beasts for you to restore your vitality. As he prepared to leave, Raylin glanced skyward, where his master was still engaged in combat with the enigmatic figure clad in black. Radiant light occasionally cascaded down from the heavens. Raylin had no idea when the battle would conclude. Returning his focus, Raylin supported Lin Long, retracing their steps. Moments later, Raylin, carrying Lin Long, felt the wind beneath his feet. Lin Long, perplexed, inquired, What is happening? Raylin, now somewhat exasperated, replied, I intended to assist you in hunting a 6th-tier beast. But it seems these wretched monkeys have exceptionally keen senses. Before I could strike, they detected my presence, and to complicate matters, they are social creatures. Thankfully, I was swift enough to escape. Lin Long retorted, "You, a newly advanced 6th-tier warrior, dare to hunt 6th-tier beasts? What audacity drives you?" The Five Thunder Heart Technique. The Five Thunder Heart Technique indeed bestowed great courage upon Laren. After running for a considerable distance, and confirming that no demon monkeys were in pursuit, he finally set Lin Long down. Bent slightly at the waist, Laren placed his hands upon his knees, panting heavily. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Long interrupted him. "Shoo." He pointed ahead, and Laren lifted his gaze in the direction of Lin Long's finger. There, a colossal figure lay atop a giant tree, a 6th-order demon beast, the purple shadow demon leopard. Laren whispered, cautious not to disturb the slumbering creature. "Now it's your turn." Lin Long encouraged Laren with a look. In response, Laren returned a reassuring glance and cautiously began to inch closer to the leopard. Moments later, observing Laren's fruitless endeavor, Lin Long's expression turned to one of resignation. "Shall we venture into the 5th-order region? At this rate, I fear I might starve here." Laren, slightly embarrassed by Lin Long's jibe, reflected on the swift nature of the 6th-order purple shadow demon leopard. Although it was not a match for him, once it decided to flee, Laren knew he could not retain it. The two retraced their steps to the 5th-order region, where, this time, fortune smiled upon them. And they successfully hunted a 5th-order demon beast. Lin Long skillfully skinned it, then kindled a fire and set the beast's meat upon the flames to roast. Laren, evidently fatigued, sat nearby watching Lin Long work alone. The sizzling sound of the fatty portions of the beast echoed as they waited in silence, each lost in their thoughts. What a delightful aroma! Just as the demon meat was finished cooking, a man descended from the sky, his gaze fixed on the roasted meat. "Boss." Laren waved to the man. Lin Long nodded at the Dawn's leader, though he was not well acquainted with him and felt little inclination for conversation. The man acknowledged them with a nod, approached, and without ceremony, tore off a large leg and found a spot to sit, devouring it with abandon. Lin Long furrowed his brow. That leg was worth at least 20 gold coins, yet he thought better of commenting since it was Laren who had made the kill. He quickly followed suit, tearing off another leg to eat. For a moment, none of the three spoke, each absorbed in their meal. Once satiated, the man wiped his mouth and glanced at Lin Long, who was still voraciously consuming his share. "You certainly have a hearty appetite, young man." After the boss had finished eating, Laren, neglecting his own meal, eagerly inquired, "Boss, who is that man in black? His strength is formidable." "An old friend," the boss replied, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. "Is he from the Dark Vatican?" Laren asked uncertainly. The boss nodded. "No wonder he attempted to ambush the dragon," Laren mused. "What is the Dark Vatican?" Lin Long queried between bites. The Dark Vatican is, in essence, a collective of individuals dwelling in the shadows. Their aim is to overthrow the Holy City's rule, with their doctrine focused on destruction and reconstruction. They possess formidable power, including many who have reached the saint level. The man then retrieved 3 cups from his spatial ring, each filled with an unknown liquid. He handed 2 cups to Lin Long and took one for himself. Lin Long accepted them with both hands, but refrained from drinking immediately. Was this due to dissatisfaction with the rule of the Holy City? The leader closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the moment, before finally opening them. In essence, the Holy Cathedral has consistently enforced laws to restrain the powerful, although the impact may not be particularly pronounced. At least in theory, everyone is equal. Conversely, those from the Dark Court often resist such constraints. They believe that the weak should serve the strong, and their lives and deaths should be dictated by the powerful. Thus, they intend to dismantle the Holy Cathedral and reconstruct the order themselves. Their current aim is to slay the dragon, inciting the wrath of the dragon race upon humanity, thereby attempting to instigate conflict. Upon hearing this, Lin Long grasped the situation. Raylan took the cup, his eyes gleaming with delight, and drank it in one go. "Thank you, boss." The leader smiled gently. "No need to thank me. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Lin Long. This is a reward accompanying the technique he submitted. I am merely benefiting from Lin Long's fortune." Lin Long was internally exasperated, realizing that the cup contained something extraordinary, which the leader had appropriated to curry favor. Without hesitation, he drank it all. As the liquid slid down his throat, a wave of familiarity washed over him. Could this be spiritual liquid? Lin Long was astounded. How could such a substance exist in this realm? What is this? He inquired of the man beside him. How does it taste? Quite delightful, isn't it? This is the life spring of the elven race. That cup you had is worth 1,000 gold coins. The leader reveled in Lin Long's astonished expression, thinking that such surprise indicated unfamiliarity, thus presenting him with an opportunity to swindle the entirety of Lin Long's technique. He chuckled like a cunning fox. The life spring. From the elven race. Lin Long pondered the man's words. How does it feel? Do you sense a significant increase in your fighting spirit? Unlike consuming magical beasts, the life spring enhances your fighting spirit without harming your foundation. The leader informed Lin Long naturally. Lin Long understood the effects of spiritual liquid. It is an incredibly precious resource in the realm of cultivation. That cup of spiritual liquid was equivalent to the energy provided by 3 to 5 fourth-tier magical beasts. At that moment, Lin Long's mind was somewhat chaotic. The dragon language, the spiritual liquid. He was now certain that these two worlds must be inexplicably linked. Observing Lin Long, who appeared lost in thought, the leader turned to Raylan and asked, "What about that dragon?" Raylan animatedly recounted the events that followed. A dragon knight, huh? The leader found Lin Long increasingly appealing. Lin Long, hand me your black card. Lin Long, puzzled, handed over the black card, unsure of the leader's intentions. After receiving it, the leader manipulated it for a moment. I am now elevating your level to 51. I hope you will strive even harder to soon enter the top 50. Only then can you truly comprehend the core of this continent. 51. Raylan interjected, bewildered. Why? What contribution has Lin Long made to warrant such an upgrade? Chapter 50. The nation in uproar. Your current level is insufficient for that knowledge. Continue to level up, young Raylan. The leader stood up and handed the black card to Lin Long. Well, my primary purpose for coming here was to meet you, Lin Long. Now that my objective is achieved, I shall take my leave. By the way, Lin Long, please give it some thought. Our Dawn organization is indeed in dire need of martial arts techniques. If you are willing to submit any, I assure you the rewards will be to your satisfaction. Once you have made your decision, come find me at the headquarters in the Holy City. Lin Long nodded, refraining from refusal. Had he not encountered the spiritual liquid earlier, he might have hesitated. However, he was uncertain whether the other party possessed additional treasures. The prospect of exchanging some techniques from other factions for rewards was undeniably tempting. Seeing Lin Long's nod, the leader smiled with satisfaction and departed. With that, the leader soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. After consuming the 5th-tier magical beast, Lin Long finally acquired the ability for self-preservation. The dragon also observed this and inquired, "What are your plans next?" Lin Long replied, "I intend to return home for a while. I received a letter urging my return, and it has been quite some time since I left. It is indeed time to visit home." Reluctantly, Raylan retrieved some feathers from his spatial ring and handed them to Lin Long. "What are these?" Lin Long asked curiously as he accepted the feathers. "Swan feathers, used for communication, disregarding distance. Whenever you wish to reach me, use the swan feather." Raylan stepped forward and embraced Lin Long tightly. "I am leaving now. Take care of yourself. Remember to practice the 5 Thunder Heart Sutra diligently. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime," Lin Long instructed, adding, "Your physique is exceptionally suited for this technique. Be sure to practice daily without neglect." Raylan nodded earnestly, waved his hand, and turned to depart. As he watched Raylan leave, Lin Long felt an unexpected sense of discomfort. After spending these days together, he had grown accustomed to Raylan's playful antics by his side. However, there is no feast that does not conclude. Among friends, parting is light, but reunion is heavy. Lin Long collected his thoughts and began his journey. He did not intend to venture into the territory of 6th-tier magical beasts. Ever since witnessing the speed of the purple shadow magic leopard, he resolved to remain within the 5th-tier magical beast region. Hunting 6th-tier beasts was excessively slow, and there was a risk that he might expend all his efforts to hunt one, only to absorb less spiritual energy than he would expend. Moreover, there was no need for haste. Once Shaoqing brought magical beasts from the Holy City, his strength would undoubtedly see a tremendous enhancement. With this thought, Lin Long felt a surge of anticipation. In the Holy City, within the cathedral, upon dripping his blood onto the covenant, Shaoqing triggered a decree from the Holy City that reached the palaces of the 4 great empires. "Father, a decree has arrived from the Holy City. The alliance between the human and dragon races has been renewed for another century. Furthermore, one individual has passed the heroic trials and has become a dragon knight. The Holy City requests that we inform the populace of this news. In the palace of the Jialan Empire, a slightly portly man knelt before an elderly figure. The old man was clad in a golden robe adorned with an embroidered eagle in flight and wore a golden crown that exuded regal splendor. At that moment, he was meditating. Upon hearing his eldest son's words, he opened his eyes. Jialan felt a piercing gaze upon him, prompting him to bow his head even lower. Act according to the will of the Holy City. A dragon knight, you say? Investigate who it is, and see if we can win them over to our side. The elder's voice was somewhat somber. Yes, replied Jialan promptly. Within the royal palace of the Tianyue Empire, a man in his 20s or 30s regarded the decree from the Holy City with indifference, casually instructing someone to relay it. He turned to the individual beside him and remarked coolly, "Have suitable candidates been identified? This matter is approaching its deadline." The person beside him hastily responded, "Your Majesty, we have already found a suitable candidate." The man nodded, his gaze ablaze with fervor. In the Tianqing Empire, the king, upon reading the decree from the Holy City, could not help but shed tears of joy. Good. Excellent. Our human race still has hope. Someone, quickly, convey this good news to the subjects. The entire Tianqing Empire erupted in jubilation, with the streets filled with fervent celebrations. Upon hearing the news from the Holy City, Jiaqing Feng of the Jiaqing Empire immediately wondered if the Dragon Knight might be Jialan Chun, as only a handful were present at that time. How infuriating! Why was I not chosen? Cursed dragon! Jiaqing Feng roared with anger. Go, summon a few maidens. Master, we have already lost over 10 maidens this month. I fear another disappearance. A concerned individual interjected. I told you to go, so go? Do you wish to meet your end? Jiaqing Feng glared menacingly at the subordinate. Yes, yes. The servant quickly acquiesced and hurriedly took his leave. Countless cities across the 4 empires buzzed with discussion upon receiving the news. Wonderful. With the support of the Dragon Clan, our human race shall surely ascend to greater heights. Do not indulge in fantasies. There have been alliances before, yet the Dragon Clan remained dormant for a century. Who could that Dragon Knight be? Alas, I have no opportunity to meet the great dragon. Otherwise, I too could become a Dragon Knight. Excuse me, my good sir, have you brought any medicine? My sense of humor is rather low. I might just perish from laughter. In the Orc Valley, at the front line, within a military tent, a man stared blankly at the news. After a long moment, he murmured, "Is there truly still hope?" In Luomei town, Carlo had just completed his work for the day and was preparing to head home when he was unexpectedly called by Baron Liff. "My lord, is there something you need? Is there anything more I can do?" Carlo assumed the Baron had summoned him for work-related matters. Baron Liff chuckled heartily. "There is joyful news. Is it that the lady is expecting again?" Carlo responded with a beaming smile, even giving a thumbs up. "It is your son, Leon. The Empire has restored Leon's identity. He is no longer a wanted criminal." Baron Liff could no longer keep the secret, for he was uncertain how Carlo would react. Carlo stood frozen, tears streaming down his face in an instant. "You, hurry home and share this wonderful news with your wife," urged Baron Liff, rousing the dazed Carlo. "Yes, yes." Carlo thanked him profusely and dashed home. Roland, our son has regained his identity. He is no longer a wanted criminal," Carlo exclaimed as he embraced his wife, joyously sharing the news. "Is it truly so?" Roland, in disbelief, trembled with overwhelming joy. "Baron Liff himself told me. It is true." Carlo tightened his embrace around his wife, his voice filled with excitement. "Wah!" Roland cried out in overwhelming emotion. All is past, all is past." Carlo continuously comforted his wife, discreetly wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. Chapter 51. The Realm of Fusion Spirits. The following noon, Lin Long had just vanquished a 5th-tier magical beast when a sudden intuition prompted him to gaze skyward. Moments later, a dark silhouette appeared in the sky. Slowly descending, it was Shaoqing. "Boss, I have returned." Upon landing, Shaoqing's form gradually shrank until it was nearly the same size as Lin Long. "Was the progress smooth?" Lin Long inquired, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Indeed, they may have deceived me, but if they dare to fool you, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Shaoqing handed Lin Long a spatial ring. Taking the ring, Lin Long's thoughts traversed its contents, and his heart quickened. So much? Inside the ring lay a mountain of beast carcasses, not counting them, but there were certainly at least 1,000 magical beasts. Aside from lacking 8th and 9th tier beasts, there are plenty of 4th to 7th tier beasts, along with some swan feathers. The saintess mentioned that she could be contacted if needed. Boss, what do you need so many magical beasts for? Xiaoqing asked, puzzled. Of course, to eat. Lin Long replied dismissively. While internally contemplating that processing such a vast number of beasts would be exceedingly time-consuming. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Now that Xiaoqing could fly, returning to Waterfall City would take but a moment. He could enlist the help of the shopkeeper at Tianhe to assist with the processing, delicious and time-saving. With this thought, Lin Long said to Xiaoqing, let's head back to Waterfall City. He paid no heed to the swan feathers, pondering why he should seek her out. Xiaoqing, with little time for questions, expanded her form slightly, enough to carry Lin Long. In midair, Xiaoqing inquired, Boss, do we really need to return to Waterfall City just to eat a magical beast? I can breathe fire to cook one for you. My skills are quite good. I plan to consume them all. Lin Long closed his eyes, savoring the long-lost sensation of the sky. Wait, boss, aren't you afraid the spiritual energy will overwhelm you? Xiaoqing expressed concern, knowing she herself would not dare to consume all those beasts. Fear not, Xiaoqing. From this day forth, our fates are intertwined. There are some secrets I shall not conceal from you. Since you are aware that spiritual energy resides within magical beasts, it proves you too can consume them to enhance your strength. Lin Long's voice was tinged with melancholy. Xiaoqing remained silent, attentively listening to Lin Long's narrative. In the trials, as you know, I was at the pinnacle of the asking Dao realm in my prime. Though I am uncertain how it corresponds to your tiers, I suspect that the Saint tier would be insufficient before me. Xiaoqing recalled the trials when several ancestors pleaded with Lin Long to cease. A sense of pride swelling within her. Those ancestors were 9th-tier saints, yet even united, they were no match for her boss. I was ambushed in my previous life, betrayed by a few shameless old wretches, resulting in my current strength being but a shadow of its former self. Lin Long spoke, his gaze profound. Consuming magical beasts can swiftly restore my power, and your concern about being overwhelmed is unfounded. As long as the spiritual energy is abundant, I shall swiftly break through to the next realm. Thus, there is no peril for me. Lin Long confided his situation entirely to Xiaoqing. With Xiaoqing, who spoke the dialect of his hometown, he felt an innate closeness, and conversing in their shared tongue alleviated much of his solitude. Although he once had family, today he found himself unable to share these thoughts with them. Lin Long often reminisced about his past life, inevitably feeling a pang of loneliness. The presence of Xiaoqing brought him immense psychological comfort. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing suddenly halted midair. What is the matter? Lin Long inquired softly, noticing her pause. Boss, if you are not afraid of bursting, we need not venture to the Water City. After we establish a soul contract during the trial, I can transfer the absorbed spiritual energy to you. Thus, all I need to do is consume those magical beasts, and the energy will naturally flow into your body. Is it truly possible? Lin Long raised an eyebrow. Xiaoqing nodded, her immense dragon eyes gazing downward, and then, as if she had spotted something, she swiftly descended. A vast cave came into view. A thunderous roar echoed from the cave entrance as a 10-meter-tall 4th-tier magical bear emerged slowly. Yet, upon recognizing the formidable dragon before it, instinct compelled the bear to tremble in fear. Scram! Xiaoqing bellowed at the magical beast, which seemed to understand her command, and immediately fled. Lin Long looked at Xiaoqing with dissatisfaction. Even the smallest fly is still meat. We mustn't waste our opportunities like this. Xiaoqing chuckled, and together they entered the cave. The cavern was expansive. After all, the magical bear did not possess the ability to manipulate size at will, indicating that its dwelling was quite spacious. Xiaoqing requested Lin Long to hand over the spatial ring containing the magical beasts. She then retrieved one from the ring, and with a wide opening of her jaws, she devoured the entire creature in one gulp. Moments later, Lin Long felt a luminous energy above him, continuously releasing spiritual energy into his body. This radiant essence was the manifestation of his soul contract with Xiaoqing. How does it feel? Xiaoqing looked at Lin Long with anticipation. Believe it or not, it truly works, and the efficiency is remarkable. Lin Long replied joyfully, gazing at Xiaoqing. A proud smile graced her anthropomorphic face, reminiscent of a child receiving affirmation from an adult. Without pause, she proceeded to consume one beast after another. Lin Long sat cross-legged within the cave, guiding the flow of energy through his meridians. He advanced from the 7th to the 9th layer of qi refinement. then from the first to the fifth, and finally to the ninth layer of foundation establishment. He reached the first layer of soul integration. Feeling the spiritual energy within him circulate like a spring, Lin Long finally broke through to the soul integration realm. Within this realm, his spiritual energy transformed into a liquid state. A qualitative change had occurred. Now, only a singular essence filled his body, and when he accumulated 9 such essences, he would transcend into the golden core stage. The exhilarating sensation of cultivation made Lin Long lose track of time, entranced by the bliss of breaking through his limits. Suddenly, he sensed that the influx of spiritual energy had ceased. He slowly opened his eyes. Has night fallen? Lin Long mused, gazing at the star-speckled sky outside. You're awake, boss, Xiao Qing exclaimed, eagerly approaching him as she noticed his awakening. Lin Long nodded, inquiring about the remaining magical beasts. None left. Xiao Qing blushed, and Lin Long noticed. Indeed, her cheeks flushed. None. Lin Long expressed his bewilderment. How could such a formidable array of magical beasts be completely consumed? Xiao Qing, somewhat embarrassed, nodded in affirmation. If my estimations are correct, those beasts should have been sufficient for me to advance to the Golden Core realm. How did we end up at the Spirit Fusion realm? Lin Long pondered aloud. I'm sorry, boss. Xiao Qing resembled a child caught in wrongdoing. Chapter 52. The Saint Class Devouring Heaven Serpent. Lin Long suspected Xiao Qing's involvement but remained silent, continuing to observe her. After we established our soul contract, any absorbed spiritual energy would be equally distributed between us. Moreover, I was ambushed by that cloaked paladin yesterday. The injuries I sustained reduced my strength to around the 3rd tier, and I spent most of today as spiritual energy on healing, Xiao Qing explained softly, her tone tinged with guilt. Lin Long approached and reassured her. It's all right. This isn't your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have captured such a multitude of magical beasts. Ultimately, I should be thanking you. Thank you, boss, Xiao Qing exclaimed joyfully. You mentioned that the cloaked figure was a paladin? I thought he was a mage. Lin Long questioned, perplexed. In his understanding, mages possessed significantly greater power than warriors. When he was establishing his foundation, he could easily overpower the 3 bandit brothers, yet against the 4th tier Galantian, even victory would likely come at a great cost. At that time, Xiao Qing was indeed at the 7th tier, a high-level mage, and in a one-on-one confrontation, a 7th tier mage would struggle against a dragon. Yet, she had been severely wounded by that cloaked figure. Lin Long had always assumed the opponent was a 9th tier mage, but Xiao Qing clarified that he was a 9th tier paladin. Indeed, he was a paladin. When he ambushed me, I did not sense any magical aura. Xiao Qing recalled the encounter, seemingly grasping Lin Long's confusion, and continued. After reaching the Saint tier, the power of warriors and mages becomes nearly indistinguishable. In individual combat, it is challenging to determine a victor between a paladin and a grand mage. However, in terms of destructive capacity, warriors can never match mages. Oh right. A grand mage refers to a 9th tier mage, also known as a saint mage. Ah, I see. Lin Long, having spent most of his time in a small town, was not well versed in these matters. Noticing the darkness enveloping the outside world, he abandoned any intention of hunting magical beasts and gathered some wood to kindle a fire, illuminating the cave instantly. Having just ascended to the Spirit Fusion realm, Lin Long felt invigorated and wide awake. He took the opportunity to ask Xiao Qing about the knowledge of this continent, recognizing his own deficiencies in this area. Xiao Qing, having lived for over 2 centuries, was quite knowledgeable. The duo engaged in conversation until the latter half of the night before finally succumbing to slumber. On the brisk morning of September, Lin Long gently roused the slumbering Xiao Qing. The previous night, he had resolved to set his hunting sights on 5th tier magical beasts, for with Xiao Qing's dragon might, many beasts would not be able to unleash even half of their potential. Previously, Lin Long had observed that many magical beasts along the way would be intimidated by the little azure dragon, with some lower-tier creatures even fainting in its presence. 4th tier magical beasts could only remain submissively on the ground, while 5th tier beasts, though not as compliant, would tremble in fear. The reason for not targeting 6th tier beasts was that, albeit somewhat suppressed, their strength would not diminish significantly, especially since the little azure dragon itself was only at the 7th tier. Should a 9th tier dragon arrive, the 6th tier beasts would likely be no different from the lower tier ones. Moreover, since Lin Long had yet to reach the golden core stage and wished to conserve his spiritual energy, Relying solely on the little azure dragon for hunting 5th-tier beasts was a more prudent choice. After consuming numerous magical beasts, the little azure dragon had restored its strength to the 6th tier, making the hunt for 5th-tier beasts quite effortless. As autumn faded into winter, Lin Long and the little azure dragon had spent 3 months in the Beast Mountain range, tirelessly hunting beasts each day. However, after 3 months, Lin Long had only advanced to the 3rd layer of spirit fusion, realizing that his soul contract with the azure dragon had significantly slowed his progression. Sensing his master's discontent, the little azure dragon had been unusually diligent in its efforts. "Don't be upset, master. Once I return to the 7th tier, I will lead you to a significant opportunity that will assuredly propel you into the golden core stage," it cheerfully assured him. Aware of the azure dragon's deliberate attempts to cheer him up, Lin Long gently replied, "Little Azure, in truth, my cultivation level is not of utmost importance to me. I only worry about my mother's health. I have never regretted forming this soul contract with you. Look at these past days. It has been you exerting yourself. What more could I desire?" The little azure dragon felt deeply moved by Lin Long's words. Lin Long continued, "You just mentioned a significant opportunity upon reaching the 7th tier?" The azure dragon nodded eagerly. "Master, do you know why I appeared in this Beast Mountain range?" Lin Long playfully tapped the azure dragon's head, urging, "Do not keep me in suspense." With a grin, the azure dragon revealed, "I inadvertently discovered a severely injured 9th tier devouring python. If I consume it, I could have a chance to break through to the 8th tier." Lin Long's eyes sparkled at the mention of the 9th tier beast. "Indeed, the moment I found it, I attempted to strike, but alas, it managed to escape. Although it was gravely wounded and had fallen to the holy tier, its strength was still close to the 8th tier. I suspect the commotion I caused attracted attention, leading many to search for me. Will we be able to find it?" Lin Long inquired. "I have a rough idea of its location, but I need to scout the vicinity further. However, every 9th tier beast possesses its own territory. And with my current strength, I certainly wouldn't dare venture into another 9th tier's domain, lest I be devoured without a trace. Thus, it must still be hiding within its own territory," the azure dragon confidently analyzed. "Good. Let us hasten our pace. Otherwise, when it regains its 9th tier strength, we shall be left only with the option to flee." Lin Long resolved to join forces with the azure dragon in hunting magical beasts, aiming to swiftly restore it to the 7th tier and avoid any prolonged delays. The Beast Mountain range spanned a vast expanse of 100,000 miles, with each 9th tier beast reigning over a territory of 1,000 miles. Within this region, nearly 100 9th tier magical beasts existed, each one exceedingly formidable and powerful. A month later, Lin Long and Xiao Qing arrived within the territory of the devourer python. "Look ahead, boss. This is where I battled it." Xiao Qing pointed to the ground, reminiscing about that fateful day. "It fled westward, and I followed its trail, yet it managed to escape." "Let us first trace the path it took to see where you lost track," Lin Long replied calmly. Xiao Qing led the way on foot. Despite being in the python's domain, flying was not an option. Should they encounter another 9th tier beast in the air, it would be too late for regrets. Although 9th tier magical beasts had gained some intelligence, they would not hesitate to disregard the wrath of the dragon clan, as devouring a dragon could significantly enhance their lineage. Thus, caution was paramount. After a short while, they reached the spot where Xiao Qing had lost sight of the creature. Lin Long closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the surroundings. Moments later, he opened his eyes. "What did you discover, boss?" Xiao Qing inquired eagerly upon seeing Lin Long awake. Lin Long smiled. "No wonder you lost track. Beneath this land lie more than a dozen tunnels leading to various locations. 10 miles away, the tunnels fork into numerous branches. These intricate passages resemble an underground palace, undoubtedly a carefully orchestrated escape route set by the devourer python. Is it still possible to find it?" Xiao Qing asked, a hint of dejection in his voice. If they could not hunt down the python, Lin Long might never regain his golden core cultivation. Chapter 53. True Crimson Flame God. Noticing Xiao Qing's despondency, Lin Long chuckled heartily. "Fear not. In matters of pursuit, I have never been bested." "Really?" Xiao Qing's gloomy demeanor brightened, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Lin Long. Without further ado, Lin Long instructed, "Release some of your blood." "Boss, can't we use your blood?" Xiao Qing questioned, though he was already moving, his claws gliding across his skin, crimson droplets cascading forth. "My blood will suffice as well. But it does hurt." Lin Long enveloped Xiaoqing's blood with his spiritual energy, preventing it from spilling onto the ground. Boss, it hurts for me too, Xiaoqing retorted. Don't you recover quickly? Lin Long focused on manipulating the blood before him. Boss, our recovery rates are the same now, Xiaoqing replied, somewhat exasperated. My apologies, I forgot. I shall be more mindful next time. Before long, the blood within the spiritual energy began to transform, gradually splitting into numerous segments, each morphing into a small crimson ant. Lin Long directed them to the ground, and soon, a swarm of ants surged forth from the many entrances. Xiaoqing watched the red ants with curiosity. We shall wait patiently, Lin Long stated before settling into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes once more. Although Xiaoqing was puzzled by his boss's actions, he remained quietly beside him. Time trickled by. Each blood-red ant acted as a diligent scout, diligently seeking information about their adversary. Despite their diminutive size, their speed was impressive. While there were many tunnels, the blood-red ants were even more numerous. Suddenly, one of the crimson ants halted, its almost invisible eyes fixated on a colossal being before it. Before them lay a colossal serpent coiled at the entrance of a cavern, its massive head protruding while the rest of its body remained concealed within the shadows, rendering it impossible to discern its full form. The serpent's girth was akin to that of several large water barrels, and its blood-red eyes exuded an unsettling chill as it flicked its tongue, fixating ominously on the emerging crimson ants. A peculiar glint flickered in its gaze, perplexed by the inexplicable aura emanating from such a seemingly mundane creature. Found it. Let us go. Lin Long opened his eyes and, with a gesture of his hands, commanded, Xiaoqing, shrink and cling to me. The little dragon diminished to a mere 20 to 30 centimeters, tightly wrapping around Lin Long. He traversed through layers of tunnels, descending deeper until he arrived at the lair of the devouring serpent. It truly is it, boss, Xiaoqing whispered in excitement, though careful to keep his voice low, fearful of attracting the serpent's attention. What shall we do now? We are underground, and it holds the advantage of terrain. This is troublesome. Xiaoqing felt the situation was precarious. With so many underground passages, the serpent could easily escape if it proved too formidable. Lin Long's eyes shimmered with determination. It seemed he would have to expend considerable effort this time. He bit his finger, allowing droplets of blood to flow forth. But before he could draw a blood symbol in the air, the wound had already healed. It appears that an overly rapid recovery can be a double-edged sword, he mused. Glancing at Xiaoqing, seeing his master's forlorn expression, Xiaoqing reluctantly drew forth more blood with his sharp talons. A satisfied smile graced Lin Long's face as he dipped his middle finger into Xiaoqing's dragon blood, lifting his finger to swiftly inscribe 12 mystical symbols in the air. Heaven and earth, the 9 edicts, I inscribe with gold. The myriad spirits shall be concealed. Xiaoqing watched in bewilderment as Lin Long gestured in the air, seemingly interacting with the very atmosphere itself. Boss, what are you doing? Once the 12 blood symbols were in place, Lin Long brought his fingers together, and strands of golden light began to dance in the air. Now, he commanded. Instantly, the golden light transformed into a flurry of small golden swords, launching toward the serpent's eyes. Upon hearing the command, Xiaoqing instinctively understood Lin Long's intentions through their soul bond. Opening his mouth wide, he gathered a tumult of fiery elements, invoking a 7th-tier spell, True Crimson Flame God. Unlike the indiscriminate strikes of previous days, this time the target was singularly focused on the serpent. A massive column of fire erupted from Xiaoqing's mouth, radiating such intense heat that the air itself shimmered with a burning sensation. As the inferno manifested, the devouring serpent reacted swiftly, opening its gaping maw to emit a piercing sound. The shockwave resonated through the underground realm, causing the golden swords to plummet. Upon hearing the sound, Xiaoqing faltered momentarily, causing the immense fire column to veer slightly. In that fleeting instant, the serpent vanished from sight. It's escaped again, boss. Xiaoqing surveyed the area, but the serpent was nowhere to be found. Lin Long shook his head. This realm is sealed by my 12 blood symbols. If it attempts to flee, we shall sense it. Be cautious, it lurks in the shadows. Xiaoqing's large eyes scanned the environment, now restored to his true form, ready to unleash his full might in the vast expanse of the cavern. I am curious to see where you can hide. With a flicker of his consciousness, Lin Long summoned the horde of blood-red ants that rushed towards this location. Soon, the blood-red ants began probing into various openings. Found it. Lin Long signaled to Xiaoqing with his eyes. Understanding the cue, Xiaoqing raised her dragon head and roared, unleashing a 7th-tier spell, Ultimate Frost Kill. A flurry of ice and snow filled the air, swirling and suspended, gradually transforming into numerous frost blades that cascaded violently towards the designated target indicated by Lin Long. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous explosions erupted, intense and thunderous, as countless frost blades, accompanied by a howling wind, rendered the area akin to a winter wonderland. The explosions persisted for a considerable duration, leaving devastation in their wake. The ground was scarred, and the openings lay in ruins. Before one of the openings, a massive serpent head glared coldly at Xiaoqing in the sky, its enormous tongue flicking ominously. At this moment, the magic python was drenched in blood, a ghastly sight. Its entire form lay exposed to the air, and Lin Long observed it closely. Indeed, it was a colossal creature, nearly 100 meters in length. Leaving him to ponder how long it had survived at such a size. The magic python's gaze was malevolent and greedy as it flicked its tongue. Lin Long scrutinized the creature for a while. Xiaoqing, something seems amiss. Be cautious. What is it, boss? Xiaoqing inquired, looking down at the python, unable to perceive any anomaly. Remember, you mentioned that it was no match for you before, fleeing upon encountering you. Yet now, it shows no intention of retreating. My blood symbol has not been triggered even once, indicating it may have regained some strength. Its refusal to flee suggests it desires to devour you. Lin Long analyzed. Xiaoqing understood, but recognized that this was not the time for extensive contemplation. Regardless, they must eliminate the creature today. If it regained its holy rank, there would be no second chance. Lin Long shared this understanding. Just as he was about to launch an attack, the devourer python struck preemptively, its massive body leaping into the air. In the open, it would have obscured the sun and moon, and even in this confined space, its might was awe-inspiring. Chapter 54. An unexpected visitor. The gigantic serpent coiled around Xiaoqing in midair, ensnaring her tightly, rendering her momentarily unable to break free. The python's gaping maw was aimed at Xiaoqing, its fangs glinting ominously. Realizing her predicament, Xiaoqing steeled her resolve and concentrated, summoning her 7th-tier magic once more. Countless fireballs erupted from her mouth. Though each was small, their sheer number was virtually limitless. Quantity transformed into quality, and their power should not be underestimated. However, Xiaoqing underestimated the determination of the magic python. In the face of such a barrage of close-range fireballs, the devourer python not only did not retreat, but instead accelerated towards her, willing to endure severe injuries to consume Xiaoqing. It was well aware that as a dragon, her blood could significantly enhance a magical beast's evolution. Should the python succeed in devouring Xiaoqing, it would not only reclaim its former strength, but might even gain additional prowess. As the enormous head of the python pushed through the flames, it emerged severely wounded. Yet it was evident that it had gambled and won. Upon witnessing the creature breach the flames, Xiaoqing felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. The giant python gazed at the panicked Xiaoqing, a hint of a smile emerging on its anthropomorphized visage. With its massive maw agape, it lunged toward Xiaoqing. Yet she did not shrink in size. Lin Long manifested his form, bellowing a command to Xiaoqing. In response, countless golden blades converged, transforming into a colossal golden sword that hovered in midair. Upon hearing her leader's words, Xiaoqing immediately reacted, her body swiftly diminishing in size. And soon she extricated herself from the python's grasp. Seeing its prey vanish before its eyes, the python's fury escalated, its blood-red gaze fixating on the appearing Lin Long. The sound of air being split resonated as the python's massive tail swept toward Lin Long. Just as I was lamenting my inability to find your weak point, you have presented yourself willingly, Lin Long thought coldly. The golden sword, swifter than the python's tail, plunged directly into the creature's vulnerable spot. With a heart-wrenching cry, the python was immediately engulfed by excruciating pain, its immense form thrashing violently. Although Lin Long's golden sword failed to penetrate its defenses and reach the heart, the overwhelming agony rendered the python irrational. It writhed uncontrollably, venting its fury. The ground above, weakened by Xiaoqing's earlier magic, collapsed under the onslaught, revealing a gaping cavern beneath. At that moment, if one were to observe from afar, they would witness a 300-mile radius sinking, exposing all the underground caverns. Xiaoqing, now shrunk, flew to Lin Long's side. her admiration evident as she gazed at him. "Leader, what did you do to it?" "It is often said, strike a snake at its 7 inches, Lin Long instructed Xiaoqing. "In future encounters with serpentine beasts, remember this. The 7 inches is the location of their heart. Targeting this area yields tremendous results. Thanks to your timely reminder." "I almost fell victim to its jaws," Xiaoqing replied, her voice tinged with relief. "In nature, all things vary in size. Sometimes the immense fear the minuscule, just like the tail of an ox, which cannot fend off the bothersome flies. The tiny insects come and go as they please, unperturbed by the colossal beast. From now on, be more agile in battle. The ability to manipulate size is a coveted skill for cultivators. There are many subtleties for you to discern on your own." Xiaoqing nodded, her heart resonating with his words. "Leader, it's trying to flee." Xiaoqing squinted, observing that the python had ceased its erratic attacks, its enormous eyes betraying a clear intent to escape. With a swift motion, the python burrowed into the ground, attempting to vanish. "Fear not, for we have 12 blood talismans in place. It cannot escape. The talismans bear your essence. Remain calm and attune yourself. We shall wait for the opportune moment." Lin Long remained unperturbed, watching the disappearing python. Moments later, the python collided with one of the blood talismans, resulting in a powerful ripple. The figures of Lin Long and Xiaoqing vanished, only to reappear, locking eyes with the python. The python's eyes widened in terror, and before Lin Long and Xiaoqing could react, it immediately changed direction to flee. As Lin Long and Xiaoqing reappeared before the python once more, the creature realized that it could not escape its fate today. The serpent's eyes glinted with malice as it let out a roar, for it had once been a sacred beast. Even in the face of certain doom, it refused to surrender. "Do you see that golden mark? That is its Achilles heel." Lin Long directed Xiaoqing to strike at the point indicated by the imprint left by the colossal golden sword. The battle raged on for an extended period. Although the serpent was no longer at its peak, it still possessed formidable strength. Xiaoqing exerted all its might while Lin Long provided assistance. Finally, when the celestial serpent's eyes dimmed and its heart ceased to beat, the confrontation came to a close. Lin Long steadied the nearly collapsing Xiaoqing, his expression tinged with concern. "Are you all right?" Xiaoqing's voice was weak, yet it conveyed a sense of joy. "I'm fine, boss, just a bit drained. Once we've consumed this celestial serpent, I will be rejuvenated." Satisfied that Xiaoqing was unharmed, Lin Long instructed it to rest, and then leaped in front of the serpent. The golden sword reemerged, severing the creature's body into numerous segments. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Long noted the serpent's impressive defenses even in death. He carefully stored the segments in his spatial ring, grateful for its ample capacity. Had he relied on the inferior ring bestowed upon him by Carlo, it would have been insufficient for such a vast creature. After securing the serpent, Lin Long returned to Xiaoqing's resting place, assisting it as they sought a safer location. Mindful of their perilous surroundings in this 9th-tier region, as they started back to the cave they had previously occupied, Lin Long suddenly halted, his senses heightened. "Are you planning to follow us indefinitely?" he inquired coolly. A raspy voice responded from not far ahead, "Cough. I did not expect one so young to possess such keen awareness." Lin Long squinted as an elderly figure clad in a gray robe approached, accompanied by a golden-haired youth. "We must assess the situation and flee at full strength if it turns dire," he communicated telepathically to Xiaoqing, sensing a palpable aura of menace emanating from the old man. The elder's murderous intent was nearly tangible, and his gaze upon Lin Long was akin to that of a predator regarding its prey. Addressing the unfamiliar elder, Lin Long clasped his fists and inquired, "What guidance do you seek, esteemed sir?" "To kill you," came the blunt reply. "What have I done to offend you?" Lin Long asked, bewildered by the elder's hostility. Was it possible that the elder sought vengeance for the celestial serpent? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The elder had likely witnessed Lin Long's acquisition of the serpent and sought to eliminate him for his treasure. "To kill for treasure, esteemed sir, seems unbecoming of your stature." Lin Long hoped the elder would find it beneath him to resort to violence. "Ha! To kill for treasure?" The elder's eyes flared with rage, twisting his face into a scornful smile. "You dare lecture me on honor? I have pursued that wounded celestial serpent for ages, only to have it snatched from me by you. Do you not deserve to die?" Lin Long felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, in matters such as these, there was no right or wrong. It was merely a contest of who acted first, and surrendering the serpent was out of the question. However, The elder was undeniably powerful, as only one of such strength would dare to hunt a serpent, even one that had fallen from grace. At this moment, Shaoqing was at its most vulnerable. Lin Long pondered for a moment before speaking. I kindly request you, esteemed senior, to show mercy. I shall remember this favor and will seek an opportunity to repay you in the future. He adopted an extremely humble demeanor, fully aware that the elder's strength was unfathomable. And in his current state of integration, he stood no chance against him. The elder smirked slightly. You speak quite beautifully, young one. Very well, leave the dragon beside you. And you may go. Lin Long's eyes narrowed, contemplating the elder's true identity, as he could not fathom why the elder would demand the surrender of Shaoqing. As a member of the dragon clan, how could a mere human dare to provoke it? With a troubled expression, Lin Long replied, Esteemed senior, she is the most exceptional talent of the dragon clan. Should anyone harm her, the dragon clan will not rest until they have avenged her. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Others may fear the dragon clan, but I do not. In fact, I have been seeking them. His tone was audacious, as if he regarded the dragon clan with utter disdain. Shaoqing roared in fury, for this was the first time she had heard a human so brazenly belittle her kin. Lin Long's expression darkened, his voice icy. What if I refuse to comply? Then we shall both perish. The elder's eyes glinted with malice. I am truly being too lenient with you. Come, let me witness your true abilities. Lin Long cursed under his breath. Since the elder had no intention of letting them go, it was not in his nature to continue bowing and scraping. He decided to express his grievances freely. The elder's lips twitched as he intoned ominously, O spirits of the abyss, heed my call and descend upon this world, consuming all. With that, a chilling and eerie power enveloped the area, and a massive magical array formed beneath the elder's feet. The sound of bubbling, akin to boiling water, emanated from the array as over 10 skeletal figures materialized within it, their hollow eye sockets flickering with a faint spark of life. Be cautious, this is necromancy. Shaoqing, no longer leaning on Lin Long, steadied herself on her claws, ready to engage in battle. Necromancy, you say? They resemble those specters. Lin Long gestured for Shaoqing to hold her ground, as he prepared to assess the situation. The skeletal foes, comparable to level 5 warriors, surged toward Lin Long. With a swift upward motion of his hand and a murmured incantation of thunder, a brilliant flash of lightning ignited in his palm, transforming his hand into a fist. He struck forward with force, unleashing a torrent of lightning that shattered the approaching undead before they could draw near. The extinguished spark of life flickered out from the fallen skeletons. Observing the lightning in Lin Long's hand, the elder displayed a flicker of apprehension. How unfortunate that it is lightning. A radiant staff made of bones suddenly appeared in the elder's grasp. More undead shall rise. The tip of the skeletal staff glowed brightly as the magic array reformed, summoning dozens more undead. The newly summoned skeletal figures were significantly larger than their predecessors, their sparks of life burning much brighter. Seeing this, Shaoqing hastened to unleash a dragon language spell, only to be interrupted by Lin Long. Shaoqing, allow me to handle this. But, master, I am fine. There are too many of them. No worries, simply observe. Dealing with these specters is my forte. After all, what Daoist is not adept at exorcising ghosts? Lin Long felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. With a single strike, he realized that although his opponent was formidable, he had a complete mastery over the techniques employed. As he surveyed the dozens of undead before him, Lin Long raised 2 fingers of his right hand, channeling his spiritual energy. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered in the sky, reverberating through the heavens. Seizing the initiative, Lin Long silently chanted, his right hand gesturing forward, unleashing numerous bolts of lightning that accurately struck the undead within the magical array. Boom! The undead had scarcely moved before they were reduced to ashes. Impressive, boss. Shaoqing cheered exuberantly from the sidelines, her joy evident even without eyebrows to express her emotions. The elder remained silent, inwardly lamenting his misfortune at encountering a lightning mage, one he had least wished to confront, and one of considerable power at that. He had mistakenly categorized Lin Long as a lightning mage. With a sense of resignation, he resolved to attempt one more time. If unsuccessful, he would have to concede defeat. As the tip of the elder's staff began to glow, 3 level 7 undead materialized, beings that could rival 3 Earth Knights. The level 7 undead were vastly larger than the previous batches, their flames of life bright and resplendent. Lin Long, unperturbed by the arrival of these foes, unleashed 3 noticeably thicker bolts of lightning that struck the 3 level 7 undead. This time, however, the undead did not perish immediately. They endured the assault, though their fiery eyes dimmed slightly. "Ha! It seems your lightning is not invincible after all." The elder laughed heartily. "Fool, who claimed my lightning consists of merely 3 strikes?" Lin Long retorted with a hint of mockery, conjuring 3 additional bolts of lightning that cascaded down from the sky. The elder's laughter abruptly ceased. Unfazed by the elder's expression, Lin Long noticed that the 3 bolts had not vanquished the level 7 undead. Channeling more spiritual energy, he summoned 9 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, tearing through the air with divine might and crashing down upon the 3 level 7 undead. Boom! A deep thud resonated as blinding light enveloped the enormous undead. Moments later, as the dazzling light faded, the 3 level 7 undead collapsed. "Shall we go again, old man?" Lin Long taunted, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. "Humph, boy, I shall remember you." The elder, realizing that the 3 level 7 undead were no match for Lin Long, having not even grazed him, shot a venomous glare in Lin Long's direction before turning to depart. Lin Long chose not to pursue the elder, for his ascension to the Golden Core realm was of utmost importance. Moreover, he was uncertain if the elder had any hidden cards to play. If he were to summon 3 level 8 undead, even with a technique that countered them, Lin Long could not guarantee his victory. "Let us find a safe place." Xiaoqing nestled against Lin Long once more. "Weren't we just fine moments ago?" Lin Long shot a sidelong glance at Xiaoqing. "The situation was urgent, and I was still quite weak," Xiaoqing replied, her tone tinged with exasperation. "Next time, don't overexert yourself," Lin Long advised, supporting Xiaoqing as they made their way toward the lower-tier region. Damn it! Damn it! The blonde youth beside the elder seethed with rage. "The opponent is a lightning mage, naturally countering the undead," rasped the elder's voice. "When I possess a holy level undead, I will surely kill you, no matter who you are." The blonde youth murmured to himself, regaining his calm. "Once I acquire the sacred tier undead, I shall undoubtedly slay you, regardless of your identity." The raspy voice echoed once more from the elder's lips. Chapter 56. Golden Core Realm. Lin Long and Xiaoqing returned to the cave they had previously occupied. Upon entering, Lin Long felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally free from the tension that had gripped him, he had traversed the 9th and 8th tiers, carefully carrying the corpse of the magic python along the way. He cherished the sensation of possessing such a precious treasure, fearing its discovery. Back in the cave, Xiaoqing gazed at Lin Long with fervor. Lin Long chuckled softly. Shaking his head, "Look how anxious you are here." He retrieved a segment of the magic python's body from his spatial ring. The hide had already been removed, and Lin Long, no longer naive, recognized its worth. This segment measured nearly 10 meters in length and 5 to 6 meters in width. Fortunately, Xiaoqing possessed the ability to alter her size at will, expanding her mouth to swallow it whole. "Xiaoqing, assist me in my protection." Understanding her master's intention, Xiaoqing nodded earnestly. Lin Long settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes tightly. He performed hand seals, releasing streams of spiritual energy from his soul. As he channeled his inner method, wisps of spiritual liquid began to form gradually. Thus, after Xiaoqing digested one segment of the magic python, she immediately commenced on another. Lin Long's aura intensified progressively, ascending through the spirit levels, 3rd, 5th, 9th. When 9 streams of spiritual liquid circulated within Lin Long's body simultaneously, they merged into one, converging in his dantian. The fusion of his essence, spirit, and energy coalesced into a singular force, compressing continuously. Thunder rumbled within him, unheard by outsiders, as a golden, radiant orb began to take shape. "It is done." Lin Long opened his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his features. Xiaoqing scrutinized him closely, perceiving an extraordinary brilliance emanating from his gaze. She wondered if it was merely her imagination, for in Lin Long's eyes, she saw a resplendent moon, captivating and luminous. At that moment, Xiaoqing found herself at a loss for words to describe Lin Long. He seemed to possess an otherworldly grace, every action imbued with an indescribable elegance. Rising to his feet, Lin Long felt a surge of excitement. He had finally returned to the Golden Core realm, liberated from the constraints of insufficient spiritual power. Noticing the slight despondency in Xiaoqing, Lin Long asked, "What troubles you?" I have not yet broken through to the 8th tier, Xiaoqing replied with a downcast tone. Our dragon clan ascends far too slowly. If only I could be like you, master. Lin Long reassured her. I thought it was something of great concern. Xiaoqing, you must understand that in cultivation, rapid advancement is not necessarily advantageous. I have experienced this in my past life, which allows me to progress without lingering. Cultivation is about achieving a natural flow. Do not dwell on not having broken through to the 8th tier. Upon hearing Lin Long's comforting words, Xiaoqing's spirits lifted. He affectionately patted her. By the way, master, we haven't yet consumed the head of the magic python. Xiaoqing suddenly interjected. Lin Long shook his head with a smile. I have heard from Leiluan that the heads of serpentine creatures are invaluable, whether it be their fangs or eyes. Not to mention, this is the head of a 9th tier magic python. Let us descend the mountain. Exiting the cave, Xiaoqing grew slightly larger and beckoned for Lin Long to mount her. Lin Long wore a broad smile as he shook his head, his body transforming into a streak of light that ascended into the sky. He inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful essence of the atmosphere. Glancing down at Xiaoqing, he cheerfully declared, This time, I shall take on the journey myself. Xiaoqing flew beside Lin Long, gazing at her leader standing effortlessly in the air, and couldn't help but marvel. Is it truly possible to soar in the skies at the Golden Core stage? With a gleam in her eye, she shrank in size and clung to Lin Long, exclaiming, Then let me accompany you on this flight. Lin Long let out a hearty laugh. Then let us embark. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. As he felt the gentle breeze caress him, Lin Long wore a contented expression. Old master, your speed is but a fraction of mine. Xiaoqing observed Lin Long's pace, feeling a sense of joy at finally possessing a skill that could rival her leader. Noticing the amusement etched on Xiaoqing's face, Lin Long decided not to shatter her illusion and responded, Indeed, I cannot compare to you. Our Taoist wind control technique does not excel in speed. Xiaoqing chuckled proudly, reveling in her moment of triumph. Lin Long regarded her mirthful demeanor but refrained from revealing the truth. While it was true that the Taoist wind control technique was not particularly swift, he had not claimed that riding the clouds was slow. Where are we headed, old master? Xiaoqing, after a moment of glee, realized she could not continue teasing Lin Long lest she jeopardize his dignity, so she shifted the topic. Before we ascended the mountain, I encountered a band of thieves. We were powerless against them then, but now we shall pay them a visit and assist Leiluan with his task. Lin Long scanned the surroundings and pinpointed a location before flying toward it. Moments later, as he beheld the deserted lair of the aerial bandits, a sense of resignation washed over him. Truly, like rodents, they are always seeking new nests. He turned to Xiaoqing, his expression sheepish. Xiaoqing, do lend me some blood. Xiaoqing quickly shook her head. Absolutely not. You shall not deceive me. Your own blood will suffice. This time, Xiaoqing was resolute in not falling for Lin Long's ploy. Faced with her refusal, Lin Long sighed, pricking his finger to draw a drop of blood, which instantly transformed into a butterfly. The crimson butterfly circled the empty lair before gracefully fluttering away in a specific direction. Lin Long closely followed the blood-red butterfly. Before long, the blood butterfly led him to a cluster of buildings nestled against the mountainside. It appeared they had arrived. Lin Long descended and strode confidently toward the structures. Halt! Who goes there? A voice rang out, though its owner remained hidden. Lin Long discerned that the speaker was lurking behind the trees. 3, 7, 9, 11. The path begins at the horizon. As Lin Long's words faded, a volley of arrows shot toward him from the air. He shook his head, chuckling softly. Fortune had not favored him this time. He recalled that the man who had guided him on his first visit had uttered the same password, and he remembered that the password changed daily. Nevertheless, Lin Long resolved to test it once more, with the outcome being all too evident. Xiaoqing, he called. Xiaoqing, attuned to his thoughts, nodded and unleashed a fierce roar. The sound reverberated through the mountains, causing the arrows to plummet to the ground in an instant. Unperturbed, Lin Long called out to the trees, Old friends have arrived. Is this how you greet your guests? Behind the trees, Lao Lu felt exasperated, thinking, why is this calamity of a person here again? Lao Lu emerged from behind the tree, his demeanor wary as he spoke. We have no quarrel with you. Why have you come here? I have important matters to discuss with your leader. Please show me the way, Lin Long replied, casting a glance at the dozens of arrows aimed at him. He added, Are you certain you wish to keep your bows trained on me? Lao Lu observed Lin Long's composed expression and the enigmatic creature beside him. He gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons, recalling how the unknown being had merely roared, causing arrows to fall from the sky. What are you waiting for? Let us go, Lin Long urged, having taken a few steps forward. Noticing that Lao Lu seemed momentarily lost in thought. With a sigh, Lao Lu led Lin Long onward. Cole Fei looked at Lao Lu in disbelief, his expression questioning. Why did you bring him here? It wasn't my choice. He came of his own accord, Lao Lu replied with a glance at his leader. The second-in-command was present as well, scrutinizing the small creature beside Lin Long with a penetrating gaze. Chapter 57. 3 Choices. Cole Fei donned a facade of politeness. Young brother. What brings you here? Whatever I can do, I shall not refuse. Standing elevated, he was several meters away from Lin Long, his archers secretly readying their magical arrows. Lin Long smiled gently. I have come primarily to assist my brother in completing a task, and I hope you would facilitate this. Seeing the respectful demeanor from Lin Long, Cole Fei responded with a hearty laugh. Pray tell, what is this task, and how may I assist? Yes, his task is to annihilate the sky pirates. Lin Long stated, his smile unwavering. Cole Fei's politeness faded, realizing the audacity of Lin Long's request to obliterate his pirate crew. Young brother. That jest is far from amusing, he retorted, his expression turning cold. Lin Long waved a hand dismissively. Do not rush. I present you with 3 choices. He raised 3 fingers. First, you surrender and head directly to Waterfall City to confess. One of Cole Fei's men could not restrain himself, exclaiming, Boss, why waste words? Let us kill him. Ignoring the threat, Lin Long continued calmly. The second choice is that I force your surrender and escort you to Waterfall City to confess. You're courting death. Let us all attack him, shouted someone. Unable to contain their eagerness to eliminate Lin Long, Cole Fei raised his hand, signaling for silence. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he inquired, I am curious to hear what the third choice entails. Lin Long, undeterred by the palpable hostility, slowly articulated. The third option is that I spare myself the trouble and simply slay you all. I can carry your heads to complete my task. I personally hope you choose the third option. It would save me some effort. With that, Lin Long fell silent, awaiting their decision. At that moment, most of Cole Fei's men clamored for Lin Long's death, while their leader and the second-in-command remained silent. Uncertain whether Lin Long's bravado was mere bluster or if he truly could dispatch them all single-handedly. The second-in-command pondered for a long while before finally speaking. Why must we confess? Wouldn't it be simpler for you to just kill us? Cole Fei too fixed his gaze upon Lin Long, eager to discern the truth behind his claims. Lin Long pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, The primary reason lies in my inherent disposition. I am not one to take lives lightly. Nature has gifted us with existence, and to extinguish it so casually feels wrong. However, if we, my brothers, were to surrender, the Empire would not spare us. Death would be our only fate. The second-in-command spoke slowly. Whether we die now or by the Empire's hand, the choice is yours. I am not your parent. When you engaged in misdeeds, you should have anticipated this day. Lin Long shrugged his shoulders. I grant you 10 breaths to contemplate this. 10. What say you? Old 2. Cole whispered to the second-in-command. At this moment, the second-in-command narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. 9. Boss, let us fight them. It's only death, after all, shouted one of the younger members. 8. Yes, boss, it's merely death. The chorus of voices from the assembled gang members rose in fervor. 1. Lin Long, losing his patience, commanded, Shao Qing, unleash your flames. Roar. Shao Qing soared into the sky, its form instantly expanding to a colossal size, resembling a mountain that blotted out the sun. Wait. The second-in-command exclaimed hastily. He gazed at the dragon in the sky, recognizing it as a member of the dragon clan that had recently appeared in the Beast Mountain range. He had been contemplating whether their magical arrows could rival Lin Long's power, which had delayed his response. Yet, now, confronted with the ferocity of the dragon, despair enveloped him. It was too late. Lin Long ascended into the air, settling upon Shao Qing. The 7th-tier magic, Fire God, descends. Countless massive fireballs manifested in the heavens, transforming the sky into a vivid crimson hue, the flames dazzling and picturesque. Yet for the band of thieves, each orb of flame heralded a call to death. I surrender. I surrender. The members of the thief gang, who had previously proclaimed that death was merely a consequence, now found themselves bereft of any spirit of resistance, fervently shouting their capitulation. They cast aside their weapons and knelt upon the ground. Cole's face drained of color. He had never anticipated that the adversary would arrive with a dragon. He staggered forward a few steps, unsteady on his feet. Little brothers, this matter rests upon me. You may take my head, just spare my brothers. Upon my death, the flying thief gang shall disband. What do you think? Cole spoke with a tragic gravitas, his voice imbued with sorrow for life and reluctance to part with it. Yet, he stood alone in this resolve. Boss, no? We can fight him. The kneeling members, upon hearing that their leader would choose death for their sake, turned pale with indignation, each picking up their weapons. Their faces alight with fury as they glared at Lin Long and Xiaoqing. You must lay down your arms. My death alone suffices for this matter. Cole bellowed to his subordinates. No. He wishes to kill the boss. He must first step over my corpse. Several loyal subordinates cried out. Lin Long, suspended in the air, observed this spectacle with amusement, suddenly interjecting. Cole, I shall grant your wish. As long as you perish, I will not slay them today. The arena fell silent at once. Those who had previously clamored for a fight now turned their gaze toward their leader. Cole's expression shifted to one of distress. He had uttered those words without conviction. Could he truly sacrifice himself for his subordinates? His intent was merely to buy time for his escape amidst the chaos. However, the other party unexpectedly agreed. And how could you accept? Cursed Cole fiercely within himself. What? Are you reluctant? Then do not blame me. Lin Long spoke with a playful tone. Casting a glance at Xiaoqing, the flames in the sky suddenly diminished. Boss, if it comes to that, you might as well take your own life. The brothers will take good care of the sister-in-law, one member quietly suggested. Indeed, boss. When faced with the dragon, we have no chance. It is not that the brothers are unwilling to fight, but we have no likelihood of victory. Boss, please save us. Another voice chimed in. Boss, please save us. Just end it. A multitude of subordinates clamored. After all, the chance of survival lay before them, and they did not wish to relinquish it. You see, those who had just vowed to protect their leader with their lives now sought to escape death themselves. Cole was filled with rage. You all deserve to die? Cole severed the neck of one of his subordinates with a single stroke, a head flying into the air. The moment he turned against his own, chaos erupted below. Some, unwilling to confront the dragon, contemplated eliminating Cole to save themselves. Others, fully aware that even if Cole perished, Lin Long would not spare them. Yet they did not wish to battle the dragon. They merely sought to flee amidst the turmoil. Lin Long surveyed the chaotic battlefield, feeling somewhat disenchanted. After signaling Xiaoqing to take action, he ceased to pay attention to the unfolding scene below. He bore no psychological burden regarding their demise. From the day he witnessed them ambushing that man and woman, these individuals had already been inscribed on Lin Long's death list. He had at least intended to see them face the law's retribution, but they had shown no gratitude. Alas, being a good person is no easy task. Lin Long sighed. Chapter 58. Ninth Order Magic Core. Below, a sea of flames raged, charred corpses littered the ground, and the cracked earth and blackened trees reeked of death. The inferno did not last long, and Lin Long instructed Xiaoqing to extinguish the flames. He located Cole's body among the many corpses, frowning slightly. This was no longer a human form. How could he report the task? Lin Long retrieved the swan feather given to him by Raylin from his spatial ring and used one. Long time no see, Lin Long. Did you miss me? Not long after, a teasing voice from Raylin emerged from the swan feather. What's wrong? You look so haggard. Lin Long had intended to jest, but upon seeing Raylin's weary appearance, concern welled within him. It's nothing serious. Why did you contact me today? Raylin did not elaborate on his own situation. Do you remember Cole, the leader of the Sky Pirates? What happened to him? Raylin was puzzled by Lin Long's mention of the individual. He is dead. I happened to have some free time today, so I took the liberty of completing your task, but now he is unrecognizable. Will you still be able to submit your mission? Lin Long directed the swan feather towards Cole's body, revealing the gruesome sight to Raylin. Thank you. I will go submit the task shortly. His disfigured state matters not. We at Dawn have our methods to ascertain the authenticity of completed missions. You need not worry about that. Raylin expressed his gratitude, though his tone bore no trace of joy. Now, tell me the truth. What truly happened? Lin Long noticed that Lei Lun was not being truthful, and with a displeased expression, he spoke. It's nothing, Lei Lun began. But he quickly caught sight of Lin Long's solemn gaze. Lei Lun pursed his lips and eventually said, There is indeed a matter at home. But discussing it with you would not change anything. There's no need for you to be troubled as well. Lin Long remained silent, simply gazing intently at Lei Lun. You've worn me down. Since you wish to hear it, I shall share, Lei Lun conceded with a sigh. My family operates an auction house in Jechin City, and business has always been thriving. However, recently, a rival auction house has suddenly risen to prominence, seizing a significant portion of our clientele. Particularly, I've heard they are planning to host a grand auction soon, leaving us in disarray. Lin Long appeared puzzled. Isn't the profit from an auction based on commissions? How can they take away your business? Lei Lun explained. They have maliciously lowered their fees, enticing many of our sellers to their side. If this continues, and no one comes to our auction house, it would be a devastating blow. What measures do you plan to take in response? Will you lower your fees as well? Lin Long inquired with a frown. It's a desperate measure. Many of our long-term partners have already been lured away by them. If we don't reduce our rates, we might lose them all, Lei Lun replied, his tone heavy with resignation. Our family is preparing to co-host an auction with them. If we win, we will reap great rewards. If we lose, we will have nothing. Lin Long softly asked, do you feel confident? The odds are less than 30%. Their sellers are very secretive, dealing in rare items. Based on the information we have so far, victory seems elusive, Lei Lun said with a bitter expression, revealing the toll this matter had taken on his sleep and well-being. The atmosphere grew quiet. What if we had the body of a 9th-tier magical beast? Would that secure a win? Lin Long suddenly interjected. What did you say? Lei Lun blinked, uncertain. You heard correctly, a 9th tier, the devouring sky python, Lin Long reiterated. Where are you? Wait for me, I'm on my way. Lei Lun exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling over one another. Approximately 50 miles southwest from the last location of the Flying Thief Guild. All right, I'll be there shortly. Before long, Lin Long felt ripples forming in the sky above. It's spatial magic, Xiao Qing remarked beside him. A colossal magic circle appeared in the sky not far away, humming with energy. Gradually, silhouettes began to emerge from the magic circle, revealing Lei Lun alongside a man of about 50 years of age. The man held Lei Lun under his arm, preventing him from falling. Lin Long. Lei Lun waved at him, though the situation appeared somewhat comical due to his awkward position. Come down. Lin Long gestured for Lei Lun to alight. It's been so long. I've missed you dearly. Lei Lun enveloped Lin Long in a big hug. The man regarded the massive dragon beside Lin Long with a hint of reverence. Let me introduce you. This is my father, Kreber. Greetings, Uncle Kreber. Lin Long politely addressed him. I have often heard Lei Lun speak of you, mentioning his brother the Dragon Knight. I was skeptical, but now I must believe. A young prodigy indeed. If my son could possess even half of your talents. Kreber chuckled, perhaps due to his years of experience in dealing with others. His words evoked a sense of goodwill. Uncle, you're being overly complimentary. Now, let's get down to business. Take a look at this. Lin Long, aware of the pair's busy schedules, did not wish to waste their time and handed the spatial ring containing the head and skin of the magical python to Laren. With a sweep of his mind, Laren's tone became exhilarated. Indeed, it is a 9th tier. Kreber took the ring, examined it, and his eyes sparkled with joy. Does this python's head contain a magic core? Kreber eagerly inquired. What is a magic core? Lin Long asked, casting a puzzled glance at Laren. Magic cores can form within beasts of tier 7 and above, representing a concentrated essence of their magical power, and are quite valuable. If this 9th tier python possesses a magic core, its worth is immeasurable, Laren explained to Lin Long. Lin Long retrieved the python's head from the spatial ring. Let us find out. The head alone was quite heavy. What do we do now? Lin Long stared at the python's head for an extended period, unable to discern anything. Allow me, Kreber volunteered, leaping atop the python's head and probing inside at the severed neck. Suddenly, a look of joy crossed Kreber's face as he extracted a sphere the size of a human head. Indeed, there is a magic core, Laren exclaimed with delight. Kreber wiped the blood from the core and marveled at its size. A typical 7th tier magic core is about the size of a marble, an 8th tier core is fist-sized. But this 9th tier core was indeed the size of a head. Holding the magic core, Kreber turned to Lin Long and asked, is this core up for auction? Kreber gazed at Lin Long with anticipation. If this core were to be auctioned, their chances of success would greatly increase. However, magic cores are highly valuable and favored by mages, who can use them to rapidly replenish their magical energy. It is no exaggeration to say that a magic core is akin to a second life for mages. Chapter 59, Thunderfire Auction House. Uncle, you should consult Laren. He will decide. Lin Long replied nonchalantly. Lin Long, you leave Laren at a loss for words. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Let's get through this challenge first. With this 9th-tier beast, do we stand a chance? Lin Long instructed Xiao Qing to gather the weapons and equipment of the thieves group. Remembering that the magical arrows were worth hundreds of gold coins each and could not be overlooked, Laren shook his head, frowning, about 50 to 60% chance. But I fear the opponent may have hidden treasures. If they only possess the items that have been revealed, we would have a 90% chance of winning. Lin Long sighed. Do you have paper and pen? Laren's eyes brightened as he replied eagerly, yes, yes. He quickly retrieved paper and pen from his spatial ring and even offered to massage Lin Long's shoulders and arms while he wrote. Get away, Lin Long retorted irritably. All right. Laren stepped aside, understanding. What is this? Kreber, standing nearby, was somewhat bewildered by their actions. Laren offered no explanation. In a short while, 10 freshly produced Buddhist scriptures were handed to Laren. What are our chances this time? It must be 100%. Laren beamed radiantly. How is it that you possess such extensive knowledge of the techniques from other sects? Lei Luan is aware that Lin Long's Taoist techniques are not meant to be disseminated. Yet, as he gazes at the 10 volumes of techniques in his hands, a look of perplexity adorns his face. All right, let us return early, Lin Long urged, offering no explanation. It is crucial to recognize that his familiarity with the techniques of various other sects stems from the spoils of the Four Domains War in his previous life. Lin Long is well-versed not only in Buddhist techniques, but also in the arts of the demon sect and ghost path. Although he has not practiced them, he has perused them all, searching for insights worth emulating. Noticing Lin Long's reluctance to explain, Lei Luan refrained from further inquiry. He stepped forward and enveloped Lin Long in a warm embrace. Why don't you come stay at my home for a while? It's not far. Forget it. I'm feeling homesick, Lin Long replied, a hint of nostalgia crossing his features. With his identity issues resolved, he found himself yearning for home and thus declined Lei Luan's invitation. Take care, Lei Luan said as he gathered his belongings and approached his father, addressing Lin Long. Yes, you too. Take care. Goodbye, Uncle Kleber. Kleber nodded at Lin Long, then produced a scroll, which, upon unfurling, caused the two to vanish within a magical array. They were utilizing a magical scroll? Lin Long had initially assumed that Kleber was a wizard, yet it appeared he was actually an 8th-level Sky Knight. The reason he wasn't a 9th level was that Lin Long did not sense the same aura emanating from him as he did from his superior. Judging by the magical aura, it seemed to be a short-range spatial teleportation scroll. Xiao Qing, sensing the residual magical elements in the air, responded accordingly. Lin Long nodded in understanding. Jiechen City, as the royal capital of the Jiechen Empire, boasts a remarkably prosperous trade. On this day, all factions within Jiechen City received a singular piece of news. On the 28th of this month, the Thunderfire Auction House would host an auction for 9th-level materials and a volume of heavenly tier techniques, available to the highest bidder, regardless of status. The announcement instantly ignited widespread interest throughout the city. It is essential to acknowledge that a heavenly tier technique possesses unparalleled might. The streets and alleys buzzed with discussions. Many individuals eagerly anticipated the 28th, determined to visit the Thunderfire Auction House. Even if they could not procure the item, they wished to behold the heavenly tier technique. Before the excitement of the crowd could subside, the Golden Jade Auction House also released an announcement. On the same day, the Golden Jade Auction House would auction several dozen 7th-level magic cores and 5 8th-level magic cores, alongside 3 volumes of Earth tier techniques, cordially inviting all major factions to participate in the bidding. This news struck a chord among the various factions in Jiechen City, as they sensed a palpable tension. Both auction houses had chosen the same day to host their events, and the items on offer were undeniably enticing. However, based on the information currently available, the Thunderfire Auction House appeared to hold a slight edge. 3 volumes of Earth tier techniques would normally be considered significant news, but when compared to a heavenly tier technique, they fell short. 7th and 8th level magic cores are far more alluring to wizards, while 9th level materials are more captivating for warriors. Yet, in this continent, wizards remain a rare breed, with the majority being warriors. Therefore, most individuals plan to head to the Thunderfire Auction House. In the heart of Jiechen City lies a principal thoroughfare known as Nanxing, which stretches from the outer walls of the royal palace to the southern gate of the city. This street is an integral part of Jiechen, characterized by its towering edifices and bustling commerce. The land here is precious. with numerous shops boasting a history of over a century, steeped in rich cultural heritage. At this moment, within a private room of the Golden Jade auction house, a man clad in a dark robe sits leisurely sipping tea alongside an elderly gentleman with a white beard. Lord Duolong, the elderly man remarked. It seems our counterpart has acquired materials from a 9th-tier magical beast, along with a tome of celestial-level techniques. They appear determined to succeed this time. The robed figure gazed through the window at the nearby Thunderfire auction house, a hint of derision in his eyes, devoid of any concern upon his countenance. The elder glanced across with a calm demeanor, saying, "Let them revel for a few days. We shall reveal our trump card on the eve of the event. Then they will realize that their promotional efforts have merely served our interests." "Indeed, a masterstroke, Lord Duolong," the man replied, pouring tea for the elder, flattering him profusely. The Thunderfire auction house was fervently promoting its upcoming auction, and Raylan, listening to the discussions on the street, felt at ease. His father had received numerous visits from various factions, all expressing their intention to attend on the 28th, hoping to secure a position. With tomorrow being the 28th, it appeared that their opponents had no hidden cards left to play. Raylan felt immensely grateful to Lin Long. Without his assistance, their family might have faced dire consequences. "Raylan," Kreber called out to him. "What is it, father?" Raylan approached and took a seat before Kreber. "It seems they do have a hidden card. Nearly 100 magical scrolls ranging from 3rd to 6th tier. Quite an extravagant display," Kreber said, his demeanor entirely relaxed. "Moreover, it has come to my attention that court magicians from the palace have been summoned by our rivals, indicating that the Golden Jade auction house indeed has a powerful sorcerer backing them. Shall we commence?" Raylan was hardly surprised to learn of the magician's presence, as he and his father had anticipated this. "Let us begin. I can already envision the regret on their faces." Kreber chuckled lightly, and Raylan mirrored his subtle smile. Breaking news: Thunderfire Auction House will auction a 9th-tier magic core tomorrow. The announcement stirred excitement among the crowd. My goodness, it has been years since a 9th-tier magic core has appeared. There are likely fewer than 100 such beasts in the entire Beast Mountain range. Furthermore, it was rumored that Thunderfire Auction House would auction 3 celestial-level techniques tomorrow. Your information is outdated. A recent announcement clarified that there are a total of 5 celestial-level techniques, along with several terrestrial-level techniques. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. "Hurry, ensure Kreber reserves a spot. How foolish we were to cancel our attendance." Many had initially believed there was only a single celestial-level technique available and planned not to attend. However, with the revelation of 5, excitement surged once more among the factions. Chapter 60. Divine-level techniques. At this moment, within the elegant chamber of the Golden Jade auction house, Lord Duolong appeared visibly anxious as he paced back and forth. Before him lay an astonishing array of treasures, including a 9th-tier magic core and 5 tomes of celestial techniques. The elder, too, was stripped of his usual composure, never having anticipated that their counterpart would acquire such a wealth of artifacts. "Send word that we possess 10 scrolls of 7th-tier magic. Furthermore, we shall also auction that celestial technique. And do let it be known that we have an 8th-tier armor available as well." The elder deliberated for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I shall attend to it immediately," the man exclaimed, hurriedly making arrangements. Yet, he was uncertain whether these treasures would indeed draw an audience. After all, warriors constituted the majority of humanity, while mages were a rarity. However, surrendering was not an option. They had invested too much in this auction, and being overshadowed now would leave them with no refuge in Jichin City. He resolved to gamble on this precarious endeavor. As news of the Golden Jade auction house spread, the populace found themselves in a quandary. 7th-tier scrolls, celestial techniques, and 8th-tier armor. Such promises from the auction house were indeed compelling. Kleber, observing the stubborn resistance of his opponents, grinned and instructed his subordinates, "Unleash the trump card." Along the 30-mile stretch of Nanxing Street, individuals clad in the attire of the Thunderfire auction house stood at intervals. Most were hired hands, and the expense of employing them was considerable. Upon receiving a message, they began to vociferously proclaim, "Thunderfire Auction House will auction a divine-level technique on the 28th at 10 o'clock. Do not miss it." "What are they shouting about? Did I hear divine-level techniques?" inquired one passerby. "I heard it too. It seems to be about a divine-level technique. Let us go and see," another replied. As the two approached, they indeed confirmed the auction announcement regarding the divine-level technique. Exchanging a glance, they hurriedly departed, swiftly vanishing from the street. Not just the two, but the crowd erupted with excitement upon hearing the news of the divine level technique auction. What? Did I hear correctly? A divine level technique? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Voices of skepticism emerged. It was rumored that decades ago, the Tianyue Empire had auctioned a divine level technique at an exorbitant price. Reflecting on it now, it had been many years since such a technique had surfaced on the continent. The discussions reverberated through the streets and alleys, all centered around the Thunderfire Auction House. Director, trouble is brewing. The Thunderfire Auction House is auctioning a divine level technique. One of the earlier individuals, breathless, rushed before a man and exclaimed loudly. As the head of Jechin Empire's foremost boxing gym, Yak rarely displayed his emotions, but upon hearing of the divine level technique, he leapt from his seat in astonishment. Is it truly a divine level technique? He asked, his disciple nodding earnestly in response. Go, send someone to ensure that President Kleber reserves a spot for me, Yak commanded. Wait, prepare the gifts. I shall make the journey personally. It is imperative that the fellow does not capture the divine level technique. Ike, feeling uneasy, deemed it best to undertake the task himself. Upon his arrival at the Thunderfire Auction House, he found the place teeming with attendees. From a distance, he spotted his arch-rival, Colin, who had also arrived. As the head of the Second Fist Pavilion, Colin recognized this as an exceptional opportunity to surpass Ike. Should he acquire the divine level technique, it would inevitably elevate his standing, even if he did nothing further. The reputation of the First Fist Pavilion would then belong to him. One could only imagine the throngs of students drawn to this divine level technique. The two men exchanged a cold glance from afar, both snorting in disdain. At that moment, Kleber was bustling about, inundated with visitors from various factions who had previously been reluctant to approach him. After much effort, he assured each party that their seats would be reserved, leading them to finally depart. Once he had seen everyone off, Kleber savored a sip of water, reminiscing about the rare sight of leaders of significant factions pleading with him. The thought filled him with anticipation for the auction the following day. Meanwhile, in the Golden Jade Auction House, the man in black received news and lay slumped in his chair like a lifeless dog, staring blankly at the ceiling of the private room. An elderly man beside him remained silent. Could there truly be a divine level technique? The man in black muttered repeatedly, My lord, do you think the divine level technique could be a fabrication? Merely a ruse? This thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. The elder, uncertain, remarked, logically, the Thunderfire Auction House would not tarnish its own reputation. Perhaps they will claim there was a misjudgment by the appraiser, and it is merely a heavenly level technique. Yes, that must be it, he proclaimed with fervor. Hearing this, the elder began to waver in his disbelief, recalling that while such events were rare, they had occurred before. Yet, he could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to declare a divine level technique false in such a significant setting. Tomorrow, we shall see for ourselves, the man in black replied ominously. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. The next morning, the moment Raylan opened the door to his establishment, he was greeted by a throng of eager patrons. In preparation for this auction, he and his son had resided at the auction house for several days. The Thunderfire Auction House was vast, comprising 6 floors and over 10 auction halls. The 6th floor was reserved for Kleber's friends and was not open to the public. Next in grandeur was the 5th floor, which housed the largest and most opulent auction hall. This auction was to take place in the Tian Hall on the 5th floor, a space with soaring ceilings of over 10 meters, featuring more than 20 private booths suspended in midair, each providing an unobstructed view of the auction proceedings. Entry to the Tian Hall mandated that buyers possessed no less than 100,000 gold coins. Otherwise, they would be denied entry. Welcome, Third Prince. Welcome, Director Hain. Welcome, Director Ike. Welcome, Master Gu. At the entrance, staff members vocally announced the esteemed guests, acknowledging that these individuals were prominent figures in Jachin City. Kleber solemnly instructed that no one should be treated with anything less than utmost respect. Before the auction commenced, the Grand Hall was already teeming with attendees, leaving those who arrived late to rue their tardiness. As the minutes trickled by, anticipation mounted, yet the event remained delayed. President Kleber, how long must this prince wait? A languid voice echoed from the private room. Indeed, President Kleber, let us commence without further ado. The crowd below was growing increasingly impatient. With a smile, Kleber responded, Please bear with us for a moment. An esteemed guest has yet to arrive. His words inadvertently offended many. Was President Kleber implying that this guest held a rank superior to the third prince? Jia Chenfeng remarked darkly from the private chamber. The onlookers were captivated by the unfolding drama. Kleber paused, acknowledging that the newcomer might indeed possess a higher status than the third prince. The vibrant atmosphere abruptly fell silent. No one anticipated such a blatant disregard for the third prince's dignity from President Kleber. In Jiachen City, everyone was well aware of the third prince's temperament. He was as ferocious as a rabid dog, and all sought to keep their distance. How dare Kleber speak in such a manner? Chapter 61. The auction begins. President Kleber. Is the Thunderfire auction house not intending to proceed? The third prince, Jia Chenfeng's tone was frigid, laden with veiled threats. Brother. Why must you make things difficult for President Kleber? The fault lies with me for keeping everyone waiting. Allow me to offer my apologies. A hearty laugh resonated as a man clad in a crimson dragon robe strode into the venue, exuding an air of nobility. Despite his smile, his eyes were sharp and profound, causing all present to avert their gaze. We greet the first prince. The crowd exclaimed. We greet our elder brother. I misjudged President Kleber. Jia Chenfeng remarked hastily from the private room. Within the palace, Jia Chenfeng feared not even the old king, yet he was genuinely intimidated by his elder brother, who was 2 years his senior. Kleber bowed respectfully to Jia Chenmingjun, saying, I, Kleber, pay my respects to the first prince. Jia Chenmingjun promptly assisted Kleber to his feet, stating, there is no need for such formalities between us. Their smiles conveyed unspoken understanding. The spectators regarded this exchange with flickering eyes, while Jia Chenfeng in the private room wore a terrifying scowl, gripping his teacup so tightly that it creaked ominously. Now that all esteemed guests are present, let us begin the auction without delay. I shall preside over today's event. I am Doran, the most seasoned auctioneer of the Thunderfire auction house, a longtime partner of President Kleber's father. A skilled auctioneer can significantly enhance the value of the items up for bid and invigorate the atmosphere, an indispensable figure in every major auction. Without further ado, let us unveil our first lot, the Life Spring water from the Elven race, offered in 10 bottles, starting at 10,000 gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1,000. The crowd gazed at the 10 white jade vials, each eagerly placing their bids. For warriors, the Spring of Life was a sacred relic that could elevate their levels, and since only a limited amount flowed forth each year, it was unexpected that the first item up for auction was revealed. 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. The bids flew in rapid succession, with increments of thousands of gold coins, igniting a lively atmosphere in the hall. This was, of course, an intentional strategy by the Thunderfire auction house, starting the bidding at a mere 10,000 gold coins to stir the excitement, knowing that each vial was worth at least 30,000. 31,000. As anticipated, once the bidding reached 30,000, the increases began to slow, indicating that many of the buyers were knowledgeable and aware that anything beyond 30,000 would be deemed excessive. 32,000. Is there anyone willing to bid 32,000? 32,000 once. 32,000 twice sold. Let us extend our congratulations to this gentleman. Next, the old man teased the audience. Now, let us unveil the second item up for auction. What could it be? Oh, it is inscribed as the indestructible body. Master Dolan leisurely announced. What? The second item is a celestial level technique. The crowd's eyes immediately sparked with fervor. The indestructible body certainly exuded an aura of dominance. This technique was one they were determined to acquire. The audience was poised with anticipation, as some smaller factions were not aiming for divine-level techniques, fully aware they could not compete with the larger powers. Thus, their initial targets were the earthly and celestial-level techniques. Master Dolan, I have a question that I wonder if I should pose. A man clad in black from the Golden Jade auction house suddenly interjected. There is no question that cannot be asked here, nor a topic that cannot be discussed. We operate our auction house with transparency. Dolan responded calmly from the stage. How can we prove that this technique is indeed celestial level? If we practice it only to discover later that it's not, wouldn't we have wasted a fortune and precious time? The man asked without hesitation. Indeed. And what about the divine level techniques? How can we ascertain their authenticity? If we find that what we have practiced only reaches celestial level standards, it would all be in vain. The audience murmured in agreement. The man from the Golden Jade auction house listened to the discussions and couldn't help but smile. Well asked. I understand your concerns, but rest assured, This time the techniques will be authenticated by masters from the sacred auction house, and a certificate will be provided to the buyer afterward, including for the divine level techniques to be auctioned shortly. Does this sound acceptable? Dolan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing that the authentication was by the sacred auction house, the crowd fell silent. The man from the Golden Jade auction house paused in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the Thunderfire auction house would be so generous, knowing that the masters from the sacred auction house do not come cheap. However, no one would dare question their credibility. The man lowered his head in disappointment. However, Dolan elongated the suspenseful pause. However, what? Someone impatiently pressed for the answer. This technique does have a flaw, Dolan revealed candidly. The crowd frowned. A celestial level technique with a defect would hardly be classified as rare. Not only this particular martial art, but the remaining 4 as well, bore a sense of intrigue in Dwelluan's tone. Master, please do not keep us in suspense. Do enlighten us, urged the crowd. These martial arts possess a significant drawback. Until one reaches the pinnacle of mastery, one must abstain from the company of women. Otherwise, the effectiveness is severely compromised. Dwelluan candidly revealed. I was expecting a far more alarming drawback. You nearly frightened me to death, many in the audience nonchalantly remarked. Master Dwelluan, may I inquire if women are permitted to practice this martial art? A melodious voice chimed in. Dear young lady, your question is indeed quite astute. However, we had previously inquired and found that women cannot cultivate this particular art, Dwelluan replied with a hint of regret. Very well, thank you for the information. The young woman sighed. Nevertheless, there is another celestial level martial art known as the rippling water meditation technique, which imposes no restrictions based on gender. In fact, women may find it considerably easier to master. Dwelluan shifted the topic with a smile. Thank you, Master. I am most grateful, the woman exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Now, if there are no further questions, let us commence the bidding for this indestructible body technique, starting at 1 million gold coins, with a minimum increment of no less than 50,000. Let the bidding begin. 110,000, 120,000, 150,000. The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony as various factions fervently raised their bids. In no time, the price soared to 2 million. Though there are 5 celestial level techniques, none could be certain they would secure one. It is human nature to find solace in what one possesses. 250,000. 3 million. A cool voice rang out, declaring a substantial price. At that moment, the room fell silent. 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million sold. Ultimately, the indestructible body technique was secured for 3 million. Congratulations, Dean Hain, someone below remarked, to which Hain nodded in acknowledgement, responding graciously to the accolades. Next, we present the third item for auction, materials from a holy tier magical beast. Due to spatial constraints, I can only display a portion. A 10-meter-long serpent skin emerged, unfurled by Dwelluan's assistance. This is the skin of a 9th-tier beast, the Devouring Serpent, comprising 10 segments, along with its fangs and eyes. We will auction these as a packaged lot, starting at 5 million gold coins, with each increment no less than 100,000. After Dwelluan concluded his introduction, an extended silence ensued, with no bids forthcoming. The price of 5 million gold coins was quite reasonable. Serpent skins are premium materials for crafting armor due to their high defense, remarkable softness, and excellent resilience. If these 10 segments were fashioned into armor pieces, selling each for 1 million gold coins would be a straightforward endeavor. However, many attendees were not blacksmiths and would incur considerable costs to create armor. 5 million. A slightly inebriated voice cut through the stillness of the hall. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice. Congratulations, Master Gu. Dwelluan cheerfully congratulated, knowing from the outset that only Master Gu, renowned as the foremost blacksmith in Jechin City, could acquire this material. A dwarf let out a hearty belch, his gaze fixed upon the magnificent hide of the devouring serpent, his eyes glazed with intoxication. Those nearby were unfazed by his demeanor. It was well known that dwarves held an insatiable passion for fine wines and masterful forging, both of which captivated their very souls. The auction house conducted its proceedings with remarkable orderliness, culminating in a woman who had inquired about the Lianshui, Chan Ding Gong ultimately winning the bid. Another tome, the Great Sumerian Sword Technique, was acquired by a mysterious figure cloaked in black, whose identity remained concealed behind a mask, eluding recognition from all. To the astonishment of the audience, This particular auction featured an absence of the usual items, showcasing only rare treasures. This was a decision reached after much contemplation by Kreber and Doran. This auction was dedicated solely to exquisite pieces. The goal was not merely monetary gain, as profits could be pursued at any time, but rather to establish a formidable reputation. Henceforth, whenever the auction house was mentioned, the immediate association would be with Thunderfire, leaving the name Golden Jade in the dust. If this objective was achieved, the auction would be deemed a success. Next, let us unveil the following item, a 9th-level magic core. The starting bid is set at 10 million gold coins. Doran needed not utter a word, for the mere presence of the 9th-level magic core drew every gaze like a magnet. Its rarity required no further elaboration from Doran. For a sorcerer, a magic core is akin to a second life. In a duel between two mages, should one exhaust their magical reserves, the emergence of a 9th-level magic core from the other would evoke a sense of despair, and it was not solely sorcerers who coveted it. Any faction fortunate enough to acquire such a core could trade it with mages, ensuring profit regardless of the outcome. As the crowd prepared to engage in bidding, a chilling voice pierced the air. 10 million gold coins. I shall take this magic core. The cold proclamation came from Jiaqing Feng. It was common knowledge that Jiaqing Feng had a formidable 8th-level magus in his family, and it was presumed that the core was intended for this esteemed figure. Just as Jiaqing Mingjun was about to voice his intentions, a commanding voice interrupted. 30 million. Who dared to interrupt Jiaqing Feng before he could finish his sentence, causing him to bow in shock. We have witnessed the honorary Grand Magus. The crowd rose in unison, bowing to the figure clad in a cherry-red robe, while many in the private chambers hurriedly emerged to pay their respects. Please, no formalities. I detest such pomp, the honorary Grand Magus stated with an air of indifference. The audience exchanged glances, well aware that the honorary Grand Magus held a particular disdain for rudeness. As the head of the law enforcement hall of the Holy Church, he relished in apprehending those who dared to show him disrespect. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence, no one daring to take a seat while the honorary Grand Magus remained present. Quickly, arrange a private room, Kreber exclaimed loudly. At that moment, Jiaqing Mingjun addressed the honorary Grand Magus. You are welcome in my private chamber. Never mind. My sole purpose here is to acquire the 9th-level magic core. 30 million. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? The honorary Grand Magus replied coolly. What a jest. You, a particularly vindictive Grand Magus, who would dare to raise the stakes. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million thrice sold. Congratulations to the honorary Grand Magus, Doran declared with rapidity. Marking the first time in his life he had struck the gavel so swiftly. Dolan did not afford others the opportunity to bid. Naturally, no one dared to raise the price. Glory nodded, lifting his hand as the 9th-tier magic core instantly vanished, followed by a spatial ring flying into Dolan's grasp. Very well. You may continue. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Glory's figure abruptly disappeared from sight. We bid farewell to the esteemed Grand Sorcerer Glory. After a lengthy pause, the crowd finally dared to sit down. Dolan accepted the spatial ring and examined it, secretly admiring the Grand Sorcerer's adept handling of affairs. The individual did not leverage his status to suppress the price to an extreme low, which was quite commendable. Had the Grand Sorcerer opened with a bid of 10 million and 1 gold coins, no one would have dared to counter. However, he initiated the bidding at 30 million, clearly indicating he had no intention of taking advantage. Next came the highlight of the auction, with 3 appraisers from the same auction house collectively validating that this particular technique was rated as divine tier. It could be cultivated by both men and women, and it was a sword technique. Well then, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. The divine tier technique is the Sun Buddha sword. The starting bid is 10 million gold coins, with increments no less than 1 million gold coins. Let the bidding commence. 11 million, 12 million. Many began to place their bids, drawn by the allure of the divine tier technique. 13 million, 15 million. Ike, with flushed eyes, shouted loudly. I ask all of you to grant me this favor. I shall express my gratitude individually afterwards. The auction is a contest where the highest bidder prevails. How much is your favor truly worth? 20 million. Colin retorted with a hint of mockery, determined to secure this technique for himself. 21 million. Jia Qinfeng's furious voice resonated, his tone icy. Having witnessed the 9th-tier magic core being claimed by the Grand Sorcerer Glory, he dared not voice his anger then. But now he was eager to see who else would compete with him for this divine tier technique. Brother, why must you become enraged over trifles? Jia Chimingzhen interjected calmly. What Director Collins said holds true. Here, the highest bidder shall emerge victorious. 22 million. Jia Chimingzhen spoke softly. Regardless of whether it was the 9th tier magic core or this divine tier technique, he would not allow Jia Qinfeng to claim it. As long as Jia Qinfeng placed a bid, he would inevitably counter. Jia Qinmingzhen glanced at his younger brother in the private booth, envisioning his brother's fury. This third brother of his harbored considerable ambition, yet unfortunately, his strength did not match his aspirations. Crash! The sound of a cup shattering echoed from the private booth. The crowd hesitated to speak, being forces within Jiaqin City, unwilling to become embroiled in the struggle for the throne. Of course, there were some factions that had already chosen sides and saw no need to bid. At this moment, even Ike and Colin refrained from voicing their thoughts. While the Holy Church ruled the continent, the power of the imperial royal family was not to be underestimated. 23 million. The voice of a woman rang out once more. The crowd below, surprised, searched for the source of the delicate voice. She had already spent over 3 million to acquire the heavenly tier technique, the water ripple meditation, and now she was pursuing the divine tier technique, suggesting she was of considerable stature and not intimidated by the two princes. Chapter 63. The auction concludes 23 million. A mysterious voice echoed again, recognized by the crowd as belonging to the enigmatic man who had secured the great Sumru sword technique. Jia Qinfeng gritted his teeth. Although he feared Jia Qimingzhen, he understood that in order to ascend to the throne, he must compete fiercely. 25 million. 26 million. A strange voice echoed once more. Lei Luan's expression shifted as he recognized the voice of the elder brother. 30 million. Jia Qinfeng's voice erupted with fury. How dare anyone raise the bid in Jiaqin City? Had he been too lenient with them? His icy gaze swept the crowd, searching for the source of the voice. 32 million. After a prolonged silence, the mysterious man finally spoke. This was already his limit. 35 million. The elder brother's voice rang out again. Hiss. This was utterly insane. Everyone watched this scene with wide eyes. Yak and Kolong no longer dared to entertain thoughts of acquiring the divine grade technique. Even without royal pressure, their financial capabilities were insufficient. 40 million. Jia Qinfeng growled, his voice akin to that of a beast. 41 million. Jia Qinmingzhen chuckled nonchalantly. Time seemed to freeze for an eternity, until finally, silence reigned once more. 41 million going once. Doran, noticing the lack of further bids, spoke up. 42 million. Jia Qinfeng's voice thundered again. The financial prowess of the third prince was indeed formidable. It was no surprise, given that his maternal family could afford to support several mages. The crowd below began to murmur in discussion. Hearing the chatter, Jia Qinfeng smirked sinisterly. He was well aware of Jia Qinmingzhen's finances and doubted that the latter would be willing to expend such a fortune on a single technique. 42 million going once. 42 million going twice. Doran announced after a long pause without any new bids. 50 million. A melodious female voice rang out, devoid of any tremor, as if disdaining the pettiness of the two men, leaping straight to 50 million. Hiss. The audience erupted in excitement, eager to discover who this wealthy woman was. Several handsome young men posed attractively, hoping to catch her attention. Jia Qinfeng scanned the room, but failed to locate the mysterious woman. The thought of 50 million for a divine grade technique was staggering. Even his maternal family would struggle to bear such a cost. Furthermore, he was uncertain about the limits of this woman's resources, prompting him to refrain from raising the bid further. Yak and Kolong hung their heads in disappointment. However, Yak felt little regret. As long as Kolong did not win, the position of the First Fist Guild would still belong to him. 50 million going once. 50 million going twice. 50 million going thrice. Sold. Let us congratulate this lady. The items in the Tianzi Hall have been successfully auctioned off. Thank you all for your cooperation. You may now proceed to other auction halls to see if any items pique your interest. Thus, this auction concludes. And we look forward to seeing you next time. Kleber and Lei Luan were escorting guests when Lei Luan caught sight of Jia Qinfeng approaching. Greetings, third prince, he said. Humph. Jia Qinfeng scoffed, leaning close to Kleber's ear. President Kleber, I hope you do not regret your choices today. Kleber replied, unfazed. From the very beginning, third prince. You had no intention of leaving me any room to maneuver, did you? Do you truly believe I am unaware of the forces backing the Jinyu auction house? Very well, very well. Jia Qinfeng departed with a visage filled with fury. Jia Qinmingjun observed the receding figure of his third brother, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. My third brother, with aspirations as lofty as the heavens, yet skills inferior to his vision, relies on the influence of his maternal family to act recklessly. Shaking his head, Jia Qinmingjun approached. Your Highness. Both Laren and Celeber bowed in unison. Celeber discreetly handed a tome of martial arts to Jia Qinmingjun. After stowing away the great Sun Tathagata sword technique, Jia Qinmingjun expressed his gratitude. Lowering his voice to a near whisper, my father may have but a year or two left to live. It is impossible to prolong his life any further. Thus, you must always be prepared, for it is highly probable that the situation with our third brother's maternal family will deteriorate drastically. I sincerely hope that these are merely my conjectures. Our kind can scarcely endure further tribulations. The third brother is still too young, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the matter. A faint melancholy tinged Jia Qinmingjun's words. We understand, Celeber replied softly. This auction has been remarkably successful. The prospects for the third brother's golden jade auction house appear bleak henceforth. I never anticipated you would procure such an abundance of exquisite items. It is no wonder you did not require my assistance. Celeber chuckled, acknowledging that after this auction, any mention of the foremost auction house of the Jiaqin Empire would solely reference the Thunderfire auction house. Very well, I shall take my leave. You have both been quite busy of late, and I shall not intrude upon your rest. With that, Jia Qinmingjun departed. Father, are we aligning with His Highness? Laren inquired softly, having been unaware until today of his father's covert allegiance to the Crown Prince. Celeber nodded. I had already pledged my loyalty to His Highness before you encountered Lin Long. I just did not expect Lin Long alone would save our auction house. Before Laren could finish his thought, Celeber discerned his son's unspoken words. He shook his head. No, it is too late. Now that we have sided with His Highness, we must assist him in ascending the throne. Moreover, the third prince is indeed, as His Highness remarked, ambitious yet lacking in ability, a poor candidate for kingship. Handing the reins of the nation to such an individual would spell disaster for the citizenry. Laren nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rumors of the third prince's lecherous nature. Any woman who caught his eye would find no escape from his clutches. Furthermore, once his interest waned, he would not spare them, either bestowing them upon his subordinates or eliminating them entirely. Such a person ascending to kingship would indeed be a calamity for the people. Long time no see, young Laren. The elder brother approached with a beaming smile. Elder brother, Laren greeted warmly. Thank you for your support today. Celeber expressed his gratitude to the elder brother. It was my duty. The elder brother waved his hand dismissively. This is for you. Laren discreetly handed a spatial ring to the elder brother. With a single sweep of his consciousness, the elder brother smiled in satisfaction. Be sure to upgrade your black card level to 49 when you have the chance. Upon hearing this, Laren beamed, though he quickly whispered. This is Lin Long's technique. Let him enhance it. I shall refrain. Upon learning it was Lin Long's technique, the elder brother was not surprised, chuckling. Both of you should aim to reach 49. Laren smiled brightly. The leader suddenly wore a grave expression as he addressed Laren. Little Laren, for Dawn. The top 50 ranks represent a pivotal threshold. You must exercise utmost caution in your forthcoming tasks. Truth be told, I would prefer you not to ascend to the top 50 so swiftly. Yet, for reasons unknown, I am gripped by a premonition. Even the tasks assigned to the top 50 should pose no threat to you and Lin Long. Laren found himself momentarily perplexed by the leader's words. Although he was aware that the top 50 ranks in Dawn were indeed distinct, the leader offered no further explanation and simply departed after a few brief remarks. Watching the leader leave, Laren gradually withdrew his thoughts. Let me calculate how much gold I need to give Lin Long. I shall find a suitable time to deliver it. I will also inform him about the level promotion. With that, Laren took his leave from Kreber and busied himself with counting coins. Chapter 64. Return home. In a secluded corner of Jiaqing City, a man clad in black obstructed the path of two women, holding a 9-ringed broadsword. He leered at the trio and declared, Surrender those 2 manuals, and I shall not trouble you. The 2 women were veiled, their figures slender. One, with long hair cascading down her shoulders and dressed in a white gown, revealed only her enchanting peach blossom eyes, suggesting she was undeniably a beauty. The other, clad in a blue dress with long legs that sparked the imagination, spoke in a voice as cold as that of an auctioneer. You dare to obstruct us alone? Are you seeking death? Laughter erupted from the man. Ah, you have quite the fiery temper. My brothers and I are fortunate today. Just as he finished speaking, 3 more men in black appeared around the 2 women, encircling them in a menacing formation. Despite facing 4 black-clad men, the woman in white maintained a calm gaze, even displaying a hint of pity. Could you grant us one chance? She implored softly. The 4 men exchanged amused glances, and one lewdly replied, very well. We shall give you a chance. Surrender the manuals, and you 2 will accompany us for a night. We shall spare your lives. Their laughter rang out, a cacophony of malevolence. Why would we accept an offer from such scoundrels? From now on, my lady must never show mercy. The woman in blue's voice turned icy, and the air itself seemed to chill with her words. The previously boisterous men now wore expressions of fear. Ninth Order. They could not fathom that they had attempted to rob a being of the Holy Order. Their bodies froze in place, immobile, save for their eyes which darted about in desperation. The woman issued a sharp command, and the frozen figures shattered into fragments. Tianqing Shueiyue observed this scene with a tinge of melancholy. Aunt Dong, why not grant them a chance? Father always says that we humans should not slaughter one another. Wouldn't it be better to let them fight on the battlefield? Humph. Your father is a stubborn old fool. His ideals are utterly impractical. Aunt Dong huffed, striding forward. Tianqing Shueiyue glanced at the scattered ice shards, following with a resigned expression. After parting ways with Laren, Lin Long took Shaoqing to Luoshui City, where he sold the beast materials and the spoils from the Flying Thief Guild to the Jialan Chamber of Commerce. As he beheld the influx of over 20,000 gold coins, a broad smile spread across Lin Long's face. Upon leaving the waterfall city, Lin Long chose not to fly on his own this time, but rather rode upon the back of Shaoqing. The 2 journeyed northward, watching the mountains below gradually recede. Lin Long felt a surge of excitement within him. He was finally returning home. Shaoqing's speed was astonishing. A journey that had taken Lin Long 2 months was completed in just half a day. He instructed Shaoqing to find a secluded spot outside the town to descend. At that moment, heavy snow was falling upon Luomei town, a characteristic of the northern winters, where snow seemed to fall endlessly. The snow crunched beneath his feet, a sound that indicated it had been falling for quite some time. As Lin Long gazed at the town, he hesitated to approach, feeling a pang of homesickness that no one could escape. He had departed in the height of summer, and now his return was heralded by the depths of winter. Shaoqing looked at him quizzically. What troubles you, master? It was difficult for the creature to comprehend. Lin Long remained silent, merely shaking his head. Shaoqing transformed into a bird, the size of a magpie, perching upon Lin Long's shoulder. He strolled through the streets of Luomei town. Although he had been away for less than a year, it felt as though he had been gone for an eternity. The streets were largely deserted, amidst the heavy snowfall. Families were huddled indoors, seeking refuge from the cold. The royal leaf trees at the entrance of homes appeared somewhat hunched, their branches laden with snow, resembling pure white armor from a distance. Pushing open the gate, Lin Long found the courtyard little changed since his departure. The ground was blanketed in snow, and a narrow path led from the door to the gate, covered by a fresh layer of powdery snow. He stepped lightly on the thin layer of snow as he approached the door, stamping his feet to shake off the accumulated snow. Entering uninvited is rather impolite. Isn't it? Carl emerged from the house, brandishing a massive sword, his expression wary as he scrutinized the unfamiliar man before him. Lin Long looked at his father, his eyes misty. After nearly a year apart, his father appeared largely unchanged, though somewhat thinner. Father. As the words left his lips, tears streamed down Lin Long's face. 3. Carl called out uncertainly. Yes, it is I, father. Have you forgotten your son in less than a year? Lin Long wiped his tears and smiled. What have you been through this past year? How have you changed so drastically? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Carl lowered his guard. Anyone would struggle to recognize their son who had transformed so completely in just a year. Lin Long smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that he had altered his appearance to that of his past life before leaving. No wonder his father did not recognize him. With that thought, Lin Long waved his hand, reverting to his original appearance. Third brother. His younger sister rushed out, having been watching from within. Seeing Lin Long's transformation back to his familiar self, she dashed forward and leaped into his embrace. Third brother, I missed you so much, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. It took Lin Long quite some time to soothe her sobs. Luo Lin stood at the doorway, tears glistening in her eyes as she watched Lin Long mother. He called softly, After their long separation, she appeared even more worn and frail. It's good to be home. It's good to be home, Luo Lin murmured gently. 3. Who is this? Caro scrutinized Xiaoqing and inquired Lin Long. Allow me to introduce, this is Xiaoqing, my companion. Hello, godfather. Xiaoqing immediately flattered Caro. Caro was somewhat astonished that a bird could actually speak. However, after the initial surprise, he felt a tinge of disdain. Being called godfather by a bird was quite absurd. If his friends were to hear this, they would surely burst into laughter. Nevertheless, Caro concealed his feelings and returned Xiaoqing's greeting with a smile. Caro, quickly prepare something delicious for Leon. He must be famished after this journey. Roland urged her husband, reminding him not to get lost in conversation. Indeed, look at me, engrossed in chatter. Last month, father hunted a second-tier magical beast, and today we shall stew it. Caro cheerfully announced as he prepared to retrieve the frozen beast. Father, today we shall feast upon it. Lin Long interjected with a beaming expression. In a flash of silver light, a fifth-tier magical eagle emerged in the courtyard. Wow, how did you manage this, third brother? The younger sister gazed at the magical eagle with wide eyes. This is a spatial ring. With mere thought, one can select and store items within. Lin Long presented the lower-tier spatial ring, which Caro had given him, to his sister. It was empty, as he had transferred the previous coins into a superior spatial ring. Following Lin Long's guidance, she played with it joyfully. Is this a fifth-tier magical beast? Caro marveled at the eagle's corpse, staring incredulously at his third son. Chapter 65, Is My Godson a Dragon? Upon seeing Lin Long produce another spatial ring, Caro excitedly signaled to him. Everyone desires a spatial ring. It is worth noting that Baron Lif had only one lower-tier spatial ring, which he treasured dearly. Lin Long disregarded his father's gaze. The family's finances were under his mother's control, and he dared not overstep. Roland took the spatial ring, her thoughts scanning it, and she was momentarily frozen in place. Look at your mother. Her composure is lacking. I wonder what treasures lie within. Caro teased, snatching the superior spatial ring from Roland's hands. The moment Caro made his jest, his voice vanished, and he was equally stunned as Roland. Inside the spatial ring lay dozens of high-tier, magical beast corpses, all procured by Lin Long from the two major merchant guilds in Waterfall City, alongside a gleaming pile of gold coins, amounting to thousands. Caro was rendered speechless, as if his mind had short-circuited. Once Roland regained her composure, she swiftly snatched back the spatial ring and handed it back to Lin Long. Leon. You keep it. Your father and I seldom require such an abundance of gold. You must explain to your mother how you acquired all this. You must have endured considerable hardship. Roland's immediate concern was not the dazzling gold coins, but rather the thought that Lin Long must have faced many trials to amass such wealth. Thousands of coins were a sum beyond her imagination. I have another one, mother. You can keep this one. Lin Long cheerfully presented another spatial ring to her. As Lin Long continuously produced space rings, Carlo frantically signaled him with his eyes. To his surprise, Lin Long completely disregarded his father. When Lin Long remained unresponsive, Carlo slapped the back of his head and snatched the space ring from his grasp. Look at yourself. How can you call yourself a father, taking your son's belongings? Lauren glared at her husband in disdain. Carlo, however, said nothing, delighting in the ring he now held. Never mind, mother. I still have more. Let father have that one. Lin Long flipped his palm, revealing yet another space ring. These were originally meant for family, including gifts for his elder brother and second brother. Quickly, go prepare a meal for Leon. The child is hungry, Lauren urged. Instead of allowing his father to assist, Lin Long took it upon himself to craft a sumptuous feast. At the dining table, Lin Long recounted the events that transpired in the Beast Mountain range. Carlo's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the young dragon, stammering, You mean it? It's a dragon? Before Lin Long could respond, the little dragon eagerly nodded. Yes, godfather. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will stand up for you. Carlo pondered the dragon's strength. At that size, what power does it possess? I have heard that the dragon clan can summon storms. Is that true? Carlo's curiosity was piqued. Dragons were creatures of legend. Ninth-tier mage, what? Carlo nearly leaped from his seat. For a ninth-tier mage represented the pinnacle of human strength. Is what you say true, Leon? Carlo's excitement surged as he stood up. A ninth-tier mage is certainly unbeatable. Lin Long concluded. You cheeky little rascal, how dare you jest with me? Carlo glared at Lin Long, his expression somewhat dejected. However, An 8th-tier mage could still be challenged. And as for a 7th-tier mage, they would be no match. Lin Long chuckled at his father, understanding the cause of his earlier agitation and his subsequent disappointment. Very well. Splendid. Carlo exclaimed with fervor. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Lauren chastised him, urging him to maintain his composure. Mother, let us return home this year. Lin Long suggested gently, observing her reaction. Carlo sat down, guilt evident in his gaze as he looked at his wife. His earlier enthusiasm stemmed from the thought that with the young dragon's identity, they could visit her family together. I will think about it. Let us eat first. Lauren was at a loss, her heart in turmoil. On one hand, she longed to return after more than a decade away, missing her parents dearly. On the other, she feared the possibility of her family being turned away once again. Carlo understood his wife's concerns, yet with their godson being a dragon, who would dare to expel them? It must be said that the presence of the young dragon instilled great courage in Carlo. Lin Long chose not to press the matter further, allowing his mother the time to contemplate. This year, you will surely succeed in the Tian Shui Academy's enrollment. Then you can return with the eldest and second brothers to gauge your grandparents' sentiments. Carlo proposed to Lin Long father. As for Tian Shui Academy, let it go. Before Lin Long could finish his words, his parents spoke in unison. No, you must join Tian Shui Academy. Lin Long scratched his head, realizing that his parents still did not comprehend his capabilities. Father, mother, with my current strength, Tian Shui Academy is no longer suitable for me. Lin Long explained with a smile. That is out of the question. His mother replied sternly. Once you become a student of Tian Shui Academy, you will have the opportunity to join the Imperial Academy or even the Sacred Academy. If you graduate and become an enforcer, your father and I will stand tall with pride. A smile spread across his mother's face as she added, moreover, it will be easier for you to find a wife in the future. Just imagining that person's regret brings me joy. Lin Long knew exactly who his mother was referring to. When he had been injured, she had been eager to arrange his marriage. In this world, arranged marriages were quite common. He himself had an engagement, but since his injury, the two families had ceased their relations and had since moved away from the town, leaving the marriage proposal abandoned. Mother, I truly do not wish to go. There are only 3rd and 4th tier students there. I won't gain any strength. I plan to go to the Beast Mountain Range. I believe it is far more suitable for me. Lin Long continued to explain helplessly, hoping to dissuade his parents. For him, Tian Shui Academy held no allure. He only wished to swiftly regain his strength. No, this matter is non-negotiable. Previously, you were wanted by the state, and your mother had no choice but to let you go. But now that you have regained your identity, I shall not allow you to venture into such perilous places. Lorian's expression turned icy, signaling that the matter was settled. Observing his mother's frosty demeanor, Lin Long shifted his gaze to his father, hoping he would intercede on his behalf. However, Carlo merely turned his head away, clearly reproaching Lin Long for not providing him with space for the ring sooner. Glancing back and forth, seeing the resolute expressions on his parents' faces, Lin Long could only nod in resignation. That is more like it. Enjoy your meal. Lorian served Lin Long a generous portion, her icy demeanor vanishing in an instant. Witnessing his mother's swift change in expression, Lin Long felt helpless. Fine. If I must go, I shall do so. It will make my mother happy. Lin Long smiled faintly at his beaming mother. Chapter 66. The Dragon Knight Who Wishes to Attend Tian Shui Academy. In the following days, Lin Long treated his mother daily, and after several treatments, Lorian's ailment was finally cured. With his mother's health restored, Lin Long felt a sense of relief. One day, he was teaching Shao Qing transformation techniques. Curiously, although Shao Qing had mastered the art of size manipulation, she was unable to perform transformation. Suddenly, feeling a tremor from within his spatial ring, Lin Long used his consciousness to retrieve a swan feather. Has the auction ended? Lin Long inquired while instructing Shao Qing. Are you Lin Long? On the other side, Laren, his face alight with joy, hesitated upon seeing a stranger's face, unsure of his recognition. Indeed, this is my true appearance. From now on, refer to me as Leoniseri. No wonder. Laren recalled the request Lin Long had made regarding the whale. Lin Long nodded, signaling Shao Qing to take a break before continuing her practice. The transformation technique was exceedingly challenging for her, and Lin Long needed to instruct her step by step. Did you win? Lin Long inquired, gulping down a bowl of water. Though he could have surmised the answer without asking, the radiant glow emanating from Laren contrasted sharply with his previous weary appearance. A resounding victory. Laren replied cheerfully. Where are you? I shall bring you the gold coins. In a small town in the northern part of the Galan Empire, called Luome, Lin Long disclosed his location to Laren. Laren scratched his head, murmuring to himself, Indeed, it is quite far. It seems I will need to utilize a high-level spatial scroll. His expression reflected a slight discomfort at the thought of the cost. Unlike the low-tier teleportation scroll used previously, the high-level spatial scroll allowed for greater distances. Upon hearing Laren's muttering, Lin Long quickly interjected, High-level scrolls must be quite expensive. Perhaps I could send Xiaoqing to fetch you. It wouldn't take long. How about I save that high-level scroll for you? Lin Long jested. Laren retorted with a hint of annoyance. You, with your vast wealth, are quibbling over this small matter? Just wait for me. Lin Long was puzzled by Laren's words, but shortly thereafter, spatial fluctuations occurred, and Laren emerged from the magic circle. Wow, is your hometown this cold? Laren exclaimed, wrapping his arms around himself, shivering as he walked. A level 6 warrior like you is afraid of the cold? Lin Long quickly ushered Laren inside, calling out. Xiaoqing, stoke the fire. With a hint of reluctance, Xiaoqing made her way to the kitchen and, opening her mouth wide, unleashed a burst of flames. Who would have imagined that the legendary dragon clan had devolved into a mere fire starter? Lin Long smiled contentedly. With Xiaoqing around, even firewood was no longer a concern. His parents praised her endlessly. Father, mother, this is my good friend, Laren. Lin Long introduced. I have met your godfather and godmother, Laren declared, bowing respectfully to the couple. Then presenting a spatial ring to Karo. Karo, bewildered by Laren's immediate address of godfather, exchanged glances with Lin Long, who coughed and subtly gestured towards his mother. Laren promptly realized, offering the spatial ring to Roland instead. Please accept this, godmother. Lin Long, Leon, are bonded by life and death. Thus, you must accept it. Seeing Lin Long nod slightly, Roland graciously accepted the spatial ring. This is for you. Laren then produced another spatial ring and tossed it to Lin Long. Upon receiving it, Lin Long scanned it with his consciousness. An lustrous, translucent coin appeared in his hand. What is this? A crystal coin. Have you never seen one? Laren responded, surprised. Lin Long shook his head. Indeed, he had never encountered one. It is not unusual that you haven't seen it. They are typically used by mages. One crystal coin is equivalent to 100 gold coins. Laren succinctly explained. So many? Lin Long was not merely astonished by the ratio, but by the sheer volume of crystal coins contained within the spatial ring. The materials from the magic python sold for 5 million, and the magic core fetched 30 million. The 4 local tier techniques were priced at 50,000 each, totaling 200,000. After Laren took a seat, he reported to Lin Long about the day's auction earnings. Wait a moment. Are you saying 30 million is in copper coins? Carlo interjected. No, not copper, godfather. Laren shook his head. Is it silver coins? Carlo gasped. But upon seeing Laren shake his head again, he cautiously inquired. It can't possibly be gold coins, can it? Laren nodded. Indeed, godfather, it is gold. 3,700,000 gold coins. Leon, tell me this is true. Carlo stared in astonishment at Lin Long. No, father. Lin Long smirked mischievously. Carlo's expression fell as he felt a twinge of disappointment, sensing the improbability of it all. You misunderstand, father. I mean, it is more than that. Lin Long said with a beaming smile. What? Carlo looked at Laren in shock. That's right, godfather, 5 volumes of celestial level techniques, each worth about 3 million, totaling 15 million, and divine level techniques worth 50 million. Altogether, that amounts to 102 million gold coins, which I've converted into crystal coins. Laren spoke nonchalantly. 100 million. 100 million gold coins? Roland, please strike me, I must be dreaming. Carlo had lost the capacity to think, and Roland was equally dumbfounded. At that moment, the couple found themselves at a loss for words to express their shock. How could the youngest brother return from the Beast Mountain with 100 million gold coins? Is the Beast Mountain that easy to profit from? Mother, please take this 1 million crystal coins. Lin Long offered the spatial ring to his mother. Mother. He waved his hand in front of her eyes, finally bringing her back to reality. No, Leon, you keep the money. The spatial ring you possess is sufficient for us. Seeing his mother refuse, Lin Long did not press further and casually returned the spatial ring to his pocket. How is godmother's health? Laren inquired casually. She has completely recovered. Lin Long replied with a smile. Now that godmother is well, what are your plans? Shall we team up for some quests? Laren's gaze toward Lin Long was filled with fervor. If he were to team up with Lin Long, he would dare to take on the Sky Knights, the second dragon knight of the continent. Just imagining it was exhilarating. For now, let the sacred rank be. However, below the sacred rank, we shall wreak havoc. Upon hearing Laren's question, Lin Long sighed. I plan to attend the Tian Shui Academy. What? You? The Tian Shui Academy? Laren suddenly found himself at a loss for words. If I recall correctly, the strongest new students in several major academies are only at level 4. Isn't it rather slow for you to go there for improvement? Laren looked at Lin Long with deep confusion. To forego so many opportunities for strength enhancement to attend Tian Shui Academy? He truly wished to understand what had transpired in his brother's mind. Chapter 67, A Further Test. A child's obedience to their parents is paramount. I am preparing to study there for a while, Lin Long declared, as if resigned to his fate. Laren sighed in exasperation. Isn't that akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep? Laren stayed at Lin Long's home for a day and departed early the next morning. Seeing him off was Xiaoqing. Laren had initially intended to use a high-level magic scroll, but Lin Long snatched it away. Xiaoqing prepared to return to the Dragon Clan, arranging to meet Lin Long in Tianshui City in September and coincidentally sending Leiluan back. Without Xiaoqing by his side, Lin Long found himself somewhat disoriented. After all, with Xiaoqing gone, he was the one who had to kindle the flames at home, with his elder brother and second brother absent. And not wishing to burden his parents and younger sister, he had no choice but to take on this responsibility himself. With only a few months remaining until the enrollment at Tianshui Academy in July, Lin Long had no intention of venturing out. He simply wished to spend time with his family. As time swiftly passed, several months flew by. One day, Lin Long once again visited the town square, where many familiar faces had already gathered. They were the ones who had failed to lift the 300-pound stone ball last time. Among them were also some new faces, eagerly watching the young man in white holding a crystal ball. This young man was not the one from last year, but rather a new visage. At that moment, a young boy returned to the crowd, dejected, having failed to lift the 300-pound stone ball, unlike his past self, who had never even attempted it. Lin Long stepped forward and addressed the young man in white, saying, "Teacher, I wish to participate in the test." He was not inclined to wait, as it was uncertain how long it would take for them to finish. The young man in white looked at Lin Long with surprise. Although he sensed an extraordinary aura about him, he nonetheless instructed, "Go queue over there for the test. Wait until I call your name before you come forward." Teacher. He participated last year and couldn't lift the 300-pound stone ball, a discordant voice interjected. A young boy, who had also participated the previous year, spoke up. Lin Long turned to face him. This boy had lifted the 300-pound stone ball last year and had returned this year to try his luck again. For the townsfolk, the opportunity to enter Tianshui Academy was one they would never forsake. If they ultimately failed, they would have to settle for some privately run institutions to learn their craft. Last year, he had given up and left, and technically, he had no qualifications for testing again this year. Since you're not on the list, don't create disturbances, the young man in white said, his expression displeased as he directed his words at Lin Long. Can you not give me a chance? Lin Long replied helplessly. What good would giving you a chance do? Last year, you couldn't even lift the 300-pound stone ball. What? Just because a year has passed? Do you expect to lift the 1,000-pound stone ball? The boy continued. Lin Long regarded the boy with some surprise, as he recalled no enmity between them. The boy seemed to understand Lin Long's gaze and coldly replied, "No need to look at me like that. It has nothing to do with you. I have a mortal feud with Jenny." Huh. Lin Long chuckled lightly, pondering that such youthful rivalries hardly warranted deadly enmity. He speculated that it was likely just because his second brother had been a bit rough during their encounter. Lin Long chose to ignore the boy further and turned back to the young man in white, asking, "Is it truly impossible?" "It is indeed impossible," the young man in white replied coldly. "Do you really think anyone can enter Tianshui Academy?" "How splendid," Lin Long replied with a light laugh. "What?" the young man in white questioned, puzzled. The surrounding youths were equally bemused, not understanding why Lin Long found amusement in the situation. The inability to gain entry into Tianshui Academy signifies a severance of prospects for them. Each individual harbors an earnest desire to be admitted to this esteemed institution. It must be a deliberate act on his part to garner the attention of the teacher in white, a youth interjected. Indeed, Lin Long paid no heed to the crowd, turning away with a cheerful smile as he made his way home. "Is it over so soon?" Rowling gazed in confusion at Lin Long, who had returned shortly after departing. Lin Long's smile faded, replaced by a fleeting expression of sorrow as he lamented, "Mother, I am ineligible for this year's examination because I failed to lift the 300-pound stone ball last year." Upon hearing this, Rolling's countenance reflected her sadness as she looked at Lin Long and reassured him, "Do not worry. In due time, your father and I will seek assistance. Perhaps by parting with some funds, we can secure your admission to Tianshui Academy. After all, our family is not short on resources, and we should be able to gain entry. Is it truly necessary, mother? If I cannot enter, then so be it." Lin Long's words were abruptly interrupted by Rolling. "I shall find your father immediately, and together we will inquire further." Rolling set aside her work, preparing to seek out Carlo. Lin Long, feeling helpless, intervened to stop his mother. "Please wait just a moment. I will return shortly." How could Lin Long bear the thought of his parents humbling themselves to plead for favors? With a sense of resentment, he returned to the square. The crowd, having observed Lin Long's sudden reappearance, regarded him with renewed interest, particularly the youth who had previously speculated that Lin Long merely sought attention. He exclaimed to the others, "See, was I not right?" He only wished to attract the teacher's notice. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Lin Long remained silent as he approached the stone balls, positioning himself between the 1,000-pound and the 500-pound spheres. With a gentle lift of his hands, the two stones collided with a thunderous impact. What is he planning? The crowd watched in bewilderment. "What are you doing? Do not create a disturbance." The man in white also took note of Lin Long's actions. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the two stone balls shattered into fragments. "Is this acceptable?" Lin Long met the gaze of the man in white, stating calmly. The man in white's lips twitched. "What is your name?" "Leon Sori. I will report to the academy before September." Lin Long nodded, aware that all regulations are rendered inconsequential in the face of absolute power. Among the crowd, one youth turned to another and remarked, "I recall you mentioning that once Jenny and the others departed, you would confront Lin Long. Why have you not acted?" The other swiftly covered his companion's mouth, whispering, "Are you mad? The former town leader perished at his hands. I cannot possibly contend with him." As he departed, Lin Long cast a glance at the youth who had spoken of a bitter enmity with Jenny. Just a glance caused the boy to tremble, for he was unaware that it was Lin Long who had killed the former town leader. With a quivering voice, the youth said, "My grievances with Jenny are not so severe, merely minor disputes. Oh no, they are just trivial matters, not true enmity." Lin Long smiled faintly, choosing to disregard him. Carlo has been living quite comfortably of late. After several months, he has advanced to the rank of a 4th-level warrior. Although Lin Long advised him against becoming a guard, Carlo insisted on fulfilling his commitment until the year's end, hoping for an amicable conclusion. Rolling was well aware of her husband's little schemes. Once friends, now they were all 3rd-tier warriors, and he had recently ascended to the 4th tier, eager to flaunt his achievements. Li Fu had announced that Carlo no longer needed to serve as a guard, yet Carlo was reluctant to depart, insisting on remaining until the year's end. Carlo's advancement had been entirely reliant on the consumption of beast meat. Were it not for the shortage of this meat, Lin Long might have even considered elevating his father to the 9th tier. It was said that those who relied on consuming beast meat to advance, even after breaking through, remained the bottom tier among their peers. Nevertheless, Carlo was indifferent to this notion. What did it matter to be at the bottom among equals? It was far better than languishing as a 3rd-tier warrior for life, regardless of the present, with the flow of combat energy within him. 3 or 5 3rd-tier warriors would surely be no match. Once he reached the 8th tier and soared through the skies, anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly regard him with admiration. Carlo eagerly anticipated that day. There is a profound saying that goes, sometimes, being born into a good situation is a skill in itself. Chapter 68. Lin Long captured 100 miles west of Luomei town. Lin Long glided on the winds, moving neither too quickly nor too slowly. After the testing concluded, he spent some time at home with his parents before setting off for Tianshui Academy in early August. On the eve of his departure, Lin Long engaged in a heartfelt conversation with his parents, gaining some understanding of his maternal grandfather's family. Although Lin Long's speed could not match that of Shaoqing, he could still reach Tianshui Academy in just 3 to 5 days. There was no need to set off so many days in advance, but Lin Long wished to gather information. After all, he could not simply forget the promise he made to the old man, Aaron. Having resolved to attend Tianshui Academy, he was determined to fulfill the elder's request to the best of his ability. Uncertain of the route to Tianshui City, Lin Long disembarked at each town to inquire and gather information. Suddenly, as he soared through the sky, his eyes narrowed. Below, a convoy was making its way through the wilderness. It was quite ordinary for a convoy to traverse the wilds. Yet Lin Long's keen gaze caught sight of a familiar figure peering out from a carriage. It was an old acquaintance. Contemplating, Lin Long quickened his pace and discreetly descended several hundred meters ahead of the convoy, waiting for their arrival. Before long, the convoy approached slowly. 5 carriages lined up in formation, each guarded by 2 sentinels, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Long hastened forward to intercept the carriage, pleading, "Noble sirs, might you allow me to ride along? I shall pay the fare. Where did this boy come from? There is no room for you in our carriage. Step aside." One of the guards bellowed. "Please, kind sirs, I am all alone in this desolate place and fear greatly." "I will pay double the fare," Lin Long implored. "What is all this commotion? What is happening?" A man from the foremost carriage inquired, leaning out. "Lord Carlo, there is a boy who wishes to ride in our carriage," the guard hurriedly reported. Carlo gazed at Lin Long, noting the youth's delicate features and exceptional demeanor. He spoke gently, "Since fate has brought us together in the wilderness, let us arrange a carriage for him." Carlo exchanged a knowing glance with the guard, who promptly understood the unspoken message. Lin Long expressed his gratitude towards Carlo. "Thank you, my lord." "Ah, no need for thanks," Carlo replied, a playful glint in his eyes. The strikingly handsome youth was precisely the type that the affluent ladies adored. It seemed fortune favored him, even in this wilderness. After Lin Long was escorted to the rear carriage, he had scarcely entered when a blunt object struck the back of his head. Thud! His head collided forcefully with the carriage, rendering him unconscious. "Foolish boy, why venture into the wild alone when you could have remained safe? You can only blame your ill fortune," one of the guards remarked, observing Lin Long's unconscious form as he tightly bound him with ropes. "Behave yourselves, or you shall regret it." The 5 young maidens within the carriage were too frightened to utter a word. They appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, much like Lin Long. Their limbs also restrained. Their attire was disheveled, and their faces were smeared with dirt, clearly having endured a harsh journey. Could someone explain what is happening? Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Long opened his eyes to the sight of the young girls and inquired, effortlessly loosening the ropes that bound him. The girls exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. "Do not worry. I have cast a barrier around us, and no one outside can hear us," Lin Long assured them, raising his voice slightly to instill confidence. Indeed, all remained quiet outside. One of the girls, after surveying the surroundings, whispered, "We have all been captured. Where are you from? Why were you taken?" Lin Long had already begun to piece together the situation in his mind. "I am from Crescent Moon Town. I am from Lauren Town. I am from Grand Town." 3 of the 5 girls hailed from Crescent Moon Town, while the other 2 were from nearby settlements that Lin Long had passed on his journey to the Beast Mountain Range. "I do not know why they captured us. I was wrongfully accused. They claimed I stole their money. So was I. I did not commit murder. They falsely accused me." Their experiences were strikingly similar. Each had committed minor offenses and had been taken from prison to the carriage, with rumors circulating that they were to be transported to Tianshui City. Lin Long's gaze shifted. This situation mirrored that of the old man's daughter. "Are there others like you in the carriages behind?" The girls nodded in affirmation. After pondering for a moment, Lin Long rebound himself with the ropes. "Do not fret. I will rescue you," he declared confidently to the girls. He was determined to discover where they were being taken while simultaneously seeking the whereabouts of the old man's daughter. The blood of the old man allowed him to sense his daughter's presence within a kilometer radius. Were it not for this consideration, Carlo, being a level 4 warrior, could have easily subdued them without a second thought. Lin Long retracted the barrier, signaling the girls to return to their previous state. He then feigned unconsciousness once more. As evening approached, Lin Long awoke again. The guards distributed a small cake to each of the girls, insufficient to satisfy hunger, yet enough to stave off starvation. The cakes, made from some unknown substance, emitted an unpleasant odor, prompting Lin Long to decline the offering. Seeing Lin Long's actions, the guard chuckled, as if to say, "You might as well refrain from eating." With that, he tucked away the small cakes. Lin Long observed the little girls devouring the pastries, some even licking their lips in anticipation. He retrieved some dry biscuits from his spatial ring and distributed one to each of them. These were made by his mother before their departure. The girls dared not utter a word, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Thus, they spent 3 days on the carriage. The city of Eternal Night, second only to Tianshui City among the four major cities, is vast in scale. Its towering walls boast formidable defenses. 1,000 miles to the north lies the westernmost edge of the Orc Canyon, where orcs occasionally traverse, invading human villages. Once, a group of orc soldiers crossed 1,000 miles, pillaging and burning along the way, and ultimately returned victorious. On this day, at the city gates of Eternal Night, 5 carriages lined up, awaiting entry. A guard approached to inspect the cargo, but Carlo hurried forward, brandishing a small seal he had confiscated from his father. Upon seeing the insignia, the soldier's expression darkened, yet he raised his hand to grant passage. After the convoy departed, the soldier spat disdainfully, while another nearby cautioned him against drawing attention, warning that it could cost him his position as a gatekeeper. Shall we simply watch them commit their misdeeds? A heavy sigh lingered, echoing in the air. Lin Long and the 20 or so little girls were confined in a dimly lit room, not spacious by any means. Chapter 69. The regretful Carlo in the brightly lit room at night. 6 men were engaged in a lively exchange over drinks. After several rounds of toasts and dishes, Carlo raised his glass to the chief guest with eager eyes. You, unlike your father, possess remarkable fortitude. The chief guest chuckled, tossing Carlo a lesser spatial ring. Carlo eagerly inspected it, his face beaming with joy. Thank you, Lord John. This toast is for you. He downed his drink in one gulp. I too toast to Lord John. The others echoed, raising their glasses and drinking heartily. You all. John laughed, tossing more spatial rings to each of them. Thank you, Lord John. They all exclaimed, their faces alight with joy. Lord John, I recently stumbled upon a young lad, strikingly handsome. I wonder if he could fetch a good price? Carlo inquired, recalling Lin Long. Young boys are indeed valuable. Some orc tribes have a penchant for them, indulging in nightly revelries that often leave the boys in a state worse than death. A handsome youth is worth even more, John replied with a grin. Carlo's expression turned greedy. Once sold, I shall ensure you receive your due share. John spoke nonchalantly, a fleeting glimmer of disdain crossing his gaze as he regarded the petty Carlo. Then I am truly grateful, Lord John. Carlo hastily expressed his thanks. Lord John, I also have a beautiful maiden in my possession. One of the men leered at John. Haha, before she is sent to the Orc Kingdom, she can still serve the human race. It can be considered her final contribution to humanity. John gazed appreciatively at the man, feeling his fondness for Carlo diminish yet further. Bring him here, commanded a guard, indifferently pointing at a young girl. No, please no. The girl protested, struggling in vain against her fate. A sharp slap resounded, and with tears streaming down her face, she resigned herself, ceasing all resistance. Within the room, Lin Long suddenly heard commotion from the adjacent chamber and swiftly loosened the ropes binding him, placing a finger to his lips. Shoo! The girl who had shared a carriage with Lin Long had divulged his prowess to the others. I'll investigate the situation. Wait for my return. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall come to no harm. Lin Long, like a specter, stealthily approached the next room. Seizing the moment when the guard was distracted, he struck him unconscious. Observing the 20 or so girls within, Lin Long's eyes turned frigid. It appeared that there were more than just Carlo's faction involved. Progressing through several rooms, he discovered that, including them, nearly 100 young girls were imprisoned here. Lin Long's gaze hardened, and a terrifying aura surged within him. Gazing at the girls, who were not much younger than his own sister, he had never felt such a murderous intent before. He approached the unconscious guard, delivering a few slaps until the guard groggily awoke. Who are you? What do you want? The guard stammered, fear evident in his eyes as he beheld Lin Long's menacing demeanor. Take me to your master, Lin Long commanded, his tone devoid of warmth as he gripped the guard's throat, rendering him unable to escape despite his frantic struggles. Move again, and you shall meet your end, Lin Long warned, his impatience palpable. Realizing that the youth was not jesting, the guard ceased his resistance and led Lin Long to Carlo's quarters. Upon reaching the door, Lin Long tightened his grip, and the guard fell silent. The Taoist philosophy speaks of heaven's benevolence and the earth's ability to bear burdens. Yet, faced with this band of executioners, Lin Long had no intention of sparing any of them. Hearing the raucous sounds from within, Lin Long pushed the door open. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? John furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lin Long. My Lord John, this is the youth I mentioned. Carlo interjected. How did he get in? Guards! Guards! John shouted toward the outside. Outside, 30 guards converged from all directions. However, Before they could fully assemble, Lin Long casually unleashed a palm strike, the force of which swept through the air like divine retribution. The 30 guards were sent sprawling, collapsing to the ground. The 6 individuals in the room stared at the scene in terror, rising from their seats. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Long closed the door. "Sit," he commanded, a slight smile gracing his lips as he found a vacant seat. Instantly, the others were compelled by an overwhelming force to comply, sitting down. Zhang's eyes widened in sheer terror. He was a 6th-level warrior, yet he found himself unable to resist, forced to sit obediently. The 6 sat like mice before a cat, frozen in place. Lin Long poured himself a drink from a pristine cup and took a slow sip. "I will pose a question, and you shall respond," he stated, directing his gaze toward Zhang. Zhang furrowed his brow, uncertain of what the other party intended to inquire. Where would these young girls ultimately be taken? Lin Long set down his wine glass, scrutinizing Zhang intently. Zhang hesitated, yet remained silent. Suddenly, a golden flash pierced the air, and a blood hole appeared on the forehead of the man to Zhang's left. Thud! The man's head struck the table heavily, lifeless. "You have 4 chances to refuse," Lin Long remarked nonchalantly, gazing at the corpse. "I know these girls are to be sold to the Orc Kingdom." Before Zhang could speak, the man to his right hastily interjected. "You!" Zhang exclaimed in frustration, astonished by the cowardice of these individuals. The second question, "Who are you?" Lin Long sipped his drink, narrowing his eyes as he regarded Zhang. "He is a capable subordinate of the Vice Lord of the City of Eternal Night. We abduct young girls from various locations, and he compensates us handsomely, ultimately delivering them to the Orc Kingdom for sale." The man, under the threat of death, spoke heedlessly. Another golden flash erupted, and the man who had just spoken slumped lifelessly onto the table. He died without understanding why Lin Long had chosen to kill him, believing he had divulged all he knew. "Since you were not asked, do not answer," Lin Long stated coolly. The remaining 4 trembled in fear. Apprehensive of Lin Long's unpredictable temperament, they finally began to feel dread. Apart from Zhang, the others regretted their decision to have come here. Carlo felt the deepest remorse, never anticipating he would unwittingly abduct a harbinger of death. "I doubt you alone can accomplish such a grand transaction. So for the third question, has the Vice Lord become involved, or is the Lord himself the mastermind behind this?" Lin Long fixed his gaze on the visibly tense Zhang, inquiring once more. At this moment, Zhang was no longer the resolute figure he had been at the outset. "I shall never betray the Vice Lord. Whether you choose to kill or torture me is entirely up to you," Zhang proclaimed, his voice filled with righteous indignation. Chapter 70. The Great Subtlety Sword Technique. Lin Long smiled lightly. Since the other had confessed, the remaining individuals were now rendered useless. 2 golden flashes flickered, leaving only Carlo and Zhang among the 6. Carlo, gazing at the fallen 4, was consumed by terror and quickly pleaded for mercy, hoping Lin Long would spare him. "Carlo, we are old acquaintances. How could I ever harm you?" Lin Long replied with a smile. "What? You are Carlo's friend?" Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Carlo, equally puzzled, scrutinized Lin Long, and after confirming he had never met him, asked, "Who are you?" Lin Long waved his hand, and a visage from a past life flickered into view. "It's you." Carlo recognized him, yet felt a bitter pang. While they could be considered acquaintances, they were certainly not friends, especially since he had narrowly escaped death at Lin Long's hands previously. Seeing that Carlo truly recognized Lin Long, Zhang laughed and said, "Isn't this a case of the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? Young man, what brings you here? Are you here to claim your share?" Lin Long's eyes narrowed. "You are not worthy. Please bring forth your benefactor." Zhang's face was alight with astonishment as he discovered his body could move. He immediately said, "Please wait a moment. I will fetch the deputy mayor." With that, he hurriedly dashed out. In the room, only Carlo and Lin Long remained. Carlo's complexion turned pale. Faced with Lin Long's unpredictable temperament, he was at a loss for how to interact. He fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to Lin Long, pleading for mercy. Lin Long, nonchalantly sipping his drink, remarked, "Do you think her family is not in a state of panic right now? Over 20 young women, over 20 shattered families. Give me a reason not to kill you. I will send them home immediately. I assure you I will never engage in such deeds again." Carlo stammered. Suddenly, Lin Long recalled the old man from Xinyue town and shook his head. "This is not your first time committing such acts. If you can save these girls this time by encountering me, what about the previous ones?" Carlo found himself at a loss for words. In the past, He had disregarded the consequences in his pursuit of profit. It was well known that a young woman sold here fetched a price of 100 gold coins from John. 100 gold coins. This was the same price for a fourth-tier magical beast. Hunting magical beasts was nowhere near as effortless as trafficking young women. I will compensate them. Please, do not kill me. Carlos suddenly hatched a plan. In your eyes, they are mere commodities, quantifiable by money. Yet in the eyes of their families, they are priceless. Lin Long thought of his younger sister, growing weary of Carlos' empty rhetoric. In an instant, a golden light pierced through Carlos' skull. Alone, Lin Long continued to drink, quietly awaiting the arrival of others. He knew John had gone to summon help, but Lin Long did not mind. In fact, he had not yet satisfied his thirst for blood. Half an hour slipped by, and swarms of figures surrounded the building, sealing it off completely. John entered the room with a man clad in gleaming silver armor, who promptly sat down in the seat previously occupied by John, his gaze coldly fixed on Lin Long. You wish to see me? Speak your business directly, the man said, his voice low and tinged with a hint of menace. Lin Long ignored the man's glare. The wine jug had been emptied, and he suddenly felt a waning interest. He had intended to say something, but now found himself at a loss for words. You dare to toy with me? The man barked, and outside, 100 bows were drawn in unison. Why? Lin Long suddenly inquired softly. What? The man failed to grasp the meaning behind Lin Long's words. Why resort to such unscrupulous methods to abduct those girls? Lin Long pressed on. The man's gaze turned icy. What need is there for why? The weak are destined to serve the strong. Realization dawned on Lin Long. So you are members of the Dark Church, he exclaimed, recalling that his leader had once mentioned the Dark Church's doctrine of the strong dominating the weak. The man's eyes sharpened, seemingly surprised to hear the term Dark Church from Lin Long's lips. We are not of the same ilk. After a moment, the man shook his head. It matters not, whether it is true or not. In the end, you shall all perish. Lin Long replied softly. Arrogant. An astonishing aura emanated from the man. A seventh-tier Earth Knight? Lin Long sensed the presence of his opponent, reminiscent of the two white-clad men who had previously sought to capture him in Luomei town. Oh, since you recognize my strength, why not surrender? The man taunted arrogantly. I am no longer the person I once was, Lin Long murmured to himself. A thunderous explosion erupted as the house was instantly obliterated, and Lin Long leapt onto the rooftop with agility. The man, witnessing the large hole in the roof, followed suit and landed opposite Lin Long. Their gazes locked, and the man struck first, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lin Long's face. An overwhelming surge of fighting spirit erupting forth. In the night, a streak of light shot forth with incredible speed, seemingly poised to engulf Lin Long. Lin Long, observing the Knight of Earth's full-force strike, merely raised his arms to shield his face. A deafening roar reverberated through the night, causing the soldiers below to cover their ears. Fire! The man shouted to the soldiers beneath. Arrows whistled through the air, propelled by fierce winds, targeting Lin Long. In midair, how will you evade? The man smirked, but his smile quickly faltered. Suspended in midair, Lin Long faced the onslaught of arrows, with a mere flick of his fingers. The arrows halted as if frozen in time, suspended in the air. Sky Knight. Impossible. The man gazed at Lin Long in terror, for soaring through the skies required either an 8th-level Sky Knight or a mage's levitation spell. Return, Lin Long commanded, and the hundreds of arrows reversed their course, returning whence they came. The force and speed were threefold superior to before. A series of anguished cries erupted, soon followed by an eerie silence. Lin Long flexed his arms, his gaze shifting slightly. Indeed, he is a Knight of Earth. His fighting spirit is formidable. Yet, Lin Long wondered if he had misjudged the situation. The man's eyes glowed crimson as he stared at Lin Long, for the hundreds of his most trusted subordinates had perished in an instant. He could not accept that his opponent was a Sky Knight. Even if he were, it mattered not at this moment. You shall die? The man bellowed, brandishing a colossal sword. Great Sumeru sword technique. A golden radiance illuminated the dark night, and a magnificent figure suddenly materialized. Lin Long's expression turned grave. Damn it. He has invoked the Great Sumeru sword technique. Lin Long felt as if he had lifted a stone only to crush his own foot. A colossal blade cleaved through the night sky, obliterating all obstacles in its path. Lin Long's demeanor shifted from ease to tension. The Great Sumeru sword technique, a treasure of Buddhist lore, wielded considerable power. Chapter 71. Threat. Lin Long's expression grew serious as he gazed up at the impending colossal blade. Wind, arise. Slowly extending his right hand, he parted his lips slightly, summoning a whirlwind that materialized in the center of his palm. The tornado swelled rapidly, expanding to 100 feet in size. The 100-foot tornado howled fiercely in the night sky, embodying the wrath of the wind god. Go, Lin Long uttered softly. And the massive tornado, charged with the might of thunder, collided fiercely with the colossal blade. There was no cacophony of fierce collisions, nor was there an evenly matched confrontation. The formidable blade was consumed by the tornado in an instant, disappearing without a trace. How could this be possible? The Vice City Lord gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. This was a heavenly-tier martial art. How could it be defeated in the blink of an eye? Since he began practicing this celestial technique, he felt that his encounters with the City Lord had been evenly matched. It is worth noting that the City Lord was an 8th-level Sky Knight. Lin Long, witnessing this spectacle, was also taken aback. He had not anticipated that the opponent would be so inept at the Great Sumeru sword technique. Had Raylan not informed the buyer of the technique's shortcomings? Lin Long gathered his thoughts, casting aside his distractions, and commanded the tornado to charge at the man. The third form of the Great Sumeru sword. The man bellowed hoarsely. With his innate talent, he had only managed to master up to the third form. He refused to believe that a heavenly-tier technique could not inflict even the slightest harm upon his adversary. As the Vice City Lord's furious roar resonated, the manifestation of his technique grew increasingly solid. The formidable blade re-emerged in the night sky, hurtling towards the 100-foot tornado. Yet, in an instant, it was obliterated within the swirling tempest once more. Damn it! Why is this happening? The Vice City Lord raged internally. He gazed at the tornado now mere feet away, his complexion paling. Just as he raised his massive sword in an attempt to resist, the center of the tornado had already reached him, and before he could evade, the overwhelming suction drew him in. The cries of despair echoed from within the tornado, reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth. At that moment, every household in the nightless city opened their doors, gazing at the tornado in the sky, all voicing their astonishment. Heavens! Is that a tornado? How could there be a tornado out of nowhere? Wife, run! The tornado is coming. An elderly couple fled their home, but after a short while, they noticed that the tornado remained stationary in the sky, prompting them to slow their pace. Strange, isn't the tornado moving? The elder mused curiously. What on earth is happening? Can anyone tell me what is going on? Someone in the crowd shouted. It must be magic. I wonder who has provoked a powerful sorcerer? A voice analyzed from the street. Most nodded in agreement, gazing at the tornado with a mix of awe and trepidation. To them, sorcerers were entities not to be trifled with. A golden streak of light traversed the sky from the City Lord's manor, arriving in an instant. Do not cease. A booming voice rang out, deafening and echoing through the clouds. It is the City Lord. No one had anticipated that even the City Lord would be alerted. Could it be that the City Lord is battling a sorcerer? The onlookers speculated as they exchanged murmurs. Lin Long lifted his gaze. Assessing the newcomer, clad in a resplendent golden robe, he exuded an air of nobility and elegance. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, possessing a handsome visage. Yet his complexion was slightly pale, with sunken eyes that appeared weary and disoriented, suggesting a life of excess. Lin Long suddenly wondered if this individual had encountered the Great Sumeru sword technique. What use would it be to practice the Great Sumeru sword in such a state? Lin Long formed a hand gesture. The tornado gradually dissipated, not due to the identity of the individual before him, but rather because maintaining the tornado consumed too much spiritual energy. As the storm subsided, the Vice City Lord, battered and on the brink of collapse, lay within the eye of the tempest. Are you the City Lord? Lin Long's figure flickered as he appeared before the Vice City Lord, planting a foot firmly upon him. Indeed, what audacity! To dare assassinate the Vice City Lord of the Empire. Quickly release him and surrender. The man descended, standing opposite Lin Long, and without hesitation, he barked at him. Suddenly, Lin Long cast a glance toward the sky. Whoosh! Another beam of light sliced through the heavens, revealing an elder hovering in midair, exuding a formidable aura. His hair and beard were already grizzled with age. Yet, in contrast to the debauched City Lord, he appeared remarkably spirited. He gazed down at Lin Long and the City Lord, remaining silent for a long while. The City Lord of the Nightless City nodded at the elder, then turned to Lin Long with a frosty demeanor, saying, Now that the esteemed enforcement office reporter from the Holy Law Hall is present, do you still intend to resist? Release the Vice City Lord at once. Lin Long disregarded the City Lord and, lifting his head, calmly inquired of the elder, "Are you one of the Holy Chapel?" The elder nodded slightly, descending until the three stood together, with Lin Long caught in between. "Is this business also yours?" Lin Long asked icily. He suddenly recalled the saintess of the Holy Chapel, that woman who always spoke of humanity and righteousness. Did she ever consider that there were those within the Holy Chapel engaged in such dark dealings? The elder, upon hearing this, slowly shook his head. Lin Long furrowed his brow, his tone growing even colder, realizing that it was a case of detachment from the matter at hand. What a fine enforcement officer from the Holy Chapel. The elder remained silent, offering no rebuttal. After a moment, his voice rasped, "How about we let this matter rest? You release the Vice City Lord, and I assure you that the City Lord will not trouble you." The City Lord of the Nightless City did not refuse. Many citizens were closely watching the situation. He merely wished to resolve it swiftly, not allowing the public to uncover the truth. "What about those young girls?" Lin Long's gaze dropped low. "I shall ensure they are sent home," the elder quickly replied upon sensing Lin Long's concession. "And what of the City Lord and the Vice City Lord?" Lin Long pressed once more. The elder fell silent for a long time. "You truly have a knack for muddying the waters." Lin Long scoffed at the elder. "Listen here. I care not who you are. This matter ends here. Should you attempt to go further, do not blame me for subduing you." The City Lord's voice was icy, laced with threats. The elder neither agreed nor opposed. Lin Long raised his foot and kicked the Vice City Lord with great force. Bang! The Vice City Lord soared through the air like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground, his already fading life extinguished completely. "You seek death." The Nightless City Lord's face turned ashen, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Just as he was about to act, he was interrupted by a bellow. "Enough. This matter concludes here." The elder's expression was grave, his gaze sharp as it bore into Lin Long. "One Vice City Lord serves as a concession for this affair. It ends here." His tone was not one of negotiation, but rather that of a decree. The elder's eyes were cold. Were it not for his own culpability in this matter, he would not permit such insolence from a mere youth. In stark contrast to the elder's fury, Lin Long replied nonchalantly, "What if I say no?" Chapter 72. The glory of action. "Since that is the case, do not blame me." The elder closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, a chilling intent to kill radiated from him. The City Lord, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy within. Had he been alone, he would have hesitated to confront the enigmatic youth. However, the boy had courted death by provoking the Holy Law Enforcer, and thus he had no one to blame but himself. A palpable aura of murderous intent filled the air, shrouding the moon in darkness as if it sought refuge. "You heard that?" An inappropriate voice emerged from Lin Long's lips. "I heard. Let him wait." An infuriated female voice resonated through the night sky. The elder, upon hearing the voice, seemed to recall something, his face a mixture of astonishment and fear that rendered him momentarily paralyzed. The City Lord of the Eternal Night did not rush to act. He was bewildered as to why a mere female voice could so deeply affect the Holy Law Enforcer. Before long, the sky quivered with a disturbance. Suddenly, a colossal magical array manifested in the night. The citizens of the Eternal Night City gazed upward in awe, having never witnessed such a grandiose magical formation. A man clad in a cherry-red robe, appearing to be in his 30s, stood within the array. A profound weariness etched upon his face. The elder, trembling, bowed deeply to the man in the cherry-red robe, exclaiming, "I pay my respects, master." The man descended without lifting his gaze, his weary voice inquiring, "What is happening?" The elder's lips quivered, his throat seemingly constricted, rendering him speechless. "It is the Glory Grand Sorcerer. This young man has not only slain hundreds of soldiers, but even the Deputy Lord has fallen at his hands." Upon hearing the elder refer to the man as master, the City Lord deduced his identity. There was but one master in the Enforcer Hall of the Holy Church, and that was the fearsome Glory Grand Sorcerer. "Is that so?" Glory scrutinized the elder. Just as the City Lord was about to speak, Glory thundered, "Silence! I am asking him." The City Lord, terrified, dared not utter a word. Everyone knew the Glory Grand Sorcerer had a notoriously volatile temper. "Is that so?" Glory's voice rose further. The elder's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he remained silent. "When Liana informed me, I urged myself to remain calm. I could not believe that you, who have been diligent for 60 years, would make such a grave mistake." Do you remember at 18, when you told me, word for word, that as the ultimate guardians of human law, we must uphold fairness and justice? Glory's eyes, filled with anguish, locked onto the elder. Now, with so many young women abducted, your first thought is to suppress the matter? Tell me why? Why? The elder, tears streaming down his face, gazed at his junior and sobbed. I did not wish for this. I truly did not. The city lord hurried forward, saying, Glory, Grand Sorcerer, this must be a misunderstanding. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of flame descended from the heavens, akin to divine wrath. The citizens of Eternal Night stood in stunned silence beneath the fiery cascade. It was in witnessing such a wrathful blaze that they understood why sorcerers were regarded as the favored children of humanity. The pillar of flames descended in an instant, leaving the Lord of the Night City no time to react before his body was reduced to ashes. I told you to be silent. Do you wish for my assistance instead? A misunderstanding? With nearly 100 maidens before my very eyes, you dare claim this is a misunderstanding? Glory roared, venting his pent-up fury. Heavens, the Lord is dead? The mage is truly terrifying, daring to slay a city lord. The citizens on the streets buzzed with conversation, though they seemed largely indifferent to the Lord's demise, considering it an occurrence too distant from their daily lives. Lin Long stared, dumbfounded, at the fiery pillar that descended from the heavens. This casual strike was comparable to his former self. After releasing his frustration, Glory wearyingly addressed the elder. By the decree of the Holy Law Hall, I command you to proceed to the Orc Valley. You are not to retreat for 10 years unless you perish in battle. Should you tragically fall, so be it. I do not wish to have my back stabbed by future generations. The elder ceased his weeping, remorse evident in his voice. I am sorry, he said, before transforming into a stream of light, avoiding Glory's gaze entirely. As Glory watched the elder depart until he vanished from sight, he turned to Lin Long and asked, You are Lin Long. The little whale speaks of you often. Walk with me. Observing Glory's exhausted demeanor, Lin Long gently inquired, Do you not wish to rest? You appear quite fatigued. Glory chuckled lightly. It matters not. Being away from the battlefield is a rare moment of respite. As night descended, the city lit up in splendid brilliance, bustling with life. Being named the Night City, it thrived in the nocturnal beauty. Most citizens paid little heed to the Lord's death. Another would simply take his place. Life for the masses would not change significantly with a new ruler, and perhaps it might even improve. As Lin Long and Glory wandered the vibrant streets, Glory sighed deeply. What troubles you, senior? Lin Long inquired immediately. Glory shook his head. The people here are likely oblivious. 1,000 miles away, countless human compatriots have perished on the battlefield, yet they continue to indulge in such pleasures, built upon the corpses of many. Reflecting on this, Glory felt a rare sorrow. Lin Long noticed his melancholy, but was at a loss for words of comfort. Should the day arise when you are called upon to save humanity, would you be willing? Glory suddenly posed the question. Lin Long pondered for a long while, unwilling to deceive Glory, for he knew he could not. Glory did not rush him, patiently awaiting Lin Long's response. After much contemplation, Lin Long finally replied, I cannot mislead you, senior. Should that day indeed come, I would likely be unwilling. Why? Glory's expression remained inscrutable. With the words already spoken, Lin Long chose not to withhold further. I previously told the whale that I am weak. If the sky were to collapse, it would not fall upon me to bear it. My only obligation is to protect my family. Lin Long's answer may have seemed somewhat selfish, yet it reflected his most genuine thoughts. His sense of belonging in this world was not yet profound, apart from his family and friends. He felt little concern for humanity at large. Why did you save so many today? They cannot possibly be your kin, Glory inquired with an impassive expression. Merely following my whims. Within my capabilities, I naturally wish for a better world, Lin Long replied without hesitation. You dare to speak so boldly? Are you not afraid I might end your life? Glory's tone turned icy, his face darkening with anger. Surely, you would not harm me, esteemed senior. Allow me to utter a defiant word. You could not bring yourself to slay me. Lin Long remained unfazed by Glory's ire, confident that his opponent bore no intent to kill. As for his latter remark, he dismissed it as mere folly. Chapter 73. The Crystal Token, Are You So Certain? Glory replied with a sardonic smile, surprised that someone had the audacity to converse with him in such a manner. Lin Long fell silent, concerned that further dialogue might provoke a violent response. Humph, Glory scoffed, tossing a gleaming object into Lin Long's hands. Lin Long examined it. discovering a crystal token inscribed with the words Law Enforcement Hall. Esteemed senior, such a precious item is beyond my worthiness to accept, he exclaimed, intending to return it immediately, as he perceived it to be a significant burden. Glory frowned slightly, displeased. Do you have any idea how many people covet this? And yet you disregard it? Lin Long responded earnestly, precisely because I am aware of its value. I wish to bestow it upon someone in greater need. Oh, pray, enlighten me as to what this item is, Glory inquired, raising an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. Lin Long found himself momentarily bewildered, having merely followed Glory's lead. He had no knowledge of its significance. Could it be that a law enforcer from the city of Eternal Night has tasked me with this? He ventured, his eyes darting with speculation. Glory's expression suggested he had anticipated this, thinking, how could this impudent brat possibly recognize such an item? Rather than clarify, he continued, having slain so many today, including a deputy city lord, what do you intend to do about it? Lin Long felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, he had been targeted nationwide for killing a mere town mayor, and now he had taken the life of a deputy city lord. He found himself at a loss, uncertain how to explain this to his parents. The thought troubled him greatly. If all else failed, he could always plead with the whale again. After all, once was not enough. Could you perhaps pretend you saw nothing? Lin Long murmured, casting a sheepish glance at Glory. Should Glory choose to ignore the events of the day, then most who had witnessed Lin Long would be dead, and the elder would have ventured into the Orc Valley, leaving no one aware of Lin Long's actions. I am the head of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Holy Church. Do you expect me to bend the law? Glory replied with a huff. But esteemed senior, you have just casually executed a city lord. Is that not a breach of the law? Lin Long retorted, incredulous. If my killing is deemed illegal, then how is your own any different? Ah, that does not count. I was merely executing a criminal. Glory chuckled lightly. Impressive indeed. Whoever you label as a criminal becomes one, and thus you may kill at will. Lin Long found himself at a loss for words, realizing the disparity in their positions. Glory wielded the law, and a city lord could be dispatched at his whim, while Lin Long had to bear the consequences of his actions. One day, you too may wield such power. Glory murmured softly. What? Lin Long's heart raced, a sudden spark of realization igniting in his mind. Could this token be the key? Honor nodded slightly and smiled. Do you still find it hot to the touch? Lin Long hurriedly grasped the token, ingratiatingly insisting, not hot, not at all. Witnessing Lin Long's reaction, Honor smiled faintly. Let us conclude here for today. I must take my leave. Such a rare moment of respite. Honor sighed. I hope there will be another opportunity to meet. Senior, wait a moment. What about those young ladies? Lin Long inquired anxiously. You need not worry. I shall send someone to escort them back to their respective homes. With that, Honor stepped into a colossal magical circle that reappeared in the sky, vanishing from sight. In the Orc Canyon, at the front line, Honor entered a tent where a man clad in pure white armor was diligently writing. He glanced up at Honor and smiled. You have returned. How was it? Honor found a spot to sit on the ground, replying, I saw them, and it was quite satisfactory. The man maintained his cheerful demeanor. Are they companions? Honor shook his head. Not just yet. The man, slightly disheartened, paused his pen, though he had sung praises of them. Noticing the man's disappointed expression, Honor chuckled. Do not fret, Lu Huang. They will ultimately be allies. Confidence sparkled in Honor's eyes. The man nodded and resumed writing. The orcs are set to send an envoy soon, specifically requesting for Raquel to liaise. Honor's expression darkened, his hands instinctively clenching with anger as he exclaimed, how much contraband has Raquel smuggled over the years? You cannot fathom. I just visited the city of Eternal Night, where over 100 young ladies suffered in despair. How could they bear it? Were it not for the orcs, I would have slain him without hesitation. The man halted his writing, staring blankly at the night sky. He is still of use. With him, we can save many lives. After a lengthy silence, he murmured to himself, fingers brushing his eyes. It is those children who truly suffer. In Tianshui City, at the Duke's residence, a woman hurriedly approached the Duke's study. My lady, the master has instructed that no one is to disturb him. A servant quickly interjected. Step aside. The woman struck the servant's cheek with her palm, storming into the study in a fit of rage. Inside, Raquel, holding a swan feather, was nodding and bowing when he heard the door's sound, hastily concealing the feather. He turned to the woman who burst in, sternly commanding, Who permitted you to enter? Get out. The woman immediately began to wail. You shout at me? My brother is dead. and you still shout at me? I cannot live like this." Her cries were heart-wrenching. "Someone hang her. If she wishes to die, then let her." Raquel coldly ordered several servants. They seized the woman, preparing to drag her away. Upon hearing Raquel's intention to hang her, the woman, disregarding her tears, cried out, "I was wrong, Your Grace, I was wrong. I beg you, considering my brother died at the hands of the great mage Honor, spare me." At that moment, the woman was filled with regret. She had intended to leverage her brother's death for some advantage, never anticipating that the Duke would seek her execution instead. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish to accompany her in death?" Raquel shouted furiously at the servants. "How dare a mere concubine disregard my rules? Now that even the Sky Knight's brother is dead, what use is she? Since you are of no use, go and reunite with him." I was wrong, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." The woman pleaded urgently, but the servants dared not delay any longer and took her away. "Humph." Raquel snorted heavily. "This time, you are on the blacklist. I shall see how you choose." Chapter 74. Tianshui Academy. Lin Long lingered in the city of Eternal Night for 2 days, as the start of the school term was still some time away, and thus he did not rush. During these 2 days, he scoured the shops of the city for high-level magical beasts, but he had only managed to gather fewer than 10 fourth-tier beasts. In terms of the spiritual energy within him, this was negligible. However, every little bit adds up. Feeling his golden core expand slightly, Lin Long could only comfort himself with this thought. 2 days later, Lin Long set off once more towards Tianshui Academy, traveling westward, crossing mountains and rivers. After a day's journey, Tianshui City was not far off. In the evening, as he sought a place to rest, his gaze fell upon a small town flickering with firelight. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Long decided to investigate. The town was neither too large nor too small, unable to compare with the second-tier city of Eternal Night, yet significantly larger than his home in Luomei Town. The dilapidated town sign bore the name Jelen. As Lin Long walked through the town, unease grew within him. Since entering, he had not encountered a single living soul, nor even a corpse. Yet, bloodstains were everywhere, on the houses, on the streets, yet no bodies were to be found. Dipping his finger into the dried blood, Lin Long noted that it had long since coagulated, indicating that it had spilled quite some time ago. As he observed the blood on his finger, he closed his eyes, as if he could hear the tragic wails of the deceased. Circling the town, he found flickering fires nearing extinction, with thick smoke rising into the sky. The moonlight filtered through the sparse leaves, casting its glow upon the blood-soaked ground. An indescribable aura of terror enveloping him. It was August now, and typically, the night breeze should be cool and refreshing, yet the wind in the town was chillingly cold. An oppressive atmosphere that unsettled Lin Long. After searching around, he found nothing of significance. Standing still, he wore a pensive expression. Suddenly, Lin Long bit into the tip of his right middle finger, letting drops of blood fall to the ground, followed by a crimson aura spreading outward. In an instant, the red glow enveloped the entire town, and the blood that had touched the aura seemed to come alive. Lin Long closed his eyes, brushing his fingers across them. When he opened his eyes again, the sight before him ignited a fury within him. Thousands of souls from the town appeared before him, yet each was a mere remnant. Dismembered and mangled, regardless of age or gender, their deaths horrific. The blood-formed residents of the town wept crimson tears, gazing at Lin Long with silent, yet mournful eyes. Each blood-bound inhabitant stood still, all staring at him, their blood-red eyes filled with a plea for salvation. Lin Long remained silent for a long time. After what felt like an eternity, he nodded gravely, softly reassuring them, "I understand. Leave it to me. You need not worry," as if comprehending his words. The townsfolk finally ceased their mournful gazes. Lin Long sought refuge in a resident house untouched by flames, pushing open the door and reclining upon the frigid bed, surrounded by thousands of tormented souls, while outside, the chilling winds wailed. Yet, he slumbered peacefully. At dawn the following day, Lin Long arose and departed the small town, continuing westward. After a day's journey, he finally arrived at the gates of Tianshui City just before they closed. As one of the 5 great cities of the Galan Empire, Tianshui City stood magnificently, with towering walls composed of the resilient sky-blue stone, resembling a waterfall cascading from the heavens when viewed from a distance. Named after the Tianshui River, which meanders for thousands of kilometers and encompasses a drainage area exceeding 1,000,000 square kilometers, the river flows through numerous towns. Descending from the sky, Lin Long found that few ventured into the city as the gates were on the verge of closing. The guards, gazing in awe at his arrival, clearly perceived him as either a wizard or a sky knight, both of whom were not to be trifled with. Thus, Lin Long entered the city without extensive scrutiny. Once inside Tianshui City, he settled into an inn. The next morning, he left the inn, not heading directly to Tianshui Academy, but rather wandering aimlessly through the city. This aimlessness was not entirely without purpose, as the blood at his brow would react within 1,000 meters of his daughter. So Lin Long intended to traverse the city in hopes of finding her still alive. However, after wandering for the better part of the day without any response from the blood, he reluctantly made his way to Tianshui Academy. Situated at the far west of Tianshui City, Tianshui Academy, one of the 5 esteemed academies of the Galan Empire, boasted a rich heritage. As Lin Long arrived at the front gate, he gazed upward at the venerable institution, the entrance standing nearly 10 meters tall, exuding an ancient, solemn elegance. The plaque above bore the inscription Tianshui Academy. As he approached and prepared to step inside, a translucent barrier halted his progress. A barrier? Lin Long pondered. Just then, a man in his 60s or 70s appeared before him, scrutinizing him with keen eyes. "I am a new student here to register." Lin Long squinted, assessing the disheveled old man, whose appearance suggested he had not bathed in quite some time, emanating an unpleasant odor. Upon hearing Lin Long's response, the old man's guarded demeanor softened slightly. "What is your name?" "Leon Sori," Lin Long replied candidly, sensing an oddity about the stooped figure. The old man suddenly produced a small booklet, flipping through its pages before nodding and smiling warmly. "Come with me. Most new students arrive 3 to 5 days earlier. It is rare to have one arrive this early." Lin Long smiled in return, but offered no reply. Each student at Tianshui Academy possesses a unique badge, granting them free access in and out of the academy. "I will first take you to the administrative office to acquire your badge. Otherwise, you will not be able to enter or exit freely." The old man led Lin Long through the barrier, which allowed them passage this time. Upon crossing the threshold, a quaint path unfolded before them, flanked by rows of yellow-leaved trees, reminiscent of the grand tree at Lin Long's own doorstep. Beneath a colossal royal leaf tree stood a signpost inscribed with the words Royal Leaf Road. Following this path led one to a vast, open plaza. To the right of the plaza lay the first-grade teaching building, with the academic affairs office located on the ground floor. After verifying the information, Lin Long received his badge, which was the size of a gold coin, adorned with the characters Tianshui. This emblem was not unfamiliar to him, as he had encountered it in a small town at the foot of the Warcraft Mountains. Upon exiting the academic affairs office, the elder guided Lin Long to the freshman dormitory, situated on the left side of the plaza, adjacent to a dining hall. Within the academy, meals were complimentary as long as one did not waste food. "You may reside here for the time being. Once class assignments are made, you can move to your designated dormitory," the elder explained with great care. Curious about the second-grade dormitory, Lin Long inquired, intending to visit his older brother and the second sibling. "It has been a year. It would be disingenuous to say I do not wish to see them. Simply traverse the small path across the plaza, and you will find another square. The second-grade dormitory is on the left side. Do you have any further questions?" the elder asked with a benevolent smile. "Thank you, none for now." Lin Long expressed his gratitude with a nod. The elder acknowledged him and suddenly extended a palm. Taken aback by this unexpected gesture, Lin Long wondered what it signified. "A gold coin." The elder grinned broadly. Chapter 75. A confrontation with the principal upon arriving at the academy? Lin Long had been pondering how considerate the academy was, only to realize that upon his arrival, there was a fee involved, 1 gold coin. He rolled his eyes, having heard that the academy provided food and lodging without charge. The elder chuckled and clarified. "The academy does indeed cover meals and accommodation, but it never claimed that a guide would be free." "I do not have that much," Lin Long retorted defiantly, uncertain if this fee applied to everyone or just himself. The elder's gaze turned dangerous as he remarked, "So you intend to refuse payment?" Lin Long, undeterred, adopted a demeanor of nonchalance, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" Above Tianshui Academy, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, and a fierce wind began to swirl, rustling Lin Long's garments. He raised an eyebrow at the elder, realizing he was indeed a mage and not of a low rank. Lin Long marveled at the strength of someone merely stationed at the entrance. No wonder it was one of the 5 prestigious academies of the empire. "Are you certain you will not pay?" The elder's voice boomed like thunder, as if the darkening sky echoed his displeasure. At that moment, they stood at the entrance of the dining hall, and Lin Long had no intention of engaging here. It was not conducive for a confrontation. "Let us move to that spacious plaza," Lin Long suggested to the elder, eager to assess whether it was worth his while to learn from this encounter. He had never fought a mage before, and such an opportunity was not to be missed. Moreover, he was confident that the elder would not resort to lethal force. The elder gazed at Lin Long with surprise, not expecting such fortitude from this year's newcomers. Under the pressure of the academy's authority, he remained remarkably composed. The elder, now incensed, accompanied Lin Long to the open square. At this moment, as the school season had not yet commenced, the first grade area was sparsely populated, with only a few second-year students passing by the square. "Young lad, I strongly advise you to pay up. I have no desire to harm you." The elder stood resolutely in the center of the ground, his imposing demeanor shifting abruptly as the sky darkened ominously. "I only possess 10 copper coins. Might that suffice?" Lin Long jested lightly, his expression relaxed. "Very well, since you choose not to pay, I shall stretch my limbs and teach you the virtues of respecting your elders." The elder's expression turned furious, tinged with bitterness. It was originally a matter of a single gold coin, yet he, adorned with a magnificent spatial ring, refused to part with even that. Now, finding himself in a predicament, he feared that striking would only invite ridicule, yet refraining would allow the young imp to gloat. "Please." Lin Long graciously urged the elder to make the first move. Inwardly, Lin Long mused, "You accuse me of lacking respect for my elders? Let us see how you respond when I allow you to strike first." "You, humph. I have no intention of bullying a newcomer. Go ahead and make the first move." The elder retorted, incredulous. A mere novice, barely at the 3rd level, dared to suggest such a thing, as if he were a sky knight. Lin Long refrained from further banter. He could sense the elder's formidable prowess, far surpassing that of the mayor of Nightless City, yet lacking the oppressive aura of his own master, Glory. Lin Long's gaze deepened, suddenly turning a striking silver. Thunder crackled around his form, especially in his palms, where it manifested with a piercing sound. In an instant, Lin Long was before the elder, unleashing a thunderous strike aimed directly at his face. He held nothing back. For a 4th or 5th level warrior, this blow could prove fatal. The elder's eyes narrowed in astonishment at Lin Long's astonishing speed. A resounding boom echoed throughout the Tianshui Academy's square, yet Lin Long bore no semblance of joy. He merely felt that his strike had met an impenetrable wind barrier. "Bound by the earth," Lin Long exclaimed, channeling the thunderous energy in his palms to encircle the elder, ensnaring him within. "Windblade," the elder murmured lightly. A colossal wind blade sliced towards Lin Long beneath the canopy, cleaving through the air as if it were being torn apart. As Lin Long beheld the enormous wind blade, he concentrated and instantly transported himself into the thunderous prison, noticing the elder's astonished expression. "Here I come," Lin Long declared, delivering a powerful kick to the elder's chest, propelling him beneath the wind blade. Despite the force of Lin Long's strike, the elder remained unscathed, his composure unwavering as he faced the impending wind blade. The massive blade sliced through the elder's form, yet Lin Long furrowed his brow. The blade split as it passed through the elder, perfectly avoiding him while maintaining its ferocity towards Lin Long. Lin Long, though somewhat exasperated, remained undeterred. He raised his right palm skyward and softly intoned, "Summon the winds." A whirlwind erupted from Lin Long's palm, rapidly expanding to hundreds of feet in height, entangling with the colossal wind blade. The blade could not pierce through the whirlwind, nor could the whirlwind overcome the wind blade. The elder marveled internally, astonished that a newcomer could withstand a 5th-level spell. When the opponent first made a move, he sensed something extraordinary about them, prompting him to unleash a 5th-tier spell. However, to his astonishment, even this formidable magic had no effect on the adversary. The elder gazed at Lin Long with admiration, secretly contemplating that Tianshui Academy was about to unveil an exceptional talent. The clash between the wind blade and the tornado was fierce, with the swirling winds causing the Huanya trees to rustle ominously. Ultimately, both forces dissipated into the ether. A few figures appeared outside the arena, gazing in astonishment at the elder and Lin Long. The elder caught sight of them from the corner of his eye, and a slight flush crept onto his face. Suddenly, he vanished without a trace. Lin Long scanned his surroundings, realizing that the elder had mysteriously disappeared. while several individuals regarded him with curious expressions. Not wishing to draw attention, Lin Long discreetly departed, heading towards the second-year arena to meet his elder brother and second brother. Had he not just seen the Thunder Academy's principal engaged in a spar? The onlookers were uncertain. It must be the principal, but who was that youth? It seemed they had never encountered him at the academy. Surely, he couldn't be a new student. Ha! A new student? Impossible. Laughter erupted among the crowd, with the speaker shaking his head in disbelief. How could a newcomer possess the strength to spar with the Thunder Academy's principal? Lin Long approached the second-year dormitory and stopped a passerby, inquiring about the whereabouts of his elder brother and second brother. The individual, taken aback by Lin Long's appearance, initially considered leaving but ultimately decided to respond. Jenny and Aura have gone on a mission. Their return time is uncertain. Lin Long felt a twinge of disappointment, thanked the individual, and departed. Having settled into Tianshui Academy, Lin Long ventured out each morning at dawn to search through Tianshui City, traversing its myriad streets and alleys, hoping to uncover any news regarding Alan's daughter. Yet, after many days of searching, he had found not a single clue. During this time, he also visited the Galan Merchant Association, sweeping through the high-tier magical beasts within. Thus, the day of the Academy's new term swiftly approached. Chapter 76. Reunion with Galan Shun. At the end of August, the number of students at Tianshui Academy suddenly surged. Today marked the final day for registration, with the freshman assembly set to commence the following day. In the evening, upon moving into his designated dormitory, Lin Long noticed a youth across from him arranging bedding. The boy turned upon hearing a sound, but upon seeing Lin Long's attire, he lost interest in conversation and continued to tidy his bed. Each dormitory at Tianshui Academy accommodated 2 students, and due to the limited number of recruits, the rooms were relatively spacious. Observing the other's disinterest in dialogue, Lin Long remained silent, organizing his own sleeping area before reclining. He had just checked with the second-year students again, only to find that his elder brother and second brother had yet to return. However, Lin Long noted that the individual he had inquired with today bore a peculiar expression reminiscent of that other person from before. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and drifted into a deep slumber. A night devoid of dreams passed, and upon waking the next day, Lin Long first sought breakfast. Contrary to the previous day's tranquility, the dining hall today was filled to capacity, with students stuffing their mouths full. Most of the youths hailed from modest backgrounds. Much like his own, Lin Long observed the students around him, recalling how his elder brother and second brother were once in their shoes. With this thought, he shook his head and smiled. He found a vacant seat and settled down. After breakfast, Lin Long made his way to the square, which was already bustling with students. At the forefront stood a platform adorned with tables and chairs. The expansive square was divided into 10 distinct areas, each designated for a specific class. Lin Long located his class, Year 3 Class 3, and retreated to an inconspicuous corner to rest his eyes. Before long, the once empty space was filled with new students. Some engaged in conversation, while others, like Lin Long, preferred solitude. At the front of the 10 areas stood 9 individuals, akin to fireflies in the night, basking in the attention of the crowd. Surprisingly, there were only 9 mages in their cohort. Yet, this was hardly astonishing, as mages were inherently few in number, and each class typically mirrored this count. The 9 stood before the newcomers, their expressions brimming with excitement, an experience unlike any they had previously encountered. Among over 1,000 individuals, only they were afforded such honor. Each clenched their fists, revealing their inner turmoil. Cough, cough, silence. A voice boomed from the platform, causing the new students to cease their chatter and fall silent. The Tianshui Academy New Student Conference is about to commence. I am your host, Ocean. First, let us welcome our esteemed guests. Please give a warm welcome to His Highness, Prince Jialan Shun of the Jialan Empire. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Long's expression shifted, and he cast a glance towards the platform. Jialan Shun, as regal as their last encounter, was clad in a long black robe embroidered with gold, exuding a silent pressure that permeated the surroundings. He is the second prince, so handsome, a nearby girl exclaimed, gazing dreamily at Jialan Shun. You're courting death. I've heard he has a ruthless reputation. Another voice cautioned softly. Lin Long regarded Jialan Shun with curiosity. Was he not hot in that attire? At that moment, Jialan Chen's gaze shifted towards him, and their eyes met. In that fleeting moment, Jialan Chen's expression faltered, as if recalling something. a subtle smile gracing his lips before he averted his gaze. Is it you, Lin Long? Jialan Chun confirmed inwardly. The host continued, next. Let us welcome the esteemed Duke Raquel, the Lord of Tianshui City. Duke Raquel bowed in acknowledgement, and Jialan Chun appeared to be in good spirits today, giving a slight nod in response. Upon seeing a familiar yet unexpected face, Jialan Chun scrutinized Raquel, noting the remarkable transformation since their last meeting. Raquel, beaming with a spring-like demeanor, replied, thanks to your highness. Noting the reluctance to divulge further, Jialan Chun chose to refrain from probing deeper. Lin Long assessed the rumored Duke Raquel, who was not particularly tall and appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. He donned an opulent robe embellished with a gleaming emblem, a colossal sword embedded within it. Raquel's golden curls were meticulously styled, indicating his high regard for social etiquette. At this juncture, the host's introduction neared its conclusion, and the platform was now filled with invited guests. Let us extend a warm welcome to our esteemed Dean of Tianshui Academy, Dean Lei Ting, as he takes the stage to deliver his address. An elderly gentleman rose, his voice soft yet clear enough for all to hear. First and foremost, he welcomed each student to Tianshui Academy. Lin Long gazed in astonishment at the elder, recognizing him as the very person who had guided him a few days prior, during which they had engaged in a fierce altercation over a gold coin. Yet, the man on stage appeared revitalized, adorned in fine attire, a stark contrast to his previously disheveled appearance, leaving Lin Long momentarily incredulous as to whether he was indeed the same individual. My brother mentioned that our Dean Lei Ting bathes only once a year, and that is always before the freshman assembly. This tradition has persisted for a decade. A voice whispered nearby, filled with intrigue. Why only once a year? Another voice inquired, curiosity piqued. I'm not certain, but my brother hinted it might be related to the great competition of the four empires. Beyond that, I'm not well versed in the details, the informant replied, uncertain of the full story. Lin Long's ears perked up with surprise. All right, we shall now commence the freshman competition. I shall invite teacher Hai Yang to elucidate the rules and rewards, Dean Lei Ting remarked, gesturing subtly. Hai Yang nodded and spoke aloud. Regarding the freshman competition, some may be familiar, while others may not. Allow me to provide a brief overview. Each class will consist of 100 participants, from which one will be selected as the class leader. Each class leader will receive 3 vials of the life spring water. Teacher, what is life spring water? A student inquired from the audience, as they were unfamiliar with it. In simple terms, the life spring can enhance your cultivation without any adverse effects. It is advisable to use it when you are on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level, as it increases your chances by 10%. Each vial is valued at 3,000 gold coins. Hai Yang replied nonchalantly. Wow, that's incredibly expensive. 3 vials amount to 9,000 gold coins. I've never seen such a sum in my lifetime, someone exclaimed. You're overestimating yourself. It would be quite challenging for you to encounter such wealth in your next life. The crowd erupted in chatter. Silence. Hai Yang called out as the students quieted down. Then, from the 10 class leaders, one will be chosen as the top of the grade, who will receive 10 vials of life spring water. A collective gasp echoed among the students. 10 vials were worth 30,000 gold coins. Every participant readied themselves, eager for the upcoming contest. Lin Long felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the rewards, unlike the Monster Mountain Range, where he could consistently enhance his cultivation. He found himself wasting time at Tianshui Academy without the remains of beasts to aid his progress. However, he had not anticipated that Tianshui Academy possessed such a miraculous elixir for cultivation. Thus, Lin Long cast an apologetic glance at his classmates. Chapter 77. The Freshman Competition Now. Let me explain the rules of the competition. Hai Yang paused momentarily. There are no rules. The 10 designated areas will serve as battlegrounds. You may form alliances or engage in solitary combat. As long as one remains standing at the end, that individual shall be your class leader. However, there is one stipulation. Crossing the boundaries will result in disqualification. Teacher, what if one cannot control their strength and accidentally kill someone? Some students queried. They have already reached the level of 3rd-tier warriors, with a single punch capable of delivering nearly 1,000 pounds of force. If they lose control, it could result in a fatality, which would spell trouble. In other words, they too fear for their own lives. Rest assured, with my presence, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to meet your end. As a 6th-tier mage, Hai Yang confidently proclaimed this. The students nodded in excitement. Knowing that their lives were not at stake, they felt free of worry. Are there any further questions? Noticing the silence, Haiyang prepared to announce the commencement of the competition. However, at that moment, Dean Lei, standing nearby, interjected, Leon from Class 3, you are exempt from participating. Lin Long, who had been ready, felt a surge of anger at the dean's words and retorted, on what grounds? The students, initially curious about who Leon was, were taken aback as they witnessed a classmate challenge the dean. It is important to note that Dean Lei of Tianshui Academy is an 8th-tier mage, a figure of great respect, now confronted in such a manner. Facing Lin Long's inquiry, Dean Lei hesitated, failing to provide a clear reason, merely reiterating that Lin Long was not permitted to participate. Haiyang, equally surprised by the dean's unexpected stance, was unsure of his motives. Yet, since the dean had spoken, Haiyang felt compelled to state, Class 3's Leon, you are not included in this competition. Lin Long, infuriated, felt he could not afford to miss this opportunity to enhance his strength. Coldly, he declared, if you prevent my participation, then I shall ensure that none of the newcomers can stand. Let it be that none of us partake. The calmness of his tone belied the turbulence beneath, as the threat was unmistakable. This student certainly has a bold spirit, a newcomer beside Lin Long laughed. Indeed, does he think himself a noble mage? Chimed in others, mocking him. Even a mage wouldn't dare to speak so audaciously upon entering school, scoffed several classmates nearby. Lakel observed Lin Long with a smile, turning to Jialan Chun. He remarked, this student from Tianshui Academy possesses some intrigue, though he may be a touch too arrogant. It was apparent he remained unaware that the Lord of the Nightless City had indirectly perished at Lin Long's hands, for the darkness had concealed the events, and most who had encountered Lin Long were now deceased. Jialan Chun did not respond. He understood Lin Long's capabilities all too well. After witnessing the prowess of that sword strike, he considered himself no match for Lin Long. However, that was only true for the past. Jialan Chun's eyes remained fixed on Lin Long, eager to gauge his current strength should circumstances allow. Unfortunately, Dean Lei's expression darkened with concern, as he recalled Lin Long's formidable power. He did not consider Lin Long was jesting. If he truly barred him from participating, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Leon, if you refrain from entering, I will personally reward you with 5 vials of the elixir of life. Dean Lei stated, exasperated. Lin Long shook his head. The disparity between 13 vials and 5 was clear to him. Dean, I fear this may be inappropriate. Haiyang whispered from the side. Indeed, the esteemed dean has exhibited a touch of favoritism, which is quite unjust. This is not the Tianshui Academy I envisioned. A significant number of students have voiced their discontent. Is it customary to reward freshmen right from the outset? Is he perhaps your illegitimate child? Even if he were, public deception is intolerable. The atmosphere quickly descended into chaos, with students expressing their dissatisfaction. Dean Thunder, although I possess no authority to intervene in your institution's decisions, the suggestions of the students merit consideration. I find it inequitable to exclude Class Leon from the competition. Rakel chimed in with a smile. At that moment, Thunder found himself in a quandary. His reluctance to allow Lin Long to participate stemmed from a desire to conceal Lin Long's prowess in anticipation of next year's imperial tournament, as well as a commitment to fairness in this contest. However, witnessing the naive freshman below, who failed to grasp his good intentions, Thunder despondently waved his hand. Very well. If you insist on facing hardship, let him compete. Haiyang. Thank you, esteemed dean. Your wisdom and prowess are unmatched. Please do not forget your promise of 5 vials of the elixir of life. Lin Long expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. I initially stated that you would not participate in the contest, and I personally pledged to reward you with 5 vials of the elixir of life. Now that you have chosen to compete, what further need have you for the elixir? Thunder slammed his hand on the table, his wrath igniting. He was filled with a desire to personally teach Lin Long a lesson. Lin Long smiled at Dean Thunder, opened his mouth, and uttered a word, but no sound emerged. Thunder deciphered Lin Long's lip movements and grinned maliciously. I shall observe how you compel me to hand over the treasures. Indeed, Lin Long had just conveyed, you will surely provide them. With no further disputes, let the freshman competition commence. Haiyang announced loudly. The 10 zones became bustling with activity as groups formed, some banding together to defeat others in pursuit of the position of class leader, while others opted for solitary combat. The skirmish ignited with fervor, as these impassioned teenagers, all in their teens, eschewed strategy in favor of a more visceral approach. If they disliked someone, they would strike. At the forefront of the fray, 9 novice mages observed the chaos with a sense of ennui, for they were not required to participate in this contest. Having yet to embark on their formal training as mages, their physical capabilities were not significantly superior to those of the freshmen, and they might even be outmatched by some. As the students besieged Lin Long, he found himself the target of the majority, with nearly 100 members of Class 3 encircling him. This scenario had been inevitable the moment Dean Thunder intended to bestow upon him the elixir of life. Wherever one goes, exceptional individuals invariably attract envy and resentment. Observing the throng intent on overwhelming him, Lin Long wore a serene smile. This suits me well. A swift resolution is at hand. Grounded firmly, he positioned his left hand to form the 5 thunder seal and calmly proclaimed, "Command, thunder." The instant the word left his lips, the once clear sky darkened ominously, and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds swiftly engulfed the area above the square, not only over Class 3, but across all 10 class zones. How is this possible? He can summon thunder? Impossible, it must be a lie. The new students exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that Lin Long could summon thunder. Chapter 78, Leon. You old man. At this moment, the Dean of Thunder suddenly rose to his feet, realizing why Lin Long insisted he would provide him with spring water. The lad intended to strip all 10 class leaders of their positions. If he refused, none of the remaining classes would be able to stand against the might of thunder. This was Lin Long's intention, and the Dean understood it clearly. Lin Long disregarded his fellow classmates, instead gazing at the Dean with a silent smile, seemingly awaiting his decision. The Dean remained silent, unwilling to be so easily manipulated by Lin Long. Lakel looked up at the thunderous sky, her eyes shimmering, lost in thought. Xiaolan Shun pursed her lips, astonished by Lin Long's newfound strength. As if comprehending the Dean's inner turmoil, Lin Long flashed a devilish grin and casually uttered, "Falling thunder." Dozens of bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking those students who had rushed toward Lin Long. Fortunately, he had no intention of killing. Those struck merely had their hair standing on end, their faces charred, emitting plumes of black smoke. The few students who were hit collapsed to the ground, fainting before they could even scream. The remaining students, witnessing the spectacle, found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Again, Lin Long softly commanded. Once more, dozens of bolts of lightning rained down, leaving many students devoid of rational thought, staring blankly at the lightning. "Run!" The students who regained their senses shouted, awakening many others, prompting them to hastily evade the impending thunder. Yet again, dozens of bolts struck, incapacitating over 10 more students. At this point, approximately 80 students remained in Class 3, huddled together, united in their animosity toward Lin Long, as if he were a devil incarnate. Many regretted allowing Lin Long to participate in the competition, wishing they had heeded the Dean's advice. Observing the clustered students, Lin Long couldn't help but chuckle. "Come together," he called out. "Humph, Leon, do not be so arrogant. Summoning thunder requires energy, and with so many of us, we will exhaust you," a voice from the crowd declared. Clearly intending to employ a strategy of attrition against Lin Long shook his head with a smile, turning away. "I meant, you all should come together. Other class students," he proclaimed loudly to the students from the other 9 classes. "You insolent brat." The other class students retorted angrily. "If it weren't for the boundary, I would make you regret your arrogance," one declared, glaring at Lin Long, wishing to charge into his class area and thrash him. "Indeed, just wait until we encounter you. We will teach you a lesson." A small group growled, their disdain for pretentious students palpable. "You cannot cross the boundary, but I can." Lin Long laughed boisterously. As his laughter echoed, the sky seemed to come alive with thunder as hundreds of bolts descended, leaving no area untouched. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted simultaneously from 10 distinct areas. Nearly 1,000 individuals, confronted by hundreds of bolts of lightning, frantically clutched their heads and fled in disarray, with some even inadvertently straying beyond their designated class zones, thereby forfeiting their eligibility on the spot. Amidst the surrounding cries of despair, the students of Class 3 found themselves inexplicably elated, a joy that felt utterly irrational. Yet, as they observed their counterparts from other classes, a sense of happiness welled up within them. At that moment, they began to grasp the sheer naivety of their thoughts. To that demon, the sheer number of participants seemed of little consequence. Had those hundreds of bolts of lightning descended solely upon their area, It was certain that they would have already succumbed. Contemplating this, most students wore expressions of bitter realization. Lin Long gazed up at the pensive figure of the Thunder Academy's dean and couldn't help but sigh. The dean's restraint was truly remarkable. At that juncture, Teacher Haiyang suddenly interjected, "Leon, you have committed a foul." Lin Long, perplexed, inquired, "I adhered to the rules you just articulated. Pray tell, or have I erred?" Haiyang stammered, "You cannot attack students from other classes." Lin Long responded with a wry smile, "Teacher, my technique has a broad attack range. I cannot contain it. Are you suggesting I should suppress my abilities and become a passive target? Am I to simply endure without retaliating?" A string of questions rendered Haiyang speechless. It was evident that Haiyang's remarks were prompted by the dean's directive. As he gazed at the tumultuous lightning, he found himself at a loss. After all, the Tianshui Academy had never encountered such a predicament since its establishment. Which virtuous individual would interfere with another class's election for class leader? Since there is no issue, teacher, prepare to rescue them. With this strike, I shall conclude the battle. Lin Long declared nonchalantly, casting a glance at the Thunder Dean. Heavenly thunder unleashed. Lin Long uttered emphatically, as thousands of bolts of lightning flickered within the gathering storm clouds, instantaneously forming a colossal thunder bagua. The immense thunder bagua floated overhead, clearly visible to the naked eye. 1,000 students gazed in silence at the gigantic thunder bagua looming above them. It was then that they comprehended the dean's rationale for barring this individual from participating in the competition. It was all for their own good. They lamented their earlier rejection of the dean's well-intentioned concern. Who, indeed, was the fool that insisted on allowing this demon to partake in the freshman competition? Was this truly a newcomer? Even second-year students would struggle against him. Regret permeated the minds of many students. The thunder bagua spun incessantly, the boundless lightning resonating with a thunderous roar. The formidable power of the thunder seemed poised to consume the very fabric of space. Lin Long cast a glance at the Thunder Dean, who, too, wished to prevent the deluge of lightning. He feared that, should he lose control, Teacher Haiyang's 6th-tier sorcerer prowess would be insufficient to save them. Haiyang trembled as he looked to the dean, his eyes filled with desperation. With this divine thunder raining down, what am I supposed to save? He had never anticipated that a freshman competition would present such a formidable challenge, one that left even a 6th-tier sorcerer feeling besieged. The Thunder Dean, wearied and forlorn, cast Lin Long a glance laden with unspoken sentiments. Understanding the dean's gaze, Lin Long smiled and reduced the Thunder Bagua's size to confine it within his class's designated area. As the students from other classes beheld the diminished Thunder Bagua, they exhaled deeply, some even wiping the sweat from their brows. Only the students of Class 3 wore expressions of dismay, while earlier, they had the support of nearly 1,000 peers to share the burden of countless bolts of lightning. Now they were left to endure it alone. Leon, why not expand it a bit more? One student suggested, filled with hope. Lin Long shook his head with a smile. Since we shall be classmates henceforth, allow me to present each of you with a gift to commemorate our enrollment. I trust you will find it to your liking. With that, thousands of bolts of lightning erupted from the Bagua, akin to ancient ferocious beasts, preying upon the unsuspecting. The students of Class 3 were inwardly cursing their fate. While they did not strike the other classes, they were left to suffer the consequences themselves. In a chaotic scramble, the students attempted to evade the lightning. But with their mere 3rd-tier abilities, there was no escaping the lightning's swift might. Ah, Leon, you scoundrel. Leon, I yield, spare us. Chapter 79. Duke Lackle. Some members of Class 3 cursed, while others pleaded for mercy. Such is the myriad of human emotions. Observers from other classes swallowed hard upon witnessing this scene. Thank goodness they were not placed in the same class as this devil. All students nodded in agreement. As the relentless bolts descended, save for Lin Long, all students in Class 3 lay sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, Lin Long raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the one remaining standing, and could not help but admire him. The individual, grinning foolishly despite his pallid complexion, mocked Lin Long. Is that all you've got? Bring it on. Although the students of Class 3 lay incapacitated, their consciousness remained, and upon witnessing such resilience, they immediately expressed their admiration. Well done. We of Class 3 shall never submit to Leon. Indeed, well said, my classmate. They cheered, laughter echoing. Leon, did you see that? Though you may have knocked us down, we will never yield. I, Alwyn, will never submit to you. The man spoke with pride, feeling as though he were the hero of the class, while Lin Long stood as the demon. Alwyn, from Tianshui City. Lin Long murmured. What is your connection to Clark Kimo? His gaze turned dangerous as he inquired. You even know my grandfather's name. Alwyn exclaimed in astonishment. Your grandfather, you say? Lin Long gritted his teeth, slowly advancing toward Alwyn. Stay back. Alwyn shouted in alarm. As Lin Long drew nearer, an overwhelming pressure surged upon Alwyn, akin to a tidal wave. At a distance, he felt nothing, but as Lin Long approached, breathing became a struggle. With a resounding thud, Lin Long delivered a powerful punch directly to Alwyn's chest. The immense force caused Alwyn to collapse to his knees. Yet, before he could hit the ground, Lin Long seized his arm with his left hand and unleashed another heavy blow. As if unsatisfied, Lin Long maintained this stance, delivering over 100 punches before finally releasing Alwyn. The students of Class 3 were left in a daze, speechless as they stared in disbelief at Lin Long's assault on Alwyn. Fortunately for the other classes, their matches had progressed to the final stages, leaving them oblivious to the spectacle unfolding nearby. Elvin doubled over, retching as he felt the remnants of last night's meal threaten to erupt at the hands of Lin Long. Before Elvin could articulate his thoughts, Lin Long swiftly interrupted, his figure a blur as he delivered a crushing kick to Elvin's back. A significant crater formed in the center of the arena, with Elvin lying motionless within it. Lin Long raised his foot to stomp down upon Elvin, cursing vehemently as he did so. The words of Lin Long were lost on the crowd, but the frenzied display left the classmates of Class 3 silently vowing never to provoke this demon. It was unprecedented to witness Lin Long in such a state. The root of his fury lay in the name of his grandfather, Clark Kimo. If Lin Long's suspicions were correct, this Elvin was his second cousin. All the grievances Lin Long's mother had endured over the years were unleashed upon his cousin. Deep down, Lin Long recognized that this altercation had nothing to do with Elvin. Yet he could not restrain himself from acting out. Despite his fearsome appearance, Lin Long refrained from delivering a true beating. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for Elvin to still be standing after such a barrage. Eventually, after a lengthy assault, Lin Long grew weary and ceased his attack. He turned to observe the surrounding area, where the class leader had been determined. A grin spread across his face, a smile that appeared as a ghastly specter to the other class leaders. With 10 leaders selected, Hai Yang instructed them to compete for the top position. However, as soon as Hai Yang's words fell, the other 9 promptly raised their hands in surrender. They had just witnessed Lin Long relentlessly pummeling a fellow student, and fear gripped them. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. Thus, the 9 thought in unison. With a resigned tone, Hai Yang declared, the first place in this freshman competition goes to Leon Sori. At that moment, Elvin managed to rise, and a spark of realization struck him as he inquired of Lin Long. What relation is Roland Camus to you? Lin Long cast him a fleeting glance, but offered no response. Elvin furrowed his brow, uncertain if his guess was correct. The freshman competition concluded, and Lin Long achieved his desired outcome, 13 vials of the elixir of life. Baron Rackle turned to Dean Lei Ting, a smile illuminating his face as he remarked, no wonder Dean Lei Ting was reluctant to let Leon participate in the contest. He must have wanted him to compete in the imperial tournament instead. Dean Lei Ting, resigned, acknowledged that his intentions were no secret to the astute. He candidly admitted, indeed, that is my plan. Rackle chuckled before abruptly changing the subject. What do you think of his thunder technique? Dean Lei Ting pondered for a moment before responding slowly. It is indeed remarkable. Rackle nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Had it not been for the prior evaluations by the Waters Academy, he might have suspected Lin Long to be a sorcerer. In his experience, only sorcerers could wield thunder. If it were truly a technique, then it would mean he had also arrived at such a conclusion, igniting a fervor within Rackle's heart. With the freshman assembly complete, Lin Long initially intended to explore the city of Tianshui, but was unexpectedly met with an invitation from Rackle. Following Rackle's servant, Lin Long approached the Baron, eager to discern the man's true intentions. Upon meeting Lord Rackle, Lin Long spoke with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. No need for formalities, indeed. Heroes emerge in youth. Do visit my estate often. Raquel expressed her admiration with a brief remark before departing. Lin Long found himself somewhat perplexed. Had the other party come merely to utter a single phrase? Caution is warranted with this individual. The Thunder Dean appeared beside Lin Long, seemingly having overheard the recent exchange. Yet, Lin Long felt no apprehension. It was he who had slain the subordinate in Flowing Sand Town. so why should he concern himself with Leon? The lord of the Evernight city had also met his demise at the hands of the illustrious Archmage, thus he bore no fear towards Duke Raquel. Instead, his gaze fixated intently upon the Thunder Dean. Upon noticing Lin Long's demeanor, the Thunder Dean immediately grasped the meaning behind his gaze and offered a subtle smile, conjuring 5 vials of the Fountain of Life into his hands. "Thank you, Thunder Dean," Lin Long exclaimed with a smile, extending his hand to retrieve the vials. However, with a flick of his wrist, the Thunder Dean made the 5 vials vanish in an instant. Lin Long furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Esteemed Dean, feeling somewhat helpless, he realized that if the other party truly intended not to provide them, he had no recourse. The Thunder Dean replied with a smile, "I can grant you the Fountain of Life, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Lin Long asked, curiosity piqued. "Next year, represent our Tianshui Academy in the grand tournament of the 4 great empires," the Thunder Dean declared with fervor. "Oh, in that case, I shall forego it." Lin Long turned to leave. Hey, the Thunder Dean interjected, positioning himself in Lin Long's path. "How can you simply walk away like that?" Lin Long paused and responded, "Esteemed Dean, is it not acceptable for me to decline the 5 vials of the Fountain of Life?" "Why not?" The Thunder Dean's eyes reflected confusion. "Is the grand tournament of the 4 great empires worth merely 5 vials of the Fountain of Life? The cost and benefit are clearly disproportionate." Lin Long replied nonchalantly. The Thunder Dean, realizing Lin Long's discontent with the offer, sighed in resignation. "How many do you intend to demand?" "I'm all ears." Lin Long raised a single finger. 10 vials? The Thunder Dean shook his head. "Surely not 100 vials? 1,000 vials. Agree to that, and I shall participate," Lin Long stated earnestly. Chapter 80. The 3 Brothers 1,000 vials. Do you comprehend the value of 1,000 vials of the Fountain of Life in gold coins? You truly are audacious in your demands. The Thunder Dean looked at Lin Long, utterly speechless. "Isn't it merely 3 million? Lin Long queried, puzzled. "Is it merely? Huh. You speak as if you possess great wealth." The Thunder Dean retorted with a hint of sarcasm, unaware of who among them could not even produce a single gold coin. After some contemplation, the Thunder Dean continued, 50 vials. The maximum I can offer is 50 vials, as the head of an academy. It is impossible for me to squander all resources on a single individual." Lin Long pondered for a moment before asking, "What exactly is the grand tournament of the 4 great empires?" "In simple terms, each year, our 4 great empires hold a competition, and the top contenders gain entry into the Holy Academy of the Holy Church." The Thunder Dean glanced at the contemplative Lin Long, continuing, "There are a total of 10 slots for the empire, of which our Tianshui Academy receives 2. Thus, I hope that in June of next year, you may represent our Tianshui Academy in the contest." Lin Long could not forget the hopeful gaze of his parents, who wished for him to become an enforcer of the holy city. He turned to the Thunder Dean and inquired, "What level of strength do the participants in the competition generally possess?" "Essentially, they are all 5th-tier sorcerers. Only on rare occasions do 6th-tier low-grade sorcerers appear." Dean Thunder let out a faint sigh. "It has been quite some time since Tianshui Academy has seen a student of 6th-tier sorcery." I pondered, after all, there is still ample time. Lin Long smiled, having become adept at bargaining. Dean Thunder, with a sense of resignation, could only agree, ultimately reminding Lin Long to be cautious of Duke Raquel. In the blink of an eye, a week into the new semester has passed. During these days, Lin Long has acclimatized to life at Tianshui Academy, attending knowledge classes in the morning to learn about the continent's history and development, followed by practical combat classes in the afternoon. Given his status as the top freshman, even if he chose not to attend, the teachers would not raise any objections. Lin Long held little regard for the practical combat classes, as first-year freshmen were typically only 3rd-tier warriors, mainly taught basic techniques, which were merely of the human grade. Only upon breaking through to a 4th-tier warrior would they be instructed in the Tianshui sword technique. Even so, Lin Long looked down upon the Tianshui sword technique entirely. He was also curious as to why Tianshui Academy did not teach students any advanced techniques, even though heavenly grade techniques are exceedingly rare. As one of the 5 major academies of the empire, Tianshui Academy surely possesses at least one heavenly grade technique. That noon, after finishing his knowledge class, Lin Long was walking back to the dormitory when he suddenly felt a sense of awareness and turned around. In the sunlight, 2 youths smiled at Lin Long. With a grin on his face, he approached and playfully punched both youths. Big brother, Lin Long exclaimed joyfully. Ola, glancing at Lin Long with a smile, remarked that he had grown taller and more handsome, predicting that in a few years, he would surpass his elder brother. When did you become so self-absorbed? Lin Long inquired of his second brother, having always regarded his elder brother as the epitome of composure. Hasn't he always been this way? Jenny shot a sidelong glance at Ola. Lin Long chuckled and then gently asked Jenny, what happened? Jenny's face bore signs of a recent scuffle, with a bruised nose and a hand hanging limply. Ola's face also bore a faint bruise. Ola glanced at his younger brother, seeking his approval. Jenny pursed his lips and said, let's talk while we eat. It's been ages since we've had a proper meal. Lin Long nodded, and the three of them strolled toward the dining hall. During their walk, Lin Long placed his hand on Jenny's shoulder, channeling his energy to gradually heal Jenny's injuries. By the time they reached the dining hall, Jenny's arm could move freely, and his face had returned to normal. Jenny, shaking his arm, exclaimed in admiration, I never expected your skills to be so remarkable, even for a healing water magic. It must be unparalleled. Lin Long cautioned his second brother, no exertion for a week. And after that, you will be fine. Jenny nodded excitedly. Ola tugged at Lin Long, pointing to his own face. Big brother, you can recover on your own in a few days. There's no need to waste your energy on me. Lin Long looked at Ola, somewhat speechless. No, that won't do. You must treat me. Ola insisted on receiving treatment. Lin Long was helpless. How had his elder brother changed so much in just over a year? When did he become so concerned about his appearance? Jenny chuckled beside Lin Long, explaining, you should quickly attend to the boss. He is eager to meet his beloved. Has he fallen in love? Lin Long mused, casting an amused glance at his elder brother. It dawned on him why his brother had undergone such transformation. It was indeed the influence of love. Not yet agreed. Came the boss's voice, barely a whisper. Lin Long couldn't help but tease, as expected of my elder brother. So composed in the presence of beauty. Ola shyly scratched his head. As the trio bantered, they arrived at the cafeteria, where the first-year students recoiled at the sight of Lin Long, as if they had encountered a calamity. Quickly, there est that harbinger of misfortune. Many students took a detour. Ola and Jenny exchanged bewildered glances at Lin Long, their eyes filled with inquiry. Lin Long awkwardly touched his nose, remaining silent. Ola and Jenny ordered their favorite dishes, devouring them with fervor. Observing his companions, Lin Long produced a flatbread baked by their mother from his spatial ring, dividing it into two halves and offering them to his elder and younger brothers. Why didn't you bring out the flatbread sooner? Ola and Jenny chided Lin Long playfully. Looking at the flatbread, Lin Long's expression turned somber. When I was about to leave, Mother mentioned that you two hadn't returned home for the New Year last year. I was still in the Beast Mountain range then. Our home has never felt so desolate. This time, Mother specially baked a few flatbreads, saying you hadn't had them in ages and insisted I bring them to you. Father has broken through to a level 4 warrior. You should have seen how elated he was. Our little sister has grown into quite the young lady in just a year. Mother mentioned she would look for suitable young men nearby for her. Honestly, who in our small town could possibly be worthy of her? But I dare not voice these thoughts to Mother in your absence. Lin Long rambled on to his brothers. Ola and Jenny accepted the flatbreads and began to eat, the spiciness causing their eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 81. The astonished duo. Lin Long spoke softly. You know how Mother often takes out her dowry to polish it. Though she never says it, we all know she deeply misses her family. I plan to visit our grandmother soon. Mother has long yearned for it. Regardless of circumstances, this year I must take her back to her family for the new year. Ola and Jenny lifted their heads, wiping away their tears, both exclaiming, we will go with you. Lin Long nodded, then turned to his younger brother. How did you sustain those injuries? Was this mission particularly arduous? Jenny and Ola exchanged glances, Ola subtly nodding. It was then that Jenny spoke up. It had nothing to do with the mission. This time, my brother and I went to investigate a small town. Strangely enough, there were bloodstains everywhere. Yet not a single soul was in sight. After a thorough search, we found nothing and returned. As for these injuries, Jenny's face flushed slightly. They resulted from a scuffle. We lost the fight. I bear no grudge against others, only regret for our insufficient strength. The opponent was rather ruthless. Lin Long furrowed his brows. The elder brother was merely lightly injured, yet the younger brother had sustained a grievous injury to his bones. If it weren't for the fortuitous encounter today, he too would have been left with the same affliction as their mother. The younger brother, Jenny, explained, as you are aware, every newcomer at Tianshui Academy must partake in a grand competition. It is not mere bravado. I was once a frontrunner for victory in the newcomer tournament. Ignoring Lin Long's disdainful glance, he continued, during the class battles, my elder brother and I were an unstoppable force. However, we encountered a shameless group of 10. They conspired to attack us, but my brother and I were not easily subdued, standing our ground against the onslaught. Ultimately, though, we both suffered injuries, allowing others to seize the opportunity and claim the class leader position. Consequently, they have taken to harassing my brother and me at every turn. It is indeed my lack of strength that hinders my ability to assist my younger brother, Alya lamented from the side. Have you and your brother yet to break through to the 4th level of warriors? Lin Long inquired softly. Alya scratched his head, while Jinny's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he murmured, I am at a loss. Most of our peers in the same year have already advanced to the 4th level. Yet we remain stagnant. It is truly perplexing. Lin Long drummed his fingers on the table, already possessing some understanding of their situation. Alya, the elder brother, had somewhat lesser talent, akin to their father, and advancing to the 4th level indeed required unimaginable effort. As for the younger brother, blessed with innate strength, the path to breakthrough was also fraught with challenges. However, once he did, his fighting spirit would surely be formidable, making him a powerful contender among his peers. With this thought, Lin Long flipped his palm, revealing 10 vials of spiritual liquid, which he presented to the two, along with 2 spatial rings. Alya and Jinny's eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at Lin Long. What is this? Jinny asked, uncertain. Spatial rings. Do you desire them? Lin Long displayed the rings with an air of pride. Alya's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Jinny unusually refrained from teasing Lin Long. Just moments ago, their attention had been entirely on their mother's pastries, neglecting to notice where Lin Long had procured his items. Upon seeing the spatial rings, they now realized the significance. Aside from the one for our little sister, the rest are premium spatial rings, worth 2,000 gold coins each. Do take care not to misplace them, Lin Long cautioned. 2,000 gold coins? The brothers trembled slightly as they accepted the spatial rings. Though no longer naive youths, it was their first experience possessing premium spatial rings. This vial of life spring is worth 3,000 gold coins. From whence did you acquire such wealth? Alya and Jinny stared at Lin Long in disbelief. Naturally, it is the reward for being the top of the year. Otherwise, how could I have obtained such a bounty of life spring? Lin Long replied nonchalantly. Top of the year? You? Both older brothers gazed at Lin Long in astonishment. When they had departed, they were unaware that Lin Long had the capability to defeat the town mayor. Now, hearing of Lin Long's accolade, they found it hard to believe. Otherwise, do you think they would scurry away from me like mice fleeing a cat? Lin Long remarked, gesturing toward the first-year newcomers. The pointed newcomers immediately shuddered and hurriedly distanced themselves. Ola and Jinny had to come to terms with the reality. In truth, Jinny had long realized that their younger brother had surpassed them. He simply did not want to accept it. Lin Long turned away, retracting his finger, and advised the two, eldest brother and second brother, do not be stingy with resources. I have placed 10,000 crystal coins in each of your spatial rings. Strive to break through to the 4th level soon, and once you do, seek them out. 10,000 crystal coins? Ola exclaimed in astonishment. What are crystal coins? Jinny inquired. Bewildered, they had never encountered crystal coins, nor had they ever heard of them. 1 crystal coin is equivalent to 100 gold coins, Lin Long explained. Therefore, 10,000 crystal coins equate to 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins? Jinny stood up from his chair, his voice filled with excitement as he addressed Lin Long. Lin Long waved his hand, signaling Jinny to sit down, for a crowd was observing them, and he should not be so overly animated. Look how composed the eldest brother is, Lin Long remarked, glancing at the elder sibling. Jinny turned to see his older brother, who sat expressionless and motionless. Lin Long noticed something was amiss and called out, eldest brother, eldest brother. Jinny shook Ola vigorously, and only then did Ola snap back to reality. Lin Long then witnessed his usually steady older brother rise in excitement, exclaiming, 1 million gold coins? Lin Long rubbed his forehead, quickly pressing Ola back down. There is no need for such fervor. Go to Tianshui City and purchase some cultivation resources. Once the money is spent, come back to me. 1 million gold coins. Where did you acquire such wealth? After calming down, the two asked Lin Long in hushed tones. Lin Long chose not to disclose the events that transpired in the Beast Mountain range, instead urging them to break through to the 4th level as soon as possible. Seeing Lin Long's reluctance to share, they did not press further, merely tightening their grips on their spatial rings. By the way, regarding your mission, I seem to possess some clues, Lin Long suddenly said to the two. Oh, what clues? The mention of mission clues piqued their interest. This was their first mission after all. During their first year at Tian Shui Academy, they merely studied knowledge and techniques. Only in their second year were they permitted to undertake missions. Each mission offered different points that could be exchanged for resources. Initially, they had been confident in their ability to succeed in this mission, but after investigating, they had found no leads. Little did they know that their younger brother had insights. They listened intently as Lin Long spoke. I suspect that the townsfolk were killed by beasts. The bodies were devoured by the creatures, which is why you found no clues. Ola and Jenny nodded in agreement, as they had considered this possibility. However, there is another potential scenario. Lin Long pursed his lips, his eyes reflecting complexity. What other possibility? The other possibility is that they were slain by the orc tribe. Chapter 82. Revenge through this period of learning. Lin Long had come to understand that the orc clan delights in feasting on humans, relishing in their torture and slaughter. Impossible. How could orcs appear near Tian Shui City? I have not heard of any orc battalion crossing the Orc Gorge. Ola's tone was tinged with uncertainty, harboring some skepticism towards Lin Long's conjecture. I hope I am mistaken, he mused. Lin Long refrained from elaborating extensively. The trio engaged in conversation for an extended period before parting ways. After a year of separation, it seemed they had an inexhaustible array of topics to discuss. At the moment of farewell, Lin Long entrusted a tome of martial arts to Jenny, a mischievous grin adorning his face as he imparted a few words of advice. A week passed, and on this day, Lin Long received a message from his elder brother, instructing him to proceed to the Tian Shui martial arena. Located in the sophomore zone, the Tian Shui Academy's arena lay to the right front of the square. This venue served as a battleground for students to settle grievances or engage in training duels, and thanks to the presence of magical formations, even the most vigorous attacks would not damage the structure. The arena resembled an enormous bowl, with the contest area at the bottom and the spectator seats above. The academy encouraged students to compete, yet imposed one crucial stipulation. Lethal force was strictly prohibited. Should a life be lost, the perpetrator would face dire consequences. Upon Lin Long's arrival at the arena, he observed a tense standoff between two factions. On one side stood his second brother, Jenny, while the opposing side was composed of a dozen second-year students, led by a burly figure who was the equal of Jenny in stature. The leader mockingly addressed Jenny. What? Do you believe that breaking through to level 4 grants you the right to challenge us? Have you forgotten the last time you were brought to your knees in supplication? Ha ha. The laughter of the other students rang out, deriding Jenny. They believed that their own advancements to level 4 would easily allow them to confront him. Little did they realize that they were a group of seasoned level 4 warriors, and such arrogance was unwarranted. The notion of Jenny begging for mercy was, of course, exaggerated. Even they had to concede that Jenny's resolve was unyielding. With a disdainful snort, Jenny retorted, "Since when has the might of numbers been a justification for bullying the less fortunate? Gray, if you truly possess any skill, would you dare to face me in a one-on-one duel?" Gray, not lacking in intelligence, recalled that they had both entered the academy as level 3 warriors and had struggled against their opponents back then. Now, he was even less inclined to engage. However, emboldened by the presence of his fellow level 4 warriors, Gray sneered, "Sometimes, having a multitude is a skill in itself. If you're capable, feel free to gather your own entourage for a battle." Jenny's eyes burned with intensity. Ola turned to Lin Long and explained, "Gray's uncle is a duke, which has attracted a multitude of sycophants. He is always surrounded by a retinue of followers. Furthermore, Gray's status has made it difficult for anyone in our grade to associate with us. Even this mission has left just Jenny and me." Lin Long placed a reassuring hand on his brother's shoulder. The two siblings then directed their attention back to the arena. As the venue was already situated in the sophomore zone, the crowd began to swell, with many second-year students recognizing Jenny and Gray. Observers noted the impending confrontation, speculating that it could prove to be a challenging bout for Gray's group, given that Jenny had recently broken through to level 4. What does breaking through to level 4 matter? They have over 10 level 4 warriors on their side. Some voiced their dissent against the earlier assertion. However, others recalled that Jenny had previously managed to single-handedly take on multiple opponents upon his arrival at the academy. With his recent advancement, the outcome of this encounter remained uncertain. Jenny clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips as he taunted, "I knew it, Gray, you're nothing but a coward. If you lack the courage for a one-on-one, then bring your entire crew." Previously, he had been at a disadvantage due to their superior numbers and levels. But now that he stood on equal footing, he was eager to see how they would fare. "You seek death," Gray roared, waving his hand as more than 10 students surrounded Jenny. A colossal magical array rose from the training grounds, enveloping them in a slowly closing sphere of white light. Lin Long observed this scene thoughtfully, noting its similarity to the protective barrier at the Dawn Outpost in Waterfall City, albeit significantly larger. "Let the battle commence," a teacher announced, as they were stationed there to prevent any fatal accidents among the students and provide timely medical assistance to those severely injured. Upon hearing the signal, Jenny bellowed and, disregarding the encirclement, aimed to strike first. With his massive fists, brimming with fierce fighting spirit, he unleashed his pent-up frustration from the past year upon one of the students. The student, with a look of disdain, felt confident in his superiority, having advanced to level 4 before Jenny. As Jenny charged towards him with ferocity, he did not flinch, but raised his own fist to meet the oncoming assault. Boom! Their fists collided, but there was no contest. It was a one-sided annihilation. The arrogant student was sent flying upon impact, crashing violently against the barrier before collapsing unconscious. "One!" Jenny exclaimed, a chilling grin on his face as he gazed at Gray. "Be cautious. Do not engage him alone. The opponent has just entered level 4. If we can exhaust his fighting spirit, he will be at our mercy." Gray frowned as he looked at his fallen comrade, issuing commands to the others. They had not anticipated Jenny's strength following his breakthrough to level 4, and they all nodded in agreement. Disregarding any strategic approach, Jenny surged forth again, his terrifying power directed at another student. However, that student retreated rapidly, skillfully dodging Jenny's fists by flipping backward just in time. As Jenny prepared to pursue, he felt a fierce wind at his sides. Not daring to be careless, he leapt into the air to evade the heavy punches coming from 2 assailants. Yet, before he could catch his breath, he realized that 2 more had been waiting above him. Their fists, infused with fighting spirit, struck him heavily on his chest and back. "Well done," Gray exclaimed with delight. But his smile quickly faded. The 2 attackers bore no expressions of triumph. Their fists felt as though they had struck a mountain. Despite the weight of their blows, which could crush boulders, they had failed to harm Jenny. In midair, Jenny flipped around, grasping the still extended fists of the 2, yanking them forcefully. With a resounding thud, the 2 collided uncontrollably. Their cries of agony echoed through the arena. Jenny released his hands, and the 3 plummeted freely. Before the 2 could react, Jenny landed 2 heavy kicks, sending them crashing against the luminous barrier. With a splatter, blood sprayed across the arena, and the 2 students fell into unconsciousness, their state utterly tragic. 3. Jenny grinned, his smile reminiscent of a devil's. At that moment, the second-year students outside were rendered speechless, utterly shocked by Jenny's formidable strength after breaking through to the 4th level. Chapter 83, Maha Golden Body. A series of thunderous tiger roars suddenly erupted in the arena. It was the Tiger Roar Wind Fist. All the students recognized this martial art, as it was one of the compulsory human tier techniques for first-year students at Tianshui Academy. 9 colossal tiger shadows lunged at Jenny with ferocious roars. Within the barrier, the momentum was overwhelming, and the power was astonishing. Jenny chuckled lightly. He was not unfamiliar with the Tiger Roar Fist. With a roar, a massive tiger phantom manifested from Jenny, standing its ground against the remaining 9 tigers. Alone, Jenny's tiger phantom appeared more immense than any of the 9, exuding an aura of majesty and ferocity. Bang! The 10 tiger phantoms instantly intertwined, clearly separating into 2 opposing factions. As the 2 factions of tigers clashed, a deafening sound resonated throughout the training ground. Although merely a human tier technique, its power was not to be underestimated. The 2 factions were evenly matched. Neither side could advance. The arena fell into an eerie equilibrium. This balance persisted for some time, as Gray and his 9 companions gritted their teeth, striving to overwhelm Jenny with their combined force, yet their efforts proved futile. Jenny was in a similar predicament. His face flushed as he attempted to step forward, yet found it as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted in the arena, causing both sides to be propelled backward several steps. Aura watched Jenny with concern. After all, he had only just reached the 4th level, and was not as proficient in the manipulation of fighting energy as the others, and with such a multitude of opponents. He feared that Jinny might run out of energy and be defeated if the battle continued. Lin Long also furrowed his brow as he observed the scene. Though he had given Jinny a book on a Buddhist divine-level technique a few days prior, he had no idea how well Jinny had mastered it. Jinny halted his retreat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "Is this all 9 of you are capable of?" he taunted. Gray, calming the turmoil within his fighting energy, was taken aback by Jinny's significant transformation after entering the 4th level. To their astonishment, their combined efforts yielded no advantage. Listening to Jinny's words, Gray's expression turned icy. "I hope you can still speak after this." With a flick of his hand, a colossal sword appeared in his grasp. Golden light, like twinkling stars, illuminated the training platform, and a grand, law manifestation materialized behind Gray, solemn and obscured in its true form. Gripping the massive sword, Gray bellowed, "Great Sumeru sword technique. Jinny, this is a heavenly tier technique obtained by my uncle. Let us see how you can triumph." "Well done," cheered Gray's companions, praising him in awe. "Oh my, it's actually a heavenly tier technique. The heavenly stage martial art is indeed extraordinary. Even a level 4 warrior like Gray demonstrates such formidable power with this sword." The onlookers among the students are filled with admiration for the remarkable heavenly stage technique. It is worth noting that most first-year students primarily learn the human stage techniques, and only upon reaching their 2nd year, after completing tasks to earn points, can they exchange them for the water sword technique. However, the water sword technique is merely an earth stage martial art. As for the heavenly stage techniques, the Tianshui Academy possesses only 1 volume. The points required to learn it are astronomical. The immense Dharma form wields a colossal sword, radiating a dazzling golden light as it strikes towards Jinny. Lin Long gazes appreciatively at the golden giant sword, acknowledging that Gray's cultivation of the Great Sumeru sword technique surpasses that of the Deputy City Lord of Nightless City he previously encountered. Although that Deputy City Lord is a level 7 Earth Knight, in terms of the mastery of the Great Sumeru sword technique, he pales in comparison to Gray. It is only natural. A powerful Deputy City Lord would hardly endure the loneliness, as Buddhist techniques prohibit close contact with women. Let us concede. The opponent possesses a heavenly stage technique, while Jinny only knows some human stage techniques. "There is no chance," Aura exclaimed anxiously to Lin Long. "Do not fret, my brother. A few days ago, I provided the 2nd brother with a divine stage technique. Although it has only been a week, I have faith that this technique is tailor-made for him." Lin Long gently reassured the anxious Aura. "Divine stage technique?" Aura questioned, doubting his hearing. Lin Long nodded slightly. Aura glared at Lin Long with resentment, remaining silent. Lin Long smiled knowingly, understanding his brother's thoughts. "If you wish to learn as well, let the 2nd brother teach you. But before you begin, listen to him discuss the shortcomings of this technique. A divine stage technique, even with its flaws, I must learn it," Aura declared resolutely. "I too shall grow stronger. I will not allow Ellie to endure ridicule alongside me," Aura muttered softly to himself. Lin Long regarded his brother with a smile, clearly having heard his murmurs. On the field, Jinny maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at the astonishing giant blade, his heart unwavering. "Maha Golden Body, rise." Jinny's commanding voice resonated throughout the arena. A resplendent golden light illuminated the entire training ground as a colossal Dharma form coalesced around Jinny, swelling with the wind. The Dharma form exuded an air of solemnity and sanctity, while the Dharma form of the Great Sumeru sword technique may be grand. It is dwarfed by the magnificence of Jinny's. Were it not for the barrier, the height of Jinny's Dharma form would be unfathomable. At this moment, the Dharma form appeared sacred and austere, its eyes closed, reminiscent of a slumbering Buddha. The form boasted a total of 18 golden, glimmering arms, inspiring reverence in those who beheld it. The awe-inspiring golden giant blade, propelled by a fierce wind, struck the Dharma form in an instant. The Dharma form remained impassive. A golden giant hand emerged, and with a slight grip, the golden blade was seized. With a forceful motion, the blade dissipated into the wind. Gray stared in disbelief at the colossal Dharma form across from him, roaring, "This is impossible." Jinny's gaze was one of disdain. "You are permitted to wield a heavenly stage technique, but I am not allowed a divine stage technique?" "What? A divine stage technique?" The watching students collectively gasped. It must indeed be a divine stage technique. Otherwise, how could a heavenly stage technique so easily face defeat? An onlooker analyzed the situation. The remaining individuals nodded, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. This was a divine-level technique, wielded by a fourth-tier warrior. None amongst these students, who were backed by various factions, could resist the allure of such power. Impossible. You cannot possess a divine-level technique. Gray's face contorted in disbelief. It is worth noting that even his uncle lacked such a skill. Since the establishment of the Tianshui Academy, only one celestial-level technique had ever existed. One could only imagine the rarity of divine-level techniques. Those from his world would not believe in the existence of the outside realm. I have no obligation to earn your belief. Now, let us settle our grievances. Golden arms, radiating overwhelming authority, surged toward Gray and his companions. Each arm possessed formidable strength. The remaining 8 were merely struck lightly before spewing blood and collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. A pitiful sight indeed. The first 3 to fall felt an inexplicable joy at their swift defeat, secretly relieved. However, their elation was premature. Ginny had no intention of sparing any of them. 3 golden arms descended upon the fallen, and even in their incapacitation, they could not escape Ginny's vengeance. The agonizing cries echoed throughout the venue. Chapter 84. The son of Duke Rakel. Once all others had been grievously injured and laid low, Ginny unleashed his 18 golden arms, violently striking Gray. Gray still attempted to resist, but Ginny's first blow disarmed him of his massive sword, leading to a one-sided onslaught. The golden fists rained down like a tempest, shattering the ground of the training arena and creating a vast pit in an instant. After a prolonged assault, Ginny finally vented a year's worth of rage, dispelling his martial manifestation. In the depths of the pit, Gray lay on the brink of death, unconscious. The other combatants, too, had forgotten about Gray, each one lamenting and wailing in agony. Ginny paid them no heed as he exited the arena. The onlookers watched Ginny with trepidation, hesitant to engage him in conversation. As Ginny approached Lin Long and Aura, he stumbled slightly, prompting Lin Long to swiftly support him. Not bad. Did you enjoy that? If you're still not satisfied, I could bring them back for another round. Lin Long jested. Ginny glanced at Lin Long, chuckling lightly. I knew you were a rascal from a young age. Let it go for today. I've exhausted my energy. Next time. Aura, brimming with excitement, turned to Lin Long. Second brother, when you have a moment, teach me that technique. It is simply magnificent. Ginny first looked at Lin Long, seeking his approval. Lin Long shrugged. Then, addressing Aura, Ginny asked, do you wish to learn? Aura eagerly nodded. This technique has its drawbacks. Didn't third brother mention it? He did, but I am unconcerned with any flaws. Aura asserted resolutely. Once mastered, this technique prohibits approaching women. Second brother grinned mischievously. Lin Long. Second brother has turned wicked. I merely informed him that until the technique is perfected, one must avoid women. Yet it transformed into a lifelong restriction in second brother's words. Indeed, Aura was left speechless. He had contemplated numerous shortcomings, yet he had never anticipated this particular one. How shall I face Ailey in the future? For a moment, Aura was engulfed in turmoil. Just kidding, said the third brother. Once you attain mastery, there will be no issues. Ginny spoke with a smile. With a sigh of relief, Aura finally set aside his worries. However, at that moment, Lin Long suddenly interjected, but, brother, with your innate talent, it will take at least 40 to 50 years of arduous effort to reach mastery. What? Aura froze in place. At 17, he would be 67 in 50 years. This thought left Aura in a state of anguish. Just as the 3 brothers were about to depart from the training platform, a throng of individuals, numbering between 40 to 50, encircled them. Lin Long halted mid-step, raising his gaze to meet that of the leader. A man stood at the center, surrounded like a planet by its stars, adorned in a pristine white robe, meticulously arranged. A dazzling emblem gleamed upon his robe, unlike the insignia of their Tianshui Academy, which bore the characters for Tianshui. The emblem on this man's chest depicted merely a staff. The newcomer first cast a glance at Gray, who lay unconscious on the training platform, before turning to Ginny and remarking, your actions were rather ruthless. Ginny, on guard, scrutinized the man. And who might you be? You dare offend Gray without even knowing who Freck is? The white-robed man remained silent, but a nearby student chimed in. Who is Freck? I've never heard of him. Do you know, brother? Ginny whispered. Aura's expression turned grave as he focused on the man in white. He is the son of Duke Rakel, Freck the sorcerer. It is said he is on the cusp of breaking through to a 5th-tier high-level sorcerer, a favored contender in next year's imperial competition. The white-robed individual nodded slightly, his tone laced with pride. To clarify, I am now a 5th-tier high-level sorcerer. I have already been informed of the events that transpired here. At this point, Freck's gaze fixed on Jenny, his tone turning frigid. I do not concern myself with your grievances, but your contempt for the Duke's authority leaves me no choice but to take action. With a scoff, Lin Long laughed derisively. Though Freck claimed to disregard their enmity, he implied that offending Grey was tantamount to undermining the Duke's household. Freck's gaze shifted, sizing up Lin Long, seemingly unfazed by Lin Long's rudeness, and continued. I will not bully you. Instead, I present you with 2 choices. Freck slowly raised a finger. First, I shall have them render you 3 into a state akin to Grey. The crowd surrounding Freck erupted in malicious laughter, their expressions revealing a readiness for violence. Aura and Jenny's faces paled. Aura had no doubt of Freck's threat. Most of the 40 to 50 individuals were 3rd-year students, with a majority being 5th-tier warriors, and only a few at the 4th tier. Moreover, the individual to Freck's left exuded an even more formidable aura, leading Aura to suspect he could be a 6th-tier warrior. Seemingly relishing Aura's fear, Freck raised another finger. The second choice, surrender that divine-level technique from earlier, and we shall let this matter rest. Furthermore, I assure you that no one at Tianshui Academy will ever covet that technique again. As Freck surveyed the surroundings, the onlookers instinctively averted their gazes from him. The students from rival factions, witnessing Freck's intervention, quelled their ambitions. Freck withdrew his gaze with a satisfied smile, turning his attention to the 3 brothers, awaiting their decision. Though he presented 2 options, there was, in truth, only one. He held little doubt that no one in Tianshui City would dare to disregard his authority. Aura and Jenny wore reluctant expressions, casting sidelong glances at Lin Long, clearly regarding him as their linchpin. Yet, they understood that with their status, they could not afford to offend Freck. Noticing the tension in his brothers' faces, Lin Long chuckled softly. What if I propose a 3rd option? He said coolly to Freck. Oh. Freck looked at Lin Long with curiosity, eager to hear his proposition. The 3rd option is that I will defeat your group until you plead for mercy, extinguishing your ambitions. Lin Long's gaze met Freck's, both eyes icy. Leon, Aura and Jenny exclaimed in shock, staring at their younger brother. They were up against a formidable force of 40 to 50 level 5 warriors and a 5th-tier mage. Even if their brother was the top newcomer, such arrogance seemed foolish. Laughter erupted among the crowd, some doubled over in mirth. Freck joined in the laughter momentarily before his tone turned cold. Have you thought this through? After all, life does not offer second chances. As Freck's voice faded, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped the arena as everyone released their combat energy. It's Leon. A 1st-year student recognized Lin Long. Who is Leon? Some 2nd-year students, unfamiliar, inquired curiously. Leon is the top newcomer of our cohort. Even as the top newcomer, he is exceedingly presumptuous. How could he possibly contend with Freck and the others? He must have become rather arrogant after receiving such a title, daring to provoke upperclassmen. Truly ignorant of the peril he invites, remarked several 2nd and 3rd-year students. Disdain etched on their faces as they regarded Lin Long. Freck, overhearing the murmurs, cast a surprised glance at Lin Long, not expecting him to be the top newcomer. Lin Long, undeterred by the surrounding hostility, did not respond to Freck but instead addressed the audience with a resonant voice. I know many of you desire divine tier techniques. I possess such techniques. Do you wish for them? Then come and claim them with your lives. You are no exception. Pointing at Freck, he continued coldly. I have heard that Tianshui Academy forbids killing, so I shall abide by the rules and leave you half dead. Chapter 85. 5th-tier magic arrogant. Presumptuous. Silence. The crowd surrounding Freck erupted in fury, their desire to shred Lin Long palpable. Freck's eyes darkened, and a staff materialized in his hand. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Lin Long leaped into the arena. At that moment, the members of Grey had already been carried away, and the damaged ground had been restored to its original state. Lin Long stood at the center of the arena, beckoning Freck with a flick of his fingers. Humph. Freck and his companions jumped into the arena, the barrier reactivating. Freck signaled for one of his allies to step forward for battle. In his view, it was merely a freshman's first challenge, hardly warranting the full mobilization of their ranks. A single 5th-level warrior would suffice to resolve the matter. The student named by Freck joyfully leaped into the arena, aware that Freck was notably generous in his support. Otherwise, so many students would not heed his command. The man's smile was sinister, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, as the competition commenced with the teacher's mechanical and indifferent announcement. Lin Long remained motionless, inviting his opponent to make the first move. Enraged, the man thought to himself, as a third-year fifth-level warrior, how dare a mere freshman exhibit such arrogance? With a forceful step, he charged at Lin Long with great speed. Lin Long merely raised his arm lightly and struck. The punch sliced through the air with a chilling intensity. Moments later, the spectators witnessed the man crashing against the energy barrier with astonishing velocity, tumbling several times before collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. How could this be? The second-year students gazed in disbelief at Lin Long. After all, that was a fifth-level warrior. Yet he was sent flying with a single blow. The first-year students also regarded Lin Long with incredulity, while they knew of his strength. They had assumed their own inadequacies were the reason for their inability to match him. Little did they expect that Lin Long would so effortlessly dominate a fifth-level warrior. Some third-year students wore solemn expressions, realizing that like the man who had been struck down, they too were fifth-level warriors. Yet they had not fathomed that a fifth-level warrior could be so easily bested by a single punch. "Well done," shouted Jenny exuberantly. Though reluctant to admit it, he acknowledged that his younger brother had surpassed him in strength by leaps and bounds. Aura clenched his fists in excitement. Freck frowned as he observed Lin Long, astonished that a fifth-level warrior could not withstand even one of Lin Long's strikes. The others also displayed expressions of trepidation. When had freshmen become so formidable? Lin Long, with an impassive countenance, regarded the fifth-level warriors with disdain. How amusing! He could easily overpower them in his chi-refining stage. Raising his gaze to Freck and the others by his side, he sneered, "What's this? Are you intimidated by the fall of just one?" Freck signaled to the 5 individuals nearby. "All of you, attack together." The 5 nodded. They certainly lacked the confidence to confront Lin Long individually. They encircled him in a coordinated assault. Lin Long stood calmly in the center, not even lifting a hand. A resounding thud echoed in the ears of the 5, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they felt as though they had struck an indomitable mountain. A glimmer of golden light enveloped Lin Long. Without even glancing at the 5, he raised 2 fingers of his left hand, and a golden halo rose from beneath his feet, gradually expanding. The sounds of blood spattering erupted from the 5. The golden halo appeared unremarkable, lacking any overwhelming force. Yet, upon merely grazing their bodies, the 5 were sent hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings, utterly uncontrolled. "Well done, Leon," Jenny exclaimed, waving his arms in excitement as he cheered for Lin Long. Some first-year students, their faces flushed with exhilaration, watched Lin Long's display against the third-year students. Though they hesitated to voice their support directly, their hearts were nonetheless rallying behind him. As for the second and third-year students, they seemed at a loss for words. 5 fifth-level warriors besieged a single opponent, only to be swiftly defeated. Is this truly a new student? Many pondered this. Lin Long mockingly addressed Freck, saying, "Is this the strength of a third-year student? Frankly, I am quite disappointed." Lin Long shook his head in dismay, evidently dissatisfied with the prowess of the third-year students. To speak candidly, although they were all fifth level, these students were no match for the elite of Dawn. Their techniques were woefully inadequate. How could they hope to triumph over him? By mere rhetoric? Freck's countenance darkened, signaling to his companions. Would it not be better to join forces sooner? In the end, they still intended to overwhelm with numbers. Lin Long scoffed. Freck disregarded Lin Long's derision and instructed his comrades, "In a moment, I will provide support from above. Fight freely, without regard for life or death." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with them. The group nodded fiercely. Freck smirked. Could they not kill? It was merely a restriction imposed on ordinary students. For him, who could not be slain in Tianshui City. After outlining his plan, Freck's lips parted slightly. "O spirits of the wind, heed my call." 4th-tier magic, wind wings. 2 resplendent wings materialized behind Freck, gradually unfurling, and in a breath, he soared to the top of the luminous barrier. Both the third-year students in the arena and the spectators outside gazed enviously at Freck as he took to the skies. For only those who reached the 8th level could fly. In the arena, a man beside Freck waved a hand, and colossal swords appeared in the grasp of each participant. Tianshui sword technique, first form, spring tide. The sound of crashing waves resonated once more in Lin Long's ears. However, unlike the previous encounter, This was the combined might of over 40 individuals unleashing the Tianshui sword technique. The power was naturally on an entirely different scale. While the Tianshui sword technique, when utilized alone, belonged to the earth tier, its potency could increase by 10% when unleashed by 10 individuals in unison. It was said that if 100 people released it together, its might would rival that of celestial tier techniques. Outside the arena, a third-year student gravely explained this to his companions, as many were unaware of this aspect of the Tianshui sword technique. Lin Long, however, was not surprised. He had discerned its nature upon first encountering the technique, realizing that the more people involved, the greater its power, ideal for battlefield application. Yet, gazing at the overwhelming tide of sword light, Lin Long's expression remained unperturbed. He then spoke softly, "Wind rise." A gentle breeze swept through the training ground, transforming into a gust that surged mightily after a breath. The combined force of dozens wielding their swords, a tidal wave of power, was halted 3 paces in front of Lin Long, unable to advance an inch. A low humming filled Lin Long's ears, and he sensed a powerful presence as a colossal fire spear, measuring dozens of feet in length and a yard in thickness, descended rapidly from the heavens. Good. The crowd erupted in a roar, watching Lin Long as if they had already witnessed him being pierced by the fiery spear. Lin Long found himself in a predicament, facing the formidable assault of a 5th-tier sorcerer. With no room for complacency, Lin Long's gaze shifted, and as the tempestuous winds receded, his form flickered like a phantom, instantly materializing in the midst of the gathered crowd. A fiery spear, imbued with cataclysmic power, surged toward him. However, just as Lin Long appeared at the center, Freck, in a fit of rage, commanded the fiery spear to dissipate in midair. "You shameless wretch!" Freck exclaimed, his face flushed with fury, his breath becoming rapid and labored. The onlookers glared furiously at Lin Long. Had it not been for Freck's timely intervention, the fiery spear would have erupted in their midst, resulting in countless casualties. Lin Long regarded the crowd with a cold smirk. "Would you have me stand idly by and endure your blows?" he mused, bemused by their navet. Chapter 86. 6th tier magic. With a single hand forming a gesture, Lin Long forcefully stamped his foot, unleashing the might of shaking the mountain. As his words reverberated, the training ground trembled, an astonishing force seemingly poised to erupt from the earth. The surrounding individuals swayed but remained largely unaffected. Lin Long furrowed his brow. As one of the 36 celestial techniques, shaking the mountain was an extraordinary power. Why did it merely cause a slight oscillation among them? The spectators outside were equally perplexed, casting bewildered glances at the center. Unyielding, Lin Long pressed his foot down again. A resonant hum filled the air, and the crowd swayed once more, though they quickly regained their footing. "Ha ha ha, what is this? Has the confrontation already drained your fighting spirit?" they mocked. A look of confusion crossed Lin Long's face. Just as he prepared to elevate his foot again, he heard the anxious voice of his instructor. "Classmate Leon, cease. You must not invoke that technique again, or the magic array will be destroyed." "What?" The audience gasped in unison. It was well known that the magic array of the training ground had been crafted by several grand sorcerers, reputed to withstand the clash of 2 6th-tier magicians. How could it be jeopardized by Lin Long? Lin Long felt a wave of resignation wash over him. It was no wonder shaking the mountain had lost its potency. It was the magic array that had interfered. The crowd regarded Lin Long with astonished expressions, their eyes heavy with concern. As third-year students, they had frequented the training ground many times, yet they had never heard of the magic array being at risk of destruction. What kind of power was required for such a feat? Freck's countenance darkened, as he had never anticipated that a mere freshman could pose such a challenge. The individuals beneath him were all his subordinates, and the vast range of magic left him feeling somewhat constrained. Seeing that shaking the mountain was no longer an option, Lin Long did not despair. Standing resolutely at the center of the arena, he rolled up his sleeves, and brilliant white light flickered at his fingertips, crackling with energy. In an instant, Lin Long propelled himself toward a fellow student with astonishing speed, leaving behind a blur of afterimages for the onlookers to behold. "Ah!" A harrowing cry echoed through the training ground as one student crumpled to the ground in agony. What kind of speed is this? The spectators were left in a daze, their eyes struggling to keep pace with Lin Long's swiftness, as he felled another opponent in the blink of an eye. Flashing a wicked grin at Freck, Lin Long's figure vanished once more. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The air was filled with a series of anguished cries emanating from the trainees. Their eyes struggled to keep pace with Lin Long's speed, perceiving only a sudden disappearance, followed by an excruciating sensation as if their bodies were ablaze. In the blink of an eye, 10 individuals were rendered incapable of further combat. Lin Long stood in the center, refraining from launching another assault. Merely locking eyes with the onlookers, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. At that moment, no one dared to mock Lin Long any longer. They gazed at him, frozen in horror. Those who could still fight regarded Lin Long with trepidation, their expressions grave, including that of the 6th-level warrior. Freck, suspended in the air, helplessly addressed the crowd. "You may leave. I shall intervene personally." His command was a reluctant measure, for he had witnessed Lin Long's speed firsthand. Realizing that the remaining 30 or so had no chance against him, a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd against Lin Long's ghostly speed. They were indeed left with no choice but to endure the blows passively. As they prepared to withdraw, Lin Long's cold voice rang out, "Did I permit your departure?" The group halted in their tracks, anger flaring as they retorted, "Leon, do not be ungrateful. Even if you could eliminate us, it would squander considerable energy. Allow us to leave. It is Freck's mercy you are disregarding." What could that newcomer be plotting? The adversary had already conceded, retreating more than 20. Yet he still sought to annihilate them? The spectators watched Lin Long in astonishment. Lin Long, disinterested in further dialogue, raised his right hand, and a golden sphere of light coalesced at his fingertip, radiating brilliance akin to a golden sun. "Strike!" Lin Long bellowed, swinging the golden orb forcefully toward the 30-odd individuals. Boom! A shockwave erupted from the ground of the training arena, shattering the earth beneath. A ferocious force swept through the arena, enveloping it in thick smoke, obscuring visibility. Outside the arena, the crowd shielded their faces. Even with the magical barrier in place, they felt a powerful gust of wind rush upon them. "Leon, you seek death." Freck roared from the air, his eyes blazing with fury, completely devoid of the poise expected of a duke's son. Lin Long, unfazed by Freck's outburst, replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, they shall not perish. I have stated before, I will only leave you half dead." His arrogant declaration reverberated through the air as Lin Long surveyed the fallen 30-odd trainees, sneering at the notion that they were his equals. Waste energy? To truly eliminate, you would require no more than a single strike. A group of 5th and 6th level practitioners. What effort would it take? Freck's gaze turned icy as he declared, "I will kill you. You will learn what it means to be a mage." A chill ran through the audience at Freck's words. To openly proclaim the intent to kill Lin Long suggested the depths of his rage. Freck gestured for the instructors to carry the others away, leaving only 2 individuals on the training ground. Before long, only Lin Long and 1 other remained. Outside, a multitude of trainees had gathered, including the esteemed Dean Thunder, along with several mages, a rare sight indeed to witness so many mages congregating in one place. Freck gazed down at Lin Long as if he were a lifeless corpse. The crystal orb atop his staff illuminated, and he called forth the fire spirit of the realm. Invoking a 5th-tier spell, Flames Descend. Freck's mastery of 5th-tier magic was evident, and it seemed the freshman would face a dire fate. A wizard chuckled effortlessly. Thousands of fireballs cascaded from the heavens, each the size of several feet, unleashing a terrifying might as they surged forth. In the face of this onslaught, Lin Long merely twitched the corner of his mouth. A colossal golden wall materialized above him, meeting the fireballs in a violent collision. Undeterred, Lin Long observed the spectacle with calm appreciation. The clash between the fireballs and the golden wall resembled a grand display of fireworks to his eyes. The wall stood like an impregnable mountain, sending forth glimmers of gold with each impact. Though it only enveloped the space directly above Lin Long, it effectively withstood the assault of countless fireballs. As Lin Long beheld this scene, his thoughts wandered far away, recalling his first encounter with 5th-tier magic, when he could only flee in terror. Now, however, he remained unscathed, impervious to the golden light. "Impossible!" Freck exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom how his 5th-tier magic, Flames Descend, could inflict no harm upon Lin Long. Even a 7th-tier Earth Knight would be gravely injured or worse when confronted with 5th-tier magic. How could a mere freshman emerge unscathed? This newcomer was capable of withstanding 5th-tier magic? A group of wizards exchanged glances. Freck bellowed once more, and the incantation echoed through the luminescent barrier. As Freck's chant resonated, the fire spirits became increasingly agitated, and a magic core appeared in his hand. rapidly replenishing his magical power. While chanting, Freck simultaneously restored his energy. Lin Long gazed upward, quietly observing the unfolding drama, refraining from interrupting Freck's casting. Freck was determined to forcibly unleash a 6th-tier spell. Otherwise, given his prowess, he would not expend such vast amounts of magical energy. One of the wizards remarked. Indeed. Was Freck intent on eliminating that freshman? A 6th-tier magical attack would be exceedingly difficult for even the instructors to counter. Many wizards focused their attention on Freck hovering in the sky. Chapter 87. A fierce battle won among them. Astonished, stared at Lin Long below. Am I mistaken? Is that Leon? A wizard exclaimed in disbelief. Curse it, do you know the one battling Freck? Another wizard inquired. It must be him. He hails from my small town. But how could it possibly be him? Cursed, recognizing Lin Long after a year, felt a surge of disbelief. How could Lin Long contend against Freck? Even he, having been taken under the wing of the Thunder Academy's headmaster upon entering, had only just reached the 3rd tier in a year and was no match for Freck. Within the entirety of the Tianshui Academy, aside from the headmaster and instructors, Freck was among the most formidable. Do not underestimate that young lad. He is the top freshman of this year. At that moment, Headmaster Thunder spoke to Cursed. Sir, you claim he is the top freshman? Cursed responded, his expression one of incredulity. Indeed, upon entering the academy, one is already able to engage with me. It has been quite some time since Tianshui Academy has encountered such a prodigy. Dean Thunder spoke with a tone of gratification, then turned to Curse and remarked, on this continent, the exceptional are countless. Although achieving the 3rd tier within a year is indeed remarkable, one must not succumb to arrogance. Curse nodded humbly and then gazed at the arena, surprised. He had initially thought he could pursue and defeat the brothers, only to be confronted by a newcomer named Leon. Curse gritted his teeth, unable to forget the moment when Lin Long deceived his father. 6th-tier magic, Sword of Judgment. At this moment, Freck had completed his spellcasting. In the heavens, a colossal magic circle materialized before Freck, from which a gigantic sword gradually emerged, entirely composed of flames. As the fiery sword appeared, the air shimmered with ripples. The wind stilled at that instant, and the arena above was engulfed in flames, painting the sky a brilliant red. Breathing heavily, Freck beheld the fiery sword and could not help but smile. It is known that casting magic beyond one's tier is exceedingly challenging, with a minuscule chance of success. Only a select few geniuses can achieve such a feat. Freck had indeed unleashed 6th-tier magic. The boy is doomed, what a pity. Freck looked down at Lin Long with a triumphant expression, bellowing, Die Leon. The flaming giant sword descended slowly, wielding catastrophic power, heading straight for Lin Long. Lin Long gazed up at the approaching fiery sword, his heart unwavering. Sensing the pressure exuded by the flaming giant sword, Lin Long softly intoned, Tai Sheng Shui. Initially, after Freck's release of the 6th-tier magic, the atmosphere was suffused with an intense heat, with the moisture in the sky nearly evaporated. However, as Lin Long's words resonated, water vapor began to coalesce in the void. The mist multiplied rapidly, transforming into a vast ocean instantaneously. How is this possible? The multitude of magicians exclaimed in astonishment. In their understanding, even water-based magic could not suddenly coalesce into a river, especially after the opponent had just unleashed fire magic. Within the ocean, droplets of water bubbled and leaped, each drop coalescing into a massive blue sword, even larger than the flaming giant sword. The onlooking mages gazed in horror at the water giant sword, questioning how a warrior could possess such combat prowess. Could it be a divine-level technique? No one could answer their inquiries. Dean Thunder also observed the sky with a solemn expression. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he did not foresee Lin Long's strength to be so formidable. Freck's 6th-tier magic was already a surprise to him. He pondered whether Leon could withstand it. In the arena, the flaming giant sword had made contact with the water giant sword. The collision of the two colossal blades erupted into a fierce clash. Water and fire are inherently incompatible. In an instant, explosive sounds rang out continuously. The arena was enveloped in mist, transforming it into a hazy spectacle. Most spectators watched with a lack of clarity. Only a select few intently focused on the fierce duel between the two combatants. Time seemed to stretch, and suddenly a deafening explosion reverberated through the arena. As fierce winds raged, sending debris swirling into the air, the crowd leaned in closer to witness the spectacle. The ground was strewn with rubble, and there stood Lin Long amidst the cracked terrain, calm and composed. Was it truly a stalemate? The audience observed Freck hovering in the sky, while Lin Long remained unscathed below, and they collectively deduced that the newcomer was on the verge of defeat. The mages, with smirks gracing their faces, voiced their opinions. Some of the warriors, however, were perplexed. It appeared to be an even match. At that moment, the Dean of Thunder spoke up to clarify. What they mean is that Freck can continuously replenish his magical energy from above, while Lin Long can only passively endure the onslaught below. The warriors then grasped the situation. Indeed, Freck in the skies held the upper hand, able to strike at will, while Lin Long could not even reach him. This was precisely why mages were the favored ones in this realm. Only upon reaching the 8th level as a Sky Knight could one hope for a counterattack. Otherwise, warriors were merely targets, enduring relentless blows. With this realization, the onlookers felt a deep sense of pity for Lin Long. If he were a typical mage, it might have been a different story, perhaps with curses or other spells. However, his modest background left him unable to afford magical crystals or the even rarer magic cores necessary for replenishing his energy. Freck, being the son of a duke, could easily acquire such resources, rendering Lin Long's efforts futile. The atmosphere grew heavy with complexity. For a small-town hero like Leon, there was a lingering hope for Lin Long's victory, yet the stark reality was that he faced a daunting challenge in reaching Freck. Freck, though surprised that Lin Long could withstand his magic, remained unfazed, retrieving a magic core to replenish his power. Sometimes, one's background serves as a form of strength. Blame your own humble origins, Freck remarked coolly, his voice resonating throughout the arena despite his lofty position. Every ear caught his words clearly. A sudden smile crept across Lin Long's lips as he gazed upward at Freck. Then he crouched slightly, propelling himself upward with all his might. Soaring like a dart towards Freck, a resounding thud echoed as Lin Long's fist met an invisible barrier. He frowned slightly, feeling as though he had struck a wall of wind. Freck's eyes widened in fear. He had not anticipated that Lin Long could leap so high. Fortunately, he had cast a 5th-tier windshield spell on himself before the duel began. Otherwise, that punch would have surely inflicted serious injury. However, witnessing Lin Long suspended in midair, Freck grinned maliciously, unleashing a surge of magical energy to cast a 4th-tier fireball spell hurtling toward Lin Long, daring to leap into the air. Let us see how you evade my attack. Freck cackled with arrogance. To challenge a mage in the skies is akin to courting death. Alas, how audacious to leap into the air. The Dean of Thunder sighed softly. The spectators looked on with regret. To engage in battle against a mage from midair was an overwhelming disadvantage for a warrior. To think one would turn oneself into a living target. It seems this freshman is not quite in possession of his faculties, many sorcerers mocked internally. Fool. Lin Long cast a disdainful glance at the colossal fireball and thrust forth a fist. In an instant, a tempest of thunder enveloped the massive fireball. Within mere breaths, the fireball dissipated into the air. Lin Long's figure twisted gracefully in the sky, his fist radiating a brilliant white luminescence, and with a powerful strike, he struck Freck amidst the latter's astonished gaze. Boom! A series of resounding impacts echoed. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated through the heavens as Lin Long taunted. It seems your defenses are rather lackluster. The audience was left dumbfounded, with the sorcerers wearing expressions of disbelief. You can fly? Freck's face was a mask of terror. Chapter 88. Who dares to defy? Step forward and fight. Curse regarded Lin Long in disbelief, and then turned to the Dean of Thunder, inquiring, Teacher, how can Leon fly? He can't possibly be an 8th-level Sky Knight, can he? The Dean of Thunder fixed his gaze upon Lin Long suspended in the air, astonished himself. Faced with Lin Long's mastery of wind, he found himself at a loss for explanation. Could it be that this young man truly is an 8th-level Sky Knight? I am the son of a duke. Do you really dare to strike at me? Freck, witnessing his windshield shatter, immediately resorted to threats. Lin Long, uninterested in idle chatter, launched another punch. The power of thunder reemerged. Bang! A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Gasp! As Freck lay on the earth, bloodied and in agony, he felt every bone in his body screaming in pain. However, his noble lineage compelled him to stifle any cries of distress. Lin Long descended from the air, placing a foot upon Freck's head. Looking down at Freck, Lin Long chuckled, his smile devoid of warmth. With such meager skills, you dare to covet my divine tier techniques? If you have the guts, kill me. Freck roared at Lin Long. Lin Long narrowed his eyes, pressing down with increasing force. Do you think I wouldn't dare? In the face of Lin Long's murderous intent, Freck remained unfazed. He could not believe that Lin Long would actually kill him in front of so many witnesses. Many sorcerers frowned at Lin Long's actions. Enough, fellow student. Do not go too far. One sorcerer exclaimed angrily. Lin Long lifted his gaze towards the speaker, his expression icy. What? Do you wish to challenge me as well? You. The sorcerer was infuriated, yet dared not respond affirmatively. He was only at the 4th level, and having seen Freck's defeat, he knew participating would only bring humiliation upon himself. Fellow student, Freck has already lost. There is no need to further humiliate him. Indeed, winning or losing is commonplace, but you should not demean Freck. Other sorcerers chimed in one after another. They may not have genuinely wished to assist Freck, but Lin Long's humiliation of him was an affront to their pride as sorcerers, prompting their collective outcry. For them, sorcerers represented the most noble profession on the continent, deserving of respect. Curse appeared conflicted but remained silent. Lin Long raised an eyebrow and coldly declared, Who dares to defy? Step down and fight. Haha, my fellow student possesses quite the temper. In that case, I shall gladly engage you. A sorcerer responded. It was Nanzhong. Nanchong. Let him understand that we magicians are not to be trifled with. Curse glanced at Senior Nanchong, his heart filled with concern for Lin Long. Both Nanchong and Freck were 5th-tier high-level magicians, possessing formidable power, and Nanchang's mastery of wind magic was unparalleled. Just as Nanchong was about to step onto the battlefield, a voice of fury halted him. Enough, Dean Thunder bellowed. Leon, release Freck, this matter ends here. Lin Long's gaze darkened as he quietly replied, Dean, he just threatened to kill me. Dean Thunder hesitated for a moment before responding softly. I am here. You will not perish. After a brief silence, Lin Long lifted his foot from Freck's head, but still delivered a forceful kick, causing Freck's body to crash against the barrier, rendering him unconscious. Observing that Lin Long had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, Thunder wiped the sweat from his brow. In that moment, had Lin Long intended to kill, even he could not have intervened. Lin Long disregarded Freck and turned to Nanchong, beckoning him with a gesture. Though most of his spiritual energy was depleted, it did not hinder him from challenging a 5th-tier magician. Nanchong initially believed that Dean Thunder's intervention would conclude matters, but was taken aback when his opponent dared to provoke him further, rising to his feet in response. Enough, Leon. I have declared this matter finished. Dean Thunder commanded Lin Long loudly. He had never anticipated that Lin Long would still be unsatisfied. Dean, I recall that dueling among classmates does not violate school regulations. Lin Long's words left Thunder speechless. After much internal struggle, Thunder discreetly raised a finger towards Lin Long, who shook his head and raised 3 fingers in return. Angered, Dean Thunder ultimately raised 2 fingers. Lin Long rolled his eyes and continued to invite Nanchong for a duel. Very well. I declare this concluded. Dean Thunder gritted his teeth. Upon hearing the word well from Dean Thunder, Lin Long understood that his opponent had relented, and with a smile, he replied, Naturally. I shall heed the Dean's arrangements. Dean Thunder exhaled in relief, instructing his aides to tend to Freck promptly. Should the Duke's son perish within his academy, he would have no explanation to offer to Raquel. Lin Long approached his elder brother and second brother, while Aura and Jenny gazed incredulously at their brother, who had lived alongside them since childhood. They could not comprehend how he had changed so drastically in just a year. What? Are you astonished? Lin Long teased. Is that truly you, Leon? It cannot be a facade. Jenny circled Lin Long, inspecting him. Lin Long, uninterested in engaging, turned to his elder brother and said, Let us go, brother. The crowd watched as the 3 brothers departed, and those who had just been engrossed in divine tier techniques now abandoned such thoughts. Lin Long's displayed power was undeniably that of a 6th-tier magician. To seize divine tier techniques from him was a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary factions. After leaving the training ground, Lin Long paused after walking a short distance. What is it, third brother? Aura inquired, perplexed by Lin Long's sudden halt. Waiting for someone, Lin Long briefly explained. Though Aura and Jenny were unaware of whom Lin Long awaited, they chose not to inquire further. Before long, Dean Lei appeared before the 3. Greetings, Dean. Ola and Jenny respectfully addressed him. Lin Long, with a cheerful smile, echoed their greeting. Humph. Dean Lei snorted coldly, tossing a spatial ring to Lin Long. Upon scanning it with his divine sense, Lin Long raised an eyebrow. The The ring contained 350 bottles of spiritual liquid neatly arranged. Wasn't it agreed upon that there would be 3,000 bottles? Lin Long inquired of Dean Lei. In a fit of rage, Dean Lei thundered, "What did you say?" Faced with the Dean's fiery temper, Lin Long awkwardly corrected himself. 300 bottles. Only then did Dean Lei temper his fury, explaining, "The additional 50 bottles were already settled. You will participate in the Imperial Grand Competition next year." Lin Long murmured, "I haven't made up my mind yet." Dean Lei shot Lin Long a sideways glance. "And how do you intend to account for the injury inflicted upon the candidates I prepared for you?" Lin Long could hardly believe the Dean's outburst. Was this truly the conduct of a Dean? Such a lack of decorum.